Chapter 1. The Young Gentleman. In the season of awakening insects, the spring thunder rumbles and the night rain approaches. Outside the city of Yongzhou, in the forest at the foot of the mountains, night has fallen, and the impending rain sends birds spiraling through the air before hastily returning to their nests. A wild hare peeks out from the thicket, twitching its nose as a series of footsteps, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, draw near, prompting it to swiftly retreat into its burrow. A girl of about 12 or 13, fair of face yet clad in boyish attire, has her cheeks dusted with ash, with a few disheveled strands of hair falling across her forehead. One of her shoes is inexplicably missing, leaving her feet sore and blistered, causing her to stagger unsteadily along the path. As the night breeze rises, the new leaves rustle softly, while distant calls of birds and insects further weaken her already trembling legs. She is Lu Ninian, the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Suzhou. This very moment, she ought to be reclining on a fragrant Wangwali bed, enveloped in quilts softer than clouds, drifting sweetly into slumber. Instead, she finds herself enduring this ordeal in a desolate wilderness, far from home. Alas, it is all the fault of those accursed mountain bandits. Her father, Lu Xing, had ventured north to oversee his stores, and she had pleaded to accompany him on this rare outing, only to be ambushed by robbers on their return journey. The bandits seized their silver, commandeered their carriage, and took her hostage, demanding a ransom of 10,000 taels from Lu Xing. This route had always been peaceful, however. The neighboring Liangzhou recently faced banditry, and a notorious gang had fled here after their lair was raided. The bandits, still catching their breath, had seized a plump traveler, relishing their good fortune. They brought Ninian to an abandoned house halfway up the mountain, where they began to celebrate with wine and meat, having retrieved provisions from her carriage. In the northern region, there exists a renowned liquor known as Drunken Overlord, potent and fragrant, typically diluted with weaker spirits for consumption. Drinking it straight, even the most seasoned drinker would succumb after just 3 bowls. Her father's shopkeeper had presented Lu Xing with several jars, but before he could partake, they had fallen into the hands of these bandits. Bound hand and foot, Ninian lay beneath the eaves, watching as the bandits gorged themselves and drank heartily. Cold and hungry, she could not suppress a series of sneezes as a gust of wind swept by, finally catching the attention of the bandit leader. He signaled to a subordinate, "Go give her a drink, I'd rather not have her die and bring me misfortune." Reluctantly, the subordinate approached, offering his bowl of liquor to Nianian's lips as if it were a charitable act. Drink up," he urged, the strong scent of alcohol wafting toward her. Nian had never tasted liquor before, and the pungent aroma made her turn her face away. "Oh, you're quite stubborn." The bandit leader, losing patience, squatted down and pinched her chin, forcing a bowl of liquor down her throat. The fiery liquid seared through her insides, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within her, leading to a violent expulsion of filth. "Such bad luck," the bandit exclaimed, narrowly avoiding the mess as he jumped aside, disdainfully tossing aside his bowl before returning to the table. Watching as one by one the bandits succumbed to inebriation and collapsed, she knew that if she did not escape now, when would she? Shifting slightly, she reached for a shard of broken pottery, skillfully working it against the ropes binding her hands and feet until she finally freed herself and fled in the desolate wilderness, where darkness envelopes like a shroud. The brilliance of the stars tonight offers solace. When her mother was alive, she had once told her that the North Star could serve as a guiding beacon as long as she could locate it. She could ascertain her direction. If she merely followed the North Star, she would eventually find her way out of this forest. After a brief period of wandering, a rising warmth enveloped her. Her mind became clouded, and her limbs felt heavy, a consequence of the alcohol she had consumed. Her vision blurred, and soon she fell into oblivion. When Lu Ninian regained a flicker of consciousness, the night had deepened. She found herself half reclining against a tree, beside a fire pit ignited by an unknown hand. A young man's voice broke the silence. "You're awake. What brings you to this forest alone? Perhaps she had been captured once more. If so, let them kill her or take her apart," for she felt utterly incapable of movement. A sip of water might alleviate her suffering. The stranger, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, picked up a flask from nearby, uncapped it, and offered it to her. "Here, take this. Noticing her reluctance to accept the flask, he approached her and gently assisted her in drinking a few sips. The cool water revived her senses. As her eyes, still hazy, began to open, the flickering firelight allowed her to discern a figure beside her. A young man clad in black, wielding a long sword, sat near her. He appeared youthful, perhaps around 15 or 16, with an unblemished face. Upon noticing Lun Yin's gaze fixed upon him, he turned his head. What a striking young man he was, with brows like ink strokes, rising sharply like a drawn sword, and eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, profound and luminous. His nose was straight and resolute. Her heart quickened, and she lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his. Such an exquisite figure was a rarity in all of Suzhou. In this moment and setting, a thought flickered in her mind. Could it be that I have already departed this world, and a soul-reaping envoy from the underworld has come to escort me? They say that denizens of the underworld possess fearsome, ghastly features. It seems not all legends hold true. She pinched herself sharply, feeling a twinge of pain. This is real. I am still alive, and thus he is real as well. Chapter 2. The marriage were you? Lun Yin attempted to struggle, but felt utterly powerless, her voice a mere whisper. The youth turned his head and replied, I passed by here at dusk and found you lying on the ground. Fearing for your safety from wild beasts, I brought you here. He cast a glance at her, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and reproach. At such a tender age, you venture away from home and drink yourself into a stupor. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Hearing his refined Qingqing dialect, Lun Yin felt a sense of relief. It seemed she had chanced upon a kind soul. She neglected to respond to his admonition and softly inquired, What time is it now? It is approximately the hour of the pig. I must continue on my journey. Now that you are awake, you should return home on your own, he said coolly. Upon hearing that the youth intended to leave, a surge of anxiety washed over her, and she pleaded softly, Please, don't go. I am not from this area. I have encountered ill-intentioned individuals and lost my family. Given my current state, I cannot walk. Where are you headed? I beseech you to take me along. The youth pondered for a moment and sighed lightly. I must travel, and I cannot assist you in finding your family. However, I can escort you to the Yuzhou prefectural office. It felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, and she exhaled in relief. Thank you so much. Rest a little longer. Once the horse has finished eating, we shall set off, he instructed, tending to the horse's feed and stroking its back. Just as Lun Yin was about to close her eyes for a brief rest, she suddenly noticed a flickering light in the nearby woods. The sound of approaching footsteps drew closer, and the youth instructed her to remain still as he went to investigate. As the commotion drew near, several bandits brandishing knives rushed forward, having awakened unexpectedly. The leader of the bandits spotted Lun Yin leaning against the tree and commanded, There, brothers, bind her. 4 or 5 bandits charged toward her. She attempted to rise, but found herself immobilized, terrified, and tightly shut her eyes. Brother, save me. What are you doing? The youth stepped out from behind the tree, positioning himself protectively in front of Lun Yin. Mind your own business, kid. Get lost. The bandit leader threatened, pointing his knife at the youth. The youth stood his ground, glaring fiercely at the bandit. She is merely a child. Why must you trouble her? Believe it or not, I'll cut you down. The bandit leader, seeing the youth unmoving, raised his knife to strike. In an instant, the youth drew his sword and lunged forward, swiftly kicking the bandit to the ground. After a flurry of clashing blades, the bandits lay defeated on the ground. The leader, seething with anger, shouted, You wait, kid. We'll be back. The bandits fled in disarray. Although Lun Yin was still somewhat dazed, she watched in awe, captivated by his remarkable skill. He was undoubtedly the gallant hero from the tales, a master of martial arts. For the first time, she beheld a living hero, and admiration surged within her. You are truly impressive. May I inquire which sect you belong to? The youth glanced at her, but offered no response. He lit a torch and secured it in a tree fork before approaching Lun Yin. We must leave quickly. It will be troublesome if they summon reinforcements. He helped her to her feet, but her legs were too weak to support her. Bending down, he allowed her to rest on his back, untied the horse's reins, and mounted with a great leap. With a torch in hand, she rode away, holding tightly onto the youth's waist as they traversed the bumpy path. A subtle fragrance reminiscent of her mother emanated from him, instilling a sense of security that lulled her to sleep before she realized it. As night fell by the river in May Village, the inky sky bore a bright moon, its silvery light shimmering upon the waters, rippling gently with the current. A passenger boat approached, its lanterns glowing brightly. Traveling from Suzhou to Qingqing by water required 2 nights and a day, with vessels typically departing in the evening to arrive at Qingqing's dock by dawn, thus making efficient use of daylight. The Liu family's boat had also set sail in the evening and had already been underway for 3 or 4 hours. After a long day of toil, she had succumbed to slumber as night descended. The night wind swept into the cabin, causing the delicate veil of the bed curtains to flutter gently over her petal-like face, brushing away a bead of perspiration from her brow. As her eyelashes fluttered and she awoke, a soft rise and fall in her chest indicated she had been dreaming. The dream transported her back to a perilous encounter during a journey with her father 5 years prior. While many details had faded from memory, the dream vividly replayed the terror of being trapped in danger, every sensation as palpable as if it were happening anew. Grateful for having escaped that ordeal, she felt a shiver of apprehension at the thought. After a moment's composure, sleep eluded her, prompting her to don her outerwear and step outside. Noticing that the light in her father's room was still aglow, she tiptoed closer. The door was ajar, revealing her father teaching her younger brother, Linner, how to use the abacus. The little one was misbehaving, causing their father to scold him in frustration. Tears streamed down the child's face, and her father hurried to console him. Seeing her father brought her a great sense of reassurance, and she chose to merely observe from the doorway without intruding. Looking up, she admired the moonlit sky, feeling drawn to see the moon itself, and she ventured alone onto the deck. On this 16th night, the moon was particularly resplendent. The distant mountains were swallowed by the night, leaving only their shadowy outlines, while the willow leaves by the riverside swayed gracefully in the breeze. Gazing at the undulating waves, an inspiration struck her. Lines of poetry echoed in her mind, and she could not help but recite. Moonlight spills into the water, the river's waves ebb and flow. The dew absorbs it, illuminating the heavens in white. The verses taught by her mother resonated beautifully in this moment. The Liu family hailed from Suzhou, engaged in the silk trade, with shops scattered throughout the southern kingdom. In the realm of Jiangnan silk, half of the businesses bore the Liu surname, with the largest operations based in the capital, Qingqing. After the early passing of her mother, the family consisted of 2 sons and a daughter. Her elder brother, Liu Xiao, served as an official in the capital, and her sister-in-law had recently given birth to their first grandson. In pursuit of seeing his grandchild, their father, Liu Xing, had resolved to move the family to Qingqing, aiming for reunion and prosperity in business. Moreover, it was clear to her that this move also concerned her impending marriage. At 17, she was aware that suitors had come to the Liu family, nearly 80 or 100, but her father had not accepted a single proposal. She knew he remained preoccupied with the young master of the Shun family. The Shuns had once been neighbors, and Shun Xian, the eldest son, along with his younger sister Xinyao, had grown up alongside her. 2 grandmothers were quite fond of each other and had intended to arrange a marriage between their families in their early years. However, both elders passed away before the engagement could be formally established. 8 years ago, the head of the Shun family, Shun Kwa, was promoted to the capital. Yet the 2 families maintained their correspondence. Nian Yin's elder brother, Liu Xiao, had entered the capital for the imperial examination and had received considerable support from Uncle Shun. Hence, he often spoke of Shun Xian to their father, praising his literary talent and exceptional character, deeming him a worthy match. Shun Xian, a scholar, was well-versed in poetry, literature, and the arts. Occasionally, he sent her letters, mostly sharing news from the capital and including a few of his newly composed verses adorned with splendid language. While she did not harbor any dislike towards Shun Xian, neither did she feel any affection, since he was favored by her father and brother. He could not be deemed unworthy. A woman must eventually marry, and it would be prudent to wed someone familiar, securing a life free of worries. Yet, despite this assurance, a sense of regret lingered in her heart. She often recalled one matter that remained unresolved, preventing her from finding peace. Indeed, this night, She dreamt once more. She lamented that in her youth she had not thought to inquire about her benefactor's name. She felt an urgent need to find him, not for any other reason except to express her gratitude in person and return what was owed, thus alleviating her long-held concerns. Speaking of which, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to hastily return from the deck. Just as she was about to descend the steps, the oil lamp extinguished, and she misstepped, tumbling to the ground. Chapter 3. An item from the past. She attempted to rise, but her ankle throbbed with a pain akin to tearing, forcing her to sit on the ground. Propped up by her hands, a maid, hearing the commotion, hurried over and, upon seeing her young mistress had fallen, raised an alarm. "Miss, what has happened?" "Miying, come quickly. The young lady is in trouble." Miying, engrossed in conversation with the other maids, dashed out of the cabin like an arrow, followed closely by the rest. Upon seeing her mistress seated on the ground, Miying rushed to assist her. "Miss, what happened? I lost my footing and fell. Please help me back. Do not make a fuss. I do not wish to alarm my father." Nian Nian extended her hand, and Miying, along with the other maids, assisted her back to the cabin. The commotion was loud enough for Lu Xing to hear. He hurried over and, upon finding Nian Nian seated on the bed, quickly inquired, "Nian Er, where did you hurt yourself?" "Let me see." Nian Nian pointed to her right ankle, which throbbed painfully, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Look how swollen it is. How could you be so careless? And you?" He directed an irritated glance at Miying and the other maids. "What were you all doing? Leaving the young lady alone?" The maids, feeling guilty, lowered their heads in silence. Lu Xing let out a heavy sigh and turned to the servant outside the door, saying, "Go fetch Granny Zhao. Let her examine the young lady. Also, who is the night watchman on the boat? Bring him to me." An elderly woman followed the servant into the cabin and examined the young lady. She reported to Lu Xing, "Sir, the young lady's bones are intact. She has merely sustained a minor strain. A bit of medicinal alcohol and a few days' rest will suffice." The servant announced that the night watchman had arrived and was waiting outside. Lu Xing, still fuming, rose to confront the watchman, likely intending to deliver a scolding. Madame Zhao brought the medicinal wine to tend to Nian Nian's wounds, while Miying, filled with sympathy, wished fervently that she could bear the pain for her mistress. "My lady, I saw you asleep just a moment ago. Why did you not call for me when you went out? Did you not notice the master's gaze? It was as if he were ready to devour someone. We are indeed fortunate to serve a kind master. Had we been in another household, we would have suffered grievously. You must be more careful in the future." Madame Zhao, as she bandaged Nian Nian, could not help but admonish Miying a few times, aware of her own shortcomings. Miying felt a deep sense of shame and was left speechless. Nian Nian comforted her, saying, "Do not blame yourselves. It was my own carelessness. I woke and could not return to sleep, wishing to find some quietude alone." As Madame Zhao gathered her belongings to leave, she reminded Nian Nian, "You must rest in bed for the next few days and refrain from moving about. When we reach the Qingqing dock, we will find a bamboo raft for the young servants to carry you ashore." "Oh, there's no need. I am still capable of walking." Before Nian Nian could finish her sentence, Madame Zhao had already bowed and exited the room. Ming followed to close the door and then tucked Nian Nian under the covers. "My lady, we shall arrive in Qingqing the day after tomorrow. You must be too excited to sleep. Just moments ago, I went to find Fong Ting and the others. It is their first time on a large ship, and they are thrilled to be heading to the capital, incessantly asking me questions." Nian Nian had no inclination for idle chatter and merely responded with a non-committal "Miying, do you remember the black cloak I kept at the very bottom of my wardrobe? It is embroidered with silver cloud patterns and has a jade pendant, resembling a full moon." "Yes, I remember. Wasn't it brought back by you from the north? You mentioned that the shopkeeper's son had left it on the carriage. After all these years, he has yet to reclaim it. I thought it might be worth some silver, and fearing we might leave, I packed it away with the cloak. If you wish, I can fetch it now." Ming spoke softly, trimming the candle's wick. The cloak and jade pendant were not the shopkeeper's, but rather the belongings of the gallant young man who had once saved her. At the time, she had been asleep, and when she awoke, she found herself at the entrance of the Yangzhou government office, draped in that very cloak, which concealed the pendant in its inner pocket. To protect her reputation, her father had advised her to keep the matter private. For years, he had secretly inquired in Yangzhou and Qingqing, yet no news ever came, and the matter was eventually forgotten. Nian Yin, burdened with thoughts, remarked, "If you have kept it safe, retrieve it for me upon our return home. Who knows? Perhaps one day the owner will come to claim it. It has been so many years, perhaps they have long forgotten it." Miying replied dismissively. The days on the river were arduous, and with her leg injured, Nian Yin could only lie in bed, gazing at the slivers of light filtering through the gaps. The light shifted gradually, dimming until it vanished completely. On the third morning, the ship docked at Qingqing. Her brother Lu Xiao, along with her cousin Lu Hao and younger sister Yao Er, were already waiting at the pier. As the ship drew near, Nian Yin spotted another figure, none other than Shun Xian. Chapter 4. The ship arrives at Qingqing. Shun Xian, nearing the age of maturity, was 2 years older than Nian Yin and Shun Yao, and though not tall, he possessed a rare alabaster complexion among men. This fair skin made his handsome features stand out even more vividly. From a distance, he spotted Nian Yin and smiled. A spirited young man who radiated brightness amidst the crowd. Any ordinary woman would surely be captivated by his sun-like handsomeness. Upon receiving his smile, Nian Yin politely returned it as she assisted her father and a group of maids and servants in disembarking from the ship. Lu Xiao approached them from the dock. Having recently attained the title of Jinshi at the age of 18 and was personally appointed by the emperor as the third-place scholar, he was married to Wang Shuyan, the daughter of his superior, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Wang Ji. Now serving in the Ministry of Justice, though his rank was modest, his influence was considerable, allowing him to investigate nobles and officials alike, while also holding the power to scrutinize governors and county magistrates. Shortly after taking office, he apprehended several corrupt officials exploiting their power for personal gain, earning a notable reputation in Qingqing and commanding respect in the imperial court. Nian Yin, apprehensive that her father might truly have her carried on a bamboo litter, feigned that her leg was well. The more she tried to conceal her discomfort, the more awkward her gait became. Her cousin, Lu Hao, noticing her peculiar movement, approached and playfully ruffled Lin Er's hair before teasing Nian Yin. "What mischief has my little sister been up to? Have you once again climbed over someone's wall and injured your leg?" Having lost his father at a young age, Lu Hao had learned the art of business under his uncle, Lu Xing, and at 17 was sent to manage affairs in Qingqing. He was affable and open-minded, not one to be bogged down by trivialities, and after 5 years in the capital, he had cultivated many connections, now recognized as a prominent figure in the business community. Often referred to as Boss Lu, the siblings always exchanged banter when they met, and traditionally, Nian Yin would not back down, eager to engage in a spirited argument, unwilling to let past grievances lie dormant. However, in the presence of so many, she chose to forego a quarrel and simply replied, "How astute of you, second brother. I indeed fell while climbing a wall." Lu Xing, observing the onlookers, hastily intervened to smooth things over, saying there were many moving arrangements, and the maids were careless. Unfortunately, Nian Er tripped over a box they had carelessly placed. "I fell on the ship, and at my age, I should know better than to be careless," Lin Er candidly stated. Lu Xing coughed discreetly to mask the truth. "Cough, cough. Nian Er's injury is trivial. The doctor assured me she will recover in 3 to 5 days." Nian hoped her leg would remain injured for a few more days, sparing her the hassle of visiting numerous relatives. She playfully tugged at Lu Xing, saying, "Father, I can hardly walk. How could it be nothing serious? I may need to recuperate for a month." Lu Xing, fearing that Shun Xian might be concerned, quickly dismissed her worries. "Nonsense, it's merely a small injury. Do not be so delicate." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to express their concern, assuring her that she would soon be well again. With so many people showing simultaneous concern, Nian Yin felt a twinge of guilt and offered a flurry of smiles in response. Yao Er stepped forward and took her hand. "So, this time you truly intend to stay? I have long dreamed of you coming to live in Qingqing, so we can share each day like we did in Suzhou." Though Yao Er's beauty did not quite rival Nian Yin's, she was still a striking young woman. With her lively and free-spirited nature, she possessed a heart as delicate as a fine jade, which was the foundation of their deep friendship. Without waiting for Nian Yin's reply, she continued. Ever since I heard you were moving to the capital, my brother has been even more impatient than I. He has been counting the days. And today he even skipped Master Liao's class to accompany me. Shen Xian's face unexpectedly flushed with a rosy hue. Uncle Lu and my father are old friends. Since my father is occupied with official duties, it is only fitting for me, as his nephew, to extend my greetings. Last March, Shen Xian fell ill and missed the imperial examination. This year, with the Emperor's grace, there will be an additional round of trials in August. I have invited Master Liao, formerly of the Hanlin Academy, to enlighten and teach at our family school. Several young gentlemen from the Shun family, along with renowned young masters from the capital, have come to study at the Shun residence. Thank you, young Master Shen. Nian Yin bowed her head in greeting. Shen Xian stepped forward. Yet Nian Yin instinctively took a step back. Shen Xian smiled reassuringly. Sister Zio, there is no need for such formality. You may call me Xianer as you did in our childhood. Though my family has been away from Suzhou for 8 years, the memories of our youth are still vivid, as if they were yesterday. Few dare to call Nian Yin by her full name. Only he remembers it seriously. Indeed, Nianer, you used to follow behind, calling me brother when you first learned to walk, yet now you seem distant. Lu Xing's remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Nian Yin's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. Not far along the official road, a young gentleman clad in white was bidding farewell to a friend. Perhaps the wind had caught him as he coughed lightly. As you depart for Liuzhou to gather inspiration, Master Yang, please take care of yourself. I hope to see you return soon, so we may complete the compilation of the Chronicles of Liuzhou. Yin expressed, longing for Master Yang's swift return. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, and given the strong winds by the river, please return. Master Xiao, Yang Xiong, the compiler from the Hongwen Pavilion, replied, bowing respectfully. Xiao Yin nodded, watching Yang Xiong depart. Young master, your cold has not yet fully subsided. It was unnecessary for you to personally see Master Yang off, Chu Yu. The attendant beside Xiao Yin adjusted his cloak. Xiao Yin gazed towards the riverside, his eyes lingering on the group conversing by the dock. He spoke softly, "It matters not. It is merely a slight ailment, nothing serious. Master Yang's journey will take at least 1.5 years, and the customary courtesies must not be neglected." Chu Yu looked in the direction Xiao Yin was observing. Is that not Lord Lu from the Ministry of Justice and the son of the Shin minister? Xiao Yin withdrew his gaze and nodded. Indeed, it is Lord Lu and Shen Xian. That young lady must be from the Lu family. I have heard tales of their immense wealth. And the Lu family daughter is reputed to be one of the most beautiful in Suzhou. It is a pity she has a limp, Chu Yu remarked, gazing at Nian Yin, who walked with a slight limp. Xiao Yin casually glanced. Nature has its imperfections. Perfection is a rarity. Since we have encountered them here, should you not extend a greeting? Chu Yu suggested. Xiao Yin replied coolly, there is no need. I am not well acquainted with Shen Xian, nor do I have ties with the Lu family. Observing Chu Yu frowning in deep thought, he said, while we may not have significant ties with the Lu family, one must note that Lord Lu would still refer to you as uncle in a familial context. Xiao Yin cast him a sidelong glance. Since when have I attained such a high standing? Chapter 5. The second son of the Jingbei, Wang Fu my lord. You see, the matriarch of the Dong family from the Ministry of War is a cousin of our princess, so you ought to address Director Dong as cousin. The third son of Director Dong is wed to the daughter of the Su family, whose matriarch is Lord Lu's aunt. Therefore, Lord Lu must indeed address you as uncle in accordance with familial ties. Chu Yu meticulously unraveled the interconnections among the families. Xiao Yin felt dizzy from his incessant chatter and shot him an annoyed glance, saying, you truly have too much time on your hands. Gulme, accompany me for a stroll by the river to admire the newly constructed embankment. Here by the dock, old acquaintances reunite, and there are endless tales to share. Seeing that onlookers were abound, Lu Xiao, wary of drawing attention, swiftly changed the subject. It is getting late. My father and younger siblings must be weary from their journey. We can reminisce further once we return home. The group boarded the carriage, with maids and servants trailing behind, burdened with numerous belongings. Upon reaching the South City Gate, the Lu family was halted by the guards, who stated that all passing vehicles were to be inspected. Strangely, Zhou Huyuan, the third son of the Taibao residents, stood in front of the guards, commanding them with an air of authority. The passengers, fatigued from their travels and with Lu Zhao's sister injured, found the prospect of disembarking for inspection quite exhausting. Lu Xiao, with a smile, addressed the officer, "Captain Zhou Huyuan, my father is advanced in years and has endured several days of travel. This carriage carries my family. I hope you might consider granting us a favor." Upon hearing this, Captain Li glanced at Zhou Huyuan. Though he intended to accommodate Lu Xiao, he knew today his orders were not solely his to decide. Noticing Zhou's disapproving expression, he could only respond respectfully, "Lord Lu, the higher-ups are keeping a close watch. We are merely following orders. Since these are indeed Lord Lu's family members, we shall not inspect the luggage. However, we must ask the occupants to disembark for a brief inspection before allowing passage." Seeing Captain Li's refusal, Shun Xian alighted from the carriage to plead with him. Naturally, Zhou Huyuan dismissed her, leaving Captain Li caught in a difficult position, unable to suppress a wry smile. Xiao Ian and Chu Yu arrived on horseback at the South City Gate and observed Lu Xiao and Shun Xian negotiating with the guards. Approaching, he inquired, "What has transpired?" Captain Li, noticing Xiao Ian's approach, offered a respectful bow. "Ah, it is the second young master. Today, there is a joyous occasion at the Taibao residence. To prevent any disruptions from bandits outside the city, the Qingqing government has issued strict orders to inspect all incoming vehicles and pedestrians." Understanding Zhou Huyuan's presence, Chu Yu chuckled quietly. It must be that the third young master has invited some young lady to his residence, fearing her family might come to reclaim her. Zhou Huyuan, with keen ears, chuckled in agreement. Today is indeed the third young master's wedding day to concubine Jiao. Chu Yu continued to tease Xiao Ian. This third young master truly brings honor to his imperial aunt. He is almost rivaling the emperor's 3 palaces. Xiao Ian tightened the reins, casting an angry glare at Chu Yu, who quickly fell silent. Lu Xiao, with utmost decorum, saluted Xiao Ian, while Shun Xian, though familiar with him, had never interacted before. Seeing Lu Xiao bow, she followed suit. With a polite smile, Xiao Ian urged his horse forward, addressing Captain Li. "Given that these are Lord Lu and young Master Shen's family, there is no need for such extensive inspection. Please allow them to pass." Captain Li hesitated, glancing again at Zhou Huyuan, second young master. Orders from above mandate that all entering carriages be inspected. Xiao Ian's displeasure was evident as he sternly addressed Zhou Huyuan. "What is this? Is Zhou Huyuan unwilling to extend this courtesy to the Jingbei Wangfu?" Zhou Huyuan contemplated for a moment, then chuckled dryly, gesturing to the guard at the gate with a wave of his hand. "Let them pass." After bidding farewell to Xiao Yan, Lu Xiao, and Shun Xian with a respectful clasp of hands, he departed on horseback with Chu Yu. Yao and Yin Yin shared a carriage, feeling the vehicle begin to move. She lifted the curtain and glanced outside, excitedly calling out to Yin Yin. "Yin Yin, look, it is Xiao Yan, the second son of the Jingbei Wangfu." However, by the time Yin Yin drew back the curtain, he had already vanished, leaving only his silhouette atop a horse, tall and slender, clad in flowing white, possessing a certain charm. Their belongings had been transported to the Lu residence in Qingqing days prior, along with a group of maids and servants who had arrived early to prepare. The Lu family's estate in Qingqing was divided into eastern and western courtyards. After Lu Zhao's marriage, he resided in the eastern courtyard, while Yin Yin and her companions would occupy the western courtyard. The 2 courtyards were connected by a garden, allowing for convenient passage without disturbing one another. In the eastern courtyard of the Lu residence, a woman of striking beauty, adorned in a delicate dress, lay resting on a bed in the inner chamber. Her forehead graced with a pale yellow headband trimmed in gold thread and adorned with pearls, devoid of any extravagant jewels. She was Wang Shuyuan, the wife of Lu Xiao. Her maid, Furong, entered to report, "Madam, the master has sent for Yongjiang to convey a message. The lord and second young lady, along with the young master, have arrived at the western courtyard and are currently organizing their things. They will come to visit you and the children shortly." Straightening her posture, Shuyuan responded, "Understood. Please assist me in preparing my attire." The elder maid and servants remained in the western courtyard to tidy up. Each member of the Lu family claimed their respective rooms before gathering in the eastern courtyard. As a throng of people entered the hall, Shuyun was already seated, impeccably dressed. She had changed into a pale, purple skirt and jacket adorned with dark peony patterns, complemented by a striking back cloud of red agate and pearls. On a Zeton wooden chair, a cushion and pillow edged with gold thread lay invitingly. The floor was laid with golden bricks from the imperial kiln. A few carved screens of yellow pear wood, resplendent in their detail, caught the eye, with newly framed ancient paintings subtly visible behind them. Over 20 strings of white crystal bead curtains separated the inner room from the parlor, and the light filtering through the windows sparkled upon the crystal beads like fragments of brilliance. Nian Yin mused that even a palace could scarcely boast such opulence. Her brother truly cherished his sister-in-law, even forgetting their grandfather's edict against extravagance. Seeing everyone arrive, Shuyun promptly rose to greet them. Her husband, Lu Xiao, approached with long strides. Supporting her with a hint of reproach in his tone, "My lady, why do you leave the inner chamber? I have been cooped up for over 20 days, and it truly vexes me. It is no harm to take a stroll. My daughter-in-law has paid her respects to her father-in-law." Shuyun bowed to Lu Xing. He quickly interjected, "We are family. There is no need for formality. Seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. Where's the child?" "Sheng Gu'er is in the inner room." Shuyun instructed the maid Furong, "Please call the nurse to bring Sheng Gu'er out." Nian Yin took Lin Er's hand, and together they stepped forward to greet Shuyun. "Sister-in-law, may you be well." Lu Hao also called out, "Elder sister-in-law." Shuyun nodded repeatedly. "Little brother has grown quite tall, and sister has become even more beautiful, resembling a celestial being. I just heard from the maid that you injured your leg. How do you fare now?" Nian Yin replied softly, "Much better, though not completely healed." As Shuyun observed her walking, she thought there was nothing serious. She quickly beckoned everyone. "Sister, please sit down. Father-in-law, you all sit and talk. Brother Hao is quite the busy man, and it's rare to see you in the capital." Lu Hao flashed a sly smile and took a brocade box from the servant. Handing it over, "I've been quite busy, but I thought I ought to present my little nephew with a unique gift. The other day, I acquired a piece of exquisite sheep fat jade and had it set with a gold necklace. As soon as it was finished, I came right over." Shuyun accepted the brocade box and opened it to take a glance, her face revealing satisfaction. As it was evident that Lu Hao's jade was of exceptional quality, she handed the item to her maid, Furong, and became more amiable with words like, "Yours. One might think I would send you away empty-handed. After all, I am your dear sister-in-law, am I not?" Lu Hao chuckled in agreement, and a crisp sound echoed as the white crystal curtains swayed. The wet nurse emerged from the inner room, cradling Sheng Gu'er. Everyone gathered around as if to behold a rare treasure, while the child's bright, curious eyes darted about, intrigued by the commotion. Lu Xing cherished his grandson, and Sheng Gu'er smiled at him, causing his face to blossom with joy. Nian Yin pinched her father's back lightly. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, but then recollected something and quickly instructed the servants, "Bring the items over." Chapter 6. The considerate sister-in-law of the servants carried in a chest filled to the brim with precious items. Lu Xing selected 2 pieces from the chest and opened them. "These are gifts for your father and Nian Lin for Sheng. The rest is not necessary for now. You two should keep them carefully." These gold locks were crafted by the master of Rue Feng Lu, and their design is quite rare even in the capital. "This jade pendant was left behind by your grandfather, said to be from the Han Dynasty Palace. I couldn't bear to give these to any of you, so I have reserved them for Sheng Gu'er as a family heirloom." Nian Yin glanced at the chest, though she couldn't see everything clearly. She noticed the vermilion box contained South Sea pearls as large as green grapes. She had seen them in her father's study before, and there were a total of 66. It seemed her father had truly spared no expense and emptied his treasure trove. Lu Xiao rummaged through the cabinet, feeling quite pleased, yet he politely remarked, "Father, this is too extravagant. Sheng Gu'er is still an infant under a month old, and you've prepared even the 4 treasures of the study for him." Lu Xing chuckled heartily, surveying the room until his gaze settled on Lu Hao and Nian Yin. "This is our Lu family's eldest grandson. Naturally, I hold him in high regard. In the future, when you all have branches and leaves of your own, I shall not be stingy with my gifts." Lu Hao turned his gaze outward, recalling that he had married a wife 2 years prior. However, their bond was fleeting. She had passed away merely 6 months after entering the household. Lu Xing had suggested several times that he remarry, but Lu Hao had always declined, perhaps still holding on to the memory of his late wife. Yin Yin lowered her head, and no one took up Lu Xing's words. Shu Yin offered polite words and instructed the servants to carefully store the items. Shen Gu'er began a fuss, and the wet nurse took him out to nurse. Shu Yin busied herself with arranging for everyone to sit down, and the servants served tea. Shu Yun spoke. Yesterday, I had the west courtyard thoroughly cleaned once more, and all the utensils have been replaced with new ones. Seasonal flowering plants have been added to the garden. If you find anything lacking, do not hesitate to send someone to inform me. I have also arranged for the tidying of Hao's room. Since you usually reside at the shop, your sister-in-law is unaware of your preferences, so I instructed them to decorate it accordingly. Lu Hao quickly responded, "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your consideration. I have grown accustomed to living at the shop. However, since my uncle and the others have arrived, I shall naturally return to the residence. I am not particular and would be content with a simple arrangement, so there is no need to trouble yourself." Shu Yin did not respond to him, but continued, "The arrangements for Lin's studies have been finalized. He will join the Wang family's educational pursuits and keep company with my younger brothers. That is indeed splendid. Lin, quickly express your gratitude to your sister-in-law," Lu Xing prompted, indicating for Lin to stand. Lin clasped his hands together and bowed neatly to Shu Yun, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Shu Yun took a sip of her warm tea and passed the cup to Fu Rong. "We are all family. There is no need for formality, little brother. My father-in-law has been experiencing palpitations and chest pains in recent years. Coincidentally, the esteemed physician Liang from the Royal Medical Institute returned to the capital a few days ago for family visits. My mother has a close friendship with his wife, and I have already informed her of this matter. In a few days, I will invite him to examine my father-in-law." "That is wonderful. Thank you, my dear wife, for your thoughtfulness," Lu Xiao said, looking at his wife with great satisfaction. His father nodded in agreement, adding, "Shu Yin always considers these matters thoroughly." Lu Hao perhaps could not remain seated any longer. He exchanged a glance with Lu Xing. "I have heard that women who rest too long during the postpartum period may suffer from back pain. I think it best for us to return home now, allowing my sister-in-law to recuperate properly." Lu Xing hurriedly stood up, saying, "Indeed, Shu Yun, you must not overexert yourself at this time. I have brought many high-quality medicinal herbs and tonics for you, which I have entrusted to Steward Zhou. Do not hesitate to use them. Once you finish, my father will send more. After several days on the boat, your younger siblings are tired. We shall take our leave of the West Courtyard for now and visit again on another day." The others followed Lu Xing as he stood, while Shu Yin tried to retain them for a moment longer. As they exited, Yin Yin supported Mi Ying and walked at the back, only to be called by Shu Yin. With a beaming smile, Shu Yin looked at her and said, "Why are you so quiet today, dear sister? Are you feeling shy? I remember last year during the New Year in Suzhou, you were quite the chatterbox." Yin Yin forced a smile. "Perhaps I did not sleep well on the journey. I lack energy today. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law." Shu Yin suddenly took Ziyu's hand. "Sister, consider this place as our old home in Suzhou. I have always envied other families with sisters living together, as it is both lively and heartwarming. Unfortunately, my family consists solely of brothers. Now that you are here, my wish is fulfilled. Let us treat each other like biological sisters and do not stand on ceremony with me." Sister-in-law Wang Shu Yun is renowned in the capital for her grace and poise, her actions always measured and appropriate. Over the past 2 years since Lu Zhao's marriage, Shu Yun has managed the east courtyard of the Lu residence with great efficiency, ensuring that Lu Xiao enjoys a fulfilling and blissful life. Lu Xing often praises Nian Yan, saying, "Your sister-in-law is a true lady of the gentry. Our Lu family is fortunate to have married her." Nian Yan, regaining her composure, quickly replied, "That is wonderful. In the future, I shall not hesitate to trouble my sister-in-law. I hope you do not find me bothersome." Shu Yun gently patted her hand, saying, "How could I? I would be delighted." In the early morning, the maids in the courtyard began their cleaning and scrubbing, for it seemed that the arrangements made yesterday had not been completed before dusk fell. Having moved to a new place, Nian Yin tossed and turned all night, finally finding a restful sleep just as dawn was breaking. Ming did not rouse her, but allowed her to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Ming was just leading a servant carrying water for washing towards the room when a younger maid approached the entrance to report. "Sister Ming, has the young lady awakened?" Ming paused to inquire. "What is it?" The maid continued. "The eldest son of the Shun family has arrived and is conversing with the master." "Understood," Ming replied, and returned to the room to call for Nian Yin. Upon hearing that only Xin Xian had come, Nian Yin feigned sleep and ignored her. Ming, feeling helpless, summoned the earlier maid and instructed, "You go inform the master that the young lady has caught a chill on her travels and is feeling fatigued. She will pay her respects later." Xin Xian brought a painting for Lu Xing uncle. She said, "My father specifically entrusted me to deliver this cherished piece, the waterfowl and geese, which he has treasured for many years, as a housewarming gift." Lu Xing accepted the painting, opened it, and with a beaming smile exclaimed, "Gu Kaiji's art is indeed a rare gem. His works can be aptly described as ingenious and evocative, particularly the nymph of the Luo River, which is a masterpiece of the ages. Alas, due to the turmoil of war, the original has vanished. What a pity." Shun Xian smiled in response. "Uncle, your expertise in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting is well known. My father often praises you." Flattered, Lu Xing beamed. "Oh, not at all. Your father has thrived in Qingqing for 8 years, enjoying a prosperous career and rising steadily in rank." "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle," Shun Xian replied. "My father and you grew up together. I recall when we studied under the same teacher, who praised your father as a prodigy, while I was deemed not suited for scholarly pursuits. In a few years, you indeed became the top scholar and married the esteemed tutor's daughter. Your future is undoubtedly limitless." Lu Xing remarked with a hint of envy and regret. Shun Xian smiled knowingly, her eyes sparkling with pride. When Ming returned to the room, she found Nian Yin with her eyes open, cheerfully saying, "My lady, when did you acquire a morning grumpiness?" Nian Yin playfully poked her forehead. "I, your lady, usually rise only after I am no longer irritable. Next time Shan Xian visits, father can handle it. There is no need to disturb me." With that, she turned over and went back to sleep. "My lady, the son of the Shun family is an esteemed guest. We cannot treat him lightly. Should we offend him, and he becomes our future son-in-law, we would surely face repercussions." Ming nagged while tidying the bed curtains. Nian Yin, upon hearing this, sat up. Given the long-standing friendship between the Shun and Lu families, it would be proper for the elders of the Shun family to pay a visit now that the Lu family had moved to Qingqing. The Lu family had been there for 2 days, and even if Mr. Shun were busy, surely Mrs. Shun ought to come to the Lu residence. The elders had not made an appearance, while only Xin Xian had been diligently visiting. The Shun family wielded considerable influence. If she were to marry into that family, they might not regard her with any esteem. The thought left her feeling discontented, and with a solemn expression, she declared, "What future son-in-law? Speak no more of such nonsense, or I shall not spare you." Chapter 7. The painted screen and flowing silk. Ming was puzzled by the sudden outburst of her young mistress, and was about to speak when the curtain was pulled aside slightly. She hurried over to take a look, and outside, a maid's voice rang out. Miss Furong has arrived alongside the young madam." With the arrival of her sister-in-law's companion, Nian Yin found herself unable to refuse any longer. After Ming helped her change into a new outfit and tidied her hair, she urged quickly, "Please come in." Furong entered, accompanied by 2 maidservants of similar age to Ming. Before they were seen, their voices could be heard. "My lady, you have been weary from your travels these past few days. Why not rest a little longer before rising?" Nian Yin did not respond to her remark, but instead inquired, "Has Miss Furong come for some matter for my sister-in-law?" "The young madam is in good health. You need not worry," Furong replied, smiling as she gestured to the 2 maidservants beside her. "Huaping, Laish, come forward and greet the young lady." The 2 maidservants approached, bowing to Nian Yin. The lead maidservant introduced herself. "I am Huaping, and this is Laish." Furong beamed as she pointed at the 2 maidservants, saying, "These are the most skilled ones in the young madam's household. Huaping can effortlessly create the latest hairstyles from the capital, and Laish has a deft hand in makeup." The young madam has mentioned that you, dear lady, are in your prime and would greatly benefit from having such capable individuals around you. Though Yin Yin did not wish to dismiss her sister-in-law's kind intentions, she was uncomfortable with so many unfamiliar faces surrounding her. She gently declined, saying, "How can this be appropriate? If my sister-in-law has sent them here, then she—" "The young madam insists," Furong interjected before Yin Yin could finish, "that now you are a married woman, there is no need for such concern. You may rest easy and allow them to attend to you. Huaping, come and style the young lady's hair in the most fashionable manner from the capital." With no way to refuse, Yin Yin acquiesced and allowed Huaping and Laish to proceed with their work. The makeup and styling from the capital were indeed more refined than those from Suzhou, and as they worked, the maidservants began to shower her with compliments. Furong stepped closer and exclaimed, "Look at our young lady, dressed up. She resembles a fairy from a painting. I have heard that the eldest son of the Shun family has arrived. When he sees you, he surely will not be able to look away." Yin Yin's smile faltered, her heart heavy as if a stone had been lodged within. She was not merely an object to be polished and preened for the gaze of a suitor. Suppressing her frustration, she told Furong, "I will keep these two maidservants. If you have no other matters to attend to, please convey my thanks to my sister-in-law." Seeing the conversation turn unpleasing, Furong exchanged a few polite words before taking her leave. As the senior maid beside her sister-in-law, she was quite close to her. Before departing, Yin Yin instructed Miying to see her off and reminded her to slip a gold ingot into her hand as a token for tea. After Furong's departure, Yin Yin retrieved 2 gilded hairpins from her jewelry box and presented them to Huaping and Laish, saying, "Ladies, I will rely on you from now on." Huaping accepted them graciously, while Laish hesitated, repeatedly refusing. Ming took the hairpin and pressed it into Laish's hand, saying, "Just accept it. Our lady is sincere in her gift." Only then did Laish express her gratitude and accept the offering. Though they were in service to her sister-in-law, Yin Yin still felt the need to inquire about their backgrounds. Yin Yin settled down and inquired about the origin of the maid, Huaping, who had brought her tea. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Huaping replied, "I hail from Wuchuan, located in the outskirts of Beijing. I am a born servant of the Wang family, having come here with a young mistress." After taking a sip of tea, Yin Yin continued her questioning. "Are there others in your family?" With pride akin to recounting cherished family heirlooms, Huaping stated, "My mother serves as Madame Wang's confidant, Jiang Mama, while my father oversees the kitchen's purchases. I am their only daughter." Yin Yin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Lu Sha, asking, "What about you?" Lu Sha timidly stepped forward, her gaze lowered as she answered, "I am from Yuanjiang, 15 years of age. My father has passed away, and I have a widowed mother and 2 younger brothers at home. I have been in the household for a year and a half." Setting her teacup down, Yin Yin addressed the two, "Very well. You need not attend to me any longer. Please accompany Miying to your quarters and tidy up. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask her. There is no need for formality. Conduct yourselves here as you did with your mistress." The two curtsied before departing with Miying. After some reflection, Yin Yin perceived Lu Sha's timid nature, suggesting a lack of cunning. However, she discerned Huaping's arrogance, stemming from her status as a born servant, which required careful navigation in their interactions. Meanwhile, Lu Xing had finished his tea and had engaged in conversation with the younger generation. Yet Yin Yin had yet to come to pay her respects. Anxiously, he called for a maid to summon her. Shunxian promptly intervened, saying, "Uncle, Yin Yin has just arrived after a long journey and has caught a chill. Let her rest well. I recall there are pressing matters at home, so I shall take my leave and visit her another day." Lu Xing felt somewhat embarrassed, attempting to persuade him to stay, but Shun Xian stood and bid farewell. As Shun Xian departed, he was accompanied by his attendant, Xing Er, who noticed the disappointment etched on his face. "Young master, it seems you came specifically to see the young lady of the Lu family," he remarked. Shun Xian replied nonchalantly, "The Shun and Lu families have long-standing ties. Naturally, I must look after Yin Yin." Xing Er, clearly skeptical, chuckled, "Young master, you must have a fondness for the Lu girl." Shun Xian turned to glare at him. "You speak too freely." On the day of the Lu family's banquet, the hall was filled to capacity. Just the relatives and friends from his sister-in-law's family alone filled over 20 tables. The entire Shun family was present, with male guests in the Ninghui Hall and female guests in the Lu Dai Pavilion. Shun Xian scanned the room, but did not spot Nian Yin. Losing interest in conversing with friends, he stepped outside. The Ninghui Hall and Lu Dai Pavilion were connected by a courtyard. Shun Xian paced outside the courtyard, occasionally glancing inside. Yao Er, seated beside her mother eating fruit, noticed her brother peering in and dashed out. "Brother, what brings you here?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Shun Xian took a few steps and replied, "I have a stomach ache," and came out for some fresh air. Yao Er, noticing his bashful demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. "The banquet hasn't even started, and you've already overeaten. I see you're here to find Yin Yin." Shun Xian's face flushed deeper as he glanced away, hesitant to respond. Understanding her brother's shyness, Yao Er peeled a peanut and said, "Yin Yin isn't here." Upon hearing her words, Shun Xian's expression fell significantly. Yao Er placed a peanut in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully before stating, "I heard from Sister Lu that Yin Yin's leg is hurting again, so she stayed in the west courtyard to rest. Is it very painful? Has she seen a doctor?" Shun Xian inquired with urgency. Yao Er swallowed her morsel and replied, "It should be nothing serious. After the banquet, I will go check on her and let you know." "Brother, would you like some peanuts?" Shun Xian shook his head, feeling disheartened as she returned to the main hall. The banquet commenced, and the guests were already seated. Outside, Lu Hao's loud voice proclaimed, "What esteemed guests! Please come in." Lu Hao entered with Xiao Yian. Chapter 8. The full moon banquet. Xiao Yian donned a lake blue brocade robe, his hair partially tied up, exuding an air of affability without losing his noble bearing. Following closely was his guard, Chu Yu. The guests at the table rose in unison, clasping their fists in greeting, with those familiar addressing him as the second young master, while others referred to him as Lord Xiao. Some older attendees even called him Little Prince. Xiao Yian acknowledged them with a nod, signaling for them to take their seats. Inside, Lu Xiao heard the commotion outside and hurried to greet them. Given that Xiao Yian had previously assisted the Lu family at the South City Gate, and both were officials in the court, Lu Xiao had extended an invitation to the Jingbei Wangfu, not anticipating that Xiao Yian would come in person. Surprised, he welcomed, "Lord Xiao has arrived." Lu Xing followed him out, unfamiliar with Xiao Yian, but recognizing the distinguished demeanor of the young man and hearing guests refer to him as Little Prince. He promptly approached to pay his respects. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Forgive my lack of proper welcome. Please come inside." Lu Xiao quickly guided Xiao Yian into the inner chamber, where a single table was set, attended by notable figures from the court. Shun Xian's father, Shun Qua, and Lu Zhao's father-in-law, Wang Ji, were among the attendees. Upon seeing Xiao Yian, everyone stood to bow in greeting. The hall buzzed with murmurs. "How'd he come? I hadn't heard of any ties between the Lu family and the Jingbei Wangfu. If one were to trace the connections in the capital, every family has some degree of relation. The Dong family of the Ministry of War is a cousin to the Jingbei princess, and the Su family is related to the Dong family as well. If Lord Lu were to call Lord Su his uncle by marriage, would that not establish some connection?" A knowledgeable and enthusiastic guest clarified for the crowd. "Ah, but that's quite a distant relation," another interjected. "They say this second young master is well-mannered." And it appears to be true. With the Jingbei prince absent from the capital, he has not neglected any formalities. In the past, he would send a steward to pay respects, but today he has come personally. How unusual. Who knows? Recently, Wang Zhongqing has been favored by Her Majesty, and today is the banquet for his grandson. I imagine many will want to show their faces. The crowd surveyed the room, noting not only officials from the capital, but also local officials from surrounding counties, while others may be unaware. The Jingbei Wangfu hardly needs to curry favor with the Wang family. The prince has long been stationed at the border, indifferent to court affairs. And as for the second young master, he is even more aloof, regarding power and wealth as mere refuse, truly a soul detached from worldly matters, wholly devoted to the study of sages. Speaking of the Jingbei prince, the war with Beizhou has been ongoing for nearly 2 years now. One wonders when it might come to a halt. Perhaps soon, as Beizhou has been quiet for several months, but with no victories in sight. One questions the purpose of such strife that brings only hardship to the people. Come, let us feast and drink, with the presence of the esteemed king of Qingqing. We need not harbor any worries. The eastern courtyard buzzes with life and merriment, while Nian Nian finds herself alone in the western courtyard, feeling a hint of boredom from her prolonged solitude. Initially, she intended to avoid the banquet by evading Qingqing, but upon noticing her awkward gait, her father expressed concern that outsiders might gossip, thus granting her permission to refrain from attending. After sharing a meal with Miying, Ping, and Lu Sha, she assigned them some embroidery tasks and retreated to a pavilion overlooking the bustling eastern courtyard. In recent days, Ping has taken it upon herself to oversee Nian Nian's every move, and even Miying has observed her sneaking into the eastern courtyard at night. Nian Nian detests being scrutinized. If the two of them are indeed spies planted by her sister-in-law, they will undoubtedly be dismissed. As she gazes at the lively scene in the eastern courtyard, Nian Nian's attention is suddenly captured by an intriguing sight. Her sister-in-law's second brother, the young master of the Wang family, is seen entwined with the maid Haitang, traversing through the bamboo grove towards the lake. Observing the inappropriate advances of the young master towards Haitang, who appears unperturbed, it is evident that their clandestine escapades are not a rarity. How unfortunate it is that she alone bears witness to this spectacle. It is imperative that her sister-in-law is informed to make early preparations. Nian Nian devises a plan to test Ping and Lu Sha. Should they harbor ulterior motives, capturing them in the act would serve as an opportune means of dismissal. As the banquet progresses, Lu Hao, slightly intoxicated, stumbles towards the inner chamber with a wine jug in hand. Xiao Ian is seated with the esteemed guests, and when Lu Hao enters to toast, he fills the air with pleasantries yet lingers, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Xiao casts a glance at him and remarks, "How? You may leave. My father and I will oversee matters here." Lu Hao glances at Xiao Ian before bowing slightly. He insists, "Second young master, come drink with me outside. Mingling with these old fellows is rather dull for some of your age." The moment his words escape, the room falls silent, laughter ceasing abruptly. Lu Xiao sets down his cup, admonishing him sternly, "You overstep." Lu Xing, taken aback, surveys the expressions of the assembly, and then looks to Xiao Ian fortunately. The attendees share a deep bond with the Lu family and are unlikely to take offense. Bring Lu Hao out, Lu Xiao instructs the attendant Yong Jiang, hastily offering apologies to Xiao Ian and the other guests. Xiao Ian rises, "No offense taken. I arrived in haste and have yet to greet my friends outside. Please excuse me." Lu Hao shakes off Yong Jiang's grasp, proudly approaching Xiao Ian and guiding him to the table where Shun Xin awaits in the side hall. Xiao Ian gestures for everyone to forego excessive formalities. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement with Shun Xian, Lu Hao calls for everyone to raise their glasses in honor of Xiao Ian. "Come, let us toast the second young master. It is truly an honor to have you grace our humble abode today, illuminating our gathering with your brilliance." The two gentlemen at the table share a knowing smile, likely amused by Lu Hao's awkward phrasing. Lu Hao points at them, "Do not laugh. You two have known me long enough. My eloquence may falter, but my words are sincere. Now raise your glasses." Xiao Ian warmly joins the assembly in drinking a toast. Lu Hao ensured that Xiao Ian was settled before attending to other guests. Shun Xian had long heard that among the royal relatives in the capital, this second young master was the most unassuming. He raised his glass in a toast to Xiao Ian, expressing his gratitude for the assistance rendered the previous day. Although Xiao Ian's visit was ostensibly to offer congratulations, he was, in fact, eager to befriend Shun Xian. Shun Xian's late maternal grandfather, the esteemed Zhang Taisher, had traveled extensively through Lingnan after retiring, documenting his experiences in a travelogue. This work contained detailed descriptions of the region's geography, climate, and cultural nuances. Xiao Ian, currently engaged at the Hongwan Pavilion, sought to reference Zhang Taisher's travelogue for an upcoming local chronicle. However, despite 2 attempts to borrow it, he had been rebuffed. It was no surprise, as the Shun family had previously established a rule against lending it out. The Shun family head, Shun Qua, had once lent the travelogue to a few friends, but one of them accidentally spilled tea on it, rendering the pages damaged and the writing illegible. Much to Madame Shun's dismay, Thus, the rule was firmly set. When Xiao Ian encountered Shun Xian at the South City Gate, he recalled his desire to borrow the book. Knowing that the Shun and Lu families were on amicable terms, he decided to attend the banquet upon receiving an invitation from the Lu family, hoping to meet Shun Xian. In Chapter 9, titled What a Heartfelt Dilemma, Xiao Ian took a sip and smiled gently at Shun Xian, saying, "A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. I have heard that young Master Shun is preparing for the August Imperial examination. May I ask who your esteemed teacher is?" Shun Xian respectfully replied, "My mentor's surname is Liao, and he currently teaches at my family's academy." "Is it the renowned Liao Zhiyuan from the Hamlin Academy?" Xiao Ian inquired further. "Indeed, that is correct. You know my mentor as well?" Shun Xian responded. Xiao Ian smiled slightly. "It appears that I share a connection with young Master Shun. My instructor in the palace was also Master Liao." Shun Xian was elated and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! Master often praises you, Sir Xiao, for your vast knowledge and eloquence, yet he never mentioned this connection. I'm only just realizing it today." Xiao Ian let out a sigh of relief. "It has been over 3 years since I last saw Master Liao. I wonder if he is well." Shun Xian's face glowed with joy. "He is doing well in my residence. Next month, we shall hold a poetry gathering. If the second young master would grace us with his presence, I shall send an invitation to your esteemed house, and you may reminisce with your mentor." "That would be splendid," Xiao Ian chuckled lightly. "Gulme, let me toast to young Master Shun." As Shun Xian raised his glass, the other young gentlemen at the table followed suit. After several rounds of toasts, Xiao Ian had consumed quite a bit. Chu Yu, standing nearby, advised, "Young master, it is time for us to return." As Xiao Ian stood to bid farewell, he inadvertently collided with Lu Hao, who was carrying a wine jug. The entire jug spilled over him, soaking his garment. Lu Hao hurriedly apologized. "I am terribly sorry, second young master," as he began to roll up his sleeves to assist. Xiao Ian stopped him. "No need for concern. Chu Yu, please prepare the carriage." Feeling quite remorseful, Lu Hao suggested, "Second young master, please allow me to escort you to change into a fresh outfit. It would not reflect well on the Lu residence if you were to leave in wet clothing." Unable to decline, Xiao Ian instructed Chu Yu to prepare the carriage and followed Lu Hao to his room to change. Nian Yin returned to her room, summoning Miying. She mentioned that the young master of the Shun family had sent a servant to request a meeting by the lake in the eastern courtyard, deliberately letting Hua Ping and Lu Sha overhear. Accompanied by Miying, she stealthily exited and hid behind a rockery. Indeed, Hua Ping soon followed them out. Nian Yin instructed Miying to trail Hua Ping from a distance, intending to catch her in the act after informing her sister-in-law. She herself concealed in a pavilion, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. As the eastern courtyard remained quiet, Nian Yin turned back only to see Lu Hao returning to his chamber, cradling a large brocade box. She wondered if her cousin had acquired something valuable from the guest's congratulatory gifts, wishing to claim it for himself. Descending from the pavilion, she approached her cousin's quarters, intending to share a hearty laugh at his expense. Her cousin was not in the hall, yet the inner door was shut, which she deemed suspicious during daylight hours. With a swift push, she flung open the door, exclaiming with delight, "Caught you red-handed." To her astonishment, the sight before her made her wish to vanish into the ground. A man stood bare-chested, his back turned to her as he changed clothes. Nian Yin barely caught a glimpse of a strong, smooth back, skin as white as jade, prompting her to turn her head in embarrassment. The man heard the noise and turned. Without uttering a word, she fled. As she ran deep into the garden, her heart raced uncontrollably. Although she had grown up with her cousin, it was utterly mortifying to see him as an adult in such a state. To her surprise, his face was scruffy, yet his complexion remained fair. She initially considered returning to explain herself, but ultimately decided against it. If family members saw, it was no great matter. Seeking to clarify would only create discomfort. Assuming there would soon be commotion among the womenfolk, she composed herself and returned to the pavilion to observe the spectacle. Indeed, it was not long before several individuals made their way to the lakeside. She had anticipated only her sister-in-law's presence, but was taken aback to find both Lady Wang and Madame Shun there as well. If her clandestine meeting with Shun Xian were to be true, she would find herself in a most embarrassing predicament. What could Lady Wang's purpose be in joining such an affair? Surely, the Wang family must be eager for a union between the Liu and Shen families. With this match, they could align themselves with the Shun family patriarch, Shun Qua. In this light, her role as a pawn seemed quite significant. She resented being manipulated, treated as a mere object to be maneuvered at will. Alas, Lady Wang's intention to catch her own son in the act would surely be a spectacle. If only she were closer to discern the expression on her face. The Wang family, known for their pride, would likely be furious after learning that Lady Wang had commanded her second son to take Hai Tang as his wife right in front of Madame Shun. While privately seething with rage, within a couple of days, Nian Nian leveraged the situation of Hai Tang being taken as a wife and, under the pretext of her sister-in-law's need for assistance, returned Huaping. Wang Shuyun, being a meticulous person, must have deduced the entire sequence of events. Embarrassed, she personally sought out Nian Nian to explain, stating that her intentions were purely benevolent, concerned that the newcomers might feel out of place. Thus occasionally sending Huaping to inquire about their well-being, urging Nian Nian not to overthink it. Nian Nian chose not to press her sister-in-law further. The Wang family's backyard was a complex tapestry of relationships, with Lord Wang possessing one wife and 3 concubines, 8 sons, as well as an aunt who had been divorced and lived with her mother, along with a cousin, all devoted to their grandmother. Having been raised amidst the intrigues of the inner courtyard, it was commonplace for her to send out spies. As for familial alliances, profiting from them was a customary strategy among noble families, so it was hardly surprising. She informed her sister-in-law that they were all family and there was nothing to hide. If there were any inquiries, they could be posed directly in the future. Xu Yun, perhaps feeling embarrassed, did not visit the western courtyard for several days. Upon their next encounter, Nian Nian and Xu Yun conversed and laughed as if nothing had transpired. When a screen was taken away, Lu Sha voluntarily knelt to confess, stating that the young mistress had instructed them to keep watch and report any actions or words of the young master of the Shen family. She was timid and had always felt that such actions were akin to espionage, and unable to reconcile with her conscience, she had never sent any messages. On one occasion, Lu Xing and Lu Xiao prepared lavish gifts to visit the Shun family. The Shuns had remained silent for a long time, and Nian Nian understood that her father's intention was to propose marriage. At 17, she recognized that the Shun family's lack of response could not delay Lu Xing any longer. If he procrastinated, she might become an old maid. Although Nian Nian initially hesitated to accompany them, Lu Xiao insisted firmly. He argued that since arriving in Qingqing, Nian Nian had yet to pay her respects to Lord Shun and Lady Shun, which was a matter of propriety. Eventually, she conceded, realizing she would have to face it eventually, and that an early visit might bring her peace of mind. If the marriage was to come to fruition, she could then relinquish her worries and prepare for her impending nuptials. Chapter 10. An unobtrusive presence. Both Lord Shun and Lady Shun were present in their residence. And after a round of pleasantries and casual conversation, Nian Nian sensed that, although polite on the surface, there was an underlying lack of warmth in their demeanor. After a brief tea session, she followed Yao Er to the garden to play, while Shun Xian invited Lu Xiao to view his latest literary work. Only the elders from both families remained, and Lu Xing broached the subject of Shun Xian's marriage. Lord Shen simply remarked that Shun Xian had yet to achieve his academic credentials, hence the matter of marriage could not be rushed. Lu Xing cautiously mentioned the old agreement between the two families, to which Lord Shun and Lady Shun did not deny, smiling in agreement but offering no further elaboration. Lady Shun even remarked that Nian Nian possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, suggesting that any family fortunate enough to marry her would be blessed. The Shun couple engaged in a subtle verbal sparring, neither rejecting nor affirming his proposal, merely exchanging polite formalities. Having spent many years in business, Lu Xing was well aware of the Shun family's intentions, understanding their thoughts with crystal clarity. Their reluctance to agree was, in essence, a polite refusal, unlike commerce. Where there is room for negotiation, matters of marriage are not transactions, especially not in the case of his Nian Nian. While he ardently wished for Nian Nian to wed into the Shen family, He understood that a forced union would not yield sweetness. The Shun couple likely sought a more favorable option, unwilling to directly refuse him, both for the sake of familial harmony and to secure their own Qingqing. With Shun Xian harboring affections for Nian Yin, dashing his hopes could jeopardize his future as the examinations approached. Lu Xing returned home with Nian Yin and Lu Xiao, having skipped lunch, fully aware that the marriage proposal had not come to fruition. Lu Xiao still clung to his fantasies, asserting that the feelings shared between Shun Xian and his sister were of utmost importance. After the autumn examination, once Shun Xian secured a place in high school, the Shin family would undoubtedly come to propose. Lu Xing merely responded, "Then let us wait a little longer." Nian Yin chased after her father to the study. "Father, if Shun Xian does not succeed this autumn, we shall have to wait another 3 years. If he fails again, it will be another 3 years. And I shall be an old maid by then." Lu Xing chuckled at her words. "Oh, my dear, I have thought this through. We need not be fixated solely on Shun Xian. There are countless fine young men in this world. I will certainly find you a suitor who surpasses Shun Xian by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Nian Yin shot her father a disapproving glance, a shy smile creeping on her face. In her heart, she believed there were indeed many who exceeded Shun Xian, particularly the gallant young hero who had rescued her that year, handsome beyond compare and valiant beyond measure. Such was the man she wished to marry. As she pondered, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Lu Xing continued, "Your uncle Shun now holds a second-rank official position. He is not the same as before. We will inevitably have dealings with him in the future, so do not let this matter sow discord. As Shun Xian's examination approaches, should you encounter him, simply encourage him to study diligently and refrain from saying anything else. If you were to jeopardize his future, you would have no way to justify it." Nian Yin felt indignant. Her father was willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of their family's future. She thought it best to inform Shun Xian, so he might understand the fickleness of his parents and reconsider his approach. Lu Xing quickly interrupted, "Ah, you must not speak carelessly. Should Shun Xian cause a scene due to your words, what will become of your reputation as a young lady? Life is challenging. Sometimes one must endure." Nian Yin obediently nodded. "I understand, father." The thought of not having to marry Shun Xian seemed to lift a weight off her shoulders. Unbeknownst to her, Nian Yin had already spent 2 full cycles of the moon in the capital. Sister-in-law Wang Shuyun had been diligent in her visits, coming every 2 to 3 days. Lu Xing saw no need for her to visit daily, so he encouraged her to refrain from such frequent inquiries. Eventually, her visits became less frequent, and they found a comfortable rhythm in their lives. Lu Lin attended the Wang family's private school daily, while Lu Hao continued to reside at the shop, only returning home when necessary. The west courtyard often remained occupied solely by Nian Yin, Lu Xing, and a few maids and servants. The family business was well managed by Lu Hao and Uncle Zhong, so Lu Xing felt no need to visit daily. Yet, being a man of concern, he would often immerse himself in the weaving workshop during his spare time, engaging with the workers about new textile patterns, coming and going from dawn till dusk, busily immersed in his endeavors. Yao Er frequently visited Nian Yin, taking her to explore various places in Qingqing, which alleviated her sense of confinement. As the novelty of her new surroundings faded, life settled into a plain and straightforward rhythm, reminiscent of her days in Suzhou. With the marriage arrangement with the Shun family now void, she felt unrestricted in her actions. That year, she distinctly remembered the young hero speaking in the Qingling dialect, confirming he must be from Qingling. In recent days, she had dispatched people to inquire about him, but had met with no success, leaving her in a state of deep frustration. The pomegranate flowers in the courtyard bloomed vibrantly red. After a rain last night, a few unopened buds had fallen to the ground. Ming lamented as she picked up the fallen blossoms. This flower could have become a pomegranate. What a shame. Nian Yin reached out and plucked several vividly blooming flowers, which stirred a deeper concern within Miyang, who inquired with confusion, "My lady, what purpose do you have for these blossoms?" Nian Yin offered no response. Instead, she carefully separated one of the flowers, extracting its crimson petals one by one and kneading them into a small sphere. She presented it to Miyang, saying, "Didn't T. Lu Sha suffer a nosebleed yesterday?" Stuffing these petals into her nostrils should staunch the bleeding. Later, you shall deliver these flowers to her. They may prove beneficial. With that, she handed the gathered blooms to Miyang. She is a traitor, and yet you show her such kindness, Miyang murmured, perplexed. Nian Nian, while continuing to gather pomegranate blossoms, replied, it is rare to encounter someone as meticulous and efficient as her. Although she was not my own before, she has sworn loyalty to me, and I trust her. Nian Nian had initially intended to send Lu Sha back to her sister-in-law. However, Lu Sha, with tears streaming down her face, pleaded with her, explaining that her two younger brothers were still small and their mother was too ill to work, relying solely on her meager earnings for sustenance. If she returned, the young mistress would surely cast her out. Lu Sha swore by her mother, and it was this that led Nian Nian to decide to keep her, even providing her with some money to help with household expenses. The plight of women in this world is already arduous. What is more remarkable is that she carries the burden of an entire family, yet remains steadfast in her principles without straying onto a misguided path. Miyang accepted the flower buds from Nian Nian's hands, her expression one of confusion. My lady, from where did you acquire this remedy? Nian Nian gently patted the flower's stamen, stating, I gleaned this knowledge from medical texts. It is no mere folk remedy. Pomegranate flowers possess hemostatic and astringent properties. In Nanjun, there has long been a custom of consuming pomegranate flowers or brewing wine from them, and some even use the flowers for rouge. Perhaps I shall concoct a box of rouge for you to try tomorrow. Miyang, clearly unimpressed, repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. No need at all. To tease me so early in the morning, how dreadfully idle you are. A youthful voice rang out from a distance. Nian Nian turned to see Yao Er approaching with a lively gait. Upon Yao Er's arrival, Miyang promptly stated, Miss Shun, please continue your conversation. I shall take these to Lu Sha. With that, she departed. Nian Nian, delighted by Yao Er's presence, remarked, you arrived just in time. I have something to inquire of you. What is it? Yao Er replied confidently, as if there were nothing in the world of which she was unaware. Nian Nian hesitated briefly before speaking. In this capital, how many young gentlemen in their 20s who practice martial arts do you know? Why do you ask this? Are you in search of suitor? Yao Er responded, astonished. Nian Nian's cheeks, already tinted with color, flushed even deeper, resembling the fiery hue of a pomegranate flower. A friend has asked me to inquire. If you know any, please share. Yao Er sighed lightly and smiled mysteriously. A friend, you say? In our dynasty, which has long favored literature over martial pursuits, the young men, striving for a promising future, invariably focus their efforts on scholarly endeavors. The few young gentlemen I know do not practice martial arts. For this matter, I believe only the matchmakers at the Red Daughter Pavilion might be of assistance. Nian Nian, both embarrassed and vexed, playfully chased after Yao Er. Exhausted from their chase, the two sat upon a stone bench by the lake to rest. Suddenly, Yao Er sprang to her feet. I just remembered. You once mentioned being saved by a young man in Yongzhou. Could the person you spoke of be that gallant hero? Nian Nian nodded slightly, feeling uneasy about the immense debt of gratitude she owed to someone without having repaid it. You're not thinking of offering yourself in return, are you? Yao Er teased. Nian Nian frowned and replied, how could that be? Perhaps the person has already married. I knew it. Such an antiquated notion as offering oneself in exchange could never apply to you, Yao Er remarked with a furrowed brow. She continued, if you're seeking someone, my perspective holds merit. In Qingqing, the matchmakers are well aware of the stature and demeanor of every young gentleman. And yet you say that. Nian Nian shot her an annoyed glance. By the way, what brings you here today? I am here to inform you that in a few days, we shall host a gathering at our residence, and the ladies and gentlemen acquainted with the Shun family from the capital will be attending. Coincidentally, Master Liao will also hold a poetry event that day, and many young gentlemen will be present. Since you wish to inquire about the gentlemen of the capital, it will be prudent for you to attend, Yao Er warmly invited. Nian Nian felt trepidation at the thought of going to the Shun residence. That might not be feasible. I may not be free that day. What could possibly keep you occupied? We've agreed upon this, and I must take my leave now. I shall come to fetch you on that day, Yao Er insisted, leaving no room for argument. Nian Nian was often conflicted in her sentiments. Just a day later, she donned a carefully crafted male attire, accompanied by Mi Ying, and ventured to the largest matchmaking establishment in Qingqing, the Jinyu Pavilion. Chapter 11. Jinyu Pavilion. Upon their arrival, a young attendant welcomed them into a private room. A slightly plump woman entered gracefully, her demeanor calm and poised, her gaze neither servile nor haughty. Nian Nian immediately recognized that the woman was adorned in the exquisite cloud brocade of the Liu family. The light gray top and deep red skirt, embroidered with peonies, accentuated her generous figure without appearing gaudy. Nian Nian mused to herself, Qingqing truly rivals the capital. Even the matchmakers here exude a certain elegance absent in Suzhou. The woman scrutinized the two of them from head to toe, her expression revealing a knowing yet discreet demeanor as she addressed Nian Nian. Good sirs, I am Lu Mama, a long-standing figure at the Jinyu Pavilion. Who in Qingqing does not know of me? Nian Nian cleared her throat. Greetings, Lu Mama. We hail from Wuzhou, and my family runs the Tianyuan Bank there. I have a younger sister seeking a suitable match in Qingqing, and I must trouble you to assist us. With that, she discreetly placed a silver ingot into Lu Mama's hand. In times past, it was not uncommon for merchants to seek alliances with officials, and many families aspired to marry their daughters into Qingqing. Making up identities was quite easy. Though fabricated, such a persona needed to be credible enough to impress the matchmaker. The Tianyuan Bank in Wuzhou was a chain establishment with long-standing business ties to the Liu family. The second son had even sought a marriage proposal in Suzhou. Nian Nian was well-versed in their circumstances. The family had 3 sons, but no daughters, and should word of this venture leak, it would merely result in a comical misunderstanding. Lu Mama's eyes widened involuntarily upon catching sight of the silver ingot. Clutching the ingot tightly, he immediately rose and inclined his body towards Nian Nian, saying, What are you saying, my lord? In our line of business, there is no such thing as trouble. At Tianyuan Bank, we have 3 branches just in Qingqing. This is a significant enterprise. Whatever your requirements may be, please do not hesitate to express them. There is nothing I cannot arrange or connections I cannot forge. Nian Nian stood to welcome Lu Mama as she took a seat. The sister I seek must be neither too old nor too young, ideally between 18 and 22 years of age. She should possess large eyes and a tall stature, but most importantly, she must be skilled in martial arts. Lu Mama, brimming with confidence, inquired, My lord, do you seek someone for an official position or for business? Both are acceptable. Apprentices, assistants, guards, or servants would all suffice. Nian Nian replied with a smile. Lu Mama's expression turned troubled. It is indeed rare for a gentleman to overlook lineage when seeking a partner. However, what you may not know is that our Jinyu Pavilion is the premier matchmaking establishment in Qingqing, and we have yet to engage with apprentices, assistants, guards, or servants. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Lu Mama, and introduce us to suitable gentlemen. Nian Nian responded cheerfully. Lu Mama swiftly exited and soon returned, carrying a box about a foot long, which she placed before Nian Nian before departing once more. Upon opening it, Nian Nian discovered a collection of identification tokens. She picked one up and read aloud. Wu Xiaoyuan, 18 years old, the illegitimate son of Tai Shiling Wu Qingqing, with large eyes, dark complexion, high nose, a scholar, skilled in Kuju, and slightly stuttering. He has met the 3rd daughter of the Counselor Geng's family, a favored suitor of the Wang family in Qingqing. Before she could finish, Ming could not help but laugh. Lu Mama returned, holding another box, and hurriedly snatched the token from Nian Nian, placing it back inside the box. My lord, this is against the rules. It can only be implied, not explicitly stated. Allow me to handle this. Cradling the box protectively, Lu Mama continued, In Qingqing, we have the sons of officials and merchants, including external military commanders, all around 20 years old, with large eyes and tall stature. Oh, my apologies, Nian Nian said, smiling awkwardly. Is each person's information this comprehensive? Of course. We are the largest matchmaking establishment in the capital, Lu Mama replied with considerable self-assurance. After a moment of contemplation, Nian Nian spoke. May I inquire about a certain individual, the eldest son of a counselor, Shen Xian? Are you familiar with him? She was not particularly concerned about Shen Xian. She merely wished to ascertain if the Shun family was indeed distancing themselves from the Lu family, and whether any princess or noble lady had set her sights on him. Finally, Lu Mama set the box down, crossed her legs, and took a sip of tea. She began, "You have asked the right person. Young Master Shun is indeed a paragon of virtue and elegance, hailing from a prestigious family with a commendable temperament. All the young ladies in the capital are enamored with him. The third miss of the Zhou family, the fifth miss of the Zhao family, the list goes on. Even Miss Sun of the Lin Guogong's household has her eyes on him. It seems young Master Shun is quite popular, and once he passes his examinations, the threshold will surely be trampled. With his distinguished family background, scholarly prowess, and handsome appearance, it is no wonder so many are drawn to him." Ming glanced at Nian Nian, as if to remind her of something. Madame Lu observed that Nian Nian remained silent, and raised her voice, stating, "I know of a man whose appearance is so remarkable that in the city of Qingqing, he can claim the second place, with the first being utterly unattainable." Both Nian Nian and Mi Ying lifted their heads, listening with rapt attention as if to a captivating tale. Clearing her throat, Madame Lu began her narrative. "He is none other than the second son of our esteemed General Wei Yuan, the king of Jingbei, named Xiao Cheng, styled Ian. This Xiao Ian possesses a pair of enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes that elicit great affection, a face like a jade crown, and a demeanor that surpasses many, truly rendering women envious." Nian Yin and Mi Ying were entranced, and Mi Ying inquired, "Does he have a family?" "He is yet to wed," Madame Lu replied. Mi Ying, perplexed, questioned, "Such a handsome man. Why is he not married?" "A fine question indeed," Madame Lu responded. "Xiao Ian is the son of a prince and has spent several years in the company of the Empress Dowager, holding a prestigious status. However, he has been unfortunate in his timing and possesses excessive pride. When he was conferred his title, other young lords were secretly working hard, providing considerable benefits to the Empress, and they all received lucrative positions, while the Empress completely overlooked him." Nian Nian and Mi Ying gasped in astonishment. At that time, he composed a poem titled Wang Gu, filled with exquisite words and overflowing talent, intended to demonstrate to the Empress his lofty aspirations for the people and the nation. Yet, the Empress merely remarked that he, being born into affluence, should not harbor such thoughts of commoners. She carelessly bestowed upon him the trivial title of a secretary for managing books. Madame Lu displayed a look of regret. "Alas, he is still so young. What use is all that pride? In this era, who isn't striving desperately to ascend? But then again, it is not as if everyone in the capital is driven by greed for power. With his striking appearance, even a commoner would surely have maidens vying for his attention." Nian Nian lamented. "Indeed, since this young man reached adulthood, suitors have come daily, filling the street with carriages. Yet, he has turned them all away, eventually barring his door to them altogether, leaving each suitor disheartened and rejected. In his daily life, he avoids the young ladies, scarcely exchanging a word, while those young masters seeking his counsel pass freely, and rumors abound." Madame Lu hesitated, as though reluctant to continue. "Do tell, what rumors are circulating?" Mi Ying inquired with curiosity. Madame Lu lowered her voice. "It is said that he is inclined towards the same sex and holds no affection for women." Nian Yin and Mi Ying exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What could Xiao Ian possibly look like? In Nian Yin's mind, an image emerged of a delicate figure, like a willow swaying in the wind, a handsome man feigning modesty while clutching his heart. Lost in thought, she shivered involuntarily. Madame Lu's loud voice interrupted Nian Yin's reverie. "Greetings. The rumors are mere fabrications and should not be entirely trusted. Furthermore, concerning the matrimonial affairs of royal kin, they are beyond our jurisdiction. Let us return to the matter at hand. In accordance with your esteemed wishes, I shall introduce you to the gentleman mentioned, the legitimate second son of the distinguished scholar from the Lan family, the esteemed Chun family of Jingzhao Yin, the Zhao family from the Advisory Council, the Yu family from the Ministry of Revenue." Several hours passed, and Mi Ying, with her hand supporting her head, began to doze off. Nian Yin instructed Mama Lu to retain several name cards, meticulously transcribing their names, before bidding farewell to Mama Lu. Mama Lu, with a lively sway, continuously urged Nian Yin Take your time to observe, inquire, and should you take a liking to any family, do not hesitate to inform me. There is no matchmaker in all of Nanjing that I cannot accommodate. Nian Yin and Mi Ying scurried to 2 or 3 matchmaking houses, stealthily perusing the names. Aside from the son of the Yu family, who was dispatched to Guilin and thus unavailable, they had glimpsed at the others, near and far, but none resonated with them. The Yu family remained unperturbed, as it was the maternal uncle of Nian Yin's sister-in-law, and they would surely meet in due course. Mi Ying inquired, "My lady, shall we visit another matchmaking house today?" Nian Yin, disheartened, could hardly muster her spirits. "Let it be. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We must contemplate alternative strategies." On this day, father did not venture to the shop, and the kitchen had already prepared lunch. Nian Yin entered her father's chamber to summon him for the meal. Lu Xing was practicing calligraphy in his study, appearing quite spirited. The 4 characters Shang Shan Rua Shui flowed effortlessly from his brush. "Father, it's time for lunch," Nian Yin called out. "Nian, you arrived just in time. Come and see how I fared with these characters." Lu Xing beckoned her. Nian Yin took the calligraphy and examined it closely. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. It possesses a certain ethereal elegance, reminiscent of the style of the revered right general." "Haha, I too find it commendable," Lu Xing responded with a hint of pride. The daughter suggested that it be framed and hung in her father's study, where it would be most fitting. Lu Xing, filled with delight, agreed, "Very well. Where did you go yesterday? I did not see you all day," Lu Xing inquired, setting down his brush. "Where else could I have ventured? I merely accompanied Mi Ying to seek out that young hero," she replied hesitantly. "I went shopping with Yao Er. You, dear child, still possess such a youthful spirit. So playful. While you were absent yesterday, guess who visited our estate?" Lu Xing spoke mysteriously. Nian Yin, intrigue, asked who? "The young prince from the Jingbei Wangfu. The second son, Xiao Ian. What brings him to our home? Do you know him?" Lu Xing queried. Nian Yin quickly shook her head. Lu Xing chuckled. "He originally came to deliver a strategy book to your brother. Since your brother was on leave yesterday, it was delivered to the residence. He also took the opportunity to pay a visit to me in the West Courtyard, mentioning that the Lu family has relocated to Nanjing but has yet to formally call upon us. I found him to be quite handsome, exuding an air of nobility, yet possessing a gentle demeanor, calm and respectful. He is destined for great accomplishments." I remarked to father, "It seems you are rather pleased by his mere glance. I have heard he is not in favor and currently serves as a mere secretary. What greatness can he truly achieve?" Nian Yin countered dismissively. Lu Xing, with a serious countenance, replied, "Father has never misjudged a person. Those who can endure while in a position of weakness, who exhibit both restraint and strength, are indeed exceptional beings." Nian Yin did not respond to Lu Xing's remark, as a thought suddenly struck her. Are not the assessments of court officials overseen by the Ministry of Personnel? What relevance does the censorate hold? Lu spoke slowly. It was once said so, but since the rebellion in Liangzhou 3 years ago, the matter has come under His Majesty's direct scrutiny, initially reviewed by the censorate before being presented to the palace. Nian Yin refrained from further inquiry, yet she pondered this in her heart. The nobility and gentry were not as splendid as they appeared. They lacked the straightforwardness of us common folk. In the afternoon, Nian Yin personally took a piece of calligraphy to an art shop. She handed the work to the proprietor, instructing him to frame it meticulously, promising to return in a couple of days. As she was about to leave, she noticed a delicate wooden object resembling an embroidered ball on the counter and began to fiddle with it. In her childhood, her grandfather had taught her to play with the Lubon lock. The 18 arhats, the dragon's tail, and treasures from a cage were all child's play to her. This object was far more intricate than those she had previously encountered, yet it posed no challenge. As she manipulated one of the wooden keys, the entire embroidered ball opened before her. However, reassembling it proved to be a challenge. After several attempts, she finally discerned the trick, and in no time, a complete wooden embroidered ball was reassembled. The proprietor hurried over, astonished. "Miss Lu, how did you manage to piece it together?" Nian Yin replied with a sense of pride. "It is not difficult. Simply align these tenons so that their grooves correspond." "Is that so? But why can't I assemble it this way?" The proprietor queried, visibly anxious. This? Nian Yin teased. It's something you must grasp intuitively. Practice will make perfect. Shen Xian was particularly attentive to Nian Yin, often bringing her treats. One morning, Shen Xian's servant, Qingqing, arrived at the Lu residence with a beautifully crafted box. Ming received the box, dismissed Qingqing, and hurried back to the young lady's quarters. Lu Sha was in the midst of styling Nian Yin's hair, demonstrating her remarkable skill with various hairstyles, to which Nian Yin had gradually grown accustomed. Ming entered the room, holding the box. Miss, the eldest son of the Shun family has sent another gift through Qingqing. Nian Yin glanced over and said, open it and see. Ming opened the box. Miss, it contains a set of paper, a striking crimson hue adorned with subtle floral and avian patterns. Quite remarkable. Qingqing mentioned that this was a special gift from the young master, brought from a friend in Shu, made from hibiscus skin and processed with hibiscus flower juice, hence named Huanhua paper. Once Nian Yin had completed her grooming, she examined the Huanhua paper. Its exquisite craftsmanship was both elegant and pleasing. Let us keep this safe. We must not lose anything sent from the Shen family. Eventually, Nian Yin did not articulate the rest. Yes, miss. The young master of the Shun family seems quite thoughtful, always remembering you with delightful gifts and varied treats, Ming remarked. You speak too freely. How would you know that it was sent solely for me? Madame Shun is known for her diplomatic dealings. It is customary for the young ladies and gentlemen of affluent families to each receive their share. Nian Yin made a concerted effort to distance herself from such notions. Ming sighed as if wronged and continued. Qingqing also mentioned that today, Master Liao from the Shun residence is hosting a poetry gathering, and Madame Shun is organizing a refined assembly. Male guests and female companions will each have their designated areas, and the Shun family will send a carriage to fetch you in the afternoon. Listening to Mi Ying's words, Nian Yin recalled the situation and felt somewhat conflicted. The so-called poetry gathering was merely an excuse for the young ladies and gentlemen of high society in the capital to meet and observe one another, a matter in which she held no interest. In the afternoon, a maid entered to announce, Miss, the young lady from the Shun family has arrived. Please invite her in, Nian replied, hastily setting aside her book and stepping outside to greet her. Nian, I have come specifically to take you to my residence and introduce you to a few acquaintances, Yao Er exclaimed with excitement. However, today my father has invited a theater troupe to our home, and I promised to accompany him to the performance, so I cannot go. Nian politely declined. Yao Er, aware of her friend's shyness, took her arm and urged, theater is hardly worth watching. You are new here and should seize the opportunity to broaden your horizons. This gathering is a rare chance. You are my dearest friend, and with your unparalleled beauty, you must let others see you, lest they become arrogant, relying solely on their looks. Yao Er continued to persuade her. Moreover, did you not praise the delicious food at our house? A chef from Yangzhou has just joined us, and even my mother has commended his dishes. It would be a pity for you not to taste them. I have already informed my uncle. Even if you do not attend, I will still insist on your presence. With that, she pulled Nian Yin's arm and led her out the door. Nian Yin had a deep appreciation for culinary arts, possessing considerable knowledge of the 8 major cuisines, excelling in flavors both sour and spicy, sweet and fragrant. She could easily be regarded as a gourmet critic, as she personally selected the chefs at the Lu residence. There were 2 chefs specializing in Huaiyang cuisine, one in Zhejiang cuisine, one in Shandong cuisine, and another who had been brought back from Ningbo by Lu Xing, specializing in Western region dishes. However, when it came to cooking herself, she remained at a novice level, barely able to prepare congee. If there was one thing she would not refuse, it would undoubtedly be food. Ultimately unable to decline, she followed Yao Er into the carriage. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Shun residence. Since arriving in Qingqing, Nian Yin had only visited the Shun family once before, and that encounter had been rather unpleasant for both parties. Thus, upon seeing the government plaque at the entrance of the Shun residence, she felt an involuntary unease. After that occasion, her father had reassured her, reminding her that Uncle Shun was now a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Rights, a position of great esteem, quite different from his previous status in Suzhou. Yet, the bond between the 2 families remained, and they would inevitably maintain correspondence, so it was best to act as if nothing had transpired, as they once did. Stepping down from the carriage, she looked up to see Shan Xian standing at the door, beaming with a smile. Due to the crowd, she merely nodded to Shun Xian and followed Yao Er inside. Yao Er led Nian Yin and Mi Ying to the side hall, where a significant number of ladies and maids were already present, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Although Nian Yin had ventured across the vast expanse of the land with her father, the gathering of women was something she found particularly daunting. Taking a deep breath, she entered alongside Yao Er. Upon entering, Nian Yin noticed Madame Shun attending to the guests, and she approached to pay her respects. Madame Shun nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating for her to take a seat. Before even taking a seat, the voice of a middle-aged woman echoed, "Miss Yao, who is this young lady you have brought? She appears quite unfamiliar." Yao replied, "Madame Lin, this is my dear childhood companion, Miss Nian Yin, the sister of Lord Lu from the Imperial Censor's office. She has recently arrived in the capital, so you may not recognize her." Madame Lin scrutinized Nian Yin from head to toe, her tone tinged with envy as she remarked, "Behold this celestial beauty. She may very well outshine my Xianger." Nian Yin, alongside Yao, performed her greetings to Madame Lin. Upon hearing Madame Lin's words, Mrs. Shun, Yao's mother, immediately paused her hospitality efforts and turned to speak. Before she could utter a word, another voice interjected, "Truly, the Lu family girl is a sight to behold. Yet who could forget the unparalleled beauty of the young ladies from our Duke's household, who are indeed the very epitome of grace?" The crowd murmured in agreement, "Indeed, indeed." A smile slowly spread across Mrs. Shun's face as she resumed her tasks. Madame Lin was inwardly delighted. Yao discreetly made a face, which Nian Yin noticed, prompting her to signal Yao with a glance. Below, a few ladies were whispering curiously about the Lu family. In the capital, where aristocrats abound, the Lu family hardly ranked among the elite. Any conversation about them inevitably led back to the esteemed Wang family of the Imperial Censor's office. Nian Yin's expression darkened slightly. Yao, noticing her discomfort, could not help but rise to defend Nian Yin. "Speaking of the Lu family, did you know that half of the silk merchants in Jiangnan bear the surname Lu? Have you heard of them?" Some in the audience responded with admiration while others scoffed, and Nian Yin caught snippets regarding merchants and trade women. Yao seemed to overhear their remarks and quickly countered, "Though the Lu family is indeed engaged in commerce, they have been honored by the emperor and empress, holding a status equivalent to that of scholars." In the third year of Emperor Zhao's reign, when a locust plague devastated the 5 provinces of Jiangnan, the elder Lu generously donated 1 million taels of silver, alleviating the court's urgent needs. The emperor, acknowledging this, conferred upon him the title of virtuous gentleman and permitted his descendants to participate in the imperial examinations and serve the government. In the 12th year of Emperor Zhao's reign, when the northern Zhao invaded, the elder Lu donated another 2 million taels for military expenses. Furthermore, the matriarch of the Lu family was invited to the palace to attend the empress's birthday banquet. Our Nian Yin visited the palace at the tender age of 8. The elder Lu's benevolence is countless, which has led to popular tales of the Lu family possessing an inexhaustible treasure trove of wealth. Nian Yin discreetly kicked Yao's foot, signaling her to cease her discourse. Her father had repeatedly advised her to remain modest and refrain from boasting. She found this counsel quite sensible. In the capital, nobles were as common as the stars, and the Lu family truly held no significant standing. Suddenly, Madame Lin's daughter stood up and performed a formal greeting to Nian Yin. "I am Lin Xiang, honored to meet Miss Lu. I am uncertain whether to address you as sister or younger sister." Yao quietly informed Nian Yin, "This is the legitimate granddaughter of Duke Lin, and that lady is her mother. So, this is the young lady from the Duke's household who admires Shun Xian. She is indeed quite charming." Nian Yin returned the greeting to Lin Xiang. "I am of the same age as Yao, being her elder by 2 months. Thus, I shall also address you as Sister Lu, just as dear Yao does." Lin Xiang smiled gracefully. Yao had always referred to Nian Yin as such since birth, never having called her sister. She clearly disagreed with Lin Xiang's assertion and promptly corrected her, saying, "I cannot call her sister. We are of the same age." with merely a month or two's difference. Such terms as sister and younger sister are cumbersome. It would be far more convenient to simply address each other by name. Indeed, Lin Xiang replied, graciously and humbly. Gradually, more young ladies and maids entered the room. Some exuded an air of opulence, while others possessed an elegant demeanor. Some were articulate and loquacious, whereas others were reticent, much like Nian Yan at that moment. During this time, Madame Shun and Yao Er introduced several ladies to Nian Yan, who responded with polite bows. Throughout the gathering, various ladies and servants cast glances at her or engaged in hushed whispers. Yet Nian Yan kept her head lowered, feigning ignorance. Yao Er, noticing Nian Yan's discomfort, reassured her, "They are merely intrigued by your unfamiliarity and your striking beauty. It is only natural for them to steal glances. You will grow accustomed to it in due time." As the poetry session commenced, the host had initially prepared exquisite rice paper and ink. Lin Xiang then instructed a maid to retrieve a stack of paper from her own box and distribute it among the guests. The lady who had previously praised Lin Xiang's beauty remarked, "The items from the Duke's residence are undoubtedly exceptional. This novel style of notepaper is a first for me. I have heard of a new kind produced in Shu, crafted from floral materials, which is quite rare. Could this be the very same? It is truly a revelation." Lin Xiang appeared genuinely delighted and addressed the assembly. "Indeed, it is newly crafted in Shu, presented as a tribute to my grandfather. I received a considerable amount. Today we are all illustrious ladies of literary merit, and this serves as a fitting complement to our talents." Lin Xiang graciously gifted several sheets to Nian Yan, who promptly expressed her gratitude. She noticed that it bore a striking resemblance to the paper Qingqing had gifted her earlier that morning. Miying, being quite straightforward, could not help but whisper to Nian Yan, "Miss, this paper is identical to what Master Shin presented you." This remark seemed to catch Lin Xiang's attention, as she displayed a flicker of surprise mixed with a hint of melancholy. Quietly returning to her seat, her spirits noticeably dampened. After a round of tea, poetry, music, and art critique, the young ladies vied to showcase their talents, all in pursuit of a reputation for both beauty and intellect within the elite circles of the capital. Suddenly, Mrs. Lin recalled Nian Yan, who had been hiding in the corner. "Miss Liu, it is well known that Suzhou is home to many talented women. Your Liu family is also a prominent household in Suzhou. One can only assume that your poetry, music, and artistic skills are exceptional. Might we be fortunate enough to witness some of your talents today?" Caught off guard by the sudden spotlight, Nian Yan had intended to remain an observer, not to compete with the other ladies. Now, silence was not an option. In response to Mrs. Lin, she humbly admitted, "I regret to say that I have been quite unruly in my youth and have not dedicated myself to study. I am not particularly skilled in music, chess, painting, or embroidery, so I would prefer not to embarrass myself." "Oh, what sorts of books has Miss Liu read? What are your strengths?" Mrs. Lin inquired further. Nian Yan replied, "I have read a few military treatises and studied horseback riding in my childhood." While she had indeed read military texts and could ride, she downplayed her abilities, leaving Yao Er incredulous as she glanced at her. Fearing that Yao Er might expose her, Nian Yan discreetly nudged her foot. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Lin remarked, "It seems the young lady from the Liu family is quite the heroine." However, Mrs. Lin appeared less than satisfied with this response. The assembly turned their eyes upon her with disdain, making her feel decidedly out of place in that gathering. To alleviate the awkwardness, Madame Shun called for servants to bring tea and snacks. The poetry gathering hosted by Master Liao takes place in the northern garden. While the female guests have finished their refreshments and Mrs. Shun has arranged for a garden stroll, Nian Yan feigns discomfort and remains in the side hall to rest. In this assembly, she is hardly more than a mere extra, at best a figure brought in to fill the space, unnoticed whether she attends or not. Yao perceives her pretense and initially contemplates confronting her, but Mrs. Shun, after exchanging a few polite remarks, takes Yao outside. The womenfolk flock towards the Shun family garden. Nian Yan wanders back and forth in the hall a few times, sipping 2 or 3 cups of tea, yet the others have yet to return. She takes Miying and discreetly slips away to explore. She knows that after walking a short distance from the side hall, there lies a small garden. It is somewhat secluded, tranquil, and seldom visited. On this summer afternoon, the little courtyard is occasionally filled with the sound of cicadas. A pond glistens with a few floating lotus leaves, and the water lilies are just beginning to unfurl their delicate buds. Between two large trees, a swing is hung. Nian Yin and Mi Ying take a leisurely stroll before settling onto the swing. Mi Ying gives her a gentle push, and the swing soars higher. The girl's laughter resonating like silver bells. "Miss, shall we not join the garden stroll?" Mi Ying asks with a hint of disappointment. "What's wrong? Are you very eager to go?" Nian Yin replies dismissively. "I am thinking of you, dear lady. If you disregard the young gentleman of the Shun family. I just heard that today as poetry gathering attracts the finest youth in the capital. If you do not attend, they may be taken by others." Mi Ying's face reflects a sense of grievance, as if she has been deprived of her ideal suitor. Nian Yin, observing her seriousness, is unable to suppress a laugh and feigns composure as she glances at her. "Mi Ying, why do you resemble my father, worrying that I might remain unmarried?" Mi Ying scrutinizes Nian Yin with a sorrowful gaze, her tone reminiscent of a parent admonishing a child. "Indeed, my lady, although the master does not press you on your studies and has been lax for years, the skills of music and chess were taught by the finest female masters from Jiangnan. Yet before everyone, you claim ignorance of the arts and profess a love for military texts and horsemanship. If this were to spread, I fear no one would dare propose." Nian Yin dismisses her concerns with a light snort. Her words drift away with the gentle breeze generated by the swinging motion. "Let them spread if I cannot marry. I shall happily remain by my father's side. Those self-proclaimed lofty and pedantic scholars do not pique my interest. If the men of Qingqing seek a delicate, frail, and bookish beauty, I would rather remain single to avoid a mismatch that leads to mutual disdain." A soft chuckle interrupts her musings. Startled, Nian Yin leaps from the swing. Turning around, she sees a dashing young gentleman standing by the pond, gazing at them. Chapter 14. The handsome young man. This young man appears to be in his early 20s, with strikingly beautiful eyes. Clad in a flowing white robe, untainted and pristine, he stands on the verdant grass, resembling a painting come to life. Nian Yin had thought her brother to be a handsome man, but this individual surpasses him. Her heart skips a beat. The texts describe a discerning eye for beauty, yet enamored with youth. She reflects, having read numerous tales, she is aware that men of striking appearance often possess superficial charm, yet she finds herself captivated by his exquisite allure. "One can only say that I am but an ordinary person, yet there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity about this individual. Upon closer inspection, his visage bears a slight resemblance to the young hero from my memories, though his demeanor is entirely distinct. One is robust and capable, while the other exudes a gentle fragility. Could he be that very person?" My heart raced with anticipation. I decided to probe his thoughts first, observing his scholarly appearance. Dressed in understated elegance devoid of the arrogance and opulence typical of noble descendants, I surmised he must be a scholar under the tutelage of Lord Shun. This individual is indeed Xiao Ian. He seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing me, his gaze locking onto mine, and a hint of color crept onto his cheeks as he awkwardly averted his eyes. I thought to myself, he must have overheard my conversation with Mi Ying, where I spoke ill of scholars. He likely harbored some displeasure. I needed an excuse to engage him in conversation. Stepping forward with feigned composure, I reproached him. "Sir, though you possess a refined demeanor, what justifies your eavesdropping on a young woman's discourse?" Xiao Ian replied with calm deliberation, "I did not intentionally eavesdrop on your conversation, Mississippi. I merely passed by and happened to find intriguing." "Intriguing? Pray tell, what did you find so interesting?" I shot him a disgruntled glance. Noticing my displeasure, he adopted a more humble posture, sincerity shining in his clear eyes as he said, "I beg your pardon, Mississippi, rest assured. I'm not a gossip monger or a meddler in idle chatter." To my surprise, he turned out to be a modest and reasonable individual. My demeanor softened as I scrutinized him closely. "You must be a student of Lord Shun, correct? We are all based in the North Garden. What brings you here?" With a fan in hand, he lightly tapped his palm. "I am accustomed to solitude and have little affinity for such bustling affairs." I endeavored to strike up a conversation, hoping to ascertain whether he was indeed that youth from years past. Today's gathering is comprised of the esteemed daughters of the capital's prominent families. Would it not be a pity for you to miss it? He responded with a hint of indifference. If you find such enjoyment, you are welcome to attend. With that, he turned to leave. Feeling disheartened at my own lack of charm, I called out, "Please, stay a moment." Xiao Ian paused, his gaze lingering on my face. "What is it, miss?" I hurried over, and as our eyes met, my heart raced, rendering my speech somewhat faltering. Have we met before?" Upon hearing my words, a deeper flush spread across his cheeks as he averted his gaze and quietly replied, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." The events of 5 years ago were likely long forgotten by him. Back then, I had encountered peril in the wilderness, a matter concerning a woman's reputation, which I could not disclose now. What if he was not that person? "Have you ever practiced martial arts, sir?" I inquired delicately. A flicker of caution appeared in his eyes as he regarded my earnest expression, to which he replied softly, "I have not." Could it be that I was mistaken? Just then, I recalled the jade pendant I had brought with me today. In a flurry, I retrieved it from my bosom and presented it to him with both hands. "I chanced upon this object years ago. Sir, do you recognize this jade pendant?" Xiao Ian received the jade pendant and examined it closely before politely returning it to Nian Yan. "I do not recognize this item. Perhaps you should seek its rightful owner," he suggested. Could he truly not be the one? Nian exclaimed, hastily attempting to stop him as he turned to leave. In her fluster, she forgot to lift her dress, inadvertently stepping on its hem. She stumbled forward and fell against Xiao Ian, who instinctively caught her, causing his fan to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Nian Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Ian, taken aback, quickly released her. While many young women had once admired him, few had been as reckless as she. This young lady, who had previously indulged in clandestine activities at the Liu residence, had now disregarded propriety to throw herself upon him. Her character was laid bare. He gazed at her with piercing eyes and said, "Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum." Ming rushed over to assist. "Miss, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Yin Yin's reprimand, she felt compelled to defend her, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Ian. "Pray, how can you speak to her so?" Yin Yin, timidly interjecting, said, "I did not intend to. Do you not find such antics tiresome? I, a mere dull scholar, am hardly worth your attention. If you're truly bored, you might benefit from reading a few more books at home," he replied coldly. Having lived for 17 years, she had never before been subjected to such humiliation. "My reputation is now tarnished by your words," she thought, her eyes welling up with tears. She picked up the fallen fan, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Your fan." Xiao Ian, believing she would continue to pester him, impatiently accepted the fan. Nian Yan bit her lip, fighting back tears, her voice wavering. "You misunderstand. I swear upon the heavens that, despite my humble learning, I am familiar with the rules of propriety. I merely mistook you for someone else and stumbled. It was not my intention to act so thoughtlessly towards you." Still filled with anger, Xiao Ian cast a glance at her, but upon seeing her distress, he felt a twinge of compassion and gradually averted his gaze. As Nian Yan spoke of her sorrow, a few crystalline tears escaped her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "You, with the grace of the moonlight, must have countless admirers. I consider myself plain and unworthy to be compared to a person of your stature. I harbor no such hopes, neither today nor in the future. Please rest assured." Xiao Ian's previously impatient demeanor began to soften, revealing a hint of unease. He tightened his grip on the fan, then relaxed it, glancing at her several times as if he wished to say something. "Miying, let us depart." Nian Yin bowed slightly and began to leave with Miying. However, Xiao Ian lingered, feeling a mix of regret and unease as he stood alone for a moment. After walking a short distance, Nian paused to wipe the remnants of her tears with her sleeve, mentally chastising herself for mistaking him for that gallant youth. With a sigh of frustration, she muttered, "What is so remarkable about him? Just because he possesses a handsome visage, he assumes all women are eager to offer themselves to him." Ming commiserated. "A mere bookish fool, a pretentious scholar. Who cares for him? Miss, do not let him trouble your heart. Take care of your own well-being." Ming hurriedly handed over a silk handkerchief, exclaiming that she should have scolded him fiercely instead, questioning why the young lady had begun to weep first. Nian Yin wiped her face and pressed the handkerchief into Mi Ying's hand, asserting that her tears were meant to be seen by him. For someone as arrogant and aloof as he, evoking feelings of shame and guilt was far more satisfying than striking him. Upon returning to the side hall, they found the ladies of the household had returned. The tea sets and snacks had been cleared away, and Madame Shun was instructing the servants to commence the feast. Yao Er beckoned Nian Yin to take a seat, inquiring if her health had improved. Nian Yin nodded in response. Yao Er, with a knowing look, murmured, "You." During the meal, the guests exchanged polite compliments, praising the culinary skills of the Shun family's cook and the attentiveness of Madame Shun, while also remembering to commend the Duke's residence. Nian Yin felt uncertain about how to interject into the conversation and ultimately deemed it inconsequential, choosing instead to focus on her meal, remarking to herself that the dishes at Shin Manor were notably more delectable than before. As the banquet concluded and twilight descended, the guests began to take their leave, and Yao Er arranged for a carriage to take Nian Yin home. The two shared laughter along the way, until Yao Er lifted the curtain to glance outside and instructed the coachman to halt, leaving Nian Yin perplexed. With a mysterious smile, Yao Er said, "Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you," and pulled Nian Yin's arm to disembark. Chapter 15. The young miss of the Fu family. Once they stepped down, Nian Yin observed a man and woman on the opposite side of the street, engaging with one another as they boarded a carriage. The man, dressed in white, tall and slender, was none other than the bookworm she had encountered earlier at Shin Manor. By daylight, he exuded an air of aloofness, but under the cover of night, he was entangled with the woman, revealing himself to be a hypocrite. Nian Yin felt a surge of indignation as she followed Yao Er inside. They entered a tea house by the riverbank. As night deepened, the riverside glimmered with scattered lights, with boatmen occasionally seen rowing passengers across the water. The merchants had placed tea tables by the river, where small groups of patrons sat, enjoying a delightful scene. Nian Yin spotted Shun Xian seated alone at a table by the riverside. Upon noticing Nian Yin's arrival, Shun Xian rose with delight, saying, "You've come, Master Shun." Nian Yin greeted with a respectful bow. Shun Xian immediately approached her, saying, "Sister Nian Yin, I did not see you at the garden gathering. I presumed you preferred fewer people, hence our meeting here. I intended to introduce you to a new friend, but unfortunately, he had to leave early. Your brother must be referring to Xiao Yin, as I have noticed he's been spending time with him lately," Yao Er interjected, casually sitting down to sip her tea. "Is he the second son of the Duke of Jingbei?" Nian Yin inquired. "Indeed," Shun Xian replied as he gestured for Nian Yin to take a seat. "Yin is quite different from other young lords. He is exceptionally amiable. He has also been taught by Master Liao, making him somewhat of a classmate to me. We share a strong rapport, and he is attending the poetry gathering today." "Has he arrived? I did not notice him," Yao Er remarked nonchalantly as she picked up a snack from the table. "Perhaps there were too many people, and you overlooked him. Please enjoy your tea, Sister Nian Yin." Shun Xian poured a cup for Nian Yin and continued. "He was supposed to meet me here to collect some books, but when Miss Fu arrived seeking some calligraphy, he left with her." Yao Er, who had always been at odds with Fu Yuan Hung, expressed her irritation, saying, "That Fu Yuan Hung seems to be everywhere. She is truly insufferable." Nian Yin was aware that the current prime minister bore the surname Fu, and she inquired, "Which distinguished family does this Miss Fu belong to?" Yao Er, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Which family indeed? Isn't she merely the daughter of that treacherous minister?" "Silence. To slander a court official is punishable by flogging," interjected Shun Xian, cutting Yao Er short. The trio fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere stifling. Shun Xian poured more tea for Nian Yin, saying, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Dear Nian Yin, enjoy your tea." Nian Yin politely nodded in response. Shun Xian exchanged a glance with Yao Er, who promptly rose to say, "You both stay seated. I shall step out for a moment." Once Yao Er departed, only Nian Yin and Shun Xian remained, leaving Nian Yin feeling quite uncomfortable. Shun Xian, with a touch of shyness, spoke, "Nian Yin, you have changed remarkably since our childhood. You are now so gentle and dignified, possessing both beauty and wisdom, surpassing many of the esteemed ladies in the capital." Nian Yin blushed slightly, replying, "You flatter me, Mr. Shun. I'm not as remarkable as you suggest." Shun Xian brightened. "Do you recall our childhood escapades? The wall between our homes had a hole in it, and we would sneak in and out. Eventually, my father had it repaired, but you found a front entrance too cumbersome and taught Yao Er to climb over. She ended up tearing her clothes and was soundly punished by my father." Nian Yin had indeed been quite the mischievous child, scaling walls and trees, plucking fruits from neighbors' yards, often chased by their dogs. Recollecting such childhood mischief brought her a sense of discomfort. She managed an awkward smile. "Indeed, Yao Er bore the brunt of my antics and suffered many beatings because of me." Shun Xian, growing more animated, continued, "Speaking of which, the worst beating Yao Er received was when we were playing in my grandmother's room and accidentally shattered my grandfather's most cherished secret-colored porcelain vase." Nian Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shun Xian continued, "Uncle Lu sent someone to the porcelain capital for 2 months, yet they could not find an exact match. At that time, Grandmother Lu brought over a fine piece of roux-kiln white porcelain, offering it as compensation, saying, 'If this is insufficient, I shall offer my granddaughter to your family as a bride.'" Nian Yin picked up her teacup, taking a sip to mask her discomfort, and with a dry smile, she deflected. Those were merely childhood jokes. Suddenly, Shan Xian rose, seemingly resolute. "It was no jest," my father agreed at the time. "Nian Yin, I have always held our elders' words close to my heart, never forgetting." This Shan Xian was quite peculiar. The Shun family had already distanced themselves from the Lu family, so how could he remain unaware? It must be that his parents, concerned about his studies, had refrained from mentioning it to him. "Do not jest with me, Mr. Shun. Your father now holds a second-rank position, and the Shun family is vastly different from before. We, from humble backgrounds, cannot aspire to such heights. Like Yao Er, I regard you as a brother, akin to a real sibling. Let us not entertain such frivolous banter any longer." As Shun Xian was about to respond, Nian Yin hastily interjected, "I see that the sky is darkening. Father is waiting for me. If I return late, it may cause him worry." While speaking, she stood up and made her way toward the exit. "Nian Yin," Shun Xian called after her, a hint of grievance in his eyes, "allow me to escort you home." As she glanced back, she could not bear to gaze upon him. "There is no need for that. My dear Yaoer will worry if she returns and finds no one here. I shall return with Mi Ying." A carriage approached the Jingbei Wangfu, moving slowly. Xiao Yan alighted, and a maid hurried over to assist her mistress, Fu Yuanheng, down from the carriage. It seemed that Xiao Yan had no intention of inviting Fu Yuanheng into the estate. He waved his sleeve dismissively, turning his back to her, and spoke, "Miss Fu, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the painting you requested." Fu Yuanheng tugged at his sleeve, gazing up at him with pitiful eyes. "Brother Yan, why don't you invite me in for a moment?" Xiao Yan hesitated, glancing around. "Well, it is quite late today. I am thirsty. Brother Yan, may I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Fu Yuanheng pouted slightly. Xiao Yan, appearing somewhat reluctant, finally replied, "Very well, Miss Fu, please come in." The estate appeared imposing from the outside, flanked by guards wielding long spears. However, the interior was not particularly lavish. The courtyard was square, spacious yet somewhat desolate, with only a few maids and servants passing by to greet Xiao Yan. A hint of solitude lingered in the air. On this summer evening, a gentle breeze brought with it a mix of jasmine and bamboo fragrances, subtly revealing the owner's refined taste. Fu Yuanheng surveyed the garden with a look of dissatisfaction. "Brother Yan, this courtyard could use some sprucing up. A royal residence befitting noble blood should be resplendent. These trivial flowers and trees belong to humble households. They should be uprooted and replaced with peonies and magnolias to be fitting." Xiao Yan remained silent, forcing a smile. As they strolled through the long corridor, a guard wielding a sword approached. "Young master, you have returned, and Miss Fu is here as well." Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "Chuyu, Miss Fu has come to retrieve the copy of Landing Su that I made. Please escort her to the front hall for tea while I attend to something." Chapter 16. Is the young master thinking of Miss Fu? Chuyu led Fu Yuanheng to the front hall, where a maid served a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Fu Yuanheng frowned. "What is this you have given me? Do you servants often serve such things to Brother Yan?" The maid stepped back in fright, while Chuyu stepped forward to bow. Miss Fu, this is our finest Qingqing by Luo Chun, though it cannot compare to what the Prime Minister's residence offers. I hope you can forgive us. Fu Yuanheng scoffed disdainfully. If this is indeed by Luo Chun, it should be brewed with the snow water from the first year's plum blossoms. Clearly, these servants are being lazy. Chu Yu found himself at a loss for words, as it was commonly said that spring water was sufficient for brewing tea, and even the emperor could not enjoy plum blossom snow water daily. He could only remain silent, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Xiao Yan entered with the scroll of calligraphy. Fu Yuanheng set down her teacup and stood to greet him. Brother Yan, Miss Fu. The calligraphy is here, Xiao Yan said, presenting the artwork with both hands. Fu Yuanheng unrolled it and examined it for a long while, unable to contain her admiration. Brother Yan's calligraphy flows like clouds and water, each stroke akin to wisps of smoke. Xiao Yan smiled modestly. Miss Fu, you flatter me. Fu Yuanheng tucked away her calligraphy and paintings into the hands of her maid, then leaned closer to Xiao Yan, her expression tinged with curiosity. Brother Yan, did you encounter any of the young ladies at Master Liao's poetry gathering at the Shen residence today? Xiao Yan was taken aback by her inquiry. After a brief pause, he slowly smiled and replied, You must be referring to Miss Shun and her companions. I did not have the pleasure of meeting them. Upon hearing Shun Yao's name, Fu Yuanheng's countenance darkened. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. That little vixen Shun Yao has crossed me several times. Brother Yan, she and her friends are not to be trusted. You should distance yourself from them. With that, she moved closer to Xiao Yan. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Yan instinctively took a step back and smiled sheepishly. He then urged, Miss Fu, the hour is late. It would be prudent for you to return home, lest Lord Prime Minister and Madam worry. Fu Yuanheng appeared reluctant to depart immediately, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Noticing Xiao Yan's lack of intent to retain her, she reluctantly said, Then, Brother Yan, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yan and Chu Yu accompanied her to the entrance. Standing in the corridor for a moment, Xiao Yan's thoughts drifted to the young lady he had seen in the garden of the Shun residence that day, his heart a tumult of emotions. On that occasion, she had also barged into the Lu residence while he was changing. She had seen him in a vulnerable state, yet feigned ignorance, even playfully tormenting him. Ultimately, it was she who seemed aggrieved. Confucius was indeed correct. It is difficult to manage both women and scoundrels. Upon reflection, he felt an uncanny familiarity with her, as if he had encountered her before. Remembering her tear-streaked, defiant visage, he felt a pang of empathy. Lost in thought, a smile unconsciously crept across his face. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yu had appeared behind him. Master, what is it that brings you such amusement? Xiao Yan turned to face him. Nothing of consequence. Are you perhaps contemplating Miss Fu? Chu Yu pressed further, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, eager to catch a flicker of emotion. To him, if his master were to develop feelings for Fu Yuanheng, it would spell disaster for their entourage of attendants and servants. Xiao Yan was always polite and gracious to everyone, making it difficult to discern his true sentiments. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Yan could not help but smile. Today, I met an intriguing young lady. I wonder from which family she hails. Chu Yu, skilled in martial arts and entrusted by Prince Jingbei to safeguard Xiao Yan, had always been his most trusted confidant, akin to a bosom friend. Xiao Yan lightly shook his head. I forgot to inquire. With a hint of regret, Chu Yu said, How could you forget to ask? Describe her to me, and I shall seek information on her behalf. Xiao Yan paused, then spoke slowly. No need for that. It seems I may have irked her today. Henceforth, there will likely be no further interaction. Chu Yu sighed, expressing his disappointment. Master, you must have once again adopted that aloof demeanor of yours. Meeting a young lady for the first time and leaving a poor impression. How can you expect anything to develop? Xiao Yan shot him a disapproving glance before responding. It is late. You should retire for the night. Upon returning home, Nian found her brother, sister-in-law, and father already waiting for her in the hall of her courtyard. Hibiscus reports, My lord, young master, young mistress, and miss have returned. Nianer, why do you come back so late? Your brother and sister-in-law have been waiting for you for quite some time. Lu Xing reproached as he noticed Nian's arrival. Nian explained, I was playing with Yaoer today and lost track of time. Lu Xiao dismissed the maidservants and rose to address Nian Nian. Did you attend Madame Shen's gathering today? Indeed, brother, she replied. Did you see Uncle Shen? I did not. How did Madame Shen treat you? Very well. She was warm and welcoming to everyone. What Shen Xian? Did you meet him? Her heart swelled with joy. Her brother, usually stern, was exhibiting such concern for her well-being, warming her heart momentarily. Yet, the conversation turned to marriage matters yet again. She had not forgotten how her sister-in-law had previously wronged her, and a flicker of displeasure arose within her. Oh, if it concerns a marriage with the Shun family, there is no need to discuss it further. Indeed, there are many eligible young men in the capital. There is no need to rush into a union with the Shun family. Lu Xing interjected on Nian Nian's behalf. Lu Xiao, seeing his father also silencing him, wore an expression of ire. Today at the banquet, you spoke of nothing but martial arts and horsemanship, neglecting the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Word has already reached the Wang family. Do you intend to become a modern-day Hua Mulan? Soon, the whole capital will know that the sister of Lu Xiao is a mere barbarian devoid of knowledge. Which young man would wish to take an interest in her? Nian Nian, unfazed yet fearful of her brother's wrath, timidly replied, If you believe I have brought shame upon you, I shall refrain from attending such gatherings in the future. Lu Xiao sighed deeply. It is all your father's indulgence that has spoiled you. Lu Xing, feeling unjustly blamed, held back his words. Shu Yun, fearing that Nian Nian might misinterpret her intentions, quickly pulled Lu Xiao aside. She approached Nian Nian. Sister, your brother speaks harshly, but it is for your own good. Do not take offense. Lady Li is close with my mother. She also attended the gathering today. After the feast, she stopped by my mother's house and mentioned that Miss Lin from the Duke of Lin's family has taken a particular liking to Shen Xian. Today, both Lady Lin and her daughter visited the Shun residence, which aligns with auspicious signs. Since Shen Xian has feelings for you and you for him, we must not allow others to seize the opportunity first. Due to the prior incident involving the painted screen, Nian Nian felt somewhat uncomfortable with her sister-in-law, and fearing that speaking disrespectfully would strain their future relations, she patiently responded, Sister-in-law, my interactions with the Shun siblings are merely those of friendship. They are not as you envision. Since the Shun family has set their sights on the Duke's residence, should we rush to compete for their favor, we would only become a laughingstock. Shu Yun wished to say more but held her tongue, casting a knowing glance at Lu Xiao. Nian Nian yawned. I understand that everyone has my best interests at heart. I appreciate your goodwill. The hour is late, and we should all return to rest. Father, you should also take a break. As she spoke, she gently ushered her father, brother, and sister-in-law out of the room. Nian Nian had always been different from her brother. His character reflected their mother, serious and rigid, while she mirrored her father, easygoing and unconcerned with trivialities, yet resolute in matters of significance. After her brother took up an official position, his youthful arrogance occasionally manifested in an air of authority. As the years have taken their toll, my grandfather now relies heavily on my elder brother to manage the family's affairs. Despite my inner reluctance, I cannot afford to sever ties with my brother and sister-in-law. The calligraphy and painting shop on South Street belongs to the esteemed Xiao Ian, and on this day, he has come to inspect the newly acquired artworks. The shopkeeper informs him that someone has managed to unlock the embroidered ball lock he had placed there, a feat accomplished by the young lady of the silk merchant Lu family. This lock has been in the shop for 2 months, and she is the first to successfully open it. Intrigued by this Miss Lu, Xiao Ian's curiosity begins to grow. 3 days later, I receive an invitation from Yao to join her for an outing at Mirror Lake on the outskirts of the city. Initially, I sought to avoid Shen Xian and declined her invitation. However, Yao personally visited, stating that it was an invitation from the second son of the Duke of Jingbei, Xiao Ian, who wished for my presence. Since this gathering was arranged by others and involved outsiders, I believe Shen Xian would behave herself. My curiosity about Xiao Ian's appearance piqued, and I agreed to attend, eager to see for myself. Chapter 17. A day by the lake, the Shun siblings arrived to escort me, one on horseback and the other in a carriage. Upon our arrival, I spotted a young gentleman clad in white, his eyes twinkling with delight as he smiled at us. From a distance, I recognized him. Was he not the bookish fellow from that day? He too, seemed taken aback upon seeing me. I quickly hid behind Yao, silently praying that he would not recognize me. Shin brother, you have arrived late. There must be a penalty, he called out cheerfully. Indeed, I have brought a new friend for you to meet. Shun Xian smiled knowingly as she introduced me. This is my dear friend, the second son of the Duke of Jingbei, Xiao Ian. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ian, I was genuinely astonished. He was indeed Xiao Ian. In that moment, I wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Regaining my composure, I noticed everyone looking at me, and I lowered my head, offering a polite greeting. Greetings. Lord Xiao Ian, recovering from his surprise, beamed at me and remarked, I did not anticipate encountering you so soon, my lady. Shun Xian, puzzled, inquired, do you two know each other? Not at all, I replied hastily, bowing my head even further. Xiao Ian glanced at me with a smile. We have crossed paths before. It seems you have forgotten so quickly. Feigning ignorance, I responded, is that so? I do not recall. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. Noticing my discomfort, Shun Xian hurriedly explained, my sister, Nian, has grown up alongside Yaoer and me. She only moved to the capital 2 months ago. It was you, Brother Ian, who rescued us at the South City Gate that day. He did not forget to address me, saying, Nian, that day at the South City Gate. We owe much to Brother Ian. You ought to express your gratitude. Recalling that day's events, I reluctantly bowed to Xiao Ian, murmuring, thank you. Xiao Ian smiled warmly. Akin to a caring elder inquiring about a younger relative, I had no idea, my lady, that you were the daughter of the Liu family. How do you find your stay in Qingqing? I remember my father mentioning Xiao Ian and realized that, according to familial hierarchy, I ought to refer to him as cousin alongside my cousin Shanjun, which irked me. I deliberately averted my gaze. Everything is splendid. Qingqing is delightful, especially the pastries from the Hu family shop, which surpass our Suzhou delicacies. My father and I relish them. Miss Liu mentioned that the shop is quite close to my residence. Recently, I have heard that she has a penchant for military texts. My father has left behind an extensive collection of such books in the capital. Should Miss Liu visit one day, and if it is not too much trouble, she might as well stop by my house to select a few volumes to peruse. On that occasion, Xiao Ian had vaguely overheard a maid speak of her fondness for military literature, and thus he wished to cater to her interests. Nian, feeling slightly embarrassed, managed to smile, thinking to herself that this person was rather petty, bringing up a topic that was better left untouched. She chuckled dryly, explaining that her earlier remarks were merely an attempt to quell the idle gossip of the matrons, which had only served to amuse everyone. In truth, she had not read many books since childhood, her exposure being limited to the storybooks left by her grandmother. After saying this, she shot a glance at Xiao Ian, eliciting laughter from the group. Yaoer interjected, Nian is quite clever. When we studied together as children, our teacher often remarked that if she applied herself, she could easily surpass all the scholars, leaving little for the men. Shun Xian and Xiao Ian exchanged smiles, while Nian felt that Shan Yao had exaggerated her praise and quickly shook her head, saying, No, Yaoer is jesting. Shun Xian playfully remarked to Nian, Sister Zio has finally found the right person today. Xiao Ian works at the Hongwen Pavilion, where there is no shortage of books. Whatever you wish to read, he will have it. However, it is advisable for young ladies to focus more on poetry and prose, as those storybooks are merely trifles of little practical value. Nian, feeling awkward, averted her gaze. Xiao Ian took a sip of tea, gazing at Nian with a warm smile. Miss Liu, I believe there is no need to categorize books into grades. Reading is beneficial, and one should indulge in the literature they enjoy. I shall present you with a few books for your consideration on another occasion. His words bore a semblance of maturity, reminiscent of a respectable elder. Nian nodded courteously in response, but noticed that Shun Xian's expression seemed somewhat displeased. The four of them continued their leisurely stroll by the lakeside, attended by their maids and servants. Along the way, Shun Xian expressed admiration for the beautiful scenery, lamenting that her days spent in diligent study had deprived her of such sights, and she envied Xiao Ian's privilege of being sheltered from the rigors of public examination. Xiao Ian smiled faintly, humbly attributing his situation to mere idleness, deeming it unworthy of mention. At that moment, a drunken man staggered out from behind a tree, making his way towards Nian Yin with a lewd grin, remarking on her beauty. Startled, Nian Yin instinctively sought to retreat, but Xiao Ian stepped forward, placing himself protectively before her and striking the drunken man's outstretched hand with his folding fan. The man, wincing in pain, withdrew to the side. Shun Xian, who had been engaged in lively conversation, hurriedly approached upon realizing what had transpired, asking Sister Zio, "Are you unharmed?" After a moment of calm, Nian Yin smiled at the group. "I am perfectly fine." The young servants were ready to confront the drunken man, but Nian Yin instructed them, "Do not harm him. Simply drive him away." Had it been another young lady from a wealthy family, she would have insisted that her servants teach the man a lesson to relieve her indignation. Xiao Ian regarded Nian Yin with a hint of surprise. She turned to him, offering a grateful smile that radiated warmth, as if melting glaciers. Her dimples sweet, as if filled with honey. He felt a jolt of electricity, instinctively averting his gaze, pretending to be indifferent. The group continued their walk until they reached a pavilion by the lakeside. Xiao Ian had early arranged for tea and snacks, and the four of them gathered around the table. A maidservant poured tea for everyone, and Xiao Ian raised his cup, saying, "It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you all today. I offer this tea in lieu of wine as a toast to everyone." The group raised their cups and drank heartily. Shun Xian, with a radiant smile, expressed high spirits. Recently, joyous events have been occurring one after another. I have heard that Prince Jingbei achieved a victory at the border, with 30,000 troops defeating over 100,000 soldiers of Beizhou, causing them to flee in disarray. Truly a delight to the heart. Since the collapse of the Great Hua dynasty, the world had been divided into three. To the south lay Jinghua. To the north was Zhao, and to the west, Ningguo. For a century, they had been embroiled in chaotic warfare and political upheaval. The northern Zhao, established by the nomadic Hellion clan, was known for its valor in battle and prowess in horsemanship. In the early days of Jinghua's establishment by the Shao ancestors, diligent governance and care for the people gradually strengthened the nation, enabling it to rival Beizhou. The borders between the two nations had been plagued by constant conflict, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Ningguo, situated in a remote area, was easily defensible and had enjoyed relative peace for nearly a century. Yao raised her cup to congratulate Xiao Ian, and Nian Yin followed suit. Xiao Ian humbly smiled and lowered his head, saying, "It is my father's duty. I thank you all for your kind words. Now, let me propose a toast to everyone." Shun Xian chuckled heartily and remarked to Yao and Nian Yin, "It seems that one feels invigorated when surrounded by joyous occasions. I see that Brother Ian is glowing with happiness, like a peach blossom. Is it not true that you young ladies are utterly captivated? Brother Shun, are you not speaking of yourself?" Xiao Ian teased, playfully poking Shun Xian, who smiled knowingly. Yao joined in with laughter, while Nian Yin took a casual sip of her tea, the corner of her lips curling in disdain. To her, the two handsome gentlemen present were merely decorative pillows, pleasing to the eye yet lacking substance. Chapter 18. The Duel of Lutes. Shun Xian quietly shifted his gaze to Nian Yin's face, noticing her lack of smile, and quickly changed the subject. "I have brought my lute. I hear that Brother Ian is skilled with the instrument. Might we be fortunate enough to hear him play today?" Xiao Ian looked around and, seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, slowly rose. "Then I shall embarrass myself by performing." He instructed someone to bring the lute to the table and began to play a piece that Nian Yin had never heard before. The initial notes flowed like a gentle stream, graceful and melodious, followed by a powerful crescendo, reminiscent of galloping war horses and fierce battles. Nian Yin thought to herself, although Xiao Ian appears delicate and frail, he possesses considerable talent to evoke such grandiosity through music. As the piece concluded, applause erupted from all around. Yao, suddenly animated, addressed everyone. "Our Nian Yin has studied the lute since childhood under the renowned masterly Qingqing from Jiangnan. I wonder who would surpass whom in skill. Dear Nian Yin, why not perform a piece for us?" Nian Yin was reluctant to play for Xiao Ian, should she falter. It would only provide him with amusement at her expense. She declined, saying, "It has been years since I practiced. My skills have long since dulled." Master Ian's lute performance is full of unpredictable variations, like music from the heavens, and surely composed by a master. How could I possibly compare? Xiao Ian smiled slightly and produced a sheet of music from his sleeve. Please pardon me, Miss Liu, for this composition is of my own making, not a renowned piece. If you do not mind, I would appreciate your insights and critiques. Nian declined to take the sheet from him. I cannot. Shun Xian lamented. In such a setting, it would truly be a great pity if Sister Zio does not play a piece on the lute. Indeed, Nian, please play a piece. Yao Er encouraged. With no other choice, Nian exchanged places with him. The magnificent melody previously performed by Xiao Ian was a pinnacle of artistry. Should she attempt to imitate it, she would merely become a pale reflection. Adjusting her tempo, she played a different piece, Memory of Jiangnan, evoking a distinct and ethereal charm. If Xiao Ian's composition transported listeners to the breathtaking landscapes of the frontier, depicting scenes of valiant warriors, Nian's melody drew one into the serene ambience of Jiangnan. With its quaint bridges and flowing waters, bustling market scenes. The spring waters are more azure than the heavens. The painted boat listens to the rain while it sleeps. How delightful! Shun Xian exclaimed, applauding. Yao Er also clapped, stating, though it's pleasing, Xiao Ren's piece possesses grandeur and majesty. I believe he has triumphed this round. Nian retorted. One cannot claim that jasmine lacks beauty simply because one favors roses. Each individual's perception of beauty is unique. Were there a universal standard for all things, life would indeed become mundane and soulless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ian chuckled. Miss Liu is correct. The world is vibrant precisely because of its diversity. Your piece, Miss Liu, is truly exquisite. Nian beamed with pride. See, even Xiao Ren agrees. Yao Er countered. That is but a fallacy. Noticing the two young ladies embroiled in their debate, Shun Xian interjected. All right. It is merely a jest among friends. Why take it to heart? Observing the lingering ire on Yao Er's face, Shun Xian hastily pushed the plate of peach blossom cakes toward her, unappreciative of the gesture. Yao Er instead nudged the delicacies toward Xiao Ian. Nian snatched the plate from Xiao Ian, took a piece, and devoured it while muttering. If you won't eat, I certainly will. Crumbs from the cake adorned her cheeks and lips, prompting Yao Er to disdainfully offer her a silk cloth to wipe her mouth. You ought to be more mindful of your image. Your face is as dirty as a stray cat's. Xiao Ian cast furtive glances at Nian, growing increasingly convinced that she resembled someone familiar. Yet he soon dismissed the thought. How could this precious young lady be the boy he encountered in the woods years ago? Noticing Xiao Ian's lingering gaze upon Nian, Yao Er coughed lightly, teasing, Xiao Ren, you seem quite taken with our Nian. Enraged, Nian raised the pastry as if to hurl it at Yao Er. Realizing his impoliteness, Xiao Ian lowered his head in embarrassment. My apologies. Miss Liu bears a resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Oh, Shun Xian inquired with interest. Might I ask whose daughter she is? Xiao Ian smiled, replying. She is not a daughter, but a young man. Nian mused. The only males who resemble me could be my elder brother, my cousin, or perhaps my father and Lin Er. Which one could he mean? According to Lu Mama from the Jinyu Pavilion, Xiao Ian is known for his fondness for handsome men. Could it be he is interested in someone from my family? She lifted her head and chuckled. To resemble Xiao Ren's acquaintance is indeed a kind of fate. Xiao Ian nodded with a smile. Indeed. Shun Xian, not fully understanding, remarked. If he resembles my sister Zio, that young man must have grown into quite the handsome gentleman. They all exchanged smiles. Yet only Nian remained puzzled as to whom he was referring. She pondered that if it were indeed a member of her family, it could only be her cousin. Without a doubt, the four of them enjoyed tea, composed poetry, and engaged in delightful conversation. During this time, Shun Xian and Xiao Ian took a boat ride on the lake, while Nian and Yao Er sat on the shore, indulging in pastries. As the afternoon waned, they bid farewell and returned home. Yao Er and Nian shared a carriage, and the usually cheerful Yao Er seemed somewhat troubled. Suddenly, she looked up and said, Madame Lin from the Duke's mansion often visits my home. It seems her daughter Lin Xiang has taken quite an interest in my brother. Nian, you must keep a close watch on him and ensure he is not led astray by others. Nian Yin was taken aback and replied awkwardly, Yao Er, do not speak nonsense. Your brother is such a dashing young man. Only a lady from a prominent family would befit him. Don't just about mis choses from Europa. Yao Er cast her a sidelong glance, her mind heavy with thoughts, and remarked, listening to you, could it be that you have developed affections for someone else? Upon hearing Yao Er mention a romantic interest, Nian Yin fell into contemplation. Thus far, the only person who had captured her heart was that young hero, no one else. Yao Er noticed her distraction and asked, have you truly found someone special? Nonsense. I have just arrived in the capital, and I know no one. How could I have a love interest? Nian Yin hurriedly denied it. Hearing this, Yao Er's frown eased. When Shun Xian and Yao Er arrived home, the Shun family was gathered around the dinner table, and Madame Shun busily invited them to take a seat. Shun Qua, in a rather displeased manner, reprimanded Shun Xian, saying, the examination in August is approaching. Instead of diligently studying, you spend your days wandering about, lacking ambition. Shun Xian and Yao Er were taken aback by this sudden reproach, and Shun Xian retracted her hand that had been reaching for food. Yao Er cautiously glanced at her father's stern expression, chewing her food with great care. The younger siblings sat in silence, afraid to breathe, their gazes fixed on their father and brother. Xian Er has been working diligently. A little time for relaxation is permissible. Let us just enjoy our meal, Madame Shun interjected to ease the tension. Shun Qua's anger subsided slightly. This examination is not merely a matter for our family. Many eyes are watching. If you fail, what will become of your father's reputation? Should I fail this autumn, there will always be another opportunity, Shun Xian retorted, displeased. Shun Qua shot her a disapproving glance. You are already of marriageable age. If you continue to pursue examinations, what will become of your prospects? He continued, as the old saying goes, one should establish a family before embarking on a career, dear sister. Before Shun Xian could complete her thought, Shun Qua slammed down his chopsticks. Shun Xian wished to argue, but Yao Er tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to fall silent. Shun Qua's face shifted from red to black as he spat. Without achievements or renown, no respectable young lady would look twice at you. Shun Xian felt a tumult in her chest and was about to counter, but her mother interrupted. Enough, enough, let us sit and eat. The family finished their meal in an atmosphere that was not entirely harmonious, yet strikingly quiet. Yao Er wandered into the courtyard and spotted Shun Xian standing in the garden. Looking despondent, Yao Er approached and greeted her. Brother, are you still upset about earlier? Shun Xian remained silent. I believe in you, brother. This autumn, you will surely succeed. Yao Er comforted him. Shun Xian let out a long sigh. Today, I noticed that Xiao Ian seems particularly attentive to my younger sister, Ziyu. He is the young master of the royal residence, while I am currently without a single coin to my name. You are worried about this, aren't you? I know Nian Yin best. She has always been carefree and is not one to covet fame or fortune. Yao Er comforted her brother, saying, Nian Yin has always enjoyed following you around since childhood. Now that she has grown, it is natural for her to feel shy in your presence as a young lady. If you truly care for her, I will certainly support you. You should boldly express your feelings. If your hearts are in sync, it could lead to a beautiful union. Regardless of who else may come into the picture, they shall not stand a chance. Chapter 19. A chance encounter. A few days later, Nian Yin received a box of storybooks from Xiao Ian, a whole trunk full, filled with tales that young ladies adore. She was utterly delighted, finding Xiao Ian less detestable than she had previously thought. She and Mi-ing searched tirelessly for a matchmaker to no avail, pondering that perhaps it would be better to start with the jade pendant. Seeing that the jade was of good quality, she decided to inquire at the jade carving workshop, hoping for some insight. On that day, she donned a set of male attire and, while asking around, made her way to the jade workshop. Presenting the jade pendant to the master, he remarked that while the jade was indeed of good quality, he could not discern its owner. It likely belonged to a wealthy family, he suggested, and promised to keep an eye out for her. Nian Yin left the workshop, feeling somewhat disheartened, and took her leave with the pendant in hand. She had heard of a bustling food street in Qingqing, lined with taverns and tea houses, offering a variety of delicacies. She thought it would be a delightful place to explore. It happened to be the 15th day of the month, coinciding with a gathering, and the streets were filled with stalls selling an array of goods and food, with the throngs of people creating a lively atmosphere. Venturing out alone, unaccompanied, she felt free and exuberant like a wild horse, glancing about with curiosity. At that moment, in a tea house above, a figure was gazing out the window, Xiao Ian, clad in a blue robe and holding a folding fan. He was pleasantly surprised to see Nian Yin in her male garb, exclaiming, "It's her." He handed a book box to Chu Yu, instructing, "When Master Shi from the bookshop arrives, given the draft for proofreading. I shall visit him personally in a few days." With that, he hurried down the stairs. Nian Yin spotted a stall selling exquisite pastries that looked utterly delectable. She requested a few pieces, but the stall owner quoted 10 coins. As she reached for her purse, she realized she had forgotten to bring it. Having always relied on Miying to carry the money, she lightly slapped her forehead, lamenting, "Ah, I always have Miying to bring the money, and I forgot my purse today." At that moment, a voice chimed in, "Let the boss accept it." Nian Yin looked up to see Xiao Ian, who was handing some silver to the owner. A mix of embarrassment and joy flooded her. "Master Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Ian smiled warmly. "It's a rare sunny day. I came out to enjoy the fresh air. How have you been, Miss Liu?" Nian Yin replied with a smile. "I am out for the same reason as you, Master Xiao." Xiao Ian observed her attire and could not help but comment, "This outfit suits you well, Miss Liu." "Really? Do I look like a young gentleman now?" "You need not fear my frivolous behavior," Nian Yin teased, swallowing a bite of pastry. Xiao Ian chuckled softly. "Are you still concerned about that incident from the other day?" "Not at all. I am quite magnanimous," she retorted as they continued to converse while walking. Along the way, bashful young women gazed at them with lingering affection, making Nian Yin feel quite uncomfortable. In contrast, Xiao Ian appeared unfazed, accustomed to such attention. Fortunately, he was dressed in male attire today. Had he donned women's clothing, he might have been utterly overwhelmed by their scrutinizing gazes. In a secluded spot by the roadside, a middle-aged man had set up a chessboard for passers-by to challenge. Those who succeeded in solving a game would be rewarded with a couple of silver coins. Intrigued, Nian Yin crouched down, contemplating the arrangement on the board. To her surprise, Miss Liu possessed a talent for chess as well. Xiao Ian observed her from behind. She turned around and exclaimed, "Did you not see, Sir Xiao? If I solve a game, I can earn a couple of silver coins." The daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan would stoop to such lengths for a mere 2 coins, leaving Xiao Ian astonished. The middle-aged man did not forget to announce the rules to her. "I must inform you, young lady, that should you fail to solve the game after making your move, you will owe me 2 coins. Nian Yin replied confidently, "Do not underestimate me. I am certain I can solve this." She turned back with a smile, "If I win, how about treating you to a meal, sir?" Xiao Ian was once again taken aback. Unexpectedly, she managed to solve the puzzle, and the middle-aged man reluctantly handed her a couple of silver coins from his pouch. After gathering the pieces, he set up a second game. Nian attempted to solve it several times in vain, growing increasingly anxious. Xiao Ian chuckled softly and discreetly pointed out a possible move, and Nian immediately grasped the hint, as if guided by divine intervention, successfully solving the second game and earning another 2 coins. In the third game, however, she remained puzzled, relying on Xiao Ian to help her through. The middle-aged man, realizing there was a skilled player behind her, hurriedly collected his chessboard after handing her the coins, leaving in a flustered manner. "Alas, how dull. I haven't had enough fun yet," Nian sighed, weighing the 3 silver coins in her hand. Engrossed in their chess games, the two lost track of time and soon realized they had missed mealtime. Nian's stomach grumbled a few times, and as she looked up, she spotted a restaurant specializing in Sichuan cuisine, rarely found in Jiangnan. She had heard of Sichuan dishes being spicy and fragrant. Having come across one, she felt it would be a great regret not to taste it. Turning to Xiao Ian, she said, "Sir Xiao, as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Are you fond of Sichuan cuisine?" The fact that she genuinely wished to treat him surprised Xiao Ian, who quickly replied, "I have no objections." Once seated, he instructed the waiter, "Please bring us a few lighter signature dishes." Nian thought to herself that Sichuan cuisine was renowned for its bold flavors. What pleasure could there be in a milder version? Therefore, she called out to the waiter, there is no need for it to be too bland. The authentic dishes are the most delicious. Certainly, esteemed guests. Please wait a moment, and I will bring you some authentic Sichuan dishes, the waiter responded, waving his towel. Xiao Ian glanced at her meaningfully, observing her eager expression, and chose not to comment further. When the dishes arrived, they were indeed vibrant and drenched in bright red oil, adorned with ample chili and Sichuan peppercorns. After a few bites, Yin felt parched, as though her insides were ablaze. The authenticity she had insisted upon was proving too much for her to handle. Feeling embarrassed to admit her struggle, she focused on consuming rice instead. Noticing her discomfort, Xiaoyan surmised she was unaccustomed to Sichuan cuisine and poured her a glass of water. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yin admitted, it's delicious, truly, but far too spicy, and promptly drained her glass in one go. Curious about how Xiao Yan remained unfazed after eating, she inquired, Lord Xiao, do you not find it spicy? Setting down his cup, Xiao Yan replied, I grew up in Ezhou, which shares a similar palate with Shu. I am quite accustomed to it. Miss Liu, shall we try another restaurant? Shaking her head, Yin replied, no need, I'm already full. Please enjoy your meal. Xiao Yan beckoned the waiter, pointed at the menu, and said to Yin, there are non-spicy dishes in Sichuan cuisine. I ordered a few for you to try. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Yin asked, Lord Xiao, I have heard that your father, the king of Qingqing, has his fief in Ezhou. You mentioned growing up there. Why do you reside alone in Qingqing now? Xiao Yan's expression darkened, and a hint of sadness flickered beneath his lashes. Realizing she may have overstepped, Yin awkwardly smiled and said, it is said that the Qingqing Wang Fu in the capital is quite grand. Surely, the prince values you greatly, leaving you in Qingqing to oversee matters, as he cannot rest easy with others. Xiao Yan's demeanor softened slightly as he spoke in a subdued tone, by the grace of Her Majesty. I was allowed to study alongside the Crown Prince. I arrived in Qingqing at the age of 10, residing in the Empress Dowager's palace for 2 years, and have lived in the royal residence ever since I turned 12. Reflecting on his words, Yin pondered that, traditionally, the court would retain the relatives of military generals in the capital as hostages to curtail their power. The king of Qingqing commanded an army of 500,000, stationed in Ezhou for 18 years. Initially, he was favored by the emperor, but later, as the emperor became infatuated with Buddhism and neglected political affairs, the governance fell entirely into the hands of the Xie faction. A decade ago, when the king of Yuzhou, Xiao Jingye, rebelled and failed, the Xiao clan was embroiled in the aftermath, becoming objects of the empress's suspicion. They first summoned the heirs of the frontier princes to reside in the capital under the guise of bestowing titles and estates. Eventually, many were executed under dubious charges of treason, consolidating military power into the emperor's hands. Yin thought to herself, it is surprising that this bookish man, seemingly proud and aloof, is indeed a pitiable figure, having long been separated from his family and living in a foreign land. My inquiry must have touched upon his painful memories and caused him to feel embarrassed. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Yan, offering a bright smile. In truth, Qingqing is quite wonderful. It is more lively and prosperous than our Suzhou, with many talented young ladies and gentlemen. Leaving Suzhou did bring me some sadness at first. But without coming to Qingqing, I would not frequently see my dear friend Xin Yao. I have also made many new acquaintances, and now I have the opportunity to dine with you, Lord Xiao. It is evident that every situation has its merits. Would you not agree? A faint smile broke through Xiao Yan's somber visage as he replied, Miss Liu speaks wisely. At that moment, the waiter brought their dishes, and Xiao Yan kindly urged, Miss Liu, do give it a try. I assure you it will suit your palate. After tasting a bite, Yin exclaimed, delicious. She indulged heartily, disregarding her image as a refined lady. Observing her enjoyment, Xiao Yan's spirits brightened. After finishing their meal, Yin set down her chopsticks, recalling that she had completed all the books at home. Why not ask Xiao Yan to lend her a few more? By the way, Lord Xiao, I have finished reading the books you sent. They were quite fascinating. The treasures you gifted are indeed extraordinary. Thus, I requested someone to bring more for Miss Liu. Xiao Yan smiled and said, then I shall graciously accept. Nian Yin, with a bright demeanor, clasped her fist and expressed her eagerness to visit Hongwen Hall, known for being the finest repository of books in Nanjing, promising to see it one day. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ian remarked, I have official duties to attend to this afternoon. If Miss Liu has no engagements, she may accompany me. Nian Yin pondered and realized she was free today. Her father had gone to the shop, and Miying was busy stitching a gift for her nephew's 100-day celebration, leaving her unattended. May I join you? She asked, her enthusiasm palpable. As Miss Liu is my friend, she is most welcome, Xiao Ian replied, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 20. Hongwen Hall waiter, the bill, please. Nian imitated a man, waving her hand and slapping the 3 taels of silver she had won onto the table. The waiter swiftly approached, counted the coins, and looked up with a smile. Dear guest, you are still short by 1 tael. How can that be? Please count again, Nian confidently asserted, having already calculated it in her mind as exactly 3 taels. Dear guest, look here, the waiter said, handing her the menu and pointing to a line of fine print. Indeed, it stated an additional charge for extra sesame and spice, increasing the cost by 1 tael. This was rather awkward, as if she could dig her toes into the ground out of embarrassment. Let me treat. This meal is on me, Mr. Liu, Xiao Ian offered, handing the coins to the waiter. The waiter eagerly accepted, cheerfully collecting the loose silver and returning it to Nian, saying, Dear guest, please keep it. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. I shall treat you next time, I promise, Nian said with a smile to ease the embarrassment. Shall we yan chocolate? Then I shall await your kind invitation. Let us be on our way. She followed Xiao Ian for 2 streets until they came upon a building resembling a government office. Inscribed with Hongwen Hall, 2 guards clad in armor stood at attention, holding long spears, exuding an imposing presence. Xiao Ian instructed the guards, This is my dear friend. Should she come by in the future, do not impede her. Hearing him refer to her as a friend, Nian felt a warmth in his voice. The guards dutifully stepped aside, and Nian felt a swell of pride. As Xiao Ian led the way, he turned back to explain the layout of the hall. Upon entering, Nian was greeted by a wave of the fragrance of ink and paper. Bookshelves lined the walls, densely packed, creating an ocean of literature. A few clerks were tidying up, and Nian couldn't help but think, it is truly as if Confucius had moved, bringing only books. She resembled a child discovering a wondrous world, gazing around curiously. Xiao Ian enthusiastically introduced the various sections. These are historical texts, and over there are biographies, while this section contains works by the great literary figures of antiquity. Nian nodded in satisfaction and casually inquired, Are you the one managing the classification of these books, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Ian smiled gently, pointing toward a nearby staircase. The 2nd floor is where I compose my writings. Once you have selected your books, you may read here or join me upstairs. Should you require assistance, you may ask any of these clerks. Nian surveyed her surroundings and indeed spotted several clerks in gray official attire tidying up. She thoughtfully replied, Mr. Xiao, please feel free to attend to your duties. I will find you once I have made my selections. This is Miss Liu. I kindly request that you take extra care of her. After Xiao Ian instructed the young attendant briefly, he watched as Nian walked towards the bookshelf before slowly ascending the stairs. Indeed, this is the place where Nanjing houses the most extensive collection of books, including those renowned works such as the Tui Bei Tu, Lu Ban Shu, Shanhai Jing, and Shangjun Shu, whose true form she had only heard of. Nian took down the Shangjun Shu, but the young attendant hurriedly interjected, Miss Liu, this book cannot be taken without permission from above. It is not allowed to be viewed casually. Aware that this was a forbidden book, she obediently placed it back. Wherever she went, the young attendant followed closely behind, as he could not afford to be careless with Xiao Ian's command. She then discovered a book with an intriguing title, Gu Jing Yi Tan, and was about to reach for it when the attendant spoke again. Miss Liu, this book is also off limits. Puzzled, Nian asked, Is this book also forbidden? Not exactly. This is a collection of ghost stories and strange tales. Some chapters are quite terrifying. After reading it, I found myself too frightened to walk alone at night, and I fear you might be unable to sleep after reading it, he replied, visibly shaken. His display of trepidation elicited a chuckle from her. Was it truly frightening, or was this young man's courage simply lacking? She awkwardly smiled at the young attendant and turned her attention elsewhere. Pulling a volume of Han Shu from the shelf, she inquired, "May I read this one?" The attendant inspected the shelves and handed her several volumes of Shiji. "I believe the Han Shu would be filled with ancient characters, expressed entirely in lyrical prose, which might be challenging for you. The Shiji is much more straightforward and vivid," he explained. Nian Yin felt a pang of annoyance at his words. She thought to herself, "What a peculiar fellow. Does he think so little of me? How can he presume to know what I find difficult to read?" She returned the Han Shu to the shelf, and her eyes caught sight of a volume of Zhou Yi, a text that was undoubtedly esoteric and challenging. Without hesitation, she seized the Zhou Yi and countered the attendant's assertion, "You may not know this, but I have cherished these obscure ancient texts since childhood. For me, the more challenging they are, the more intriguing." With that, she made her way to the second floor to find Xiao Ian, leaving the attendant in place. Giving her a thumbs up, the secretary's friend is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Ian had changed into a lake blue official robe, which accentuated his fair complexion. He warmly invited Nian Yin to sit at the desk opposite him, gracefully pouring her a cup of clear tea. Upon receiving the tea, he retrieved 2 plates of pastries from a box, saying, "I had someone fetch these from downstairs while you were selecting your books. I hope they suit your taste. Do try them." Nian Yin's eyes lit up at the sight of the peach blossom cakes, and she beamed, "Then I must thank you, Master Xiao." Xiao Ian smiled gently before returning to his writing desk to attend to his work. After indulging in a few pastries, Nian Yin found herself unable to eat more and began to flip through the Zhou Yi. It proved to be exceedingly obscure and utterly devoid of interest. She pulled a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, lightly wiping the corners of her mouth before folding it in a few deft movements into the shape of a rabbit, pouting at it with a playful glare. Unbeknownst to her, every gesture was observed by Xiao Ian, who quietly withdrew his gaze, a smile gracing both his brow and lips. Nian Yin, having grown weary of the rabbit, occasionally glanced at Xiao Ian, who was seated gracefully by the side table. One hand supported a book while the other held a pen, his long, slender fingers occasionally inscribing a few characters. His obsidian eyes reflected the words on the page, resembling scattered stars. With a pronounced nose and slightly parted lips, his chiseled profile combined beauty with a man's vigor, and his partially tousled hair cascaded obediently down his back. Nian Yin propped her chin in her hand, captivated by the sight before her. She couldn't help but marvel at how not a single hair hindered his allure. Truly a marvel. It was said that Xiao Ian was the most handsome man in Qingqing, and such claims seemed hardly exaggerated. Merely gazing upon him was a delight, refreshing the spirit. Xiao Ian appeared to sense Nian Yin's gaze. He held his breath momentarily and looked up with a charming smile. When their eyes met, Nian Yin felt her cheeks blaze hotter than the flames flickering in the stove. Her mind clouded as she awkwardly uttered, "This flour cake is delicious. Would you care for one, Lord Xiao?" Xiao Ian chuckled softly, his smile deepening at the corners. "I do not have a taste for sweets. If Miss Lu enjoys them, she should indulge herself." Nian Yin smiled in return, inquiring, "May I ask what book you are writing, Lord Xiao?" "I am compiling a book concerning the geography, culture, and livelihoods across the various states of Nanjing, titled The Comprehensive Book of Nanjing. Once completed, it will serve as a valuable reference for the local magistrates, enhancing their understanding and better utilizing local resources for the benefit of the people," Xiao Ian explained with evident joy. "Wow, how impressive!" Nian Yin exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Ian responded humbly, "I am unworthy. I have yet to traverse the magnificent landscapes of Nanjing myself. Currently, I have only completed the chapter on Izhou, while the other states have been researched through literature and discussions with scholars, providing merely a rough outline. It lacks rigor and requires field investigations for validation. Should I be fortunate enough to witness the publication of this work in my lifetime, it would indeed be a significant blessing." A sense of respect blossomed within Nian Yin as she eagerly affirmed, "Surely, with your youth and vast knowledge, Lord Xiao, your future is boundless." With a twinkle in his eye, Xiao Ian asked, "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lu. Do you have any dreams?" For the first time, someone had inquired about her dreams, prompting Nian Nian to ponder seriously. As a woman, despite her father's indulgent affection, he harbored no great expectations for her. He wished for her to marry a good man and lead a life of domestic bliss, which would suffice for his peace of mind. She had no interest in commerce, well aware that the family business would eventually pass to her cousin and Linner, thus she would not meddle in it. Even without pursuing any endeavors, she would be adequately provided for. In light of this, apart from finding that elusive hero, she realized she had no true dreams of her own. With a light chuckle, she replied, "As for me, I hope to sample the culinary delights from all corners of the land. I wonder if that counts as a dream?" Xiao Ian smiled knowingly. "Of course it does. As long as it is a desire of the heart, any wish can be considered a dream." Nian Nian returned his smile. Xiao Ian continued, "It seems Miss Lu also has an interest in divination and reasoning." Nian Nian glanced at the book in her hands, offering a perfunctory smile before frowning and biting her lip, then reopened the Qingqing. Zhou Yi was not encountered, yet Zhou Gong was seen. Unbeknownst to her, Nian Nian had dozed off at the table. Xiao Ian gently draped a cloak over her and returned to his task of compiling books. After approximately half an hour, Nian Nian awakened with a start. Blinking her eyes, she gazed at Xiao Ian, directly meeting his gaze. Chapter 21. Tao Zhu Gong. Xiao Ian regarded Nian Nian with a tenderness akin to that of a mother observing her child. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "Studying Zhou Yi indeed requires considerable effort. Miss Lu might find it beneficial to peruse this book I have procured for you." Nian Nian furrowed her brow and bit her lip, offering a dry laugh. "Very well, very well." It seemed that while Nian Nian was asleep, Xiao Yan had placed the book Shishua Sinew upon her desk. Upon opening it, she read several passages, finding the unique and humorous prose vividly depicting the demeanor of the scholars from the previous dynasty. When she reached the section on Rendan, Nian Nian could not help but burst into laughter. Observing her joy, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. "I often envy Lu Ling's carefree indulgence in wine, Zhang Jiying's nonchalance in resigning from office to return home, and Wang Zio's spontaneity in visiting friends on a snowy night, arriving with enthusiasm and departing with satisfaction." Nian Nian, beaming, nodded at him. Indeed, great minds think alike. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled down at her. After reading for about 2 hours, Nian Nian glanced at the sun outside and estimated that it was getting late. She rose and bowed to Xiao Yan, bidding farewell. "Master Xiao, I thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave for today, lest my father grows anxious about my whereabouts." Xiao Yan set down his book and pen and stood to see her off. With heartfelt sincerity, he invited Nian Nian to visit again. Satisfied with this friendship, she reluctantly accepted his kindness, nodding repeatedly. "Certainly, certainly, though I fear I may disturb your tranquility." Before departing, Xiao Yan handed her a token, saying, "Should you ever require my assistance, please present this token at the Jingbei prince's residence." This token, belonging to the prince's estate, was examined by Nian Nian with pride before she tucked it into her sleeve. It seemed she had gained a valuable friend in Xiao Yan. At the prime minister's residence, Fu Yuan Hung sat at her table, slowly combing her hair with a silver brush. A maid rushed into the room, exclaiming, Miss, I have news." Fu Yuan Hung set down her brush and stood. The maid continued, "That woman is the sister of Lord Lu from the censorate. She has recently arrived in the capital and is acquainted with the Shun siblings, approaching young Master Cheng through the Shun lady. Zhang Si from Hongwen Pavilion reported that in the afternoon, young Master Cheng brought a woman to his post, and according to his description, it must indeed be this Miss Lu." "What?" Fu Yuan Heng's face turned pale with anger. "How brazenly seductive, to so openly entice my brother, Ian. Not considering her own status. Have someone keep watch on her. If she dares to pursue Ian again, report to me immediately." Since the day of the conflict with her father, Shun Xian had been restless, resolved to swiftly express his feelings to Nian Nian. Noticing her interest in playing the guqin during their last outing, he dispatched someone to seek out cedarwood. Recently, a servant from his household had procured a fine piece of century-old cedar for him. He sought out a renowned craftsman, aspiring to personally carve a zither for Nian Nian. Each day, after concluding Master Liao's lessons, he diligently toiled at the zither maker's workshop, his hands marred by the sharpness of chisels, leaving behind a few shallow cuts that eventually scabbed over. As the eldest son of the Shun family, his life was relatively smooth and joyous, with his father's strict expectations often leading to reprimands, yet he found happiness in abundance. Having departed from Suzhou many years ago, he had nearly forgotten the people and events of his childhood. However, 2 years prior, when Lu Xiao married, he encountered Nian Yan once more, and she filled his heart entirely. The Shun and Lu families shared a long-standing friendship, solidified by a promise made by their elders in years gone by. To him, it seemed only natural that after he completed his studies, he would propose to the Lu family, leading to a harmonious union between the two families. Though others remained oblivious, he sensed a distinct gaze from Xiao Ian directed towards Nian Yan, which stirred feelings of unease within him. On the appointed day, Nian visited again to read, and Xiao Ian thoughtfully brought along pastries from Hu's. After finishing Shishua Sinew, Nian selected Qingqing Zuzabagia to read next. After about half an hour, she felt a spark of curiosity. "Sir Xiao, I would like to pose a question." Xiao Ian, brushing his garments, turned towards her with eager interest. "Please, Lady Lu, do share." Nian articulated her thoughts. Confucianism speaks of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, altruism, and the practice of benevolent governance, prioritizing the people over the ruler. Legalism asserts that governance should not adhere to ancient customs, but be conducted according to law. Taoism advocates for non-action and going with the flow of nature. Confucianism posits that human nature is inherently good, whereas legalism contends it is fundamentally evil. Which perspective do you find more compelling, Sir Xiao? In response, Xiao Ian, with a humble demeanor and earnest tone, replied, "The world is not merely black and white, much like one cannot definitively label a person as wholly good or evil. Even the virtuous may err, and the wicked can perform acts of kindness. Human nature cannot be conclusively categorized as good or evil. It is akin to a blank sheet of paper, where splashes of red signify virtue and ink marks indicate vice. Each of our pages may embody a mix of both, and no final judgment can be rendered until life's end. As for governance, from the reign of Emperor Wu to the present, we have adhered to a blend of Confucian and legalist principles, honoring the former while upholding the latter's laws to maintain societal order. Personally, I find that approaching matters with Taoist philosophy simplifies many aspects of life. Non-action, non-contention, and following the natural course of events allow one to navigate life's currents effortlessly. Nian, initially responding with an understanding "oh," soon nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "Your words have illuminated my mind, offering profound insights, truly invaluable." Xiao Ian's warm smile broadened. Nian, contemplating seriously, appeared to harbor many uncertainties. Her grandfather had always advised her that success is shaped by one's own efforts, while Xiao Ian espoused the virtue of non-action and naturalness. In today's world, where moral standards are declining, if one does not take initiative, could it not lead to the squandering of one's talents? She gazed at Xiao Ian and, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "Sir Xiao, most people are rather mundane. Sometimes, your position is determined by how others perceive you. Your father, the Duke of Jingbei, achieved a resounding victory over Bei Zhao, earning widespread acclaim. What a magnificent feat! It is said that a tiger's son is not a dog. I genuinely believe your talents are exceptional, and you are destined for great accomplishments in the future." Xiao Ian paused, his pen hovering in the air, his gaze dimming. Nian, observing his troubled demeanor, thought perhaps she had inadvertently struck a chord with him. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice. "I foresee that with your abilities, an opportunity to showcase your talents will soon present itself, and I have great confidence in you." Xiao Ian lowered his head, lost in contemplation for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Does Miss Lu perceive me as others do?" Nian, taken aback, pondered if he mistakenly believed her to be a person who seeks profit and fame. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile, asserting, "I am unlike others. As your friend, regardless of your circumstances, I hold you in high regard." She punctuated her statement with a solemn nod. Xiao Ian offered a bittersweet smile. Often, Being conspicuous is not always advantageous. For me, a life of simplicity is the best. Nian Yin understood his predicament. The more exceptional one is, the more one attracts envy. To preserve himself, he had to conceal his talents. What man is without ambition? To possess great talent without an avenue for expression must be a source of profound frustration. She spoke softly, the analect state. To use is to act, to discard is to conceal. I believe that true talent should be applied where it is most effective. Those with great abilities ought to strive for the benefit of the nation and the people. Of course, I understand your concerns. Life often forces difficult choices upon us. However, my grandfather once recounted the tale of Tao Zhugang. Have you heard of him? Tao Zhugang served as a minister, engaged in commerce, and ascended to great heights 3 times. Yet he also knew when to withdraw gracefully, preserving his integrity. Is that not commendable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ian displayed a flicker of guilt, soon replaced by a faint smile. Miss Lu speaks wisely. I have been short-sighted. I shall emulate Tao Zhugang and not let you down. As a friend, I wish for your well-being and hope that you find joy each day. There is no need to force anything. Simply do your best. Nian Yin returned a knowing smile. Xiao Ian gazed at her with a newfound brightness in his eyes. The two fell into a comfortable silence, with Xiao Ian continuing his writing while Nian Yin immersed herself in her reading of interesting discussions on various philosophers. The atmosphere was serene, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tranquility. Ah, Miss Fu, I mentioned that Lord Xiao has a guest. Nian Yin turned towards the voice, spotting a woman of stunning beauty, radiant like a luminous pearl, her presence commanding and imposing. It must be Fu Yuanheng. The Fu family had served as ministers for 3 generations, and her mother was a sister to the current empress. Aside from the princesses, she was among the most esteemed women in Qingqing. The guard accompanying her sighed helplessly. Lord Xiao, Miss Fu insists on entering. We could not prevent her. Xiao Ian rose. It's fine. You may leave. The guard quickly made his escape, as though liberated. Nian Yin hurriedly stood, preparing to bow respectfully. However, before she could lower herself, Fu Yuanheng glared at her. Who are you? Her accusatory expression made Nian Yin feel quite uncomfortable, and she discreetly glanced at Xiao Ian. He then spoke, Miss Fu, what brings you here today? Fu Yuanheng approached, nestling against Xiao Yan's arm like a delicate bird, casting a sidelong glance at Nian Yin. Brother Yan, why is she here? Xiao Yan, well aware of Fu Yuanheng's jealousy, recalled how, a few months prior during the Lantern Festival, he had merely helped a fallen maiden, only to have Fu Yuanheng orchestrate a cruel act against her. To protect Nian Yin from any unwarranted harm, he felt compelled to draw a line. This is the sister of the Inspector Liu, and she is also my distant cousin. She has come today to peruse a few books. The mention of distant cousin left Nian Yin feeling quite embarrassed. She anticipated that Xiao Yan was aware of this connection. It felt as though he was taking advantage of her. However, observing his discomfort, she decided not to hold it against him. The fickleness of human nature was indeed evident. Nian mentally judged Xiao Yan countless times, yet maintained a smile, nodding in agreement while greeting Fu Yuanheng. Miss Fu, greetings. It is universally understood that one should not strike those who offer smiles. Yet Fu Yuanheng, unfazed by such niceties, shot a cold glance at Nian Yin and retorted, It appears that all of Xin Yao's friends are of the same ilk. Xiao Yan, visibly displeased, interrupted her, Miss Fu, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Nian Yin took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. Given Fu Yuanheng's status and her capricious demeanor, it was best to avoid conflict. She tactfully announced, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Uncle, Miss Fu, may you both enjoy your reading. With that, she swiftly exited the room. Once outside the Hongwen Hall, a sense of unease settled in Nian Yin's heart. She muttered to herself, Who said that Xiao Yan is a scoundrel? He seems quite adept at avoiding suspicion. Clearly, he understands the nuances of male-female interactions. At the Jingbei Wang Fu in the study, Xiao Yan remained seated for an extended period after returning home. A gust of wind rustled his garments, yet the figure of that girl lingered in his mind, as if he were ensnared by some enchantment. He picked up a brush and began to sketch her likeness on paper. Chuyu entered with a bowl of soup, and, upon noticing the drawing, inquired curiously, "Young master, who is this you are drawing?" Xiao Yan hurriedly concealed the sketch. "No one of importance." "Why haven't you gone to rest yet?" Chuyu approached, playfully attempting to snatch the drawing. "Young master, I've already seen it. Let me have a look." Xiao Yan shot him an annoyed glare. "You are becoming increasingly insufferable." As the night deepened, Nian tossed and turned her bed, unable to find rest. With summer's heat enveloping her, despite me having placed ice in the room, she still felt restless. She donned an outer garment and stepped into the courtyard by the lake to catch some fresh air. After sitting for about half an hour, fatigue began to overtake her, and she prepared to return to her room. Glancing up, she noticed that the lights in her cousin's courtyard had not been lit, suggesting he had yet to return. Just as she was about to leave, a tipsy figure, reeking of alcohol, was assisted into the courtyard by Su Jing. Where had he been drinking to such excess? Nian followed into the room and inquired of Su Jing. Su Jing hesitated before replying. He was drinking with some out-of-town merchants. I couldn't dissuade him. Afterward, he helped Lu Hao lie down on the bed, removing his shoes and socks. Nian sent him to prepare a bowl of sobering soup for Lu Hao. Seated at the table, she overheard Lu Hao mumbling in his sleep. When June, straining to hear, she leaned closer and whispered in her cousin's ear. When June, who is that? Lu Hao ignored her and turned over to continue sleeping. She gently nudged him, second brother, Lu Hao, seeing that he remained unresponsive. She straightened up, preparing to leave when Lu Hao mumbled in his sleep. When June, you must trust me. I will never let you down. As he turned again, a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms rolled out from his collar, seemingly belonging to a woman. Nian picked it up, and a strong scent of powder wafted towards her. It was evident that this Wen Jun was not from a respectable family. The following morning, her cousin awoke from his drunken stupor and was getting ready to leave. Nian called out to him from behind, "Cousin, where did you go last night?" Lu Hao stammered, I was attending to important matters. There were several merchants from Jingzhou, and I had to meet them." Nian doubted his words. "Nonsense. You must have been indulging in the pleasures of the red light district." Lu Hao stubbornly denied it, defending himself with a feigned righteousness. "I am a respectable person. Do not tarnish my reputation." Nian paused, recalling her cousin's sleep talk, and the words almost slipped from her lips. "If you are a respectable person, then this world is filled with respectable individuals. By the way, who is Wen Jun?" This question seemed to strike a nerve with Lu Hao, and his expression turned serious. "Who told you? Have you sent someone to follow me?" Her cousin, who had always been a carefree spirit and seldom wore a serious expression, even when his wife passed away, now appeared profoundly grave. Nian scoffed. "Who has the time for that? Next time you sleep, don't talk in your sleep. And by the way, if you're going to hide things in your collar, make sure they are well concealed." Lu Hao felt both embarrassed and furious. "Lu Nian, you, a young lady, dared to rummage through my outer garment. Do you have no shame?" Nian remained unfazed. "What is the big deal about rummaging through your clothes? I've seen half of your body. We are family. So what is there to be bashful about? You dare to spy on me? I'll tell uncle." Lu Hao exclaimed, flustered. Nian, undeterred, threatened him with his own secret. "If you tell father, I will reveal to him how you secretly hid a brocade box for young Master Sheng's full moon banquet. I accidentally stumbled upon you changing clothes out of sheer curiosity. What does that have to do with anything? That was a brocade box for the second young master of the Jingbei Wang Fu, Xiao Yan, containing clothes for him to change into. Did he see you when you pushed open my door?" Lu Hao sighed in relief, his spirits lifting immediately. "No, he didn't see me." Nian's face flushed with embarrassment. How could it be him? He had turned around that day. Surely he must have seen her. How would she ever face anyone again? Fortunately, Xiao Yan bore no ill will and continued to treat her as a friend. Alas, did he truly not like women? Or had he simply never regarded her as one? Lu Hao seized upon her secret, feeling triumphant. "Sister, this matter concerns your reputation. I will not speak of it to anyone else. In exchange, you should not meddle in my affairs." She regained her composure, recalling the gravity of the situation, and earnestly advised, "Second brother, our family has a tradition against allowing courtesans into our home. Why do you not seek a girl from a respectable family, instead of courting those from the red light district? She is not the kind of person you think she is. As for my affairs, it's best if you refrain from prying." With that, Lu Hao left without another word. Nian Nian's heart was a tumult of emotions. She realized her cousin had genuinely developed feelings. What sort of woman was she, after all? That night, as she lay in bed, her mind drifted between the image of Xiao Yi An's smiling face and his fair back. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, embarrassment causing her to cover her face with her hands. She resolved never to see Xiao Yi again. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her, and she rose, donning an outer garment before stepping into the courtyard. On the 16th night, she gazed up at the sky, where a silver moon was partially veiled by a thin wisp of cloud. Miying had arrived unnoticed, standing beside her as they both admired the luminous moon. "Miss, are you gazing at the osmanthus tree on the moon? The moon tonight is truly magnificent, though somewhat obscured by clouds." Nian Nian murmured. The jade rabbit must be busy concocting medicine, while Wu Gang is likely felling osmanthus. The celestial beings fulfill their duties diligently, leaving only us mortals to indulge in idle musings and unnecessary worries. "Do you have something weighing on your mind?" Miying inquired. Nian Yin turned her head, replying, "No. I merely heard Yao mention that Lord Xiao's birthday is approaching. Should we prepare some gifts for him?" "Which Lord Xiao?" Miying asked, bewildered. "The second son of the Jingbei Wangfu, Xiao Yan," Nian Yin answered. Miying stifled a yawn, perhaps feeling fatigued. "That bookworm? Miss, you've only met him once. I think it's unnecessary. We wouldn't want him to misinterpret your intentions and become entangled with you." Nian Yin nodded. "You're right. I wouldn't deign to notice him. The husband I seek must be the finest man in the world." Miying agreed. Indeed, if he lacks extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, how could he be worthy of such a remarkable lady as yourself? Nian Nian smiled. Miying, struggling against sleep, urged her. "Miss, it's getting late. You should return and rest. I, too, am feeling weary." Nian Nian, lost in thought, paid no heed to Mi Ying's words. She gazed at the moon and softly pondered, what kind of woman might a man like Xiao Yi An, dignified and gentle as the bright moon, one day marry? Mi Ying yawned, inadvertently murmuring, "A person like him, untouched by the trivialities of the world, is better suited to be admired from a distance, displayed on a wall, rather than sought in marriage." Chapter 23. Yaoer as fate. Lu Xing suffered a recurrence of his heart ailment and remained at home to recuperate. Lu Xiao and Wang Shuyun consulted several renowned physicians from the capital, but to little avail. Upon hearing this, Shun Yao prepared to visit the Lu residence. The weather was fair, so she chose not to take a sedan chair and instead set out with her maid, Qian Mei. As they crossed a narrow bridge, a tall scholar approached. They intended to yield to each other. Yao moved left, and the scholar mirrored her. She shifted right, and he followed suit. Finally, as she stepped into the center, she stumbled and fell into his embrace. Her face turned pale. "How can you be so careless?" The scholar, slightly irked, retorted. "You clearly collided with me. I was merely kind enough to catch you. With such a wide path, why did you choose to confront me? You must apologize." Yao, stubborn despite the circumstances, insisted on holding her ground. The young lady displayed an unreasonable temperament, and the scholar found himself rather helpless. "You must apologize." "I will not," Yaoer declared with great fervor. "Very well. You claim it was unintentional." With that, she forcefully pushed the scholar, intending to salvage her dignity. However, to her surprise, he lost his balance and fell into the small river. Xuemei gasped in shock, timidly addressing Yaoer. "Miss, what shall we do? He has fallen into the water." Fortunately, the river was not deep. The young man struggled to rise, wiping his forehead with the sleeve of his robe, and in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "How could a woman be so cruel? You are utterly unreasonable." Momentarily at a loss, Yaoer decided that discretion was the better part of valor and hastily fled with Xuanmei in tow. Upon reaching the Lu residence, Yaoer paid a visit to Uncle Lu. Nian Yin, visibly worried, remarked, "Several physicians have come, and I've taken countless doses of medicine, yet there is no sign of improvement." After a moment of reflection, Yaoer recalled, "I have heard from my mother that there is a small clinic in Qinglu Lane. It appears ordinary, yet the physician's skills are exceptional. We should seek his counsel. Nian Yin made a mental note of this suggestion. Since parting ways at Hongwen Hall, Xiao Yan had not seen Nian Yin again. He assumed she was upset about witnessing Fu Yuan hang that day, leaving him perturbed and distracted from his duties. Remembering that he had recently had a qing crafted, he rose to retrieve it, only to fortuitously encounter Shen Xian. Noticing Shen Xian's injured fingers, clearly a result of his own handiwork, Xiao Yan inquired, "Brother Shen, when did you take up the art of crafting instruments?" Shen Xian, gazing at his creation with delight, replied, "I happened upon this piece of wood and sought my master's guidance to create it. Though wood is rather crude, it is of little consequence." Xiao Yan, supporting the instrument, remarked, "A qing crafted by your own hands must surely be extraordinary." Shen Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing, "This is a qing I intend to gift to Nian Yin. We have been childhood companions, and despite the passing years, my affection for her remains unchanged. This humble instrument is merely a token of my sentiments. Once I achieve my ambitions, I shall formally seek her hand in marriage, and I trust you will join us to celebrate our engagement." Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his hand from the qing, feigning composure as he smiled. Shen Xian seized the moment and added, "Brother Ian, I am about to deliver the qing to Nian Yin. Would you care to accompany me?" Exercising considerable restraint, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, "I have matters to attend to with the luthier, so I shall not join you." After Shen Xian took his leave, Xiao Yan gazed longingly at his retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of solitude. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Shen Xian presented an old ginseng to Lu Xing, saying, "Uncle, this is a gift from my father. He is quite busy with his affairs, but will visit you when he has the time. Please focus on your recovery." Lu Xing, reclining against the bed, responded, "Dear nephew, please extend my gratitude to your father. These are merely my old ailments. They are not serious and will pass in a few days." Shen Xian continued, "If there is anything you wish to eat, do not hesitate to let me know. Since Nian Yin cannot go out, I can fetch it for you." Lu Xing smiled appreciatively. "You are very considerate, my dear nephew. You young people have much to attend to, so there is no need to trouble yourself. My daughter is quite attentive and often has the kitchen prepare various dishes for me, which are quite to my taste." Shen Xian smiled gently at Nian Yin, saying, "Dear sister Nian Yin, you must have been quite weary of late. Do take care of your health." Nian Yin replied, "It is nothing to worry about. I appreciate your concern, young Master Shen." Shen Xian appeared to be in a hurry, and after exchanging a few words, bid farewell to Lu Xing. "Uncle, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will visit again on another day." Lu Xing leaned forward. "Very well, my dear nephew, go about your business. Nian see young Master Shen off." Nian Yin followed Shen Xian out of the inner room and into the courtyard, where a young servant awaited them, cradling a guqin. Upon seeing Nian Yin and Mi Ying approach, he handed the instrument to Mi Ying, leaving both Nian Yin and Mi Ying astonished. Shen Xian glanced at the guqin before turning his gaze to Nian Yin, knowing that my dear sister Nian Yin is skilled in music. "I recently acquired a piece of century-old cedar wood and crafted this guqin myself. I hope you will not find it lacking." Nian Yin's eyes drifted to his hands, marred by the scars left from crafting the instrument, and she felt a surge of emotion mixed with helplessness. "Young Master Shen, how can I possibly accept such a gift?" "Sister Nian Yin, your intelligence is evident. You surely understand my intentions," Shen Xian said, momentarily lost in his feelings. Should she reveal to Shen Xian the matter of the Shun family's annulment of their engagement, he would undoubtedly cause an uproar at home. With the imperial examinations approaching, any delay caused by such a revelation would be a grave injustice to him. As Nian Yin pondered how to refuse him without causing him pain, Shen Xian continued, "I have yet to achieve any scholarly success and cannot promise you anything now. With the Emperor's grace, there will be another examination in August, and I am determined to earn my degree and then seek my mother to propose." Upon hearing his plan, Nian Yin felt relieved knowing he would not act before the examination results were announced. She glanced around, ensuring they were alone, and reassured him, "Young Master Shen, I accept the guqin. With the impending examinations, do not squander your time. Focus on your studies. In the future, once you have attained your degree, you will have your pick of noble ladies. My father is unwell, and I cannot be away for too long, so I shall not see you out. After speaking, Nian Yin bowed and turned to leave. Shun Xian, beaming with optimism, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Sister Nian Yin. I shall strive to excel. Wait for me." Without looking back, Nian Yin departed. Lu Xing's health fluctuated, and during the stifling summer days, he often had little appetite. Nian Yin arranged for the kitchen to prepare soup to bring to her father. Today, Lu Xing felt somewhat better and was seated in the hall. Nian Yin presented him with a bowl of soup. "Father, this is mung bean and lily soup. You have not eaten breakfast or lunch, so please have a bowl to cool off. Once your appetite returns, we can have them prepare whatever you desire." Lu Xing accepted the bowl, took a few sips, and set it down. "I cannot eat anymore. It is not a serious illness, yet being cooped up in this room all day makes one feel stale. In the afternoon, when it cools down, please invite the Rui troupe. It has been a while since I have heard performance." The Rui troupe had recently staged a play titled Liang Zhu, which performed in the Lu residence that afternoon. Nian Yin sat beside her father, while a number of idle maids and young servants gathered around to watch. The play narrated the tale of Zhu Yingtai, who disguised herself as a man to study alongside Liang Shanbua. Over the 3 years they spent together, Zhu Yingtai secretly developed feelings for Liang Shanbua, who, being straightforward, remained oblivious to the fact that she was a woman. During an outing, Zhu Yingtai revealed her affections, prompting Liang Shanbua to finally realize the truth. Nian Yin remarked to her grandfather, "This Liang Shanbua is truly a bookworm, utterly oblivious to the distinctions between genders." Her grandfather remained silent. Nian Yin continued, "I predict they will never come together. What do you think, grandfather?" Yet he offered no reply. When Nian Yin glanced at him, she found him clutching his chest, his brow furrowed tightly in agony. In a hurry, she rushed to support him, only to discover that he had fainted. Chapter 24. Dr. Gu of Qinglu Lane. The maidservants and footmen were in a frenzy, scurrying about in a panic, while the performers on stage stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Nian Yin recalled that her brother was at the yamen, and her cousin was still at the inn. She feared it would be too late to summon them back. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her racing heart. Remembering Dr. Gu from Qinglu Street, as mentioned by Yao Er, she hastily sent someone on horseback to fetch him. She also instructed the servants to carry her grandfather back to his room and arrange for her brother and sister-in-law to be called. Once her sister-in-law, Wang Shuyun, arrived, the doctor from Huichentang followed closely behind. He examined Lu Xing, checking his pulse and inspecting his eyelids and lips, then shook his head. He stated that the patient's pulse was faint, suggesting that he might not survive, and advised the family to prepare for the worst before departing. Shuyun became increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth while murmuring, "Why hasn't my husband arrived yet?" Nian Yin felt her heart rise to her throat, her mind blank as if emptied. Soon after, Lu Xiao returned, accompanied by another doctor. This doctor, like the previous one, conducted his examination and declared that Lu Xing was indeed beyond saving. Lu Xiao pounded the bedpost, concealing his face in sorrow, while Shuyun offered her comfort. Nian Yin stood by, dazed, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. The servant sent to find Lu Hao returned with news that he was not at the inn. Thus, Lu Xiao called upon several others to search for him. A servant, escorting Lin Er home from school, found his father in such a state and began to weep uncontrollably, lamenting his desire for his father to wake and play with him. At that moment, a maid entered to report that Dr. Gu from Qinglu Lane was waiting outside. Lu Xiao, feeling exasperated, replied weakly, "Give him a few taels of silver and send him away. It is of no use." Nian Yin stepped forward to intervene. "Wait, please let him in." Lu Xiao, losing his patience, retorted, "What good can a little-known doctor possibly do?" Nian Yin, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, "I cannot believe that my father would abandon us like this. If there is even the slightest hope, we must try everything we can." Dr. Gu was ushered in by a servant, hurriedly setting down his medicine box to begin his examination of Lu Xing. Like the previous 2 doctors, he checked his pulse and examined his eyelids and mouth. However, he differed in that he leaned over Lu Xing's chest to listen, then proceeded to apply pressure. After a brief moment, they heard a faint breath escape Lu Xing's lips. Nian Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her, though he still remained unconscious. Subsequently, Dr. Gu opened his medicine box and extracted several silver needles, carefully inserting them into Lu Xing's chest. He then turned to address the gathered family, stating, Master Lu is suffering from chest pain due to obstructed blood flow, compounded by insufficient nourishment, leading to a weakened constitution and a depletion of vital energy. His heart and liver are deprived of sustenance, resulting in a loss of consciousness. I have utilized silver needles to clear the heart meridians and will prescribe a restorative formula for Master Lu to take once he awakens, gradually aiding his recovery. Nian Yin and her brother, along with his wife, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Gu, who merely replied, First, go fetch the medicine. Whether Master Lu awakens depends on tonight. When Lu Hao arrived at his uncle's room, Nian Yin was already administering medicine to their father. Lu Hao, filled with urgency, inquired, Sister, what has happened to Uncle? Nian Yin, seated by the bedside, gently pried open her father's mouth with a spoon, feeding him bit by bit. Her eyes glistening with tears as she replied, Father fainted from chest pain. The doctor said whether he awakens depends on tonight. Lu Hao immediately broke into a sorrowful wail, pushing against his uncle, causing the medicine Nian Yin had painstakingly administered to spill out. With one hand holding the bowl and the other pushing him away, Nian Yin sternly said, If you truly wish to show filial piety, brother, then come and help feed father. Lu Hao rose and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, hesitantly responding, Sister, you are more meticulous and skilled. It is better if you do it. He then called Lu Xiao outside, perhaps to discuss matters concerning Lu Xing's future. Dr. Gu entered to check Lu Xing's pulse and informed Nian Yin, I shall remain here tonight. I can promptly monitor the patient's condition. Please send someone from the estate to inform my wife. Nian Yin expressed her profound gratitude. As the night deepened, Lu Xing had not shown any sign of awakening 4 hours after taking the medicine. Dr. Gu diligently checked his pulse approximately every 15 minutes. Nian Yin, her 2 brothers, and their wives remained vigilantly by his side. Unbeknownst to her, Nian Yin eventually dozed off beside her father. Her brothers and sisters-in-law, seated on chairs, succumbed to drowsiness as well, while Dr. Gu likely stepped out to instruct the maidservants to prepare more medicine. Around the time of the early morning, just as dawn began to break, Nian Yin suddenly felt someone stroking her hair. Opening her eyes, she saw her father, awake and gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Overcome with surprise and joy, she called out, Father! Her brothers and sisters-in-law were startled awake and hurried over. Grasping her father's hand tightly, Lu Hao lamented, Uncle, you have finally awakened. Lu Xiao, unusually soft-spoken, asked, Father, how do you feel? Shu Yun, with her back to everyone, clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring, Thank you, Bodhisattva. Lu Xing slightly parted his lips and murmured, Shower, Nianer, Hower, Shu Yun. Nian tightened her grip, choked with emotion as she said, Father, you have just awakened. Please do not speak too much. Dr. Gu entered, took Lu Xing's pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It is good that you have awakened. Your life is preserved. Later, you must take a bowl of nourishing medicine. Starting tomorrow, I will treat Master Lu's chest pain. For now, I shall return, and I will come again after lunch. Yongjiang, quickly prepare a carriage to send Dr. Gu back, and go to the treasury to retrieve 300 taels of silver to present to the Gu family. Lu Xiao generously commanded. This is inappropriate. It is too much. Dr. Gu insisted, attempting to decline. Shu Yun approached him, saying, Dr. Gu, please do not refuse. You have done us a great service, and this is our family's heartfelt intention. If you do not accept it, it will embarrass us. Lu Hao, ever the eloquent one, added, Dr. Gu, please do not decline. On another day, I shall send a grand banner to your medical clinic, widely proclaiming your miraculous healing prowess in the business community. Young Master Lu, it is truly the fortune of the Lu family that I am merely doing my humble part. As a physician, it is my duty, and I dare not claim any credit, the humble Dr. Gu modestly remarked. Nian Yin also came to see off Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu, my father still requires assistance, and once he is in good health, I shall personally pay my respects. Lord Lu, young Master Lu, please stay. Dr. Gu followed Yongjiang as they departed. On that afternoon, as promised, Dr. Gu once again visited the Lu residence to treat Lu Xing and prescribe medicine, advising him to take it 3 times a day after meals, and emphasized that Lu Xing must eat to avoid further weakening his constitution. In the following days, Dr. Gu diligently visited daily to monitor Lu Xing's condition. Under Dr. Gu's attentive care, Lu Xing began to show signs of improvement, each day better than the last. Yet, he was troubled by the business at the shop, constantly expressing a desire to check on it. Naturally, Yin could not allow him to venture out. She promised to help her father by visiting the shop herself. Although she lacked knowledge of the trade and had little interest in business, her grandfather had personally taught her the fundamentals of accounting. Under Uncle Zhong's guidance, she quickly grasped the essentials of their business within 10 days. After managing the accounts from the previous month, Yin returned to the Lu residence with Uncle Zhong to report to Lu Xing. Lu Xing was quite pleased and decided to test his daughter's understanding. Chapter 25. The Cousin's Jealousy. Yin. You have been at the shop for over 10 days now. Share your insights with your father. Yin spoke eloquently, having contemplated several matters to discuss with her father. She noted that among the Lu family's fabrics, the price of cloud brocade was the highest, yielding the greatest profit, while the price of woven was moderate with corresponding profits. And plain brocade was the least expensive with minimal profit. There were even 3 months each year when plain brocade was sold at a loss. Among these 3 types of brocade, woven had the highest sales volume, followed by plain brocade, and cloud brocade had the lowest. She concluded that plain brocade served merely as a lure to attract customers into the shop, generating goodwill and reputation despite losses. The losses incurred on plain brocade were offset by the profits from cloud brocade, with the primary profit derived from woven, which, while slightly more expensive than plain brocade, excelled in quality and craftsmanship. Most customers drawn in by the low price of plain brocade would ultimately opt to purchase woven. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. Yin continued, I have observed that over the past 3 years, 30 shops have closed, while over 10 new ones have opened. Compared to 3 years ago, the total number of shops has decreased by 20, yet profits have increased. Shops that have consistently incurred losses should be swiftly eliminated. Indecision leads to chaos. Lu Xing chuckled. Indeed, that is the principle. Uncle Zhong also nodded in agreement. Just then, Lu Hao entered to pay respects to Lu Xing, who invited him to sit. Come, let us hear your sister's insights. Yin continued without acknowledging him. I hold great admiration for my grandfather, despite the hardships he faced in establishing shops across various provinces. The silk trade in Jiangnan has flourished, inevitably diverting some of our Lu family's business. However, the shops in the southwest and north are thriving, and maintaining operations for another decade or 2 should pose no issue. Yet, I remain somewhat concerned, as many shops are now capable of producing cloud brocade and woven for sale. If Lu Ji is to enjoy sustained prosperity, we must introduce more innovation, what others lack. We must possess, and what others have, we must excel in. My dear, our daughter has swiftly grasped the business acumen of the Lu family's enterprise in merely a few days. Truly, a tiger begets no dog, or rather, a tiger begets no daughter, praised Uncle Zhong. Lu Xing chuckled warmly, saying, Niner, your insights bring great comfort to your father. I shall send someone to develop new strategies and techniques, ensuring they cannot keep pace with us. Lu Hao, feeling a tinge of envy, retorted, Uncle, with such a capable sister, do you not fear a lack of successors? Lu Xing, sensing the underlying tone in Lu Hao's words, quickly reassured him. Not at all. How could your sister compare to you? Niner, being a young lady, should not concern herself with business matters. She is simply dutiful, wishing to lighten my burdens for a few days. As I grow older, the family business will ultimately be entrusted to you and Liner. Yin has always understood that as a young woman, she has no authority in business affairs. She has little interest in commerce and finds solace in leisure. Father, you speak nonsense. You will surely live a long life, Yin said as she sat beside him, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. Lu Xing lovingly patted her head. Indeed, I wish to live a few more years to witness you all establishing families. He then recalled, by the way, the young prince from the Jingbei, Wang Fu, visited earlier and inquired about you. When did you become acquainted with him? Lu Hao. With his legs crossed and teacup in hand, shot Nian Yin a mischievous smile, eager for the unfolding drama. Nian Yin glared at him and casually replied, "Oh, he is a friend of Shun Xian. We have crossed paths a few times." Lu Hao chuckled quietly, nearly spilling his tea. "This royal household is unlike our humble abode. The intricacies of social etiquette may prove challenging for you." Lu Xing cautioned Nian Yin. "What are you talking about, father? What connection do I have with him?" Nian Yin retorted, visibly displeased. Lu Hao, ever the instigator, set down his teacup and teased, "Sister, you've already made quite an impression on him, surely." Nian Yin swiftly stood to cover his mouth, but Lu Hao dodged her attempt. "If you want tea, let me speak." "Then let me see what delightful gifts he has brought," he declared, reaching for the gift box presented by Xiao Ian. "This Korean ginseng is clearly a tribute, something that cannot be purchased with silver. And look at this enormous cordyceps." Xiao Ian is most attentive. "He truly does not treat my sister as an outsider," he exclaimed, laughter erupting anew. With a firm slap, Nian Yin struck Lu Hao's hand and said, "Second brother, come with me." Once outside, Lu Hao contemplated slipping away, but was stopped by Nian Yin. In the past, he had cleverly withdrawn silver from the accounts, with Uncle Zhong turning a blind eye, likely under their father's guidance. Since Nian Yin had arrived at the shop, however, he found himself constantly restricted, subjected to daily inspections, and even the accounts were scrutinized. Now, he could no longer even secretly divert a small sum of silver. She was undoubtedly here to audit the accounts. After enduring a moment of discomfort, he forced a smile and followed her outside. They arrived at a pavilion, and before Nian Yin could speak, Lu Hao, feeling guilty, stammered, "If you're referring to the silver I withdrew from the accounts, you may ask Uncle. I've already informed him." "Who mentioned the matter of the silver to you?" "Last night, the steward Wu from the Weaving Bureau sent word, stating that the quantity of materials you delivered to the palace was incorrect. Uncle Zhong searched for you all night without success. Matters concerning the palace must not be taken lightly." Nian Yin's expression hardened. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao grew anxious. "I am well acquainted with Steward Wu. I shall seek him out immediately." Uncle Zhong had sent someone early in the morning, even going so far as to offer a generous smile. "Your personal affairs do not concern me, but you ought to pay more attention to business matters." With that, Nian Yin shot him a glance and departed. Lu Hao watched her leave before he turned away, pacing through the garden several times until he found solitude. He unleashed his frustration by kicking a stone by the pond, breathing heavily in silence. Having followed his uncle since childhood, he devoted many years to assisting him in establishing significant dominion over Jiangnan. He had anticipated that with Lu Xiao entering the official realm and Lu Lin being still young, he would be the sole support for his uncle, potentially inheriting half of his legacy. Little did he expect that a mere girl like Nian Yin would insert herself into the affairs, now affecting him directly. He let out a derisive chuckle, flicking aside the loose strands of hair from his forehead, and walked away with an air of seriousness. Since Uncle Xing fell ill, his aunt had visited twice, and today she returned to the Lu family accompanied by her cousin Su Shanjin, having spent a lifetime in the silk trade. His aunt and uncle were among the prominent wealthy families in Qingqing. The Lu and Su families had close business ties, their fates intertwined. After some pleasantries, the two elders delved into discussions about business. Nian Yin and her cousin could not interject, so she led Shanjin to her courtyard to play. Shanjin, a native of Qingqing, often accompanied her father to Suzhou in her youth, always staying at the Lu residence. Although she was 5 years older than Nian Yin, their personalities resonated, and they enjoyed each other's company. Shanjin was straightforward and took good care of Nian Yin. She married at 16, her husband Dong Qi being the third son of the Deputy Minister of War. He had previously served in the military on the frontier, and Shanjin had lived with him in Ezhou for 3 years until Dong Qi was reassigned to the capital 2 years ago. A maidservant brought out an assortment of common fruits and tea. Shanjin cradled her teacup, lifting and then replacing the lid, the sound of the porcelain clinking melodiously. "Your uncle's illness must have taken a toll on you. You look considerably thinner." Nian Yin smiled calmly. "Fortunately, my father is now much better. That day truly frightened me, and I still feel apprehensive when I think back on it." Shanjin pulled a handkerchief from her waist to dab her lips, reflecting, daughters are indeed attentive. You seem to have reached the age where thoughts of marriage arise. I'm sure your uncle feels quite reluctant. Yin Yin lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow lurking in her eyes. I'm not yet contemplating marriage. Linner is still so young, and my father's health is inconsistent. I wish to care for him more. Your sentiments are indeed wise. Do not be like me, foolishly becoming a wife at such a tender age, bearing children and managing household affairs, all while dutifully honoring in-laws, only to find no benefit in the end. Shanjin's face clouded with sorrow, a rare sight for her. Nian Yin sensed her cousin's discontent and inquired with concern, "Have you faced any grievances at your husband's home? Is it your mother-in-law who has caused you distress? Or perhaps your two sisters-in-law?" asked cousin Shanjun, her expression impassive and her gaze frigid. She coldly replied, "It is Dong Qi. He has taken a mistress for over a year, and I was the last to know." Chapter 26. The mistress of my cousin-in-law in the early years of her marriage. Cousin often wrote to her, each letter filled with declarations of love and affection. After arriving in Qingqing, she met her cousin-in-law a few times. He appeared to be a virtuous gentleman, not at all the type to indulge in carnal desires. To now hear that he has taken a mistress is indeed shocking. Nian Yin anxiously inquired, "What does your husband say?" Cousin sighed deeply. Initially, he denied it. In a fit of rage, I had a fierce confrontation with him, slapping him several times and even tearing at his face in the struggle. He has informed my father-in-law and mother-in-law of his intention to bring the mistress into the household, and they have consented. I have been at my parental home for 3 days now, and both sisters-in-law have come to persuade me. Dong Qi has not shown his face. It seems he is resolute in his decision to bring that wretched woman into our home. Cousin, who had always been a fighter since childhood, shocked Nian Yin with her boldness, even striking her own husband. Nian Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly laid hands on him?" "Indeed, and I do not regret it in the slightest," cousin replied fiercely. Nian Yin nodded in agreement. He deserved it. "But who is that woman?" Cousin sighed again. "Dong Qi refuses to say. My second sister-in-law, acting as an intermediary, informed me that Dong Qi had a childhood sweetheart. In earlier years, she climbed the social ladder and abandoned him for the Ning Yiho family. However, after the downfall of the Wang and the Ning Yiho family also fell into disrepute, and she was sold to Suzhou. Upon our return from Yizhou to the capital, she managed to contact Dong Qi. He secretly visited Suzhou several times and eventually gathered funds to buy her, bringing her to Qingqing to keep her as a mistress." As she spoke, cousin was overwhelmed with emotion, dabbing her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Nian Yin felt the situation was precarious. If it were an ordinary person, it might be manageable. But given the history with his former love, what are your plans now? Cousin furrowed her brow, feeling quite helpless. My parents have urged me to return, warning that it would not be wise to be seen as jealous. In my anger, I declared my intent to divorce him, and he readily agreed. What can I do now? After a moment's contemplation, she suggested to her cousin, "If you were determined not to remain with him, then summon the heads of both families for a thorough discussion. His household's intention to take in a mistress from a disgraced family could create significant repercussions for the futures of his sons. There is no need to fear their disapproval. Each person has their own aspirations. A divorce decree could settle this matter once and for all." Cousin hesitated, slowly responding, "I do not wish for a divorce. My 2 children are still young, and I cannot bear to part with them. I certainly do not want to grant those 2 wretched souls an easy victory." Nian Yin urged her, "If you remain unwilling and harbor resentment, positioning yourself as a victim, you will find that many women have lamented their lives in such a manner. One must look forward. You are still young. Why should you sacrifice your entire life to nurse grievances against others?" Cousin slammed the silk onto the table. "Yet I cannot swallow this grievance. The Dong family was once merely a destitute household, barely surviving on the meager wages from my father-in-law. It was my Su family that provided financial support, helping several of Dong's nephews secure official positions and purchase shops and estates. Over the years, the Su family has contributed at least several tens of thousands of taels to the Dong family. Now that they are living comfortably, they regard us with disdain." Nian Yin comforted her, saying, "Let it go. Consider those past riches as cast away, fed to the dogs. There are plenty of fine gentlemen in this world, and surely one will cherish and love you. What use is it to be loved by unrelated individuals? You do not understand, cousin murmured. Nian Yin replied, how could I not understand? I see you are not only reluctant to part with the children, but also with Dong Qi. Nonsense. I have severed all ties with him long ago, cousin protested. Nian Yin teased her. If you are so unwilling to part with your children, then return home and fulfill your role as a dutiful wife, welcoming his concubine into your home with drums and gongs. You, my dear sister, observe the commotion as if you were an outsider, cousin said, her face filled with disappointment. You advise me to separate, yet I do not. You urge me to return, yet I refuse. What am I to do, my dear sister? There are only two options. Either swiftly sever ties or return home and live your life. Completely moving past this matter, winning back your husband's heart. I can help you deal with the concubine. Consider this. If a third party can intrude upon a marriage, it cannot solely be blamed on the man's lechery. Perhaps there are fissures in your relationship itself. If you do not seek to mend it, sending one away will only lead to another. Nian Yin expressed her helplessness. Cousin sighed. Is there not a third option? If only those two wretched souls could face retribution. I would do anything. Nian Yin feigned deep thought and suggested, I do have an idea. Why not win back Dong Qi's heart? Make him unable to resist you, and then kick him out? Would that not be satisfying? I think it's feasible, but we have already burned our bridges. How can I possibly win him back? Cousin inquired. Nian Yin continued, your husband is soft-hearted. After so many years of marriage, he has tolerated your fiery temperament. You have 2 children together, so he must have some feelings for you. Just send a message to the Dong residents, saying you are ill and wish to see Dong Qi. When you meet him, do not confront him harshly, nor place blame. Men are often like children, needing coaxing. Start softly, with tears like rain-soaked pear blossoms, and express how heartbroken you have been. You have come to realize that loving someone does not mean clinging to them. For their happiness, you are willing to step aside for their love, hoping only that he will treat your children well in the future. Finally, tell him that in this life, you and Dong Lang are fated to be apart, but you wish to be a pair of mandarin ducks in the next life. Cousin, half astonished and half scornful, asked, where on earth did you learn such things? Nian Yin, parched from speaking, took a sip of tea. It is all written in the scripts. I cannot guarantee it will be of any use to you, but it is worth a try. Cousin furrowed her brow, her expression once again laden with gravity. Your strategy may provide a temporary reprieve. But what shall we do when Dong Chirua seeks to welcome her into his fold in the future? Nian Yin approached to gently pat her cousin's shoulder. Simply envelop Dong Qi in tenderness and affection, allowing him to feel indebted to you. I believe that will make his ardor wane somewhat. In due time, we shall devise another plan, perhaps offering a bit of silver to smooth matters over. Cousin, still skeptical, returned home. A mere 2 days later, a maid from her aunt's household arrived to inform Nian Yin that her cousin's husband had already brought the young lady back to their residence. As an unmarried girl, Nian Yin was typically ill-suited to meddle in such mundane affairs. However, recalling the kindness her cousin had shown her during their childhood in Suzhou, she could not bear to stand idly by while her cousin faced humiliation. Her cousin had often defended her from the repercussions of her mischievous antics, once even shielding her from a stone thrown by a boy, leaving a faint scar at her temple. Chapter 27. Qixi Festival, the 7th day of the 7th month, was a significant occasion for the young ladies of Qingqing and the scholars pursuing their studies. Nian Yin had made plans with Yao Er to ascend the colorful tower to observe the stars and engage in the tradition of threading needles to pray for skill. The day was unusually lively, with the women of Qingqing gathering to revel in merriment. Vendors lined the streets, peddling an array of adornments favored by young women, such as hairpins, rouge, and delicate trinkets. Nian Yin and Yao Er ventured out before dusk, leisurely wandering through the festivities. Yao Er was particularly enchanted by a stall selling hairpins. Although the hairpins were not of great value, their craftsmanship was exquisite and novel. In addition to the traditional designs, there were whimsical pieces resembling animals, butterflies in flight, dainty bees, lazy kittens, and enchanting foxes. The silk-made floral hairpins were vibrant and lifelike, surpassing even real flowers, which wilted shortly after being plucked, whereas these artificial blossoms could remain fresh day after day. Yao selected several rose hairpins for herself and playfully placed a peach blossom pin atop Nian head, exclaiming, "The beauty of the peach blossoms reflects upon your visage. Nian, you have always adored peach blossoms. We used to frolic in your family's orchard when we were children. Those days were truly carefree, yet now, as we have grown, we encounter our share of disappointments, and it seems impossible to recapture that innocence." Nian instructed Ming to pay the vendor and took Yao Er's hand, saying, "As long as we remain together, it will be just like before." Yao Er smiled. As they continued their stroll, Nian noticed an elderly man painting on a fan. His hair and beard were as white as snow and clad in white garments. He exuded an air of ethereal grace, resembling a sage from a realm beyond. Nian observed that his completed fan art was remarkably fluid, transcending any particular style while embodying a natural elegance. One painting in particular captured her interest. It depicted two young boys in a small boat, gently gliding across a lotus pond where the flowers had fallen and the seed pods were ripe. One boy reached out to pluck a seed pod, while two young girls on the shore cupped their hands to their mouths, calling out to the boy in the boat. A fluffy little dog leapt joyfully nearby, and the scene was inscribed with the title "Boys Gathering Lotus." She smiled knowingly upon seeing the painting. Reminiscent of the day she spent on the boat at Mirror Lake with Yao, Shun Xian, and Xiao Yan. The attendant beside the old man called out to them, "Miss, we are from the Bamboo Fan Studio on Sanshan Street, next to the Confucius Temple. Our master only personally inscribes paintings once a year, and you might consider purchasing one as a gift for your friends and family." The young man likely intended to suggest a romantic gift, but found it too forward in addressing two young ladies, so he altered his phrasing. Yao explained to Nian, "Sanshan Street next to the Confucius Temple is a hub for all scholarly essentials, including stationery, books, folding fans, and exquisite paintings. It is where all the literati and refined individuals in the capital procure their needs. I imagine the old man as folding fan is not of ordinary quality. I wish to buy a fan for my brother. Nian, could you help me choose?" Nian selected a folding fan with a red sandalwood frame, adorned with a depiction of Chang'e holding a toad, while the jade rabbit presents a branch of osmanthus from the heavenly palace, known as the Moon Palace and the Osmanthus. She remarked to Yao, "It is said that in the previous dynasty, Han Shun was recognized for his virtue and his essays ranked first. When the current emperor asked him to evaluate himself, he replied, 'I am like a branch of osmanthus in the Moon Palace, or a precious jade on Kunlun Mountain.' Consequently, people often use the osmanthus branch from the Guanghan Palace to describe exceptionally talented individuals. The term pursuing fame is also referred to as reaching the Moon Palace and obtaining osmanthus. This fan you intend to gift your brother aligns perfectly with his academic pursuits. I am certain he will appreciate it." Filled with joy, Yao addressed the seller, "I will take this one. Please wrap it up." Nian recalled Xiao Yan's fondness for using fans. His aloof nature suited the elegant designs of orchids and cranes, yet they lacked a touch of warmth. The previous fan depicting children picking lotus seemed more lively. Perhaps it would bring him a sense of comfort. "I shall take this one as well," Nian said, pointing at the fan with the children. "Yang, please pay the seller." Yao, curious, inquired, "Who is this one for?" "I haven't decided yet. Many friends and relatives visited while my father was ill, and I am preparing thank you gifts for each one," Nian replied dismissively. "Then this fan depicting the osmanthus should serve as your thank you gift for my brother," Yao said with delight as she pointed to the fan being wrapped. She turned back to grasp Nian's hand and added, "If my brother knew this was a gift from you, he would be overjoyed." Seeing Yao's elation, Nian chose not to elaborate further. As they strolled along, a young man clad in white robes brushed past them. Nian turned to Yao and remarked, "That person's silhouette bears a striking resemblance to Lord Xiao." Yao glanced at the figure before shyly looking back at Nian. "What do you think of Lord Xiao?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Nian hesitated. "Lord Xiao is quite admirable. We are all friends." Yao appeared anxious, stepping ahead of Nian. "I'm not asking about friendship. Do you have feelings for Lord Xiao?" Nian Yin shot her a disapproving look and solemnly replied, "That is not the case. Besides, he can never harbor feelings for me." "Why not?" Yaoer asked, puzzled. Nian Yin leaned in closer to whisper a few words into Yaoer's ear, causing her to giggle as if tickled. Laughter erupted, and if Xiao Ian knew you viewed him thus, he might sever ties with you, ha ha ha. Nian Yin found herself momentarily stunned by her laughter, while Yaoer, suppressing her mirth, leaned closer and remarked, "My brother once jested with him. Ian, you have always shunned the company of women. Could it be you prefer the company of men? If so, I might be in peril, to our surprise." He grew angry and swore an oath to the heavens that he was not of that inclination. "Ah, I see now. I must have misinterpreted," Nian Yin responded awkwardly, her thoughts racing. "Thankfully, I did not voice anything to Lord Xiao, or we might not even remain friends." She recalled how Shun Xian had once tried to match Yaoer with Xiao Ian, leading her to inquire, "You have asked me several times whether I harbor feelings for Lord Xiao. Might it be that you yourself are fond of him?" Yaoer hurriedly shook her head. "I do not fancy him. He is dreadfully uninteresting. I prefer simplicity, and though he appears calm and unruffled, he possesses profound thoughts. Even my father praises him as quite extraordinary, not someone to be trifled with." After uttering this, Yaoer glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. "Recently, during the Northern Zhao envoy's audience, their demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, to the point where even my father, after numerous verbal sparrings, found himself bested, leaving no one in the court willing to step forward. Yet, Xiao Ian boldly stepped forth to confront the Northern Zhao emissaries, articulating his arguments with unwavering composure, leaving them speechless. The onlookers were filled with admiration, and even the empress regarded him with newfound respect, appointing him as the vice minister of the Honglu Temple to assist my father in the forthcoming negotiations with the Northern Zhao representatives. After several days of interaction, my father has expressed his high regard for him, declaring that he truly embodies the qualities of a noble lineage, endowed with exceptional talent and spirit. Nian listened intently, her heart swelling with joy for Xiao Ian, as his talents were finally acknowledged. "You wouldn't believe it. Someone is treating Xiao Ian as a precious gem," Yaoer whispered. Nian's heart skipped a beat. "Are you referring to the young lady from the Fu family?" Yaoer grimaced. "Isn't it that insufferable Fu Yuanhang? She monopolizes Xiao Ian, yet refuses to wed him, leaving him waiting in vain for many years." Recalling her observations from the Hongwen Hall, Nian promptly asked, "If they are mutually affectionate, why does Miss Fu not marry him?" "My mother heard from the family of the Tai Qingqing that Fu Yuanhang is one of the candidates for the crown princess. She clings to the royal family while keeping Xiao Ian on a string. It is truly shameless," Yaoer remarked softly. "It seems that Xiao Ian is not indifferent to women. Rather, he has been patiently awaiting the one who holds his heart." Chapter 28. The Yuan Bao. Suddenly, a young man clad in black, around 18 or 19 years of age, burst forth from the street, wielding a long sword and pursuing a short, stout yet nimble figure. As a carriage approached, the pursued, in a panic, leaped in front of the horses in a desperate bid for escape. The startled horse whinnied, losing control and galloping directly toward Nian and Yaoer. The young man followed suit, leaping alongside, one hand grasping the diminutive figure while the other yanked at the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. Nian, overcome with fright, fell to the ground as Yaoer and Ing hurried to assist her. In the chaos, the short figure produced a purse from his bosom and tossed it to the ground, prompting the young man to hastily retrieve it, allowing the other to make his escape. The young lad picked up the money pouch and extracted 2 silver ingots, chuckling, "If you think you can steal from my grandfather, think again." He approached Nian and inquired, "Are you all right, miss?" The night had darkened, and Nian, still bewildered by the events that transpired, mistakenly believed he had rescued her and expressed her gratitude. Yaoer supported Nian and said, "Nian, we should be on our way." Finally, the youth called out to the driver, "Make sure to keep a close watch on your horse while on the streets. If you collide with someone, you'll bear the consequences." With that, he turned and walked away. The driver grumbled in response, "Wasn't it you who ran into me, attempting to shift the blame?" The young man paid him no heed. As night fell, The young ladies ascended the building to observe the stars and partake in the Qiqiao festival. Nian Yin and Yao Er joined the others in their quest for fortune. After the ceremony concluded, Yao Er mentioned that her mother had also prepared a Qiqiao ritual at home and that she needed to return early. After bidding farewell to Nian Yin, she departed with her maid, Sun Mei. Nian Yin and her companions were preparing to leave as they passed by the city's river, witnessing numerous young women releasing wish lanterns. The waterways of Nanjing were interwoven, and people often crafted lotus-shaped lanterns, placing a candle in the center, which they would light. They would make wishes upon the lanterns and gently set them afloat on the water, allowing the lanterns to drift away, carrying their hopes with them. It was said that these wishes would reach the deity of rivers and lakes, who would fulfill them. Ming gazed at the floating lotus lanterns on the river's surface and suggested to Yin Yin, "Miss, let us release one as well to seek a romantic fate." It is said to be quite effective. Yin Yin, somewhat skeptical, replied as they walked, "With so many making wishes, how could the water deity possibly grant them all?" Ming leaned closer and said, "Surely, the more sincere the wish, the more likely it is to be fulfilled." Since her father fell ill, Nian Yin had become increasingly superstitious, seeking blessings from every deity she encountered, fearing that offending one might result in calamity. She turned to Ming and said, "I saw a vendor selling lotus pastries earlier. Please buy some to take home for father and Lin Er." Nian Yin purchased a lantern from an elderly woman selling them and placed it in the water, imitating those who had released their lanterns before. She clasped her hands together and prayed, "I, Lu Nian Yin, have lost my mother at a young age, and my father and I rely on each other. I beseech the water deity to grant my father good health. I have another humble request, to find my life-saving benefactor from years past." Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from nearby. Nian Yin looked around, slightly annoyed, and demanded, "Who dares to intrude so rudely?" A young man leaped down from tree above her, holding a half-eaten peach. Nian Yin retorted, "Eavesdropping on others' wishes is hardly noble." The young man feigned innocence, saying, "I did not mean to overhear. I was merely resting in this tree. You seem to be asking the wrong deity. As far as I know, the water deity does not oversee matters of love. Rather, you should be seeking the moon elder." Irritated by his audacity, Nian Yin turned to leave, declaring, "I shall worship whom I wish. It is none of your concern." The young man quickly stepped in front of her. "I was merely jesting. I am quite familiar with Qingqing City, having explored it thoroughly. You could describe your desired person to me. Perhaps I might assist you." With that, he flashed her a warm smile. Nian Yin scrutinized him closely. He was remarkably handsome, especially his smile, pure and natural, exuding a childlike innocence so sweet it could seemingly melt everything in the world, was not at all unappealing. She patiently replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Your name is Nian Yin, right?" Nian Yin, who never forgets, must surely resonate. Such a lovely name. The youth leaned closer and inquired. Nian Yin, somewhat annoyed, responded, "How do you know that? A young lady's intimate name should not be uttered by anyone other than her parents, husband, or close friends. Can I be your friend then? Since we seem to be quite compatible, might we get acquainted?" The youth chased after her, running alongside. "I'm sorry, but I do not make friends with strangers," Nian Yin replied as she walked away. The youth darted in front of her. "I am from Huangzhou, here in Qingqing for business." Observing his ordinary attire, yet sensing no trace of worldly demeanor upon his face, Nian Yin scrutinized him closely. "A person from Beizhou, here for business?" Yuan Bao, with a hint of probing, asked, "Now that Nanjing and Beizhou have made peace, you do not harbor any prejudice against people from Beizhou, do you?" In recent years, despite occasional conflicts between the two nations, it had not hindered the trade between their merchants. Many Beizhou individuals could be found in Qingqing. Nian Yin cast him a casual glance and chose not to respond. "Actually, I am not here for business. I possess decent martial skills and merely follow along for protection," the youth stated, scratching his head. From his words, Nian Yin deduced he was a bodyguard and nodded, "Ah. Your master's business coincidentally aligns with that of the Liu family. What is your name?" The youth's gaze wandered for a moment, then, as he touched the pouch at his chest, he brightened and declared, "My name is Yuan Bao." "Yuan Bao. There are indeed others with such a name. It seems you are hoping for a prosperous family fortune, Nian Yin mused to herself. Miss, where are you? The lotus pastries have been bought. Ming called out as she approached. Fearing being seen by Ming, Nian Yin hurriedly bid farewell. Young Master Yuan, I must take my leave. May we meet again by chance. Nian Yin, I am staying at Hongyun Tower. Do come visit me when you have the time. Young Master Yuan reminded her with a smile. Nian Yin cast him a fleeting glance, then hurried off to find Ming. After parting from Nian Yin, Yao Er passed by the Kai building next to the Qingqing Pavilion. Today was the Qixi Festival, and the young ladies would pray for love at the Kai building while scholars would seek academic success at the Qingqing Pavilion. She thought to check if her brother was around, to pass along the fan and bring him some cheer. After a brief search without finding her brother, she was about to leave when she suddenly turned and came face to face with the young gentleman she had pushed into the water the other day. He recognized her as well. What a twist of fate, she thought, preparing to lower her head and slip away. To her surprise, the gentleman approached and grasped her hand. It is you, isn't it? You pushed me into the water that day and simply walked away, leaving me drenched. You must apologize. Yao Er feigned ignorance. Shaking off his grip, sir, you must have mistaken me. I have never seen you before. How could I have pushed you into the water? The gentleman, indignant, pointed at her. Do not deny it. I remember you and your maid clearly. You said it was she who pushed me into the water, correct? He pointed at Sun Mei for confirmation, who, fearing the confrontation, hid behind Yao Er. Yao Er, unable to deny the accusation, clasped her hands before her chest and adopted a resolute demeanor, declaring, very well, since you insist it was I who pushed, then let it be so. The young gentleman clearly disagreed with her reasoning, becoming so agitated that he stammered. What do you mean? Just because you say it's me? The truth remains that it was you. Amused by his stubbornness, Yao Er contemplated a means to tease him further. Thus, she proposed, since this matter cannot be clarified, why not wager? If you win, I shall not only apologize but also provide you with an entire outfit. What say you? The gentleman, wary of potential loss, quickly inquired. And if I were to lose? With an authoritative air, Yao Er replied, if you lose, you must serve as my attendant for a month, ever at my beck and call. Though a hint of trepidation flickered within him, he resolved to maintain his composure and declared, what shall we wager on? Yao Er twirled a finger in front of his eyes, mysteriously gesturing towards the entrance. Let us wager on whether the next person to enter is male or female. The gentleman, reasoning that the Qingqing Pavilion was a place where men sought academic success, felt confident that a male would surely enter next. He promptly agreed, it is settled. I wager on a male. Chapter 29. The wager. Yao Er adjusted her chin, contemplating, should I lose, I am not at a disadvantage. Merely an apology and a garment. What could be the harm? Thus, she proclaimed, then I shall wager on a female. The two stood like sentinels at the doorway. As a man approached, ready to enter, Yao Er thought to herself, this is surely my loss, her brow furrowing with anxiety. Yet, unexpectedly, a woman followed closely behind, tugging at his arm. My dear, let us first visit the colorful pavilion, to which the gentleman acquiesced, saying, as you wish, I shall follow. Yao Er exchanged playful glances with the young gentleman, whose face turned a shade of green with irritation. After a brief wait, an elderly lady arrived, making her way towards the entrance, causing Yao Er's heart to race with anticipation. The gentleman, transfixed, watched intently. Each step the old woman took felt like a nail being driven into his resolve. Just as she was about to step onto the threshold, her grandson intervened. Grandmother, you have come to the wrong place. Yao Er's heart sank, while the gentleman, momentarily forgetting his previous torment, shook his head in amusement. They exchanged exasperated glances and resumed their vigil. At that moment, a toddler, just learning to walk, ambled towards the entrance, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy. The gentleman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, a young master. I have one. Yao Er retorted defiantly. Given the child's delicate features, surely it must be a young lady. As they bantered back and forth, the toddler's father approached, calling, Xiaoman, how did my precious daughter come here? The gentleman's face transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. Shades of green and yellow flickering across it, while Yao Er leaped with joy. Still in disbelief, the gentleman rushed to confirm with the child's father. Good sir, is your child a boy or a girl? My friend, this is my daughter, the man replied. Indeed, a girl? Without a doubt. The young gentleman stood there with a mournful expression, resembling a lost dog, for a brief moment before approaching Yaoer with clasped hands, saying, Miss, today, Qian is willing to accept defeat. Yaoer, brimming with triumph, returned the gesture, replying, I graciously accept. The gentleman, with evident reluctance, slowly began, I am Qingqing, a scholar from Wooling County, here in the capital to prepare for the August examination. I am currently residing at the Qingqing Inn at your service, Mississippi. Yaoer pondered that he was indeed a candidate preparing for the imperial examination, and with less than a month until the August examination, having Qian as her servant for a month might impede his future prospects. She spoke, since you are preparing for the examination, I propose we postpone our agreement until after the August examination, if that suits you. Qingqing clasped his hands again. If you could show such consideration, it would be most splendid. Should you ever change your mind, feel free to summon me at the inn without concern for me. I am confident that I can spare this month or even half of it. Yaoer thought to herself, this man is not only rigid but also rather arrogant. She left him with a remark, I have no desire to hinder anyone's future. After the examination, I will certainly visit you at Qingqing Inn. With that, she turned and left with Xuanmei. Qingqing bowed deeply to her departing figure, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Such is the misfortune of fate. It is all destiny. That night, Nian retrieved the fan intended for Xiao Ian from its box. As she gently unfolded it, the cheerful children depicted on the fan brought her no joy. Knowing that Xiao Ian had someone dear to him, gifting him a present would only stir unnecessary thoughts. After a moment, she tucked the fan away, burying it deep within her cabinet, as if to seal it away forever. On a summer evening, as dusk settled in, the lotus pond was a vibrant display of green leaves and red blossoms, opening and closing gracefully. Nian splashed the clear water onto the lotus leaves, and the droplets scattered like pearls, glistening before they settled back into their round forms. A man's voice suddenly emerged. Looking up, Nian saw a man perched on her garden wall, causing her to gasp in alarm and nearly call for help. The man leaped down effortlessly to stand before her, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Yuan Bao, whom she had encountered during the Lantern Festival a few days prior. Why are you scaling walls when the main door is wide open? Nian asked, somewhat displeased. Yuan Bao chuckled, tossing back the hair from his forehead. Isn't it more romantic to meet in secret under the moonlight, Miss Nian? He quoted, your name? Does it not derive from the lion's green silk collar? My heart wanders? Nian shot him a disdainful glance. You are utterly shameless. I thought you to be a man of integrity, yet you behave in such a manner. Yuan Bao shook the 2 bottles of wine he had brought, saying, I'm no paragon of virtue. Look, this is the renowned immortal's drunkenness from Qingqing, purchased at great expense. Surely, you would not want to see me drinking alone beneath the moon. Adding to my sorrow, you have chosen the wrong person. I am in no mood to drink with you. Nian considered that she had not informed him of her residence and inquired, how did you find this place? Yuan Bao, unaffected, replied, was that a challenge? A girl of such beauty in Qingqing could only be here. It took me but a little effort to discover it. He spoke while gesturing with 2 fingers, indicating a narrow slit. Nian shot him a glare, but remained silent. Yuan Bao, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, now you believe in my abilities, don't you? How about I assist you in locating your benefactor? Nian regarded him earnestly, replying, no need, I appreciate your kindness. But did you come to see me for a specific reason? Yuan Bao, seemingly exposed by her gaze, let his bright eyes dart about before presenting her with 2 bottles of wine. Nian, this wine is a gift I brought for you. Nian cast him a skeptical glance, saying languidly, you, so generous as to deliver gifts to me? Come now, what is your ulterior motive? Yuan Bao scratched his head awkwardly. Well, to be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to admit. Just moments ago, he had been shameless, yet now he appeared bashful. Nian rolled her eyes at him. Yuan Bao's lips curled into a pout, as if he'd endured great misfortune. The little thieves in Qingqing are exceedingly bold. My purse has been pilfered once more, and, sadly, This time I could not retrieve it. So you have come to borrow money from me? Nian Nian inquired tentatively. Yuan Bao scratched his head again. At the moment, I cannot contact my associates. If I cannot pay the shop rent, I will be left homeless. Perhaps you could offer me refuge? Wait here. With that, Nian Nian retreated to her room. After a brief moment, she emerged with a purse, handing it to Yuan Bao. This contains 100 taels. Should you require more, feel free to return. However, remember that it is wise to keep one's wealth discreet, lest it attract unwanted attention. Yuan Bao beamed like a child savoring candy. Nian Nian, you're the only one I know in Qingqing. I never anticipated that, after our first meeting, you would be so generous. Rest assured, I will repay you double in a few days. Nian Nian offered him a gentle smile. When one travels, many inconveniences arise. I can relate. Repay me when you are more financially stable. Yuan Bao, grinning foolishly, said, then I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, he suddenly recalled. What about the wine? No need. Keep it for yourself, Nian Nian replied with a tender smile. Yuan Bao, feeling bashful, nimbly leapt over the wall and disappeared. Ah, a thief! Nian Nian heard a startled exclamation from behind her. Turning around, she saw Miying, who had appeared unbeknownst to her. Taken by surprise at witnessing someone vaulting over a wall, she naturally cried out. Nian Nian hurriedly covered her mouth, saying, he is not a thief. He is someone I know. Miying, still shaken, asked, Miss, when did you come and know such a wall-climbing person? Nian Nian fixed her with a serious gaze. He is young Master Yuan Bao, who came today to borrow something from me. This matter must remain confidential. Miying nodded, appearing to grasp the situation partially. Chapter 30. The dilemma of Dr. Gu Luxing's health had significantly improved. He was now able to stroll back and forth in the courtyard. Though venturing far was still inadvisable, Xu Yun and Nian Nian prepared generous gifts to present at the Qinglu Lane Clinic. Dr. Gu and his wife came out to greet them, and in the sunlight, Nian Nian noticed that the corner of Dr. Gu's mouth was swollen and red. As if injured, due to the presence of many people, she refrained from inquiring further. Once inside, Dr. Gu briefed them on the necessary precautions for Lu Xing's ongoing care. Nian Nian inquired about the cause of the injuries on Dr. Gu's face, to which his wife sighed with helplessness, her words halted by Dr. Gu's gentle restraint. Dr. Gu merely stated that he had experienced a moment of dizziness and had inadvertently fallen. However, Nian Nian discerned that the marks were clearly the result of a beating, and it was evident that Dr. Gu was reluctant to reveal the truth, suggesting deeper circumstances at play. After escorting Xu Yun back to her residence, Nian Nian returned to Dr. Gu's place with Miying. Upon seeing her return, Dr. Gu, surprised, asked, Miss Lu, is there something else you wish to discuss? Nian Nian replied earnestly, Dr. Gu, you have saved my father's life. Our Lu family owes you a great debt of gratitude. If you find yourself in any distress, please do not hesitate to speak. The Lu family will do everything in our power to assist you. Dr. Gu lowered his head, appearing to conceal something he was unwilling to disclose. Everything here is quite well, and there is no issue. Lord Lu has already paid tenfold the consultation fee, and today, both Madame Lu and you have prepared generous gifts to express your gratitude. My wife and I are truly touched by your kindness. Please do not be overly courteous. Miss Lu, noticing his reluctance to speak further, Nian Nian was about to encourage him again when his wife emerged from the inner chamber. Old man, we're just humble folk without power or influence. The young master of the Lu family is a high-ranking official. Perhaps he can assist us. You should confide in Miss Lu. Dr. Gu shook his head in resignation. We are originally from Jiangxia, where we run a clinic. Life has been quite comfortable. 8 years ago, our only daughter, at the age of 4, went out and unfortunately got lost. We shut down our clinic, spent all our savings, and searched everywhere. Yet we found no trace of her. 2 years ago, the local authorities captured a trafficker who revealed that our daughter, Xiao Lian, had been sold to Qingqing. My wife and I scoured every brothel and establishment in Qingqing and finally located her. The madam demanded 3,000 taels for her release. We returned to Jiangxia and borrowed from every friend and relative, managing to gather 2,000 taels to pay the madam, who only agreed to keep Xiao Lian from entertaining clients temporarily. As Dr. Gu recounted the tale, tears streamed down their faces. We opened a clinic in Qingqing and just recently managed to gather the remaining 3,000 taels. His wife lamented, "We are truly grateful to Lord Liu for his generosity. Otherwise, we would not know when we would be able to gather such funds." Dr. Gu nodded in agreement and continued, "We were preparing to redeem her when we learned that the madam had informed us that Xiao Yin has already been purchased by the third son of the Grand Protector. She is to be brought into his household as a concubine on the 8th of this month. The third son already has a legitimate wife and 9 concubines, and my poor child is only 12 years old." The couple wept heartily, causing Yin Yin to furrow her brow in concern. Dr. Gu continued, "We have already pleaded with the madam, but she insisted that no amount of money would suffice. She has accepted the third son's payment, and Xiao Yin is merely residing there temporarily. Our only recourse is to plead with the third son." His wife added, "We went to the third son's residence, but the servants wouldn't even let us in. We waited outside for quite a while, only to see the third son emerge in a sedan chair. We attempted to plead for our daughter, but to our dismay, he ignored us and had us driven away, even injuring my husband in the process." Dr. Gu's wife wept, her tears resembling blossoms drenched by rain. Nian Yin, filled with indignation, clenched her fist and withdrew a handkerchief from her sleeve to dry the tears of the doctor's wife. She declared, "I shall return and discuss this with my elder brother. Although his official rank is modest, he is still a notable figure in the court. Surely, the third son of the Tai Bao will afford him some respect. You must remain calm and refrain from acting recklessly, lest you suffer the consequences." The doctor and his wife expressed their utmost gratitude as they saw Nian Yin off. After dinner, Nian Yin made her way to the eastern courtyard to inform her brother and sister-in-law of the situation. "Brother, could you perhaps intercede with Lord Tai Bao on our behalf to secure the release of Xiao Yin? After all, Dr. Gu owes our father a debt of life." Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. "This matter is not so simple. I have no acquaintance with the Tai Bao residents, and it would be inappropriate for me to make such a request." Seeing her brother's concern, Nian Yin became quite agitated. "Brother, please think of a way. This may seem trivial to us, but it concerns Xiao Yin's entire future. We can simply spend a bit more silver." Lu Xiao, adopting a stern demeanor, reprimanded her. "You speak as if it is a mere trifle. Do you know who you're dealing with? The son of the Tai Bao, who is the queen's own brother, is known for his arrogance and indulgence, and the Tai Bao dotes on him immensely. Not only would my plea be futile, but even if our father-in-law were to intervene, it might not yield any results. What shall we do then?" Nian Yin asked, feeling despondent. "Sister, I understand your reluctance to owe anyone a favor, but we are powerless in this situation. You must not concern yourself further. The Tai Bao residence is wealthy and influential. Perhaps marrying into that family would afford Xiao Yin a better life than remaining with her parents. Let's leave it at that. Tomorrow, you shall inform Dr. Gu and his wife to settle comfortably in the capital. Our family will look after them." With her brother's resolute words, Nian Yin could only resign herself to leave. The following day, she donned male attire and, accompanied by Miying, approached the Tai Bao residence to pay a visit to the third son. To her dismay, the gatekeeper brusquely dismissed them, ordering them to leave. On her journey home, Nian Yin felt a swell of frustration and pulled back the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. Just then, she spotted Yuan Bao conversing with a beggar in a narrow alley. After their exchange, he generously offered the beggar some silver. Nearby, an elderly blind beggar woman, accompanied by her granddaughter, was also seeking alms. Yuan Bao, having already walked past them, turned back to give the old woman some small coins. "Yuan Bao," she called out. He turned. "What a coincidence, Nian Yin. It's good to see you again." Nian Yin and Miying alighted from the carriage and instructed the driver to wait, leading Miying to meet Yuan Bao. Noticing her male attire, Yuan Bao eyed her curiously, prompting Nian Yin to shyly brush her hair back. "It's simply more comfortable to dress as a man when out and about." She inquired, "Do you have some time to spare? Shall we take a walk together?" Yuan Bao replied, "Certainly." They traversed the alleyway, arriving at the riverbank where the wind rustled the willow leaves. As noon approached, the sun glimmered upon the water's surface. Yuan Bao picked up a few stones from the ground and tossed them into the river, causing ripples to form. Sensing Nian Yin's lack of enthusiasm, he asked Nian Yin, Do you have something on your mind? With a deep sigh, Nian Yin replied. The lavish feasts behind the Vermilion Gates are accompanied by the bones of those who freeze to death on the streets. Chapter 31. Xiao Yin Yuanbao's lips curled slightly as he tossed the small stone in his hand into the water, expressing his surprise. I never expected a lady of the boudoir, in addition to her romantic sentiments, could also harbor such concern for the welfare of the people. Nian Yin sighed, reflecting on the severe drought and banditry plaguing the borderlands, where refugees were scattered everywhere, while those in power favored their kin and oppressed the populace. Yuan Bao was taken aback. He could not have imagined that a delicate woman could possess such a profound sense of national responsibility. He said, "The world is in disarray, with nations embroiled in civil strife, each pursuing their own selfish interests, leaving the common people in despair. Only through unification of the realm and a stable governance can peace be restored, allowing the populace to dwell in tranquility and find joy in their labors." Nian Yin lamented. Achieving a unified government is no small feat. The South Jing and North Zhao have been engaged in tumultuous conflict for a century without a clear victor. Reflecting on historical precedents, she noted, the unification of the Qin took a decade, and while it may appear to be solely the achievement of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the groundwork was laid by Duke Xiao and Xiangyang's reforms, which enriched the people and strengthened the state, fostering loyalty among the feudal lords over the course of a century. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. Currently, the world is divided into three factions. The West has Ninghua, a remote and desolate land, content to remain subservient and offer tributes through alliances, finding solace in their tranquility. Although the South Jing is affluent, the military might of North Xiao is formidable. I have heard that a delegation from North Xiao is currently in the capital discussing ceasefire terms. Are you familiar with their situation? I am but a mere woman, lacking in knowledge of state affairs, and I dare not speak boldly, Nian Yin replied. We are neither strategists nor court officials. We are merely friends engaging in casual conversation. Nian Yin continued slowly. I accompany my father on his outings and hear the merchants discuss that the rulers of North Xiao are of Xinbei descent and are unfamiliar with Han culture, while the majority of North Xiao's populace is Han, leading to cultural disconnect and ineffective governance. Furthermore, the capital of North Xiao is situated in a harsh northern climate, enduring snowstorms in June and persistent sandstorms, making agriculture and trade exceedingly difficult, compounded by its great distance from the Central Plains. Noticing Yuan Bao's gaze upon her, Nian Yin quickly added, I apologize for my musings. These matters should concern the court, not us commoners. Let's speak of happier things. Yuan Bao sensed that Nian Yin seemed somewhat disheartened today and asked, You seem quite contemplative today. Has something happened at home? With a smile, Nian Yin replied, Nothing of consequence. I merely observed your kindness when you offered alms to the beggar, revealing that beneath your carefree exterior lies a warm heart. Yuan Bao scratched the back of his head, saying, If I could, I would like to be a benevolent wanderer helping those in need. Nian Yin regarded him thoughtfully. In truth, one's status is not of paramount importance. My grandfather established a rule during his lifetime that a portion of the profit from our border shop should be allocated annually to assist those displaced by natural disasters and wars. Over the years, we have aided many. The efforts of one individual in doing good pale in comparison to the collective efforts of many. Would you not agree? Yuan Bao pondered her words. You are indeed correct. True greatness often resides within the common folk. He added, If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out. Perhaps I can assist you. Nian Yin turned to take her leave. I shall bid you farewell for today. But should I require assistance in the future, I will surely seek out you, the gallant hero. As Nian Yin reflected, she realized that this matter could not simply be overlooked. The couple, Gu Longzhong and his wife, had been separated from their daughter for many years. And now that they had finally found her, she was to become a concubine to another. Little Lien is merely 12 years old, still a child. Which parent would ever push their offspring into such a perilous situation? This third young master is indeed a beast. Yet, my brother's argument holds some merit. Marrying the third young master would guarantee a life free from want. It would be prudent to meet this child and hear her thoughts. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, traversing several circles. Ming trailed behind her, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you doing? I'm getting dizzy just following you." She chuckled lightly, replying, "It's nothing. I merely overindulged at dinner and need to digest." She feared that delaying this matter might lead to unforeseen complications. The next day, she instructed Ming to procure a set of men's clothing for her, and the two stealthily slipped out. They arrived at the brothel where little Lien was located, and Yin instructed Ming to wait at the entrance as a lookout. Ming expressed her concerns. "Miss, I fear this might not be appropriate." "It's fine. I intend to speak with the matron and find a way to meet little Lien. Stay here, and I will call for you if needed." Yin reassured her with composure. It was afternoon, and the entrance of the brothel was devoid of the heavily made-up young women soliciting customers, allowing Yin to enter without hindrance. Upon reaching the courtyard, a man approached her with great eagerness. "Esteemed guest, you've arrived quite early. Do you have a familiar lady in mind? I shall fetch her for you." Yin extended her hand, revealing a gleaming silver ingot that sparkled in the sunlight. The man's gaze was captivated by the ingot. Yin mimicked the man's actions, fanning herself lightly and stating, "I wish to see your matron." The man accepted the silver from Yin's hand, bowing like a servile dog. "Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me." He led her to a room on the second floor. Inside, a plump middle-aged woman reclined in a chair, smoking a pipe. The man announced, "Madam, this esteemed guest seeks you," before discreetly exiting and closing the door behind him. The matron lifted her eyelids lazily, observing the well-mannered young man, and languidly inquired, "Young man, what business do you have with me?" She resumed smoking her pipe, not sparing Yin another glance. Yin produced a pouch of coins from her bosom, placing it on the table beside the matron. The matron jiggled the pouch, her expression shifting to one of intrigue, her aged face blossoming with delight. She rose from her chair and respectfully assisted Yin to sit, saying, "Young master, you must have a significant reason for visiting. Please, let me know how I may serve you." Yin cleared her throat and stated, "I have heard there is a girl named Little Lien here, and I wish to redeem her." The matron's delighted expression gradually settled into a more serious demeanor. "Alas, the third young master of the Tai Bao family has already paid for her, and subsequently, the Gu couple from Qinglu Alley also sought her. Now you wish for Little Lien as well. How can I possibly provide you with so many liens?" The matron sighed dramatically, feigning a profession of grievance. Yin adjusted the hem of her long robe and confidently declared, "Speak plainly. How much silver do you require? Whatever the amount, I can afford it." The madam approached Yin, her robust arms flailing as she lamented, "Oh dear, young master, the Gu family has demanded an additional 1,000 taels. Now, no amount of silver will suffice. If I were to give you this Little Lien, the third master would surely devour me whole. I wish to live a few more years. If I lose my life, what use is any amount of silver?" She feigned anger, continuing, "Are you suggesting that no sum of silver can procure Little Lien? Is it that I cannot offend the third master, while you can?" Although the madam was uncertain of who stood before her, the lavishness of the offer and the tone of voice indicated that this was someone not to be trifled with, causing her to lower her head in submission. Seeing that pressing her further was futile, Yin spoke, "I shall not make things difficult for you today. Simply bring Little Lien to me, that I may have a look." The madam acquiesced, "As long as you do not take her away, I see no harm in letting you have a glance. I shall fetch her right away." She discreetly tucked the pouch of coins into her bosom. Moments later, the madam returned with a young maid, announcing, "This is Little Lien." Yin observed the girl. Though young, she possessed an oval face and sparkling apricot eyes, adorned with a hint of baby fat. She was undeniably a pitiable yet enchanting sight. It was no wonder that the third master was so intent on acquiring her. She was indeed a beauty in the making. Yin instructed the madam, "You may leave. I wish to speak with Little Lien." The madam met Yin's piercing gaze and, with a submissive nod, exited and closed the door behind her. Before Yin could utter a word, Little Lien spoke up, "Are you here to rescue me? My parents came the other day and mentioned that a kind young lady would find a way to save me." Yin was taken aback. Had her disguise as a boy been discovered? Chapter 32. Rescuing the Innocent. Today was not the day for this plain attire. She should have donned her customary dark garments. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Little Yin, I have come at the behest of your parents to see you." Little Yin rushed forward, grasping Nyen's garment, her hands scarred from frostbite, a testament to her suffering. Yen felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. Noticing Yen's gaze on her hands, Lien instinctively released her grip, murmuring, "I was abducted here by traffickers when I was 4. My mother made me chop wood and wash clothes. If I misbehaved, I was whipped. My hands suffer frostbite in winter, healing only to break again." With compassion, Yen asked, "If you were to marry into the Tai Bao's household, you would no longer have to endure these hardships and could live in comfort. Would you wish for that?" Little Lien, struggling with tears, replied, "I would rather remain here, chopping wood and washing clothes, for I can still see my parents. As long as I am with them, I am willing to do anything. The third master is a wicked man. He has even harmed my father, and I loathe him." Nyen gently supported her back, offering comfort, "I understand, and I will certainly find a way to rescue you." "Where are they keeping you?" Little Yin responded, "The third master has taken my contract. The madam fears my parents might seek help, so she has confined me in a room in the back courtyard, with guards taking turns watching over me. There is no escaping." Yen inquired further, "What are the third master's interests? What does he hold dear?" Little Yin pondered for a moment. "I have only seen him 3 times, and we barely exchanged words. I truly know nothing of his preferences." Suddenly, it was mentioned that a young woman had remarked on his striking beauty, noting that he had already taken 9 concubines and frequently lingered in brothels. Yen urged Xiao Lian to patiently await her arrival, assuring her that she would come to fetch her soon, and then she stepped outside. Miying, anxiously waiting by the door, peered inside and, upon seeing Yen emerge, joyfully inquired, "How did it go, miss?" Yen replied, "I found Xiao Lian. She is unwilling to marry that third young master. Let us return and devise a plan." Upon returning to the estate, Yen sat in the garden deep in thought, while Miying lifted her face, pondering the situation, growing increasingly frustrated. Pleading is futile, and we cannot redeem her. This is indeed a dilemma. Yen did not respond to her, and Miying continued, "Miss, perhaps we could wait until they are asleep and, with the aid of a few skilled young servants, sneak in to rescue her?" Yen shook her head. "That is not feasible. Xiao Yin's contract remains in the hands of the third young master. Even if we managed to sneak her out, she would still be left in a precarious situation without a rightful place." The thought caused Nyen a headache, and she lamented, "I intended to meet with the third young master privately to negotiate. I would be willing to offer several times the price. But considering how unruly his gatekeepers were last time, if he refuses and strengthens his defenses, we will have no recourse." Miying, filled with resentment, suggested, "If we cannot sneak her out or negotiate, we could always resort to kidnapping the third young master to compel him to relinquish the contract and free Xiao Yan." Yen felt that this might be the only viable option. Yet, she was troubled. "I share your thoughts, but we are but 2 frail women, incapable of even subduing a chicken. Our people cannot intervene either. How I wish a chivalrous hero from a play would come forth to rescue Xiao Yin and reclaim her contract." Miying's eyes darted around, and suddenly she seemed to recall something. That young Master Yuan Bao from yesterday seemed quite formidable. Perhaps he could assist us. Yen thought, indeed, we should enlist Yuan Bao's help. Let us brainstorm together. The two made their way to Hongyun Building, where they fortuitously encountered Yuan Bao at the entrance. Carrying 2 bottles of wine, he smiled warmly. "Yen, what brings you here?" She took him aside to a secluded spot and said, "I have a matter that requires your assistance. Please follow me." Although Yuan Bao was puzzled, he willingly accompanied her. The 3 of them boarded a carriage and arrived at the medical clinic of Dr. Gu in Qinglu Alley, during which Yen recounted the entire situation to Yuan Bao. Upon meeting Dr. Gu and his wife, Yen slowly began, "Dr. Gu, my brother has attempted to plead with Lord Tai Bao, yet it may prove fruitless. We must seek another means to rescue Xiao Yan." Dr. Gu appeared somewhat disheartened. "If that is the case, then perhaps we should abandon the endeavor, Miss Liu. We cannot fight against the odds and should not burden you further." Yuan Bao interjected, "This is not troublesome at all. We are merely attempting to save someone." not committing murder or arson. Leave it to us. Dr. Gu closed the door of the clinic, and his wife served tea to the three, then discreetly withdrew to allow them to devise a plan. Nian Yin inquired, Yuan Bao, do you believe your skills would suffice to deal with a debauched young master? Yuan Bao patted his chest confidently. You can count on me. Nian Yin calmly analyzed, as far as I know, the third young master is always accompanied by 3 or 5 attendants. It would be unwise for us to approach him directly. We must devise a strategy to lure him to a secluded spot where we can act. How we lure him? Miying inquired. Nian Yin seemed to have settled on an idea. It is said that the third young master is quite the libertine. Perhaps we could employ the beauty trap. The only question is, where shall we find a charming young lady? Upon hearing this, Yuan Bao immediately perked up. Leave the matter of finding someone to me. As long as the payment is sufficient, it should not be too difficult to procure a suitable individual. Nian Yin, composed, replied, I have inquired and learned that the tea house on Dong Alley is the most tranquil and hidden among the places the third young master frequents. I have confirmed that he visits the tea house every afternoon to sip tea and stroll with his birds. If we can lure him to the narrow alley beside it, we can bind him and force him to reveal his contract. After that, it will be manageable. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall handle that drunken fool. Having witnessed Yuan Bao's agility in scaling walls, Nian Yin placed her full trust in him. She contemplated how the Gu family could no longer remain in Qingqing and decided to persuade them to pack their belongings in preparation for Yuan Bao's arrival at the North City Gate. The three deliberated for a considerable time before finalizing a plan to execute the following day. That night, Yuan Bao waited in a secluded alley. Before long, a man resembling a guard hurriedly approached, greeting him with a bow. Young master. Yuan Bao turned to face him. The guard stepped forward, a look of concern on his face. Young master, it seems that Lord Jian is in a hurry and has dispatched his secret guards to search for you. Otherwise, I can inform him. Yuan Bao immediately halted him. No, that will not do. I have another matter to attend to tomorrow. Once I have completed it, I will return to him if time permits. Please help me find 2 young and beautiful female assassins to bring here first thing in the morning. The guard acknowledged with a yes, without further inquiries. Chapter 33. The Beauty Trap. On a bright morning, Nian Yin awoke early. She had instructed the Gu couple to prepare their belongings the previous day and had arranged to meet Yuan Bao at the Gu family's medical clinic that morning. As she and Miying stepped out, they encountered Yuan Bao at the entrance. Nian Yin, delighted, approached him with a greeting. Did we not agree to meet at the Qinglu Alley clinic? Why have you come to my residence? Yuan Bao, with an expression of regret, lowered his head and said, I apologize, Nian Yin. There were unforeseen complications in finding the girl. Miying, unable to contain her anxiety, blurted out, You boasted so confidently yesterday, yet I doubt you even know many people in Qingqing. Nian Yin quickly intervened. Miying, Yuan Bao, still embarrassed, explained to Nian Yin, I did find someone, but we encountered an incident along the way, and I lost track of them. The guard had been waiting with 2 young women at the agreed location until Yuan Bao's appearance, at which point Lord Jian had arrived with his men to surround them. Yuan Bao had to exert considerable effort to escape and reach the entrance of the Lu residence to wait for Nian Yin. After pondering for a moment, Nian Yin spoke. It is of no consequence. I shall think of another plan. Yuan Bao, please wait for me at the Gu clinic. Our plans remain unchanged. Yuan Bao nodded and turned to leave. Nian Yin returned to her residence with Miying, who fretted all the way. Miss, what shall we do now? Where shall we find someone? I will go, Nian Yin replied to her. Upon hearing this, Miying decisively rejected. My dear girl, do you truly intend to use yourself as bait? Absolutely not. That is far too perilous. Nian Yin, remaining composed, replied, I shall merely make an appearance. Whether the third young master is drawn to me is uncertain. If this plan fails, we will devise another. Miying, her face etched with concern, disagreed with her scheme, saying, Miss, it is somewhat easier to say that the young master Yuan Bao is an outsider, but we are frequently in Qingqing. If the third young master were to recognize you in the future, it could spell trouble. Nian Yin resolutely responded, the more individuals involved in this matter, the more it jeopardizes our plan. I have no connection to that third young master. Today, I will obscure my face with a silk scarf. and he shall not recognize me. Moreover, once this is over, time will blur the details, and he will have no evidence to assert that I am the one. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences. Ming fell silent, but remained anxious, her brows furrowing together. Luxia, your peach blossom makeup is truly exquisite. But I am curious, do you possess skills in other styles? Nian inquired. With unwavering confidence, Luxia articulated, Miss, I am well versed in the fashionable looks of Qingqing. One first applies powder, followed by a touch of vermilion for a deep wine-hued look, whereas a lighter application creates the peach blossom style. For the flying cloud look, one applies a light vermilion and then covers it with white powder for a soft pink hue. If one adheres variously shaped tea oil flower seeds to the forehead, it constitutes the northern garden look. A base of fine powder topped with sandalwood powder, with rouge applied to the center of the cheeks and blended outward, and a light ochre tint beneath the brows makes for the sandalwood haze look. Which style is the most resplendent? Nian, lacking knowledge of such cosmetics, asked. Luxia paused in her hairstyling and replied, If we speak of the most splendid, it would be a combination of the sandalwood haze and the northern garden looks. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Nian decisively proclaimed. Luxia could scarcely believe her ears. Typically, her young lady would not even entertain the idea of wearing peach blossom makeup, focusing instead on hair accessories. Today, however, she had taken the initiative to request such a flamboyant style. Cautiously, she reiterated, Miss, you wish for the sandalwood haze to be layered over the northern garden look? Nian affirmed, Indeed, that is correct. This will serve as a test of your true abilities. Make it splendid. Energized, Luxia set to work with fervor. When Nian gazed in the mirror, she scarcely recognized herself. Even my father would struggle to identify me now, she mused, reveling in the prospect that once the makeup was removed, no one would recognize her. Arriving at the appointed time to meet Yuan Bao, she donned a hooded hat, obscuring half her face with a veil, and ventured out with Ming, who also concealed her visage with a similar scarf. Upon reaching the Qinglu Alley Clinic and encountering Yuan Bao, Nian removed her hood and displayed her makeup. What do you think? Do you suppose the third young master will be fond of it? Yuan Bao, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes and momentarily forgot his words. Ming prompted him. Young Master Yuan Bao. He regained his composure and said, Given the circumstances, we can only proceed as such. Nian, remember not to entangle yourself too much with him. Once we draw him out, I shall take over. The trio arrived at the tea-tasting pavilion, where Yuan Bao concealed himself in a narrow alley, and Ming assisted Nian inside. Nian inquired of the welcoming waiter, Has the third young master arrived today? If so, where is he seated? The young attendant glanced at the elaborately dressed Nian and chuckled softly. In his eyes, Nian must be the favored companion of one of the young masters from the tavern. He warmly responded, You've arrived, just as before at that table by the pond. Nian cast a glance, noticing that the guest of honor was a rather stout young man, likely in his 20s or 30s. When he smiled, the flesh on his cheeks gathered, his features appeared haphazard, and he exuded an unpleasantly greasy demeanor. One hand held a birdcage while the other amused a yellow oriole inside. Beside him, a young servant fanned him, while 4 others stood nearby, laughing obsequiously. Nian exchanged glances with Ming, confirming that this was indeed the young master. Approaching the table, the young master remained engrossed in his birdplay, oblivious to Nian's presence. As she passed by, Nian accidentally stumbled against the armrest of his chair. Just as the young master was about to scold her, her veil unexpectedly slipped, revealing an exquisite and enchanting face. The young master widened his eyes, his mouth agape, swallowing hard as he reached to assist Nian. He even dared to touch her hand, but she swiftly withdrew it, readjusted her veil, and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, young master. He squeezed the flesh on his face, replying, No need for thanks. Nian took a seat 2 tables away, but the young master's gaze remained fixated upon her. Each time their eyes met, she suppressed the turmoil in her stomach, feigning shyness and lowering her head alluringly. After about a quarter of an hour and having finished a cup of tea, Nian stood up with Ming to leave, deliberately leaving a silk handkerchief on the table. As they passed the young master, His attendants shamelessly whistled and mocked Nian Nian and Miying. Upon reaching the entrance, Nian Nian glanced back to see one of the young master's attendants retrieving the handkerchief and presenting it to him. He sniffed the silk and began to toy with it in his hands, while his attendants continued to laugh jovially. Nian Nian whispered a few words to Miying, who then entered and addressed the young master, saying, "My lady's handkerchief has been left behind, the one you hold in your hand. I kindly request its return." The fanning attendant grinned mischievously, retorting, "Who says this belongs to your lady? Now that it is in our young master's possession, it belongs to him." The others chimed in. "Indeed, indeed." Miying ignored their taunts and continued speaking to the young master. "If the young master fancies this handkerchief, he may keep it. My lady finds you quite distinguished and affluent. She has sent me to inquire your name and the location of your residence." The attendant, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Our young master is the third son of the esteemed duke, the emperor's own nephew." Miying's eyes sparkled with admiration. "A son of the duke. My lady is waiting outside. Might the young master grant her the honor of a brief meeting?" Chapter 34. The young master, the attendants erupted into mischievous laughter, while the young master beamed with delight. "Since your lady has such affection, then let us meet." With that, he exchanged smiles with his attendants, prompting another round of commotion. Seeing the group preparing to rise, Ming hurriedly interjected, "Oh, young master, with so many people present, my lady would feel embarrassed. Might we meet privately?" The attendants erupted in a fit of mischievous laughter. The third young master jested with them, saying, "You stay here and do not follow. We wouldn't want to frighten the young lady." With that, he followed Miying outside. She led him through the door and into the narrow alley they had previously agreed upon. Not seeing Nian Nian's figure, the third young master grew slightly impatient. "Where's your young lady?" he inquired. "She is waiting ahead. For such clandestine meetings, one must seek a secluded spot," Miying coaxed him. The third young master felt a thrill of excitement, rubbing his hands together in glee as he continued to follow her. The two of them turned into an even more secluded alley. At that moment, a figure leapt down from the wall and struck the third young master on the head, rendering him unconscious. Miying called out, "Young Master Yuan Bao." Yuan Bao gestured for her to be silent and whispered, Miying, "Quickly go to the alley entrance to meet your young lady. A carriage awaits there. I will take care of him." When the third young master regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a pillar in a dilapidated house. Yuan Bao held a dagger, spinning it in his hand. "Who are you, and how dare you bind me? Do you know who I am?" The third young master still retained a hint of arrogance. "I care not who you are. Go plead your case with the king of hell," Yuan Bao replied, running the dagger along his face. "What do you intend to do?" "I am the third young master of the Tai Bao mansion. If you kill me, my father will not let you go." The third young master began to tremble involuntarily. "By the time your father finds you, you will be rotting and foul, while I will have long vanished," Yuan Bao taunted, the dagger now gliding over the third young master's chest. "Where should I start? Shall I disembowel you, or slice your throat? Choose one." "Hero, hero, I bear you no grudge. Let me go, and I shall grant you anything you desire," the third young master pleaded, shaking like a leaf. "Do you wish to live?" "Yes, yes. Then I shall see how you perform." "Hero, you command, and I shall obey. As long as you come with me quietly, I shall release you. Otherwise, I will slay you on the spot and toss your body into the river for the fish." "Indeed, I shall comply without protest." Yuan Bao stuffed a cloth into his mouth, bound his hands and feet, and stuffed him into a sack before throwing him onto a horse, galloping away. Upon nearing the tavern, Yuan Bao dismounted and unceremoniously tossed the sack onto the ground, causing the occupant to groan in pain. He opened the sack, revealing the third young master's head. Yuan Bao tore away the cloth from his mouth, cut the hemp rope, and pressed the dagger against his chest. "From now on, you will heed my every command. Dare to make a sound, and I shall pierce you immediately. Move." It was already dusk, and the lights inside and outside the door blazed brightly. Several exquisitely adorned women stood at the entrance, beckoning for customers with their silk handkerchiefs. The third young master trembled as he walked forward, the two of them entangled by the group of women. "Oh, third young master, here to see Shaolin again? You don't even care about us. If you were an untouched maiden, the third young master would surely take you in." "Oh, who is this young man? Quite handsome indeed. Let me serve you today." The third young master forced a smile, and Yuan Bao pressed him firmly, saying, "We are looking for the madam here." The third young master hastily replied, "I have business with your matron." A woman swayed gracefully ahead, leading the way, while the madam of the establishment animatedly entertained her guests in the hall. Upon noticing the arrival of the third young master, she hurried over to greet him, exclaiming, "Ah, third young master, you have finally come. I have prepared the finest osmanthus wine for you, eagerly awaiting your presence. Why, you appear to need assistance." Yuan Bao nudged the third young master, suggesting they converse in a quieter setting. The third young master promptly echoed, "Let us speak in the private room." The madam escorted them to a chamber on the second floor, where Yuan Bao whispered, "Have them all leave." The madam, perceptive to the underlying tension, obliged everyone. "Please exit and shut the door behind you. Do not allow anyone else in." Yuan Bao produced a piece of paper from within his garment and slapped it onto the table, stating, "Let us speak plainly. I have come to take Xiao Lian away, as her contract is already in my possession." The third young master, startled, instinctively touched his chest. Yuan Bao, reveling in his triumph, added, "You need not search. While you were asleep, I discreetly pilfered it from your clothing." He forcefully urged the third young master, "Bring Xiao Lian here." The third young master repeated, "Go, fetch Xiao Lian." The madam, wary of the situation, silently exited and closed the door. Shortly thereafter, the madam returned with Xiao Lian, who, upon seeing the third young master, became agitated, exclaiming, "You wicked man! You have harmed my father. I shall confront you." The madam hurriedly intervened. Yuan Bao reassured Xiao Lian, "Fear not. I have come to take you away. Your parents are waiting for you." With that, he pressed against the third young master, insisting, "Let us go." Xiao Lian, albeit puzzled, hesitantly followed them outside. The madam called out, "Third young master, they're taking her away." The third young master turned, displaying a face of grievance, yet uttered not a word. Upon exiting the private room, they encountered several burly men stationed at the door. The madam approached, a triumphant expression adorning her face, and did not hesitate to boast before the third young master. "Do not fear. They will not let you pass today." Yuan Bao forcefully nudged the third young master, declaring, "It seems the issue lies not with me, but with them. I shall deal with you first, then eliminate them one by one," as he brandished a knife menacingly. The third young master trembled in fear, shouting at the imposing men, "Leave! Get away from me!" Yuan Bao calmly urged the third young master forward, while the men blocking their path dared not act recklessly, retreating instead. As they reached the entrance, Yuan Bao assisted Xiao Lian onto a horse, drew a knife from the third young master's attire, and delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Yuan Bao mounted his steed and galloped away. The third young master clutched his rear, shouting, "Quick, apprehend the assailant! Seize the assailant!" A crowd gathered at the entrance. Drawn by the commotion, Yuan Bao and Xiao Lian arrived at the northern city gate, where they discovered Nian Yin, Mi Ying, and Dr. Gu and his wife, who had prepared a carriage and awaited their arrival. Upon seeing her parents, Xiao Lian rushed forward to embrace them, filled with excitement. Nian Yin urged, "You must depart swiftly. Should the third young master pursue, you may find yourselves unable to escape." Dr. Gu's wife nearly knelt before Nian Yin and Yuan Bao, only to be assisted by Nian Yin. Mrs. Gu expressed, "Having returned to our ancestral home in Jiangxia, it is likely we shall never again visit Jinling. The kindness shown to us by Miss Liu and young Master Yuan cannot be repaid. I shall recite prayers daily in your honor." Dr. Gu nodded in agreement. Nian Yin's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. "You are all good people. Good deeds are rewarded. Please take care on your journey. Let's part ways here." Yuan Bao retrieved Xiao Yin's contract from his pocket and handed it to Dr. Gu, saying, "Take care." Nian Yin and Mi Ying assisted Xiao Yin and the doctor's wife into the carriage, while Dr. Gu took the reins at the front. Xiao Yin leaned out the window, calling brother, "Sister, farewell. Xiao Yin will always remember you." Nian Yin waved goodbye alongside Yuan Bao as they watched the carriage disappear into the night. "Yuan Bao, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Nian Yin inquired with concern. Yuan Bao, appearing nonchalant, replied, "It's just a trivial matter. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine?" "Thank you, Yuan Bao. Nian Yin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although the idea had originated with her, it was entirely dependent on Yuan Bao. Without him, she and Mi Ying, being but two frail women, would have never managed to rescue Xiaolian. Yuan Bao smiled. No need for thanks. We are now comrades in this endeavor. Nian Yin smiled in understanding. Nian Yin, I wish to say. Yuan Bao, unusually bashful, hesitated. Nian Yin, puzzled, urged, what is it? Speak your mind. I believe I am beginning to like you. Yuan Bao stated earnestly, gazing at her. Nian Yin was taken aback, responding with an awkward smile. We're all friends, after all. I like you too. Really? Yuan Bao beamed like a child. At that moment, several hunters, bows and arrows in tow, were preparing to venture out for a night hunt. After a long day, you must be hungry, Yuan Bao said, swiftly approaching one of the hunters to borrow a bow. Brother, may I borrow your bow for a moment? With 3 arrows knocked simultaneously, he elegantly drew back the string and aimed at the dusky sky, shortly thereafter striking down 3 sparrows. Nian Yin watched in awe, as if she were once again witnessing the young man who had saved her in the woods years ago, gazing at Yuan Bao with admiration. The hunters gathered around, praising, Young man, you are impressive. Such skill with the bow. Yuan Bao, grinning, returned the bow to its owner and dashed off to retrieve the fallen sparrows. How about I treat you to roasted sparrows? He proposed, beaming at Nian Yin. Yuan Bao, have you ever been to Yizhou? Nian Yin inquired. Yuan Bao, somewhat perplexed, shook his head. 5 years ago, were you in Yizhou? Though Yuan Bao did not resemble the boy she recalled, she felt compelled to ask. With a chuckle, Yuan Bao replied, 5 years ago, I was merely 13 and had not even stepped beyond the borders of Beizhou. Why do you ask, Nian Yin? Indeed, the ages do not align, Nian Yin thought, regaining her composure. Realizing they could not linger in this place, she urged Yuan Bao to leave. Upon returning to the inn, a guard discreetly knocked on the door. Young master, Lord Jean, and the others departed this afternoon. Where shall we set out? Yuan Bao's expression turned wistful as he quietly responded to the person outside. I have some matters to attend to. Staying here without reason could result in us being held accountable, which may not bode well for you. Young master, the voice cautioned from outside. With a determined sigh, Yuan Bao answered, in 5 days, we shall ride swiftly through the night and surely catch up with them. Meanwhile, Nian Yin and Mi Ying stealthily slipped into the courtyard, making their way back to the house unnoticed. Mi Ying assisted Nian Yin in changing her attire and perfecting her makeup. As Nian Yin prepared to join her father and Lin Er for dinner, she did not forget to admonish Mi Ying, stating, what occurred today must remain sealed within your heart for a lifetime. Under no circumstances should you speak of it to anyone. Mi Ying replied, rest assured, my lady, I shall not divulge anything to anyone. Nian Yin stepped out of the room and made her way to the dining hall. Lu Xing and Lin Er were seated at the table. Upon seeing Nian Yin enter, Lin Er lamented, sister, you have finally returned. I thought I would starve. Lu Xing inquired with concern, Nian Er, where have you been today? Why have you returned so late? Your father was quite worried. Please do not stay out so late in the future. The dishes served were no different from those of previous days, including intricately carved honey-glazed delicacies, fried duck intestines, roasted venison, marinated chicken skin, and fish soup with water shield. However, there was an addition of sweet soup made from chilled papaya. Nian Yin, feeling parched, indulged in several bowls of the sweet soup. Lin Er, feeling displeased, shielded the bowl of soup with half of his body. After a brief tussle over the soup, Nian Yin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness being alongside her father and playfully bickering with Lin Er. The following day, as her father went to the shop and Lin Er took a day of rest, Nian Yin instructed Mi Ying to stay at home with Lin Er, assuring her that if she returned late, they need not wait for her to dine. Upon reaching Honyun Tower, she inquired of the waiter, excuse me, has young master Yuan Bao returned? The waiter appeared disheartened, replying, which young master Yuan Bao are you referring to? Just days prior, he had been so forgetful. The handsome youth, around 18 or 19 years of age. I came to seek him not long ago, Nian Yin reminded him. The waiter frowned. Alas, regardless of his appearance, no one fitting that description remains here. They were just taken away by the officials from Qingqing. Taken away? Why were they apprehended? Nian Yin asked. her voice tinged with urgency. I'm not certain. Once the officers arrived, they conducted inspections room by room, apprehending all young men with accents from outside the region. The waiters said helplessly. Nian Yin rushed to the Qingqing prison, discreetly sliding a handful of silver coins to the guard at the entrance, asking, "Kind sir, did you apprehend many young men today? Do you know what the matter is?" One of the prison guards, eager to share, replied, "Little lady, you must not be aware. Yesterday, someone audaciously dared to disturb the peace by abducting the concubine of the third prince, injuring him in the process. He is currently bedridden, and it is said that the assailant was a young gentleman whose accent suggests he hails from afar. Thus, today, nearly all young men from outside the city, residing in the inns of Qingqing, have been detained. They will bring the third prince to identify them once they have rounded up the remaining guests." Upon hearing this, Nian Yin felt a wave of dread wash over her. If Yuan Bao were to be identified, it could spell disaster, perhaps even jeopardizing his life. With a heart full of worry, she implored, "I have a relative who has also been mistakenly apprehended. He is a model citizen, merely here for business. I just received news from home that his mother has passed, and he is urgently needed for the funeral. Is there any way to rescue him? I am willing to pay any price to secure an introduction to the chief of the prison." The guard who had previously spoken added, "This incident has escalated significantly. I fear even the prison chief would not dare accept your money. Is there truly no other way?" Nian Yin pressed on. "If you have connections within the court, perhaps they might show leniency, allowing a few individuals to be released." The jailer, seeing her as a mere young girl, did not impose any difficulties upon her. As she walked, Nian Yin pondered. Her brother was someone she could not approach under any circumstances, for involving him would surely jeopardize everything. With his temperament, not only would he fail to rescue Yuan Bao, but he would also impose further penalties on her, making the situation even more dire. Anxiety began to creep in. She felt an obligation to save Yuan Bao, who had put himself in such peril on her behalf. Regret was futile now. She needed to muster her spirits and devise a plan. Her cousin was away on business, or else he would surely have a solution. Being new to Qingqing, her only acquaintances were the Shun family and her aunt's family, the Su family. Seeking their assistance might or might not yield results, but it was certain that word would reach her brother within a day, making it more sensible to approach him directly. Unconsciously, she touched the token given to her by Xiao Yan, recalling that he was currently negotiating with the envoy from Beizhou and might not even be at the residence. Yet, he was the only person she could think of, so she decided to take a chance. To approach the royal residence without a proper reason seemed ill-timed. She needed a pretext. Remembering the fan sealed in her cabinet, she hurried home to retrieve it. Upon arriving at the gates of the Jingbei Wangfu, Nian Yin presented the token to the guard, who instructed her to wait while he went inside to announce her presence. It was splendid news that Xiao Yin was at home. Chapter 36. Who is he? Before long, Xiao Yin personally came out to greet her, visibly pleased as he said, "Miss Liu, what a delightful surprise to see you at my residence today. Please come in." Nian Yin took his hand and placed the box containing the folding fan in his palm, saying, "Sir Xiao, please open it and take a look." When seeking a favor, one must naturally adopt a humble demeanor. Xiao Yin opened the box and drew out the fan, deftly unfurling its pages. A broad smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, it is a folding fan. Why has Miss Liu chosen to gift me this?" Nian Yin pointed to the painting on the fan's surface, saying, "Look at the child depicted here. It resembles you, me, Shun Yao, and Shun Xian." Xiao Yin chuckled softly. "Indeed, when we visited Jing Lake, we captured that very essence. Yes, Sir Xiao, you mentioned that your family is not in the capital, but you still have friends like us. I hope that whenever you see this fan, it brings to mind the joyful times we've shared, alleviating your sense of solitude." Nian Yin said with heartfelt consideration. Xiao Yin carefully placed the fan back into its box, replying, "Miss Liu, I cherish this fan immensely. If you do not mind, I will be delighted to have you over for tea. Sir Xiao, may I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Nian Yin, feeling a pressing urgency, declined the offer of tea. Xiao Yin glanced around and led her to the carriage beneath a large tree at the entrance. Nian Yin began, "I have come today with an ungracious request, hoping that Sir Xiao could assist me. Xiao Yan's expression turned earnest. Miss Liu, please do not hesitate to speak. I will not refuse any request within my capacity. Hearing his willingness, Nian felt a measure of relief wash over her, her demeanor softening as she continued. Today, a friend of mine has been mistakenly apprehended by the Qingqing authorities. I wonder if Sir Xiao could intercede on his behalf and secure his release. Oh, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment. Miss Liu, I shall prepare at once. We will depart shortly. Nian was taken aback. Although Xiao Yan was an incredibly reliable friend, she did not anticipate his prompt agreement, nor did he inquire about the details. It seemed that the gift had proven to be remarkably effective. Upon returning to the entrance of the estate, Xiao Yan offered a few instructions to the guards and, accompanied by Chu Yu, made his way towards the carriage. Chu Yu, trailing behind, playfully remarked, I saw her outside. Master, she is indeed the lady you depicted in your painting, strikingly beautiful and astutely intelligent. Xiao Yan cast him a sidelong glance and cautioned, do not speak carelessly in front of Miss Liu. Once the carriage was ready, Xiao Yan lifted the curtain and invited Nian to board. The carriage door frame was rather low, and in her eagerness, Nian bumped her head against it. Xiao Yan hurriedly checked to see if she was all right, but Nian merely waved her hand dismissively. Throughout the journey, Nian resembled a child who had erred, unable to raise her gaze. Whenever her eyes met Xiao Yan's, she offered him a shy smile. Since their last encounter at the Hongwen Hall, it had been nearly a month since they had shared such a quiet moment together. Recalling their meeting at the Liu family's full moon banquet, she felt even more hesitant to meet his eyes. Perhaps it was the cramped space of the carriage or the oppressive heat of the day. But Nian felt utterly uncomfortable, her cheeks aflame as if scorched by fire, her hands and feet awkwardly fidgeting for a place to rest. She sought to alleviate the tension with conversation. Lord Xiao, I heard from Yaoer that you were busy hosting the envoy from Beizhou alongside Lord Shun. How is it that you find yourself free today? The negotiations with Beizhou concluded the day before yesterday, and their envoy departed from the capital yesterday. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. Nian felt a pang of guilt for being so preoccupied with Xiao Lian's troubles that she had been unaware of such matters. As a friend, she considered herself rather lacking. Given Xiao Yan's remarkable intellect, she believed the negotiations must have been triumphantly successful. She intended to inquire about the outcome and, using this opportunity, to commend him. I recall it was not long ago that the officials at the Honglu Temple demonstrated remarkable efficiency. I wonder how the negotiations turned out. Xiao Yan explained. A truce has been agreed upon for 3 years. Beizhou is willing to offer 30,000 cattle and sheep to our southern Jing. We shall exchange merchant convoys for trade, allowing 500 merchants from our great Jing to establish themselves in Zhao capital. The Emperor of Zhao has also sent a proposal for a marital alliance, seeking a lasting friendship with our great Jing. Seated at the front of the carriage, Chu Yu could not resist turning back to boast with pride. My master has been bestowed the title of Silver Blue Minister of Rights by Her Majesty the Empress. Lord Xiao is truly formidable. I knew with your intelligence and eloquence, you would undoubtedly emerge victorious. You are indeed a paragon of courage and strategy, just like your esteemed father, a hero among the citizens of our great Jing. Nian hurriedly joined in the praise. Xiao Yan smiled bashfully. Miss Liu, you flatter me. I merely did what was expected of me. Upon arriving at the Qingqing prison, Chu Yu assisted Xiao Yan down from the carriage, and then Xiao Yan extended his hand to help Nian alight. As Nian followed him to the entrance, the same 2 prison guards were present. They exchanged glances, silently contemplating the surprising speed with which this young lady had summoned her reinforcements. Xiao Yan, with an air of righteousness, addressed them. I am the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple, Xiao Cheng. I demand to see your prison warden. One of the guards whispered to another, and then replied to Xiao Yan, Ah, it is the young prince from the Jingbei Wangfu. Please, this way. Xiao Yan and Nian followed the guard into the Qingqing prison, where they encountered the warden. Xiao Yan politely bowed, saying, I have a friend who has mistakenly been summoned here by the officials of Qingqing. I kindly request that you allow me to take him back. As a young nobleman of the royal household, and having recently achieved great merit, the warden, upon hearing Xiao Yan's request, had no reason to refuse. He hastily rose to return the courtesy, saying, "May I ask, esteemed sir, your friend's surname and given name? I shall summon him at once." Nian Yin thought to herself, "It seems that Xiao Ian's status is quite advantageous." Xiao Ian looked at Nian Yin, and her gaze faltered under the weight of his scrutiny. She stammered, Yuan Bao, residing in Hongyan Tower. The warden, not recognizing anyone, replied courteously, "Esteemed sir, miss, please wait a moment. I shall send someone to fetch him." Before long, Yuan Bao was brought over by the guard, and upon seeing Nian Yin, a sweet smile spread across his face. The young lad, handsome and charming, could easily captivate the hearts of many young maidens. Nian Yin beamed back at him. Xiao Ian observed that, despite Yuan Bao's somewhat disheveled appearance, he possessed an undeniable grace. He turned to Nian Yin thoughtfully. "Is it he?" Nian Yin nodded, and Xiao Ian addressed the warden. "I am grateful for your assistance. There is one more matter I must trouble you with. I wish for today's visit to remain discreet." The warden understood immediately and nodded, saying, "I know how to proceed. You may rest assured." The warden saw them off with the urgency of a man dispatching a plague, then turned to the gatekeeper guard and said, "Make sure you are clear on what should and should not be said." The two guards nodded vigorously. Understood. The warden shook his head and muttered to himself, "Their father and son are currently invaluable assets to the court. We cannot afford to offend them." After Xiao Ian escorted Yuan Bao out, he cast a vigilant glance at him, asking, "Who is he?" In Chapter 37, Drinking by the River at Night, Nian Yin replied earnestly, "He is my good friend, named Yuan Bao." Xiao Ian looked at Yuan Bao with curiosity, questioning, "A good friend?" Yuan Bao, carefree and cheerful, greeted Xiao Ian with a grin. I am Nian Yin's good friend. Thank you so much, brother." Upon hearing Nian Yin's name, Xiao Ian quickly glanced at her. His expression filled with reluctance as he shot a disapproving look at Yuan Bao, saying, "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it to Miss Liu. I'm doing this for her, not for you." Yuan Bao, feeling slighted by Xiao Ian's lack of appreciation, turned to Nian Yin with a look of grievance. "Yuan Bao, Lord Xiao is quite formidable. He is the envoy received by the Northern Zhao diplomats and has recently been appointed as a Silver Blue minister. His father is the Jingbei Wang who achieved a great victory over Northern Zhao. Impressive, isn't it?" Nian Yin said, her eyes filled with admiration. Yuan Bao scoffed at him, letting out a dismissive hum. Having been captured early and denied a meal, Yuan Bao's stomach rumbled audibly, prompting him to awkwardly smile at the two. Nian Yin, reminiscing about the day, announced to everyone that she intended to treat Yuan Bao to a meal. "The hour is still early. Why not allow me to invite you all for a cup of tea? Firstly, to express my gratitude to Lord Xiao for his immense assistance, and secondly, to help Yuan Bao dispel any ill fortune. What do you think?" The two neither agreed nor opposed her suggestion. Pouting slightly, Nian Yin cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Ian, who chuckled at her demeanor and amiably replied, "Then let it be as you wish." Following the events of the day, Nian Yin no longer felt bold enough to stroll into Yong and Lu with Yuan Bao. She turned to Xiao Ian and inquired, "Lord Xiao, do you know of a quieter place?" Xiao Ian glanced at Yuan Bao and replied nonchalantly, "Follow me." He held the curtain aside with one hand while extending the other to assist Nian Yin into the carriage. Understanding his intent, Yuan Bao swiftly pulled Nian Yin back and said to Xiao Ian, "You go first." Ignoring him, Xiao Ian boarded the carriage, and Yuan Bao mimicked his gesture of holding the carriage top. As a result, Nian Yin, once again oblivious, bumped into it. Fortunately, this time it did not hurt. Upon realizing it was Yuan Bao who had cushioned her fall, she hurriedly asked if he was hurt. Yuan Bao cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Ian, who merely smiled coldly, internally mocking his childishness. Upon arriving at the Riverside Tea House, Nian Yin recognized it as the same establishment she had visited previously. The sky was still bright, and the fishing lights along the river had yet to illuminate, with only a couple of tables occupied by patrons sipping tea, far fewer than in the evening. Nian Yin ordered food for Yuan Bao, captivated by the riverside scenery. Leaning against the railing, she basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, the river breeze lifting her hair, rendering her exquisite visage even more delicate and gentle. She mused that standing by the river, feeling the wind and admiring the sunset, was indeed a significant pleasure of life. Xiao Yin approached her with a cup of tea. Nian Yin took it and sipped, inquiring, "Lord Xiao, why do you not ask about Yuan Bao?" He replied nonchalantly, "If Miss Lu wishes to share, she will naturally inform me." His words, spoken with an air of calm, revealed his profound understanding of matters, as if he could deftly navigate complexities without confrontation or display, effortlessly resolving issues with subtlety. This was one of the many reasons Nian Yin felt a sense of security in his presence. Casting a glance at Yuan Bao, who was engrossed in his meal, she noted that he was likely famished and too preoccupied with his food to notice the unfolding scenery. Lowering her gaze, she confided, "In truth, I have implicated Yuan Bao. I must share a secret with you, though you may find it hard to believe. Yesterday, Yuan Bao and I freed the mistress of the third young master of the Tai Bao, who is now scouring the world for us." Xiao Yin exhibited a flicker of surprise, but refrained from interrupting her as she continued, "We rescued that child, merely 12 years old, named Xiao Yin. Her father, Dr. Gu, saved my father's life. I simply could not stand idly by." Pausing, she glanced at Yuan Bao, reflecting that her recklessness had put him in danger. Despite his assistance, Nian Yin resembled a remorseful child, reflecting on her misdeeds. Xiao Yin, taken aback, had not anticipated this seemingly delicate young woman would undertake such perilous actions. Simultaneously, a twinge of bitterness arose within him, realizing that besides him, she placed her trust in someone else. He could only remain an outsider, learning the sequence of events through her retrospective account. Nian Yin smiled and said, "But everything is in the past now, and fortunately, I have you. Master Xiao, I wonder if today's events will cause you any trouble." Xiao Yin replied nonchalantly, "It matters not." He then smiled gently and continued, "The fact that Miss Lu thought of me in her time of difficulty and is willing to confide her secret to me signifies that she regards me as a trustworthy friend. It brings me great joy to earn your trust, Miss Lu." The two stood side by side, their laughter echoing in the golden hues of the setting sun, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Yuan Bao observed this enchanting moment, feeling inexplicably unsettled. He called for a jug of wine and shouted to them, "Would you care for a drink?" Nian Yin, concerned about his solitude, responded, "Sure, I'll keep you company. Master Xiao should join us as well." Yuan Bao poured a glass of wine for both Nian Yin and Xiao Yin, and they gathered around the table. Nian Yin raised her cup, proclaiming, "Today, as we sit together and drink under the bright moon and gentle breeze, how delightful it is. I toast you both." She emptied her glass and was about to pour more when Yuan Bao interrupted, saying, "You, young lady, should not drink too much." Yuan Bao moved the wine jug aside and turned to pour for Xiao Yin, saying, "Come, let us drink. It matters not. I have quite a capacity for wine." Xiao Yin replied, as Nian Yin poured herself another glass. The trio exchanged toasts, drinking back and forth several times, until Yuan Bao unexpectedly succumbed to drunkenness, resting his head on the table, while a blush graced Xiao Yin's cheeks. Curiously, ever since that incident in Yongzhou, where Nian Yin inadvertently drank the intoxicating drunken tyrant, she found herself impervious to the effects of ordinary wine. She lowered her head to sip from her glass, then, resting her forehead in her hand, gazed tenderly at Nian Yin. Under the influence of the wine, his eyes grew soft with affection and an air of adoration. Nian Yin offered him a cup of tea, saying, "Master Xiao, would you like some tea?" As their gazes met, Xiao Yin withdrew his dreamy expression and accepted the teacup, drinking it in one gulp. Beneath the moonlight, he spoke, "It has been a long time since I last saw Brother Shun. He must be diligently studying at home, and I hope he achieves great success this time." Nian Yin nodded in response, indeed. There was a hint of concern in Xiao Yin's eyes as he slowly spoke. The Lu family and the Shun family are closely connected. Miss Lu and Brother Shun have grown up together. Their bond is profound and enviable. Nian Yin found his words peculiar, wondering if Shun Xian had said something to him that led to a misunderstanding. She hastily clarified, "I, like Yaoer, regard Shin Xian as an elder brother, and a sister naturally wishes for her brother's success. Nothing more." "Nothing more? What of your engagement with Brother Shun?" Xiao Ian pressed on, unwilling to relent. Nian Nian quickly interrupted. That is unfounded. Do not heed the idle gossip. If there were an engagement, it would have long been the talk of the town. A warm glimmer appeared in Xiao Ian's eyes, slowly revealing a smile. Chapter 38. A rivalry intensifies. A warm glimmer appeared in Xiao Ian's eyes, slowly revealing a smile. Nian Nian borrowed a blanket from the innkeeper and draped it over Yuan Bao. She looked at the sleeping Yuan Bao. His cheeks flushed and lovingly cradled his head, saying, "He looks rather adorable while asleep. If I were to get drunk, I fear I would become quite unruly." Xiao Ian's flushed face suddenly paled as he inquired, "Miss Lu, how did you come to know him?" Nian Nian replied, "It was merely a chance encounter. He is a guard who came to Qingqing with his master on business. I once lent him some money, and now he has rendered me a great service. Lord Xiao, rest assured, he is indeed a good man." Nian Nian raised her head and met Xiao Ian's melancholic gaze, timidly adding, "You are also a good man." Xiao Ian did not feel elated by Nian Nian's praise. Instead, a vague discomfort settled within him. Miss Lu seemed particularly fond of this new acquaintance. Nian Nian, her face alight with joy, said to Xiao Ian, "Indeed, to be honest, I seem to have a certain affinity with martial artists. A fortune teller once claimed that my destined partner would be someone well-versed in both literature and martial arts. Merely jest. Of course, Yuan Bao possesses exceptional skills and a magnanimous spirit, akin to a chivalrous hero from a tale. Having such a friend by my side brings me immense happiness." The light in Xiao Ian's eyes dimmed, and his palms grew clammy from his clenched fists. "Miss Lu, it seems, is too trusting of others. How can you be certain that his words are sincere? What you see may merely be a facade he has constructed. This person may have ulterior motives in approaching you, harboring ill intentions. Lord Xiao, you have only just met him. Your words seem rather biased. I sought him out myself, and Yuan Bao risked his life to assist me, nearly falling into the hands of the third young master. If anyone harbors ill intentions, it should be me." Nian Nian, somewhat displeased, retorted defiantly. Seeing her disbelief, Xiao Ian suppressed his frustration and gently admonished her like an elder. "Trust my words. It is always wise to be cautious. I have my own judgment. There is no need for Lord Xiao to concern himself." Nian Nian replied, ungrateful for his concern, and the atmosphere between them grew exceedingly cold. After a moment, Xiao Ian sighed softly, his tones softening. "Very well, perhaps I have been overly cautious." Nian Nian finished her cup of tea and said, "It is getting late. I must return. I would also trouble Lord Xiao to assist me in helping Yuan Bao onto the carriage." Xiao Ian glanced at the slumbering Yuan Bao and slowly replied, "It would be rather inconvenient for Miss Lu to take him back to the manor. Why not entrust him to me?" Nian Nian hesitated, glancing between Yuan Bao and Xiao Ian. Xiao Ian reassured her with a smile. "Do not worry. I will ensure he has a suitable place to stay." Nian Nian nodded. "Then I thank you, Lord Xiao." Xiao Ian rose. "I will have Chu escort you home. I am uneasy about you traveling alone at night." Nian Nian, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Xiao Ian instructed the innkeeper to carry Yuan Bao back to the guest room and accompanied Nian Nian to the carriage. Nian Nian leaned out the window to wave goodbye, reminding him to take good care of Yuan Bao. Xiao Ian did not leave, but returned to the table to pour himself some tea. An inexplicable sense of frustration enveloped him, and the cool breeze from the river chilled his heart. Having left his family at a young age, he had spent over a decade in solitude. He had grown accustomed to enduring hardship, to being overlooked, to the injustices of life. He thought he had long since grown used to loneliness. Yet amidst the incessant revelry and music from the riverboats, he felt an unprecedented sense of isolation. Chu returned, and Xiao Ian invited him to sit and share some tea, casually asking, "Has Miss Lu been sent back?" "Yes, she has returned to the Lu Manor," Chu replied. "The young master seems to have a profound interest in Miss Lu," Chu remarked tentatively while casting a glance at Xiao Ian. Xiao Ian shot him a sidelong glance. Remaining silent, noting the lack of response, Chu straightforwardly inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for Miss Lu?" A wave of desolation washed over Xiao Ian's heart as he replied, "Miss Lu is indeed admirable. Naturally, many are enamored by her. If I were to like any maiden, I would have long since declared my affections. For even if she were to reject me, it would be far better than to miss the opportunity and wallow in solitude. Chu Yu subtly pressed on, you overthink matters. My lord, do you intend to remain solitary for the entirety of your life? If you must marry, why not choose a woman you truly love? Xiao Ian had yet to respond when a voice interjected, you both claim to have affections for my Nian Yin, but have you considered my feelings? Yuan Bao had appeared behind them without their notice. Xiao Ian stood up alertly and demanded, who are you? Yuan Bao answered playfully, what do you think? With a grave expression, Xiao Ian declared, I care not for your identity. Should you pose any threat to Miss Liu, I will not let you go unpunished. Yuan Bao, with a hint of mockery, crossed his arms and continued, you speak boldly. I am eager to see your capabilities. Xiao Ian rose, retrieving a sword from Chu Yu's grasp, and charged at Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao nimbly evaded, and the two engaged in a duel, neither gaining the upper hand. With fierce eyes, Xiao Ian warned, do not provoke her. If your identity is ever revealed, it will only bring her harm. Yuan Bao, with a dismissive smile, took a few steps back before turning to say, since you know who I am, I shall speak plainly. Nian Yin and I share a deep connection. Whether it be marriage or alliance, she shall be mine. Xiao Ian was left speechless, exhaling deeply and standing in a daze. Nian Yin, having risen late, was busy with her grooming when Ming called out, Miss, are you ready? The master and young master are waiting for you to have breakfast. Let us hurry. Lu Xing did not inquire about her whereabouts the previous day, but earnestly said, Nian your brother came by yesterday. He mentioned that the third young master of the Tai Bao family was attacked, and the Gu family, along with their daughter, who was to become a concubine, has gone missing. Your brother asked if you knew anything about it, and if it concerned you. Oh, the Gu family has fled. What a pity. It will be impossible to find a physician of such skill in Qingqing again. Nian Yin feigned innocence as she spoke while eating. You have been returning late each day. With whom have you been spending your time? Are you hiding something from father? Lu Xing scrutinized her intently. Nian Yin, avoiding his gaze, replied, no, not at all. It's just Yao Air. Today it's throwing arrows, and tomorrow it's embroidery. I couldn't very well decline. Such words could not escape Lu Xing's discerning ears, and he surmised that Nian Yin lacked the audacity and means to orchestrate the disappearance of the Gu family. With a heartfelt admonition, he urged her, listen to your father. It is unwise to wander aimlessly outside. The Yuan River has experienced flooding, and refugees have come to the capital to report their grievances. Your brother has been assigned to investigate the situation at Yuan River and left early this morning. The city of Qingqing is also not at peace. Even the family of the Grand Protector is not spared. One wonders who possesses such audacity. Nian Yin and Ming exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding. Chapter 39. Wilderness hunting. Upon returning to the courtyard, Nian Yin spotted Yuan Bao sitting by the flower bed in her garden, a sprig of jasmine in hand. As she approached, he stood and presented her with the flower, saying, this is for you. Nian Yin was taken aback and hurriedly pulled him aside to hide. He handed the jasmine to her and said, I will wait for you outside the west gate. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall. Concerned that Yuan Bao might engage in some mischief, she obediently made her way to the west gate. In a moment of distraction, Nian Yin found herself pulled onto a horse by Yuan Bao. Startled, she inquired, where are we going? There is nothing entertaining in the city. I shall take you hunting, he replied, and off they galloped, heading beyond the city limits. During the height of summer, the vegetation in the valley thrived. The streams flowed with a serene clarity, and ancient trees towered majestically, presenting a vibrant tableau of life. Dismounting, Nian Yin expressed her concern. Aren't you afraid of being captured by the third young master again? Yuan Bao also dismounted, patting the horse, which wandered off to graze. What is there to fear? That fool cannot find anyone. He vented his frustrations by punishing those he had captured with 20 lashes each before releasing them. It was all settled. And what of your companions? Are they well? Nian Yin asked. The day I rescued you, they abandoned me and left first. Now, I am destitute and without support. You must take responsibility for me. Yuan Bao lamented with a hurt expression. Do not worry. I have sufficient funds for your journey, Nian Yin reassured him, patting her chest confidently. After rescuing people and being thrown into jail, I need a few days to recuperate before we set off. For now, I shall have to impose on your household. Yuan Bao pouted playfully. Ah, Nian Yin gasped in surprise. Yuan Bao teased her with a blade of grass. What do you mean by ah? I want to be a burden to you. I forgot to mention that I applied for a position as a guard at your estate this morning, and they accepted me. Come here, he said, fashioning a floral crown from branches and wildflowers, placing it atop Nian Yin's head. He then took her hand and led her to a centuries-old tree, resting his left hand on his right breast and uttering a phrase she could not comprehend. Curious, Nian Yin gazed at him. He turned back with a smile, pulling her hand closer. Let me teach you a blessing from my Xinbei culture. Now, place your hand here and repeat after me. Finding it amusing, Nian Yin followed his lead. As she finished reciting, Yuan Bao took her hand, his face radiant with joy. In my homeland, ancient trees can reach the heavens. Just now, we made a vow to the celestial beings to become husband and wife. Nian Yin's expression shifted to one of surprise, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her cheeks. She quickly pressed her palms together, murmuring towards the ancient tree, "O heavenly beings, we were merely jesting. This does not count." Yuan Bao erupted into laughter. The gods of my homeland do not understand the Han language. Nian Yin playfully chased him, and together they slowly ventured into the woods. After walking for a while, Yuan Bao gestured for Nian Yin to stop. He deftly withdrew an arrow from his quiver and positioned it on his bow. As he turned, the cloak on his back swayed elegantly. Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze upon a hare in the distance. His partially disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on his face, enhancing his handsome features. With a swift release, the arrow flew just as a leaf descended, startling the hare, which suddenly darted away, causing the arrow to land behind it. Yuan Bao felt a tinge of embarrassment as he retrieved the arrow, saying, "Just wait. Once I catch you, I shall roast you for a feast." With that, he continued his pursuit of the hare, with Nian Yin closely trailing him. The second arrow struck true, hitting the hare, and Yuan Bao proudly held aloft. Shaking it with childlike glee, Nian hurried after him, but the grass, rising to her calves, obscured her view, and suddenly she felt her foot slip, tumbling into a hole, one of the wild boar traps dug by hunters. Yuan Bao rushed over, crouching at the edge of the pit, extending his hand to her. "Nian Yin, pass me your hand. I will pull you up." As Nian Yin attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, prompting her to exclaim, "What is wrong? Nian Yin, are you hurt? Just wait. I will come down and carry you." Before she could respond, Yuan Bao leaped into the pit. "My foot was scratched by a branch. It's nothing serious, but how will we get back up now that you come down?" Nian Yin complained. "Do not fear. I will carry you shortly," he reassured her. Reaching for her foot, "What are you doing?" Nian Yin pushed him away. "I am merely checking the extent of your injury," he replied, removing her shoes and socks. Blood welled from her ankle, and Yuan Bao, filled with concern, gently blew on it. "Does it hurt?" "I'm fine now. Let go of me," Nian Yin protested, trying to push his hand away. "Stay still. Be obedient," he insisted stubbornly, continuing to blow on her wound. Nian gazed at him with a gentle smile. But Yuan Bao suddenly looked up, and they found themselves so close that they could hear each other's breaths. His gaze lingered on her rosy lips, and he leaned in, wanted to kiss her. In a flurry, Nian Yin covered his mouth. The atmosphere turned awkward as Yuan Bao chuckled softly and resumed blowing on her injury. "When I was young, my mother would do this for me. A few gentle blows, and the pain would vanish." Hearing him mention his mother, Nian Yin was reminded of her own, and tears threatened to spill as she recalled her absence over the past 6 years. "How fortunate you are to still have your mother with you." Yuan Bao's voice faltered for a moment. "My mother has been gone for over a decade. I was just beginning to form memories then." "I'm sorry. I didn't know," Nian Yin said, looking at him. Yuan Bao offered a faint smile, seemingly to comfort her. "It's all right. I've long forgotten what she looked like." Nian Yin, having never heard him speak of his family, curiously inquired, "Do you have anyone else at home?" Yuan Bao slowly replied, "A frail father, an elderly grandmother, and a half-brother who is quite capable. He constantly scrutinizes my mistakes, making my life difficult and causing me to face my father's scoldings daily." Nian Yin was taken aback by the circumstances surrounding Yuan Bao's family, and though she wished to say something, words escaped her. In my humble abode, we are impoverished and struggling. But you wouldn't disdain me, would you? Yuan Bao tentatively initiated the conversation. Nian Yin, with a calm demeanor, reassured him. How could I? As long as one remains steadfast and strives upward, wealth will inevitably follow. Yuan Bao, after a moment of contemplation, displayed an unusual seriousness and quietly inquired, Are you willing to strive alongside me? I promise to provide you with luxurious attire and a prosperous life. Nian Yin felt somewhat conflicted. Yuan Bao, I do not harbor any disdain for you. However, matters of marriage are not trifles. We have only known each other for a brief time and remain unfamiliar with one another. I seek a woman of knowledge and virtue, gentle and graceful, not a headstrong girl like you. Yuan Bao laughed heartily. Nian Yin, feeling teased, retorted, I intend to marry a man of both literary and martial prowess, one of influence and charm, and I desire an elaborate wedding with grand ceremonies and a splendid bridal procession. I would never marry you. With a huff, Nian Yin shot him a glare, and the two fell into silence. Suddenly, Yuan Bao leaned closer. Come, I shall carry you up. Nian Yin resisted his offer, stubbornly gripping the edge of the hole to climb up, but after a few steps, she slipped back down. In a few swift motions, Yuan Bao climbed out and extended his hand to help her up, supporting her as they walked out of the woods and paused by a river valley. You rest here while I prepare a roasted rabbit for you. Chapter 40. The tender feelings of youth Yuan Bao kindled a fire and skewered the rabbit on a branch to roast. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Nian Yin to exclaim, It smells so good. I can hardly contain my hunger. It will be ready shortly. Yuan Bao smiled at her. He handed her a piece of meat. Here, my lady, please have the first bite. Nian Yin chuckled, permitting his playful banter due to his generosity in cooking for her. She took a bite, only to find it too hot, blowing on it continuously. Yuan Bao, still tending to the rabbit, inadvertently smeared his face with ash, looking quite comical, and they both shared a laugh. By the time they returned to the city, it was already afternoon. Yuan Bao led Nian Yin to a medical clinic for bandaging, assisting her as they exited. Across from the clinic stood a pastry shop, and a familiar figure caught Nian Yin's eye, Xiao Ian, clad in white, like snow and exuding grace. He carried several large bags of pastries, accompanied by none other than Fu Yuanhang, whom they had encountered previously. Fu Yuanhang also spotted Nian Yin, and the four exchanged glances. Nian Yin respectfully greeted them. Lord Xiao, Miss Fu. Xiao Ian nodded and inquired with concern. Miss Liu, are you feeling unwell? I sustained a minor injury to my leg. But it is nothing serious, Nian Yin replied. Allow me to escort you home. The carriage is just ahead, Xiao Ian offered warmly. Yuan Bao placed his hand on Rua's shoulder, displaying a demeanor of petty triumph. No need to trouble yourselves. My lady and I are riding horses. You may proceed as you wish. Nian Yin scolded him. Don't be ridiculous. She pushed his hand away and shot him a disapproving look. The moment Yuan Bao spoke, Xiao Ian's expression darkened, as if clouds had obscured the sun, and he tightened his grip on the pastries. He cast a lingering glance at Nian Yin before quickly averting his gaze. Fu Yuanhang tugged at Xiao Ian's sleeve, urging, Brother Ian, let's be off. After exchanging farewells with Nian Yin, Xiao Ian allowed himself to be led away by Fu Yuanhang. Nian Yin gazed at their departing figures, one a noble prince, the other a lady of high birth, so perfectly matched even in their silhouettes. An inexplicable sorrow enveloped her. Yuan Bao noticed her lost in thought and promptly fetched the horse, approaching her with a hint of displeasure, inquiring, Do you find him appealing? What do you mean by appealing? Nian Yin replied evasively. Yuan Bao, with a trace of disdain in his tone, pressed on, Surely you do not harbor feelings for him? How could that be? He has his beloved, that lady beside him. Nian Yin chuckled awkwardly. Yuan Bao helped Nian mount the horse but refrained from climbing on himself, leading the horse while grumbling. What is so special about him? A pretty boy, feigning propriety. Seeing him upset, Nian hurriedly reassured. Indeed, he is nothing compared to you. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Yuan Bao assisted Nian Yin down from the horse. As they entered the courtyard, the stable manager rushed over, visibly displeased. He greeted Nian Yin but scolded Yuan Bao. I instructed you to train them. Where have you been? You think you can assist the young lady? He attempted to pry Yuan Bao's hand away. No need. My foot is injured, and this young man kindly brought me back. It turns out he is our newly hired guard. He shall accompany me from now on. Nian Yin smiled at Yuan Bao, offering an explanation. The stable manager sensed something amiss, but responded respectfully. As Nian Yin stepped into the courtyard, Lu Xing followed closely behind. Nian Ia, I heard from Ma Kuan that you have injured your foot. Is it an old injury acting up? How do you feel? Before Nian Yin could respond, Lu Xing, spotting a stranger assisting his daughter, began to interrogate. Who is he? Ming emerged from the house, her eyes widening in shock. Yuan. Nian Yin shot her a glance and quickly clarified. Oh, this guard Yuan is our newly appointed sentinel. I fell on the road, and he brought me back. Greetings, Master Lu. Yuan Bao bowed with exaggerated formality. Lu Xing scrutinized Yuan Bao from head to toe, noting his youthful vigor and deeming him harmless, thus feeling reassured. Ah, a newcomer. No wonder I have not seen you before. Indeed, the situation in Qingqing has been unsettled of late. Father specifically instructed Ma Kuan to recruit more capable individuals for safety. Yes, Father always thinks ahead, Nian Yin praised. Lu Xing glanced at Nian Yin's bandaged leg. Inquiring with concern, Nian your leg. It is merely a scrape. No harm done to the tendons or bones. Do not worry, Father, Nian Yin reassured him, even twisting her leg slightly to alleviate his concerns. Stop moving. You must take care of yourself. At your age, you should know better than to get injured so frequently. Lu Xing chided Nian Yin, taking her from Yuan Bao's hands and leading her inside. Nian Yin, acknowledging her father's grievances as valid, offered no rebuttal, merely pouting in silent agreement. This is not my fault. It is those wicked individuals who dug a deep pit on the road, she thought. Yuan Bao, unable to bear seeing Nian Yin wronged, even by her own father, followed closely. Lu Xing turned to see Yuan Bao trailing behind and scrutinized him once more, asking, What is your name? My name is Yuan Bao. He replied cheerfully. Yuan Bao, a name most commendable. You have accomplished a noteworthy deed upon your arrival. Your loyalty is indeed admirable. Go seek your reward from Ma Kuan, Lu Xing casually remarked. Yuan Bao had come to the Lu residence as a guard for Nian Yin, and to request her father to bring him over was essential. Her father cherished her dearly, and he would surely acquiesce if she voiced her desire. Father, did you not mention that Qingqing has been tumultuous of late? I believe it would be prudent to have another person by my side. I perceive that this Yuan guard possesses remarkable martial skills. Thus, let him accompany me for my protection. He shall follow you. Lu Xing assessed Yuan Bao once more. Finding it unsuitable, Father will ask Ma Kuan to select a few more individuals. This young man will stay with me. Father, Nian Yin tugged at Lu Xing's arm, playfully pouting. Lu Xing was unmoved by her antics, observing Yuan Bao's tall stature and handsome countenance. He surmised that his daughter must be captivated by the young man's appearance. Keeping him close could lead to complications over time. Father disapproves. Ming, take the young lady back to her chambers to rest. Yuan Bao, accompany me. Nian Yin watched longingly as Yuan Bao was led away by Lu Xing, contemplating how to persuade her father to reconsider. Soon, Ma Kuan presented two guards, both remarkably robust. Nian Yin instructed them to stand vigil at the gate, their imposing presence rivaling that of gate deities. Over the following days, Nian Yin visited Lu Xing's quarters daily, seeking various excuses to linger longer, seizing moments to exchange whispered words with Yuan Bao whenever Lu Xing was distracted. Yuan Bao, attending to Lu Xing, would massage his back, knead his feet, share jests, and assist him with ink grinding, all of which delighted Lu Xing. Nian Yin felt that with Yuan Bao by her side, her days were filled with joy, alleviating her loneliness. In her youthful naivety, she found herself enamored with Yuan Bao. Surely this was the sensation of a woman's affection for a man. Chapter 41. An unexpected addition to the family during breakfast as Lu Xing entered the dining hall. He noted Nian Yin's anxiousness in the absence of Yuan Bao. She frequently gazed outside, her mind elsewhere as she attempted to eat. Lu Xing, perceiving her unusual demeanor, spoke first. "Stop looking. I have sent Yuan Bao away." With Yuan Bao as companions departed and lacking funds, where could he possibly go? Nian Nian felt a surge of urgency. "Father, what wrong has he committed that warrants his expulsion?" Lu Xing, setting down his chopsticks, spoke earnestly. "How can I harbor a person of unknown origins within the Lu family? Yuan Bao is my friend. He harbors no ill intentions," Nian Nian retorted. Lu Xing inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings before signaling the maids to withdraw. "Before I have even inquired, you have befriended the very individual who abducted the third young master, have you not? This was your idea, was it not? You possess an audacity that is reckless. You dare to keep him under our roof? Are you courting danger, risking your own life?" Nian Nian recalled that her father had never exhibited such fury before. She lowered her head, too intimidated to respond. "I have noticed you often in his company, chattering away. Tell me, have you developed feelings for him?" Lu Xing continued his admonishment. With Lu Xing's piercing gaze upon her, Nian Nian averted her eyes, struggling internally before finally meeting her father's gaze. She admitted softly, "I do feel a slight affection." Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Xing cast a frustrated glance at Nian Nian, striving to suppress the fire of indignation within him as he inquired, "Where is he from? What does his family do? Who resides in his household?" Nian Nian timidly gazed at her father's countenance and replied, "He hails from Huangzhou and works as a guard for a merchant. His mother passed away early. His father is in poor health, and he has a capable elder brother managing the household, along with an elderly grandmother." Lu Xing's expression darkened further. "A person from Beizhou?" Observing her father's demeanor, Nian Nian cautiously remarked, "What a Beizhou? Nowadays, the royal families of Nanjing and Beizhou are seeking to ally through marriage. What objection can there be from us common folk? You even have a justification?" Lu Xing inhaled deeply before continuing. "What is the state of his family?" "Not good." Nian Nian weakly uttered the two words. "Speak louder." Lu Xing failed to catch her words. "Very poor. Their home is bare, utterly destitute." Nian Nian summoned her courage, realizing the futility of concealment, and chose to speak the truth. "What? You sigh? Father does not expect you to seek a wealthy husband. Yet one cannot consider such a family. You have never experienced a life of poverty. You do not understand the implications. Heed my words and sever ties with him at once." Nian Nian pouted, unconvinced, and retorted, "You have always taught me that one should not judge a hero by their background. Why does it change when it comes to Yuan Bao? Did not grandfather also start with nothing? As long as one is diligent and ambitious, what is there to fear about providing for a wife and children? You foolish girl, I act for your own good. Can he be compared to your grandfather? You must be blinded by infatuation," Lu Xing exclaimed in exasperation. Nian Nian, observing Lu Xing's demeanor, tentatively inquired, "So, does father mean to say that you disapprove of my association with Yuan Bao under any circumstances?" Lu Xing asserted firmly, disapprove. To her surprise, Nian Nian found her father to be such a snob, valuing wealth over character, despite his teachings against judging by lineage. She thought, turning her back to him in feigned indignation. Lu Xing took a deep breath, patting his chest, feeling both disappointment and helplessness. A poor family is one thing, but he's also from Beizhou. Would you willingly leave your father to venture so far away? Nian Nian fell silent, seemingly contemplating something. She affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Xing's. "If he is willing to stay in Qingqing, would you then consent to our union?" Lu Xing, maintaining his serious demeanor, refuted, "He will not stay." "How would you know without asking?" Nian Nian pouted. "Father, consider this. If he wishes to remain in Qingqing, not only do you keep your daughter, but you also gain an additional son. What a profitable arrangement. Go away. I already have a son. Why would I need to adopt another?" Lu Xing was not to be easily swayed. "Father, dear father, I implore you," Nian Nian began to plead. "You are still young, and there are many things you do not understand. It is not as simple as you think. What if he is deceiving you?" Lu Xing expressed his concern. "That is impossible. Who would lie about being impoverished? I will persuade him. Father, please grant your approval." Nian Nian clasped her father's hand, playfully urging him. Lu Xing sighed. "Alas, My daughter has grown beyond my control. Does this mean you agree, father? Nian Yan's excitement surged. Lu Xing shot her a stern glance. Let's first see if he wishes to stay. As night fell, Yuan Bao wandered aimlessly through the streets with a bottle of wine in hand, inadvertently finding himself outside the walls of the Lu residence. Nian Yan had already tidied herself up and was preparing for bed when she heard a commotion in the courtyard. She donned a coat and stepped outside to investigate. Just as she crossed the threshold, she stumbled over something and, upon closer inspection, discovered a figure seated on the ground before her door. Nian Yan, I'm sorry for waking you, came Yuan Bao's voice. Startled, Nian bent down to help him up. How did you end up here? Get up. I've been searching for you all afternoon. Where have you been? With her assistance, Yuan Bao rose to his feet, still clutching the bottle of drunken immortal, swaying unsteadily as he attempted to leave. I was chased away by your father. It was only late at night that I dared to come here. Nian Yan grasped his arm firmly. In this state, where do you think you're going? Let me find a place for you to rest. Yuan Bao shrugged her off and shook his head. I'm not leaving. I came to look at the stars. Nian Yan, look how bright the stars are tonight. Following his gaze, Nian Yan noticed that the clouds had parted, revealing the stars faintly glimmering. Gulme, let me take you to see the stars. With that, Yuan Bao took Nian Yan's hand and leaped onto the roof. Nian Yan, aware of Yuan Bao's martial prowess, was taken aback by his lightness of foot, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of flight herself. Sitting atop the roof, they gazed down upon the twinkling lights of Qingqing City, and Nian Yan found the sensation rather delightful. Yuan Bao, feeling somewhat sober, stared at the distant lights, seemingly moved. Qingqing is indeed a bustling and captivating place. Nian Yan smiled at him, choosing to remain silent. In the past, I believed everything around me was the best, but now that I have visited Qingqing, I have witnessed its affluence, the comfort of its people, and the charm of its poets and scholars. Yuan Bao paused, a smile breaking across his face. The greatest treasure I have gained is meeting you. Nian Yan, blushing slightly, lowered her gaze before sincerely looking into Yuan Bao's eyes. Since you find Qingqing so wonderful, why not stay? Bring your father and grandmother here. I believe they would also love it. Yuan Bao, taken aback, gazed thoughtfully at Nian Yan for a moment before his expression turned distant as he looked away. He set down the wine bottle and rummaged in his chest pocket, producing a large pearl which he handed to Nian Yan. This is for you, a token to repay you 100 taels. Nian Yan accepted it, examining the pearl. Though it is large, can it truly be worth 100 taels? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Yuan Bao boasted, do not underestimate this pearl. It is blessed by the temple, a charm for your safety. You must keep it safe. Nian Yan smiled sweetly. I was merely jesting. I truly adore this pearl, and I shall cherish it. From her sleeve, Nian Yan pulled out a red hair ribbon and placed it in Yuan Bao's hand. The day I saw this ribbon in the street, you were the first person who came to my mind. You would look even more handsome wearing it. Yuan Bao looked down at the ribbon in his hand and suddenly leaned closer to her, their proximity allowing them to hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Nian Yan had never been so close to a man before, and her heart raced as though it might leap from her chest. Chapter 42. A silent departure beneath the moonlight. Yuan Bao's face radiated an exquisite tenderness, embodying a breathtaking beauty. She believed he was about to take some action and, feeling flustered, gently closed her eyes. Yet, he merely brushed away the stray strands of hair from her head. Yuan Bao suddenly turned, gazing at her with earnest affection, and said, Nian Yan, I like you. Do you like me? Nian Yan nodded. The tranquility of the moonlit night made even Yuan Bao's hurried breaths distinctly audible. Nian Yan's heart raced, a mixture of surprise, excitement, and uncertainty flooding her, causing her to shy away from meeting his gaze. Last night, I had quite a few drinks with Uncle Lu. He asked me if I would be willing to join the Lu family, he revealed. Nian Yan's heart leaped with joy, realizing that her father had already made plans, and she raised her face, awaiting his response. I did not agree, he stated. Why not? Nian Yan felt a hint of disappointment. I have my reasons that you will come to understand in due time. Although I cannot join the Lu family, I shall come to marry you with a grand procession and a bridal entourage. Tomorrow at noon, I will wait for you by the river where we first met. and I will share everything about myself with you, Yuan Bao declared. What cannot be said now? Nian Yin asked, calming herself with curiosity. I am not yet prepared. You will know tomorrow. With that, Yuan Bao took her hand and leaped from the rooftop. He released her hand, took a few steps forward, and couldn't resist glancing back at her before scaling the wall and disappearing. Nian Yin was jolted back to reality as if awakening from a dream. She strung together the beads Yuan Bao had given her with a red thread, playing with them in her hands, completely awake now, meticulously reflecting on his words. He was unwilling to join the Liu family and intended to marry her. Perhaps her father would arrange for them to have a residence of their own. With her father's support, Yuan Bao, being so intelligent, would surely achieve great things. Warmth surged within her, and she began to envision their future together as a married couple. Lost in thought, Nian Yin eventually drifted off to sleep. After breakfast, Nian Yin recalled her noon appointment with Yuan Bao and felt restless throughout the morning. Quietly, she approached her father. Lu Xing was perusing the newly delivered silks for the store. Nian Yin concocted an excuse to persuade Lu Xing to let her go out. Father, Yaoer has invited me to her house to embroider a pouch. I won't be home for lunch. Lu Xing regarded her with suspicion, but ultimately relented. Go ahead, but return before sunset. Be sure to stay safe and avoid causing any disturbances. Nian Yin joyfully bid farewell to Lu Xing, had Lu Xia style her hair beautifully, and lightly applied peach blossom powder, looking radiant like the blossoms in early spring. She did not forget to admire herself in the mirror. Arriving at the riverside, where the lanterns would be released, Nian Yin found that Yuan Bao had not yet arrived. Standing on the bridge, she looked down to see a camphor tree, as thick as a person, adorned with red wish cards, something she had overlooked on the Qixi festival. She approached and began to examine the cards one by one, finding wishes for love, academic success, and health recovery. As she nearly finished reading the cards, Yuan Bao had still not appeared. Perhaps the meal times had passed, for the street-side restaurants at the other end of the bridge had begun to clear away their outdoor tables and chairs. Feeling hungry, Nian Yin wandered by the river, glancing countless times toward the bridge. Weary from standing, she settled onto a stone bench by the river, pondering whether Yuan Bao had perhaps forgotten their meeting. She reassured herself, believing he must have been delayed by some pressing matter, and decided to wait a little longer. After roughly half an hour had passed, however, her restlessness grew. She feared that something might have befallen Yuan Bao. Perhaps he had been apprehended by the authorities or the third young master. Resolute, she made her way to the inn in search of him. As she approached the bridge, a figure emerged, clad in garments as white as snow, strikingly handsome. It was Miss Liu, and before her stood Xiao Yan. Nian Yin offered a respectful greeting. Lord Xiao, what a coincidence. Are you waiting for someone? Xiao Yan replied. Indeed, I am. Nian Yin beamed. How did you know? Yuan Bao has arranged to meet me here. However, the usual smile faded from Xiao Yan's face as he spoke somberly. The person you await will not be coming. In disbelief, Nian Yin lifted her gaze to meet his. Xiao Yan continued, Young Master Yuan Bao has already departed the capital. At his words, her heart plummeted, tears of frustration threatening to spill. She fought to contain her emotions and asked, How do you know this? I happened upon young Master Yuan Bao leaving on horseback while attending to official business at the North City Gate. Xiao Yan explained slowly. Surely there must be some urgent matter at home. Nian Yin said hastily. Did he leave any message or letter for me? Xiao Yan shook his head. Nian Yin felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow, thinking, what sort of urgent matter could prevent a proper farewell? We were at least friends. Not wanting Xiao Yan to witness her vulnerable state, she bowed and turned to leave. Miss Liu, he called after her. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and turned around. On the day of the Lotus Feast at the palace, the Empress commanded Miss Fu to procure some fresh delights from outside the palace. She mentioned it was inconvenient for her to go alone, and the Empress requested that I accompany her. Ah, it is evident that you share a good rapport, Nian Yin said with a dry smile, her mind elsewhere. Miss Liu, he repeated, but this time she did not look back. What kind of person was he? What was his station? She knew nothing of him, and since he had left, it was best not to dwell on him. Reflecting on Xiao Yan's earlier advice, she thought, he must see me as a foolish woman from a play, someone who has been deceived and finds me laughable. Lord Xiao, I take my leave, Nian Yin said, departing without a backward glance. Xiao Yan stood rooted to the spot, his palms damp with sweat. Commissioned by the emperor to oversee disaster relief in Yuanjiang, he had encountered Yuan Bao at the North City Gate and learned of Nian Yin's vigil. Concerned she might wait too long and risk incurring blame for delaying his journey, he hurried here, but was unable to bid farewell. Nian Yin went to Hongyun Tower and the Riverside Inn, scouring every inn in the capital, even inquiring at the Qingqing prison and the Taibao mansion. Yet found no trace of Yuan Bao. She believed Xiao Yan completely. Since he had witnessed it firsthand, it could not be a fabrication. Yet Yuan Bao sigh. What had been a mere jest to others had turned into her earnest longing. How foolish she felt. Dejected and desolate, Nian Yin returned home, locking herself in her room, neglecting to join the family for dinner. A servant sent by Lu Xing reported today's events to him, prompting Lu Xing to hasten to her door. Nianer, please open the door. Your father has brought you your beloved peach blossom cake. Mi Ying, holding the delicacy, stood anxiously to the side, having never witnessed her mistress in such a state. My dear, if you are unhappy, feel free to scold Mi Ying. Do not let your feelings fester within. Nianer, whatever troubles you, speak to your father. I shall assist you, Lu Xing implored, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. Indeed, my dear, please open the door. Do not keep your father in distress. His health is fragile. Mi Ying chimed in support. Upon hearing Mi Ying's words, Nian Yin wiped her tears and reassured herself. Enough. Enough. Life must go on. She opened the door, and both Lu Xing and Mi Ying rushed in with concern. She dismissed her distress as merely having been asleep, causing quite the upheaval. She came to realize that perhaps something urgent had indeed transpired at Yuan Bao's home, warranting his abrupt departure without farewell. She believed he would surely return. She left a note at Hongyun Tower, instructing that if Yuan Bao returned, he should be informed that someone awaited him. Lu Xing quietly followed behind her, discreetly slipping silver to the innkeeper after her departure, ensuring that news of young Master Yuan Bao would reach the Lu residence without delay. Chapter 43. The flood of Yuanjiang. For the past few days, Nian Yin had not ventured outside. While leaning in the pavilion, engrossed in her book, Ming approached her and said, Miss, you should go check on Lu Sha. She is currently hiding in her room, weeping. Initially, Ming had harbored reservations about Lu Sha, but after months of interaction, she had grown to understand her character, leading to a budding friendship. Nian Yin lifted her gaze and, somewhat dismissively, remarked, Did you not just reconcile with her? Why not inquire what troubles her? I have asked, but she merely cries and refuses to respond. Ming replied, her concern evident. Setting her book aside, Nian Yin rose and declared, Let us go see. When they arrived, Lu Sha was still concealed behind the bed curtains, softly sobbing. Upon noticing Nian Yin's entrance, she hurriedly emerged, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Miss, why have you come? Nian Yin inquired with genuine concern. I came to see you. What has transpired in your household? Lu Sha, fighting back tears, replied, It is merely a trivial matter. I apologize for causing you worry. Nian Yin stepped closer, smoothing Lu Sha's disheveled hair from her forehead, saying, I know not what has happened. But if there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Ming added, Yes, whatever it is, do share. The young lady will surely help you. At this, Lu Sha knelt down, tears flowing like pearls from a broken string, and sobbed, Miss, my hometown has been ravaged by a great flood. Our home has been swept away. Thankfully, my mother and 2 younger brothers escaped. But now they have no roof over their heads and are forced to beg. Were it not for a familiar face bringing me word, I would remain unaware of their plight. I have only recently left home and have saved little. I feel deeply ashamed towards my family. Speaking of the flood, she recalled that 5 days prior, her brother had come to bid farewell to their father, stating that he was being dispatched to address the flooding of the Yuanjiang River. Nian Yin stepped forward to support Lu Sha, urgently asking, Is your hometown by the Yuanjiang? Indeed, my family resides at the Shirley Beach in Yuanjiang County, Lu Sha confirmed. Do not weep. As long as you are safe, that is sufficient. I permit you to return home to manage family affairs. Rebuilding the house will require a considerable amount of silver, and I shall have Mi Ying accompany you to withdraw some funds. Should that be insufficient, you may take more from me. Everything has been arranged meticulously for Nian Yin. Thank you, miss. Thank you, Lu Xia repeated, kneeling and bowing her head incessantly. Hurry and tidy up, Nian Nian instructed. It is disheartening to witness the devastation of the common people's homes and their displacement, while local officials remain inactive. My brother's journey to investigate the case in Yuanjiang will surely bring those corrupt officials to justice. She entered her father's study, where he appeared troubled while holding a letter. After knocking gently on the door, her father beckoned her inside. Nianer, what brings you here? He inquired. Just now, Lu Xia, the maid from my room, informed me that her hometown is in Yuanjiang, and her family's house has been destroyed. They're now homeless, relying on begging for survival. I have instructed Mi Ying to assist her in withdrawing some silver, allowing her to settle her family before returning, Nian Nian replied. Indeed, Nian Er has acted rightly. It is essential to treat servants with kindness, for they will then be more devoted and diligent. However, one must exercise discretion to avoid fostering avarice in others. Lu Hang advis. Father, is there a letter for my brother? Nian Nian asked, noticing the envelope addressed to her father on the table. Lu Hang note that, folding the letter, and said, your brother mentions that the investigation into the theft of the grain in the Yuanjiang official granary has made progress. However, the relief funds are nearly depleted, and half of the victims remain unsettled. The court has yet to issue an order for additional supplies, and the victims are on the brink of starvation. He wishes for the Lu family to step forward and contribute silver. A flicker of anger crossed Nian Nian's face. Is the court merely toying with the lives of the people? Knowing full well that they are homeless and exposed to the elements, they fail to deliver the relief funds in full. Do they regard the lives of the common folk as mere trifles? Lu Xiao, being a member of the censorate, was not directly responsible for disaster relief. However, possessing a heart of integrity and compassion, he could not bear to see the suffering of the populace. Thus he wrote to request Lu Heng to assist the people of Yuanjiang with a donation. What are your thoughts on your brother's proposal for a donation? Lu Heng inquired. Nian Nian dismissively replied, that is a matter for the court to address. Can they truly be so incapable as to not even muster a mere few 100,000 taels? It cannot be that the Lu family must bear the brunt of every financial burden, as if we possess mountains of gold and silver. You are not entirely correct. Every household has its own burdens to bear, and the court is no exception. Years of warfare have left the treasury depleted. Recently, they allocated several million taels to establish trade with Beizhou, and expenses for foreign affairs, military, governance, and people's livelihoods all demand funds. The court distributes allocations based on historical precedents, and while the disaster in Yuanjiang is indeed extensive, it should not have resulted in such a significant shortfall. There must be individuals profiting from this situation. Lu Heng articulated his analysis to Nian Nian. Nian Nian nodded repeatedly, her countenance darkening with concern. I have also heard that the relief envoy's position was originally assigned to the fifth prince, but for some unknown reason, it has been given to Xiao Yan. Lu Heng sealed the letter in its envelope and pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply. This young prince of the Jingbei Wang family will prove to be a challenging figure. Your brother mentioned that this young prince has been tirelessly working day and night, neglecting his own needs, and has already begun to personally fund the construction of homes and purchase grain for the disaster victims. Nian Nian was taken aback by Xiao Yan's earnestness, secretly chastising him as a fool. Lu Xing stood up to leave, and Nian Nian followed suit. Father, where are you going? I am heading to the shop. The workshop has sent over some new designs, and I wish to have a look, Lu Xing replied. What about the matter of the donation? She inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xing said, let me think it over thoroughly before we discuss it further. Nian Nian, concerned for Xiao Yan's predicament, felt a surge of anxiety. Although the Lu family possessed considerable wealth, several 100,000 taels was still no trivial sum. She yearned to assist her earnest friend, yet the decision regarding the money was not hers to make. Restlessly, she paced the room until her father returned. Eagerly, she rushed to help him change his outer garments. Father, how has business been at the shop lately? It's the same as always. Why are you suddenly concerned about business? Lu Xing allowed his daughter to fuss over him. I noticed that the ladies and gentlemen in the capital tend to follow the palace's preferences. Recently, at a banquet in the inner court, The empress praised the pastries from Hu Ji, and the very next day, lines at Hu Ji's pastry shop stretched all the way to the city gate, selling out before noon. If our family's silken fabrics could receive similar acclaim from the palace, our business would surely flourish, Nian Nian suggested indirectly. Is that so? Pray tell, how might we garner such praise from the palace? Lu Xing turned to inquire. Nian Nian meticulously adjusted his attire and gently assisted him in sitting down. I believe you ought to donate silver for the Yuanjiang. I recall how grandfather donated silver to the court, and as a result, His Majesty bestowed upon him the title of Xian Yuanwei. On the emperor's birthday, he even wore our Lu family's cloud-pattern brocade, which elevated its status to be on par with shoe brocade. Although donating silver may reduce our current funds, it would earn us renown and undoubtedly enhance our future sales. Truly a profitable venture. Lu Xing accepted the tea brought by the maid and glanced at Nian Nian. Did you not say this morning that our Lu family lacks mountains of gold and silver and that we should not spend that money? That was before I truly grasped the matter. I could never compare to your far-sighted perspective. Father, Nian Nian flattered. I suspect you may have some ulterior motive. Lu Xing chuckled. Nian Nian, feeling a twinge of guilt, denied it. How could that be? I prioritize the greater good. In years of disaster, the Lu family has always donated silver. If we refrain this year, we risk offending the court, and they may turn against you. It is better to comply willingly. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. All right, my dear Nian Nian is the most sensible. That day, as Nian Nian and her father were dining, Shu Yin hurried in, her eyes swollen and face filled with worry. Father-in-law, something has happened to the gentleman. Lu Xing, startled, dropped his chopsticks and stood up. What has occurred? He has killed someone and is currently imprisoned in the Yuanjiang jail, Shu Yin explained. Chapter 44. The calamity of Lu Xiao. Nian Yin stood up in shock, and Lu Xing's expression shifted. He clutched his chest, his brows furrowing in pain. Both Nian Nian and her sister-in-law rushed to support him. Father, hold on. I will fetch the doctor, Nian Nian exclaimed, making for the door. Nian Nian, there's no need. I am fine, Lu Xing gasped. Regaining his composure to address Shu Yun, what exactly happened? Please recount the details. Shu Yun narrated the events leading up to the current situation. Due to the recent floods in Yuanjiang, the court had ordered the granaries to open and distribute grain to aid the disaster victims. Yet the granaries had not a single grain to spare. Displaced individuals are sleeping on the streets, with many succumbing to starvation. A group of these victims journeyed to the capital to present their grievances. Upon arriving in Yujiang, Lu Xiao discovered that the local magistrate, Wu Jizhang, had been embezzling government grain stores for years. Just as Lu Xiao was about to apprehend Wu Jizhang, the latter revealed that he possessed a ledger containing records of his dealings with officials from the capital. Accompanying Wu Jizhang to his home to retrieve the ledger, Lu Xiao was suddenly threatened with a dagger. In the ensuing struggle, Wu Jizhang plunged the blade into himself, proclaiming that even if Lu Xiao killed him, he would not allow the incriminating evidence to be taken. Officials outside, alerted by the commotion, entered to find Lu Xiao holding the bloody dagger. Wu Jizhang's wife testified that she witnessed Lu Xiao's actions and presented a ledger filled with forged financial transactions, implicating Wang Ji. What does your father say? Lu Xing asked, gazing anxiously at Shu Yun. Shu Yun, her expression troubled, replied, My father received news early this morning and was preparing to summon the official for questioning. During court, Minister Song Huai reported the matter to the Empress, alleging that the official was involved in murder to silence witnesses. Song Huai and his associates, being confidants of my father, used their positions as a pretext to persuade the Empress to dispatch officials to Yujiang for a joint investigation. Consequently, my father has been suspended from his duties and confined to our home, awaiting interrogation. Caught off guard, he could not devise a strategy in time. He merely sent someone to remind the official to deny any involvement in the incident while ensuring his safety. Nian Nian, witnessing the peril of court entry for the first time, realized that even her usually just and stern brother could fall victim to schemes, unable to defend himself. Quickly, let us prepare. We must go at once. Lu Xing exclaimed, rising abruptly, only to stumble back into his chair, gasping for breath. Father, do not agitate yourself. Your health cannot withstand this turmoil. I will take people there immediately, Shu Yin said. I shall go instead, Nian Yin interjected. Shengguer is still young and needs his mother. Moreover, someone must discuss matters with Uncle Wang, and my sister-in-law needs support home. Lu Xing, concerned, protested. Niner, how can you go? My sister's reasoning is valid. Our presence would only serve to deliver food and clothing and be of little use. We must seek a solution through my father, Shu Yin suggested. Otherwise, let my sister go ahead to watch over things while we await news here in the capital. Father, rest assured, I can take care of myself and my brother, Nian Yin asserted resolutely. Nian Yin, accompanied by 5 or 6 maids and servants, arrived in Yujiang, first visiting Lu Xiao in prison. The situation mirrored what Shu Yun had described. Nian Yin comforted her brother, assuring him that Uncle Wang was considering a plan. After leaving the prison, she noted the streets were sparsely populated and the widespread destitution they had been warned of was absent, leaving her puzzled. They settled in a residence west of the city, conveniently near the prison to keep watch over Lu Xiao. While the maids and servants busied themselves with procurement and cleaning, Nian Yin paced the courtyard, contemplating the intricacies of the case. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Wondering who could be visiting, she approached to open it, revealing a familiar face, Xiao Yan, dressed in a resplendent red official robe. He stood tall and imposing, followed by a retinue of attendants bearing various tools. Upon seeing Yin Yin, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend the situation. He mentioned that following the flood, an outbreak of plague ensued, prompting him to instruct the officials to burn wood, ash, and lime, scattering it from door to door. The two walked along the riverbank outside the city, with Chu Yu trailing behind. Nian Yin, casually plucking a willow branch, remarked, "No wonder this city is so well organized. It must be due to the arrival of Lord Xiao. Her Majesty, the Empress, has entrusted me to assist the various officials of the Ministry of Revenue in disaster relief efforts, aiding the victims in rebuilding their homes," replied Xiao. Ian Chu Yu scoffed from behind, expressing indignation. "You speak so eloquently, but this task has fallen upon you only because no one else would take it." Nian Yin gazed at Chu Yu in confusion. According to the old customs, during calamities, a prince was expected to step forward to reassure the populace. Originally, this duty belonged to the 5th prince, who had taken ill and fled after a few days. The court had allocated a mere 50,000 taels of silver, which had been thoroughly siphoned off by his subordinates. With so many victims in need of sustenance and medical care, where would the funds come from to rebuild their homes? Seeing that this task yielded no profit and carried the risk of punishment and scorn, who would be willing to undertake it? Thus, they remembered our young master. With disaster relief still far from complete, the funds were already dwindling. The young master had sent several confidential letters to the palace, but received no response. Recently, he had to dip into his own pockets to procure grain and medicine, Chu Yu lamented. Xiao Yan cast a reproachful glance at Chu Yu, gently lowering his head. "As a scion of the Xiao family, it is my duty to contribute to the nation. Fortunately, Lord Lu had donated silver. Otherwise, this bottomless pit would surely have drained the royal treasury dry," murmured Chu Yu softly. Xiao Yan shot him a disapproving look, prompting Chu Yu to fall silent. Yan expressed gratitude for Lord Lu's benevolence, affirming that upon his return to the capital, he would petition the court to commend the Lu family for their noble actions. The common folk had endured immense suffering from both natural disasters and human misfortunes, and the Lu family merely did their modest part. "By the way, where are the disaster victims currently settled?" Nian Yin inquired. "Those whose homes are still livable have returned to their villages. Those who could make simple repairs have also been arranged to return and register with the village head to receive funds for restoration. The homeless and injured are temporarily housed in a refugee camp outside the city until we can repair their homes and heal their wounds before sending them back." Xiao Yan replied, "Lord Lu has assisted me greatly. The progress in disaster relief has been smooth, largely due to his efforts in reassuring the victims and introducing me to the officials of Yuanjiang. I was deeply saddened by the incident concerning Lord Lu. Should there be any way I can assist, Miss Lu, please do not hesitate to let me know." Nian Yin dropped the willow branch from her hand, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face. I never imagined that the power struggles in the court were far more terrifying than depicted in novels. They had already laid this trap, waiting for my brother to leap into it. Now even Uncle Wang is at a loss. What can we do? Nian Yin understood that Fu Yuanhong's father, Minister Fu, was secretly competing with Wang Ji, and her brother's entrapment was likely orchestrated by Minister Fu's faction. Since Xiao Ian was fond of Fu Yuanhang, it was inevitable that he would side with them, and she preferred not to discuss it further with him. Miss Lu need not worry excessively. Lord Lu is a man of fortune, and this matter will surely see a turnaround. Xiao Ian reassured her. May I go and see those disaster victims? Nian Yin inquired. Xiao Ian accompanied Nian Yin to an empty house on the outskirts of the city. The arriving disaster victims greeted Xiao Ian with utmost respect. The patients lying within the room expressed their gratitude upon his entrance. An elderly woman with graying hair struggled to rise, and Xiao Ian hurried to assist her. Tears streaming down her face, the old woman grasped Xiao Ian's hand, exclaiming, Lord Xiao is truly a benevolent soul. If it weren't for you and Lord Lu, I would have perished on the streets. Indeed, Lord Xiao, we are all grateful to you. The crowd echoed in agreement. Why haven't we seen Lord Lu? The old woman asked. A pang of discomfort struck Nian Yin, and she listened as Xiao Ian replied. Lord Lu is occupied with official matters. Oh, and this young lady is Lord Lu's sister. She resembles Lord Lu, truly stunning, like a celestial being descended to earth. Your family, the Lu family, are all great benefactors. Having donated so much silver, you are the saviors of the people of Yuanjiang, the old woman praised. Nian Yin, with a sorrowful expression, slightly bowed and replied, Oh, not all. Grandmother, you flatter me. Chapter 45. The old immortal Nian Yin, still wearied by her thoughts, slightly bowed once more, saying, Oh, not at all, grandmother. You flatter me. Lord Lu must have captured that scoundrel, the corrupt official, and is likely reporting back to the capital, she mused. The case of Lu Xiao had not been made public, leaving the populace unaware of the truth. A middle-aged woman, tending to her husband as he took his medicine, expressed her hopes, saying, Indeed, the heavens have eyes, allowing these corrupt officials to face their retribution. It seems the Wu family has encountered troubles. I passed by Wu Manor yesterday and saw what appeared to be a funeral, someone in the crowd remarked. Could it be that Wu Zhizhong has died? That would be splendid. Another voice chimed in. How could that be? Wu Zhizhong is a court official, unless he took his own life. Who would dare execute him without trial? That would be a capital offense, a dissenting voice countered. Nian Yin, overhearing the discussions, felt even more troubled. Sensing her distress, Xiao Ian addressed the crowd, saying, The court will provide an explanation to everyone. Please refrain from baseless speculation. The crowd fell silent. Upon returning to her residence, Nian Yin reflected on the unfolding events. Wu Zhizhong was deceased, and Mrs. Wu had fabricated evidence to implicate her brother, which held no advantage for her unless she was being coerced by some incriminating evidence. This matter required further investigation involving Mrs. Wu. Nian Yin visited the Wu residence, where Wu Zhizhong's coffin lay in the morning hall. Upon learning they were from the Lu family, Mrs. Wu did not even grant them entry. Left with no choice, Nian Yin awaited news from the Wang family in the capital. Growing anxious as she awaited word, she decided to visit the disaster victims, delivering food and medicine. Engaging in some meaningful tasks helped to soothe her troubled heart. She heard from Grandma Lu that among the physicians caring for the refugees was a venerable old man with a full head of white hair. He was not hired by the government, but had come voluntarily to provide free consultations. This old man spoke in an amusing manner, claiming to be a wandering immortal, often jesting with the patients while treating them. Initially, everyone found him unreliable and kept their distance. Once a lifeless individual was astonishingly revived by his acupuncture, prompting widespread admiration and acclaim, as he was hailed as a divine healer. Nian Yin was eager to meet this miraculous physician, and according to Grandma Lu, he resided in the adjacent room. With a medicine bag in hand, Nian Yin entered, discovering an elderly man with graying hair diligently preparing herbs in the corner. She called out, Excuse me, where should I place these herbs? The old man glanced at the table in the corner and replied, Over there, just set them down. Nian Yin placed the herbs down and squatted beside the elder to observe his work. The old man turned to her and, with a serious expression, asked, "Do you need something?" Nian Yin shook her head and then nodded. "If you have something to say, speak quickly." "I am quite busy," he said impatiently. "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" Nian Yin inquired. "Come, first take these herbs outside to dry. Then change the bandages for the one next door with a pockmarked face," he instructed, pleased by her eagerness. Thus, Nian Yin became the old man's assistant, volunteering at the refugee camp to help the injured with their dressings. After a day, as she grew familiar with him, the elder revealed that his surname was Zhang. "Grandpa Zhang, these herbs have dried," Nian Yin announced, entering with a basket of herbs. "Put them in the bag. You can take a break now," he said without looking up. "By the way, in the other room, an elderly woman is suffering from a terrible headache and insists on seeing you. Also, Brother Wang has a wound on his leg that has become infected after getting wet yesterday. Could you please check on him later?" After relaying her observations, Nian Yin bent down to observe Zhang's pulse technique. "Never mind. Let them learn through hardship," he grunted, continuing his examination. Noticing Nian Yin's engrossed gaze, he inquired, "Do you wish to learn?" Nian Yin quickly waved her hands. "I cannot learn." Zhang dismissed her doubts, stating, "What difficulty is there in this? My apprentice at your age couldn't distinguish between attractalodes and white attractalodes, yet now he has established his own practice. You have perused medical texts and are far more perceptive than my apprentice ever was." After concluding the pulse examination, Zhang assured the patient that he was not in grave danger, but cautioned against exposure to drafts and prolonged standing, threatening that he would cease to care for him if he disobeyed. As Zhang ground the herbs, he explained medical principles to Nian Yin, frequently mentioning his apprentice. Curiously, she asked, "Grandpa Zhang, where is your apprentice now? Also, where is your home that you still travel at your age?" Perhaps touched by memories, the elder's face bore a hint of sorrow. "My apprentice has grown resentful and no longer acknowledges me as his master." "What happened?" Nian Yin inquired. "It was my fault. I lost his child. When she was little, she would follow me, calling me grandpa. How adorable she was. I shall never see her again," said Zhang, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I understand. Your travels must also be in search of that child. I believe you'll find her. Please tell me, was it a boy or a girl, and how old is she now? I will ask others to keep a lookout for you." Nian Yin earnestly comforted the elder. "How old? Perhaps as tall as you now." "I am growing old, and my memory fades. Let me think," he replied. The elderly man furrowed his brow, straining to recall. Suddenly, he spoke. "Call her Liener, little Liener. She must be a girl." Upon hearing this, Nian Yin's eyes lit up, and she eagerly inquired, "Is your disciple surnamed Gu? And does her family reside in Jiangxia? How do you know?" The old man turned his head, a mix of confusion and wariness in his expression. Nian Yin smiled knowingly, leaning closer to the elderly man and whispering, "So you are Master Gu's mentor. Master Gu saved my father's life, and little Lien has been found. She is now back with Master Gu and his wife in their hometown of Jiangxia." "Indeed, she has been found?" The old man seemed somewhat incredulous. Nian Yin recounted in detail the events of rescuing little Lien to Master Zhang. Dr. Zhang expressed his profound gratitude, promising to repay her kindness. Nian Yin then went to the Wu family, but as usual, the doorman would not allow her entry. The doorman grumbled, "My lady's headache has flared up. Why do you persist in bothering her? Be gone." After inquiring, Nian Yin discovered that the physicians in town despised Wu Jizhong for his corruption and disregard for the common people's lives, refusing to attend to Madame Wu. An idea struck Nian Yin. She decided to implore Dr. Zhang to treat Madame Wu. Dr. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No, I have my principles. I do not treat thieves or corrupt officials, nor do I attend to despicable human traffickers. To request that I treat Wu Jizhong's wife would be to violate my code. But Grandfather Zhang, Wu Jizhong is a villain. It does not necessarily follow that his wife is as well," Nian Yin pleaded. Dr. Zhang continued to shake his head. No, as the saying goes, one should not enter a household that is not one's own. "Grandfather Zhang, you promised to repay me. Does that not hold any weight?" Nian Yin employed her trump card. After some contemplation, Dr. Zhang sighed. Very well. Who am I to owe you? Nian Yin escorted Dr. Zhang to the Wu residence. Upon hearing that a physician had arrived, Madame Wu instructed the doorman to allow entry. However, only the physician was permitted inside, while the members of the Liu family were denied entry. Chapter 46. The doctrine of the mean. Dr. Zhang, incensed, was ready to return home. But the servants of the Wu family took it upon themselves to let Nian Yin in. Dr. Zhang prepared a prescription for Madame Wu. She stated, I know this physician is brought by you. Do not expect to gain anything from me. Whether you see me is your choice. I merely did what I felt was right, bringing a physician to treat you. It is a matter of principle. A healer should not discriminate, for regardless of one's sins, all should be treated fairly in matters of life and death. Madame Wu refrained from further comment, and Nian Yin accompanied Dr. Zhang back to the refugee center. Dr. Zhang taught Nian Yin throughout the day, allowing her to practice a few times herself. She found the art of healing to be exceedingly fascinating. Alleviating the suffering of patients brought her both fulfillment and joy. She recalled a moment in Hongwen Hall when Xiao Yan had asked her about her dreams, to which she had replied that she wished to savor the culinary delights from all corners of the land. Reflecting now, she thought that becoming a female physician was not a bad aspiration. Yet, she knew her father would surely disapprove. If she could learn some medicine, even if not to treat others, caring for her family's minor ailments would be worthwhile. Dear grandfather, I'd observe her complexion is pale, her tongue is thin and white, and her pulse is floating intense. These symptoms indicate a manifestation of wind cold. Nian Yin turned her head, eagerly anticipating Dr. Zhang's commentary. Dr. Zhang placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled with delight. Indeed, it is a case of wind cold affliction. The child shows promise. Just then, Xiao Yan's voice echoed from outside. Nian Yin rose. What brings you here, Sir Xiao? I came to your residence to find you, but they informed me you were here. I did not expect Miss Liu to possess knowledge of traditional medicine. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Nian chuckled softly and lowered her gaze. I've merely learned a few rudiments from Grandfather Zhang. Let's converse outside. As twilight descended, the two arrived at a roadside wonton stall. Xiao Yan poured a cup of tea for Nian Yin and inquired slowly, So, what progress has been made on the case of Miss Liu? Nian Yin accepted the cup and shook her head, her expression filled with helplessness. Xiao Yan studied her for a moment, then hesitantly spoke. I just returned from the magistrate's office. The officials from the 3 departments have arrived at Yuanjiang. Your brother's case is set to be tried in 3 days. Nian Yin sighed deeply. What is meant to come will come. Xiao Yan nudged the bowl of wontons towards her, with such a compassionate heart. Miss Liu, surely you will move heaven. Your father will turn misfortune into fortune. Nian Yin smiled at him with a sense of resignation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The trial is imminent, yet we have yet to find any evidence. Uncle Wang has not provided any updates. I am at a loss for what to do. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, casting a meaningful glance at Nian Yin. Evidence will eventually surface. As long as we can secure some time for Miss Liu, there is always hope. There exists a legal provision that if a multitude petitions, writing a letter signed by thousands, the case may be retried. Is there truly such a provision? Hope flickered in Nian Yin's eyes. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. Nian Yin's spirit soared. That's wonderful. My friend Liu Sha is from Shirley Pavilion. I shall visit her tomorrow for assistance. Xiao Yan continued. Wu Zhizhong has been in office for many years, cunning and experienced. He will surely leave a path for his wife and children to survive. Perhaps you could approach Mrs. Wu. I visited her the past 2 days. She refused to meet me. Today, however, she did see me, but was unwilling to speak. Wu Zhizhong is a villain, and his wife is of the same ilk. How could she offer my brother a chance at life? I also met with one of his former followers, who took a considerable sum of silver and spoke nothing of value. It was all in vain, Nian Yin replied. Xiao Yan longed to comfort her with a gentle touch on her shoulder, but withdrew his hand, forming a fist before letting it relax. After observing her for several moments, he said, I heard that since Wu Zhizhong's incident, his only son has gone missing. Your mention of this reminds me. Today marks Wu Zhizhong's funeral. It was his nephew who made a scene. Could it be? Nian Yin suddenly grasped many things. Xiao Yan interrupted her. The wontons will grow cold. Miss Liu, please eat. Nian Yin, suddenly filled with appetite, shifted the bowl closer and began to eat while speaking. Sir Xiao, you should eat as well. I shall visit the Wu family shortly to deliver some medicinal herbs for Mrs. Wu's daily care. Once I finish, I will head over. After you finish, I will escort you. It grows late, and it is unsafe for a young lady to be out alone. Xiao Ian said with concern. Nian Yin nodded. Very well. I appreciate your kindness, sir. Xiao Yan accompanied Nian Yin in a carriage to the entrance of Wu's residence. He assisted her in disembarking and said, Miss Lu, my status renders it inconvenient for me to accompany you inside. I shall await your return here. Nian Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yan appeared to have more to convey, pondering for a moment before stating, I have heard that the Wu family possesses an extensive collection of books. If it is not too much trouble, could you assist me in borrowing one? Nian Yin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, which book does Master Xiao wish to borrow? Merely the Doctrine of the Mean, Xiao Yan replied. Nian Yin was further baffled, for this text was readily available everywhere. Why seek to borrow it from the Wu family? Yet, knowing that his request must hold significance, she nodded and approached the door to knock. Upon stating her purpose, the doorman did not impede her entry, but readily allowed her inside. Inside, Madame Wu was changing attire, while a servant offered tea to Nian Yin. As she surveyed her surroundings, Nian noticed several books on a writing desk. She casually flipped through them and indeed found a copy of the Doctrine of the Mean. The volumes appeared pristine, lacking even the faintest signs of prior handling, suggesting they were mere decorative pieces. Madame Wu emerged from the inner chamber, speaking in a leisurely manner. Miss Lu, what brings you to visit at such a late hour? Nian Yin set the book down and stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, Madame Wu, I hope your ailment has improved. Miss Lu, please speak your mind. Madame Wu replied. Nian Yin slowly articulated, I merely came to pay my regards and to bring you some commonly used medicinal herbs. I have accepted your offering. You may take your leave now, Madame Wu stated bluntly. These must be the books that Master Wu frequently peruses. With the recent distress caused by my brother's case, I find myself yearning for some reading material to pass the time. May I borrow this Doctrine of the Mean for a few days? Nian Yin inquired. Feel free, Miss Lu. Madame Wu maintained her impassive demeanor. As it appeared that Madame Wu was about to dismiss her, Nian Yin hastily interjected. I have heard that you and Master Wu have raised 3 daughters and a son. All 3 daughters are now married, and your son attained the title of Xiaotsai at the tender age of 13. You truly have a remarkable talent for nurturing children. My son is simply diligent. As a mere woman, I know little of scholarly pursuits, Madame Wu replied. Today, as Master Wu is laid to rest, it is curious that I do not see your son among the attendees. Nian Yin remarked. He has journeyed to Lushan with friends. I've already sent word to him, but Lushan is 1,000 miles away, and he cannot return in just a few days. Madame Wu responded, her expression betraying no emotion, as if she had repeated this statement numerous times, almost convincing herself. I was informed that on the day Master Wu was investigated, your son was seen at Yuanjiang prison, visiting him. If this is true, it seems your son possesses quite the audacity to be so leisurely while his father faces imprisonment. Nian Yin expressed her disbelief. What are you insinuating? Madame Wu suddenly retorted sharply. Madame Wu, if you're in distress or under threat from someone, the Wang and Lu families will surely do everything in their power to assist you. Nian Yin stepped forward earnestly. Madame Wu, momentarily calming her fury, replied, I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm not under any threat. I stand by my words. The spirit of my late husband can testify to my truth. What use is invoking the spirit of a deceased? Are you willing to swear on your son's life? Nian Yin, now agitated, pressed on. Why should I waste words on you? Madame Wu was displeased. Madame Wu, you are merely a gambler. Do you believe that they will spare you and your son? Once my brother is convicted, you and your child will become useless pawns. Do you think that knowing their many secrets will allow you to live peacefully in this world? I earnestly hoped that Madame Wu would gain some insight from my counsel. However, she was entirely unresponsive. I do not understand what you are saying. Please leave. Faced with this cold dismissal, I realized that further discussion would be futile and only serve to irritate Madame Wu. With a heavy heart, I took my leave, clutching the book The Doctrine of the Mean as I exited. Chapter 47. A brush with death. As I surveyed my surroundings, I found no sign of Xiao Yan's carriage. The street lay desolate, devoid of even a single passerby. Perhaps Xiao Yan was waiting at the street corner. I moved forward, but still his figure eluded me. A pang of frustration welled up within me. Wasn't he supposed to wait for me? Alas, perhaps he was preoccupied with more pressing matters. I resolved to return home alone. To reach the outskirts of the city, I had to traverse a secluded path. Tonight, the crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by only a few scattered stars. And an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or song of birds. Though I was not particularly timid, the night held an unsettling air, and I could not shake the feeling that I was being followed. My grip on the book tightened, and my heart raced. I could only muster the courage to move forward by mentally berating Xiao Yan. Otherwise, I felt rooted to the spot. As I approached the intersection, two figures clad in black awaited me. Their swords glinted ominously under the moonlight. I realized they were indeed after me, and my mind went blank. Was this how my life would end? Glancing around, I knew that escape was impossible and hiding was futile. If I pretended not to see them and continued walking, I risked being struck from behind. The only viable option was to remain still and observe their intentions. "Hand it over," one of the black-clad men commanded as he approached, sword in hand. "What hand it over?" I trembled at his words. "The item you are holding," he insisted, drawing nearer. With trembling hands, I raised the book and stammered, This is just an ordinary book of little value." "Have you read the contents?" inquired the other man, closing the distance. Could it be that this book held some significance? No wonder Xiao Yan had urged me to borrow it. Perhaps it would aid my brother's case, and I could not allow it to fall into the hands of thieves. "I haven't read it. If you want it, you may have it." I feigned compliance, pretending to offer the book. Just as the black-clad man reached for it, I swung the book down hard against his head and turned to flee. The other man, swift as the wind, quickly caught up to me, positioning himself in my path with his sword raised. In that moment, I thought my fate was sealed, as the sword came hurtling toward me. A blinding flash of light enveloped my vision, and suddenly, a figure wrapped around my waist, pulling me away to safety. When I regained my senses, I found myself in the embrace of Xiao Yan. Two figures clad in black, one lying on the ground and the other subdued by Chu Yu, knelt in submission. She anxiously pushed Xiao Yan aside, glancing around to ensure her temporary safety before expressing her distress. "I thought I was going to die. Why didn't you wait for me? It's my fault for not considering everything. I shouldn't have put you in danger." Xiao Yan, with a look of regret and lingering fear, responded, "What do you mean by putting yourself in danger? Who are they?" Nian Yen was bewildered. "I shall need to interrogate further to ascertain the details. Allow me to escort you home first." Xiao Yan reassured Nian Yen while reminding Chu Yu, "Take him to a secluded spot and await my return." Throughout the journey, Nian Yen remained silent, still upset that they had abandoned her, which nearly cost her life. Xiao Yan, too, was quiet, following her closely until they reached her residence. Nian Yen handed the book she had been tightly clutching to Xiao Yan. "Lord Xiao, here is the book you requested. Why didn't you give it to the two assassins earlier?" Xiao Yan inquired. Nian Yen replied earnestly, "I suspect this book to be of great importance. Perhaps it holds clues related to my brother. You must examine it." Xiao Yan smiled, a rare display of mirth, and said, "This is merely an ordinary book. It contains no significant clues." Nian Yen's expression faltered, a hint of grievance coloring her words. "Then why did you send me to borrow it? I nearly lost my life for it. It is my fault for causing you distress. I surmise they will send someone to monitor the Wu family's every move. Since you retrieved this book from the Wu family, they, like you, must believe it contains vital information and will undoubtedly appear to seize it. If we capture one of them alive, we can uncover the clues," Xiao Yan elucidated. Nian Yen immediately felt that her fright had not been in vain and grew increasingly grateful toward Xiao Yan. "Earlier, I thought you would side with the Fu family. I wronged you. On behalf of the Lu family, I thank you, Lord Xiao." Xiao Yan lowered his gaze, seriously advising Nian Yen, "It is too early for gratitude. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, I hope Miss Lu will keep my involvement a secret and not disclose it to anyone." Nian Yen understood and vowed, "I will ensure that Lord Xiao is not wronged." Xiao Ian smiled wryly at Nian Yin. It is getting late. You should rest. I have matters to attend to. 2 days later, the final batch of displaced persons was to depart, and Nian Yin wished to personally bid them farewell. Upon arriving at the shelter for the displaced, she saw Xiao Ian waiting at the entrance. He greeted her with a distant smile. Noticing the weariness in his eyes, she surmised he had been busy with official duties and preoccupied with her brother's case, likely having had little sleep. Lord, you must take care of yourself amidst your busy schedule. If you appear haggard, I shall worry, Nian Yin said, bowing respectfully. Hearing Nian Yin's concern felt like sweet nectar to Xiao Ian, and his fatigue seemed to dissipate instantly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Liu. You must also take care of yourself, he replied. As they walked further inside, they began to see people emerging one by one with their bundles. And upon spotting Xiao Ian and Nian Yin, they respectfully bowed in greeting. The kindness bestowed upon us by Lord Xiao and Miss Liu shall be remembered. Should there come a time when we are able to assist them, we shall undoubtedly repay their generosity. Indeed, the Liu family comprises truly good people, and virtuous individuals are sure to receive their just rewards. There is no need for excessive formality. After spending these days together, I have already come to regard you all as my own elders and kin. When family encounters difficulties, it is only natural to lend a helping hand, Nian Yin remarked. The hardest days are now behind us. Once we return to our hometown, life will surely improve. Xiao Ian added, let us speak no further of it. As humble farmers, we shall take upon ourselves all the agricultural tasks for the Liu family. A man expressed his sentiments earnestly. Laughter erupted among the group. Look at your naivety. The Liu family is engaged in the silk trade. What farm work could they possibly require of you? Their banter brought smiles to everyone, even causing Nian Yin to chuckle through her tears. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Physician Zhang emerged, carrying his medicine box. Nian Yin hurried to greet him. Is Grandpa Zhang also leaving? She inquired. I have been wandering for 8 years. It is time I return to see my home. Physician Zhang replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Though their time together was brief, Nian Yin felt a pang of reluctance, her eyes glistening with moisture. From his sleeve, Zhang pulled out a small gourd and placed it in Nian Yin's hands. We are fated to meet, though you have been with me for merely 3 days. You are now my apprentice. This is a precious creation I have meticulously developed over many years, and I gift it to you. What is this? Nian Yin asked, lifting the lid to reveal a peculiar pill, which she sniffed, detecting a rather unusual scent. Zhang murmured to her, let me tell you, this medicine is extraordinarily potent. It can bring one back from the brink of death, akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell. This elixir, known as the escape from the world medicine, is indeed this. Nian Yin had witnessed Zhang's medical prowess firsthand. She trusted that his remedies were infallible. Chapter 48. Clearing suspicion after bidding farewell to the last family affected by the calamity. Xiao Ian and Nian Yin returned to the wonton stall. Lord Xiao, have any revelations emerged from the individuals we apprehended that day? Nian Yin inquired softly. Xiao Ian replied, we have located Madame Wu's son. Really? That is wonderful news. Nian Yin could hardly contain her excitement. However, Xiao Ian's expression darkened slightly as he continued. Yet, we have only found the body. Madame Wu's son is deceased. Nian Yin was engulfed by profound disappointment. How can this be? Has Madame Wu been informed? Xiao Ian spoke in a hushed tone. Yes. I have arranged for someone to discreetly take her to see the remains. And what did she say? Will she still accuse my brother? Nian Yin pressed. Xiao Ian shook his head. I have conveyed the necessary information to her. Upon returning home, she closed her doors tightly, refusing to see anyone. How she ultimately decides remains a matter of fate. With a heart heavy with anxiety, Nian Yin consumed a few wontons before returning to her lodgings, still harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps Madame Wu would come to understand and testify on her brother's behalf. As the day of the trial arrived, 2 days passed without any news. Despite Zhang's assurance that her brother would be unharmed, Nian Yin could not find peace. Wandering the courtyard, awaiting news, she was soon approached by a messenger who bore grim tidings. The evidence against her brother was irrefutable. The 3 departments had reached a verdict, and he would be escorted back to the capital immediately to face trial for his alleged crimes, with execution looming on the horizon. How could this be? Upon hearing the words, Nian Nian felt as though struck by a thunderclap. After a brief moment of composure, she instructed Miying with a few words, and Miying promptly exited. Nian hurried to the prison gate, where her brother stood in the cage, his face ashen and devoid of vitality. She rushed to the side of the carriage, calling for her brother, but the guards attempted to drag her away. Struggling, she cried out in protest, "You have no evidence. Disregarding life, where's the law? I demand to see the presiding magistrate. Release me. I insist on seeing the presiding magistrate." A mounted official approached, rebuking her. "Who dares to roar here, obstructing official duties?" The constable clasped his hands before the mounted official and said, "My lord, this girl is the sister of Lu Xiao. The case of Lu Xiao is supported by irrefutable witnesses and evidence. It has already been adjudicated. If you continue to spout such nonsense, slandering the court officials, I shall hold you accountable." As the guards moved to seize her again, Nian Nian lunged forward, bowing her head before the mounted official. "My lord, the case of Lu Xiao is fraught with doubts. It cannot be hastily concluded. I implore you to reconsider. You treat the court as a farce. If you're dissatisfied with my judgment, you may go to the capital and file a complaint. Take her away." The mounted official ordered harshly. My lord," Nian Nian pleaded desperately. "This is injustice, pure injustice." A throng of citizens from Yuanjiang rushed over, a sea of faces numbering at least 100. Lu Sha broke through the crowd and hurriedly helped Nian Nian to her feet. Miss, rise quickly. The villagers have come to plead for the young master." Nian Nian stood and saw familiar faces from the disaster relief camp, along with many strangers among the populace. Even Grandma Lu, leaning on her cane, had arrived. "Lord Lu is a good man. We cannot believe he would commit murder. That corrupt official, Wu Zhizhong, deserves punishment, and he should not drag Lord Lu down with him. The court must not wrong the innocent." Voices rose in agreement among the villagers. Where do these ruffians come from? Do they not intend to rebel? Disperse, disperse. The mounted official barked, prompting the constables to push back the crowd with their spears. Chaos ensued, with some citizens knocked to the ground amidst the uproar of shouts and curses. A petition of the people. A scholar-like young man stepped forward from the crowd, producing a length of silk cloth from his bosom, shaking it out to reveal it was 3 yards long. 2 young men held the ends of the cloth, unfurling it to reveal a dense array of names and handprints. Lu Sha excitedly said to Nian Nian, "He is the teacher from our village, and those 2 are my brothers." We informed each village about the young master's wrongful accusation, and the villagers were outraged. People from 10 miles around have come to sign this petition. Even those who cannot write have left their handprints. The young gentleman adjusted his attire and stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "My lord, we are the afflicted citizens of Yuanjiang. Lord Lu has administered justice impartially, showing compassion towards the people. We trust in his character and are willing to vouch for him." "What do you intend to do?" the mounted official inquired. "According to our laws, a petition from the people allows for a retrial." "Surely, my lord, you have not forgotten this," the young gentleman replied respectfully. The mounted official slowly turned his horse, casting a nonchalant glance at the gentleman. "I am well aware of that. However, the evidence and witnesses in this case are all present. Absent new evidence or testimony, a retrial would yield the same result, and I fear you are wasting your efforts." Nian Nian's smile, which had just begun to rise, fell once more, her heart entwined in turmoil. Indeed, without evidence, a retrial would be futile. A voice broke through the crowd, belonging to a middle-aged woman, as Madame Wu emerged from the throng. "The common woman is guilty. I previously provided false testimony, yet I can attest to Lord Lu's innocence," she proclaimed, kneeling and bowing her head. The magistrate, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you not the wife of Wu Zhizhong? Do you seek to overturn the verdict for Lu Xiao?" "Indeed. I beseech you to reopen this case," Madame Wu insisted, bowing once more. The townsfolk, moved by her courage, knelt in unison, urging the magistrate to reconsider the case. Seeing the gravity of the situation, the magistrate reluctantly ordered the guards to return Lu Xiao to prison for a future hearing. Madame Wu confirmed that she had heard a commotion that day and had leaned out the window. Witnessing Wu Zhizhong wielding a dagger and forcing Lu Zhao's hand to stab himself, thus fabricating the illusion of murder, she produced a letter from her husband, asserting that although the forged account book was an exact imitation, Wu Zhizhong had always harbored a cunning mind. Fearing imitation of a script, he would deliberately omit a stroke in the characters. Upon comparison, the judges indeed found this to be true. Thus, Lu Zhao's suspicions were cleared, and the chief magistrate reported to the court, leading to Lu Zhao's exoneration. Madame Wu, having balanced her merits and faults, was spared from the repercussions of Wu Zhizhong, receiving a verdict of innocence. Nian Nian sought out Madame Wu, inquiring why she had chosen to testify on her behalf. Madame Wu remained reticent, merely stating that her years of piety had left her conscience troubled, fearing divine retribution from the Bodhisattva. Nian Nian understood that Xiao Ian had invested considerable effort into this matter. As Nian Nian and Lu Xiao prepared to depart from Yuanjiang, the townsfolk gathered to bid them farewell, including Xiao Ian, who had some official matters to attend to before parting ways. Madame Wu, too, was leaving Yuanjiang to return to her rural home. However, her carriage, while traversing a secluded forest on the outskirts, was suddenly ambushed by 3 masked assailants clad in black. They swiftly murdered the coachman and dragged Madame Wu from the carriage, brandishing knives and demanding, "Is there a backup of Wu Zhizhong's account book? Where is it hidden?" I do not know. I truly do not know," Madame Wu stammered, trembling, refusing to speak. "Are you?" One of the assailants plunged a blade into her, blood gushing forth and staining her garments. "Reveal its location, and I may spare your life." Clutching her chest, Madame Wu weakly replied, "There is no backup. Even if you kill me, that will not change the truth." Enraged, the assailant raised his knife for another strike, but suddenly his hand was struck by an unseen force. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Chu Yu leapt down, engaging in a fierce struggle, and soon all 3 assailants lay defeated. Rushing to assist Madame Wu, Chu Yu asked, "Are you all right? I will take you to a physician." She halted him, her breath faint, her voice barely audible. "It is you. Thank you for helping me find my son. I cannot endure much longer. Our family shall soon be reunited. I implore you, please inter my son and me beside old Wu. He has committed many wrongs in his life, and I fear he may be mistreated in the afterlife." Chu Yu felt a pang of compassion in her heart. "Rest assured, I shall ensure you are laid to rest together." She was aware that such a day would inevitably come. Old Wu's account book was hidden within the statue at the village shrine, and it was old Wu who had been coerced into this predicament. Even in death, our family would not be spared. Before Madame Wu could finish her words, she released her grip. Chapter 49. Your attendant time slipped through their fingers like fine sand, and everyone went about their lives with an air of tranquility. Qingqing held no remarkable news. The imperial examination in August proceeded as scheduled and concluded just as predictably. Merely 3 days after the examinations, Yao eagerly arrived at the fortune Inn to seek out Qingqing. What had begun as a jest between the two had become a matter of great significance to Yao, who meticulously counted the days. She could not comprehend her own feelings. Did she truly desire an additional person to command, even though her household was already filled with servants? It was not as if she felt compelled to assert herself. She was fully aware that she was in the wrong, having been the one to push the other into the water first. Now, having fortuitously won a bet, compelling another to serve as her attendant for a month seemed rather cruel. Yao pondered this and concocted a justification. Qingqing was insufferably annoying, rigid, and pedantic, and having offended her, he deserved a lesson. With her thoughts swirling, she stormed into the inn. "Innkeeper, is there a scholar named Qingqing residing here?" Indeed. I shall fetch him for you," the innkeeper replied with great enthusiasm. Before long, Qingqing appeared, following the innkeeper, and upon seeing Yao, hurriedly bowed before her. "Greetings, Mississippi. I thought you would not be coming. How naive of you. If I didn't come, you would be spared this month of servitude," Yao retorted sharply. Not at all. If you do not come, it leaves me in disquiet. I, Qin, have never owed anyone a favor. My parents taught me to uphold my promises." "Enough. I fear you might compose an entire essay if you continue. Let us commence today. Go and prepare your belongings. I shall await you. Prepare for what? Qian Zijing asked in confusion. Since you have agreed to my request, you must reside at my family home. How else can you be readily available? I cannot bear to run all the way to the inn for you each time, Yaoer impatiently explained. Qian Zijing found himself in a quandary. It was quite inappropriate for a man to stay in a young lady's home. He frowned and said, This seems improper. As a man, residing in your household would tarnish your reputation. That is of no concern. We have numerous males in our household. If not 50, at least 30. One more will not make a difference. Now hurry, Yaoer urged, as Qian Zijing reluctantly ascended the stairs. He contemplated the abundance of men in this lady's home and her remarkably spirited demeanor. Could it be that she ran a martial arts school? An image formed in his mind. Several burly men, bare-chested, seizing him by the collar and dragging him to the training grounds, threatening, Defeat me if you wish to court my sister. Instantly, he envisioned himself being pummeled mercilessly, his face bruised beyond recognition. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he steeled himself and proceeded to gather his belongings. After a brief moment, he appeared carrying a box and declared, All my belongings are here. Shen Yao pulled his arm as they exited, not forgetting to inform the innkeeper, young Master Qian has decided to check out. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, the two disembarked, and Shen Yao pointed to the grand entrance, saying, This is my home. Let us enter. Qian Zijing gazed at the imposing characters of Minister of Revenue inscribed above the door, momentarily frozen in place. He had never anticipated that this young lady was the daughter of a high-ranking official, and a torrent of conflicting emotions surged within him, far more tumultuous than enduring a beating at the martial arts school. He addressed Yaoer, saying, My lady, I had no idea you were the daughter of Minister Shan. I have been quite rude in the past. Perhaps it would be best if I return to the inn. I shall come each day before dawn to await your summons, so as not to impede your affairs. With that, he turned to leave. Shen Yao firmly grasped his arm, insisting, I have stated that from this day forth, you must heed my words. Since you are my attendant now, you shall enter as I command. Qian Zijing felt an overwhelming urge to curse his past self for having made such a wager. He silently lamented, What a disgrace to my scholarly pursuits. Should I ever achieve success in the imperial examinations and serve alongside Minister Shun, how shall I face this humiliating experience? Nevertheless, he had never been one to renege on his commitments, so he reluctantly stepped inside. As they passed through the garden, Qian Zijing spotted someone whom he wished he could vanish from sight to avoid. Shun Qian. Shun Qian looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, Brother Qian, is that you? Qian Zijing raised his sleeve to shield his face and retreated behind Yaoer, mumbling, You must be mistaken. You must be mistaken. Shun Qian swiftly pulled back his sleeve, saying, Brother Qian, why do you act thus? After merely 3 days apart, you fail to recognize me? I am Shun Qian, unable to evade the encounter. Qian Zijing performed a courteous bow, replying, Brother Shun, I hope you are well. Yaoer looked at the two in confusion, asking, Do you know each other? Shun Qian replied, Brother Qian and I are both candidates in the current imperial examinations. We were fortunate to meet at the examination hall. Brother Qian possesses great talent, and I felt humbled after our discourse there. Pray tell, what brings you to my residence today? Qian Zijing was at a loss, glancing toward Yaoer for guidance. She realized that revealing his wager would only embarrass him further, so she quickly devised a different explanation, saying, Oh, young Master Qian is a distinguished guest I invited. I had an unfortunate incident by the water the other day, and it was young Master Qian who rescued me. The moment those words left her lips, Qian Zijing felt heat rise to his cheeks, turning away in shame. Shun Qian, appearing to understand, nodded, I see. I express my gratitude to Brother Qian for saving my sister's life. The notion that Shun Qian had framed it as a life-saving act left Qian Zijing in a state of uncertainty, whether to affirm or deny it, but he merely offered a silent nod in return. Since he is your savior, you must treat him with the utmost respect. Young Master Qian shall stay with us. We can also engage in scholarly discussions. You should learn from Brother Qian's literary talents. Please show him to the guest room while I inform Father. Shun Qian instructed Yaoer. Yaoer now finds herself in a predicament, neither here nor there. Initially, She intended to bring Qian Zijing along to reside with her family as servants, thereby asserting her authority over him. However, she is now at a loss for how to resolve this situation. Having spun this web of deceit, she must now weave it back together herself. Qian Zijing gazes at Yaoer with a sense of helplessness, seemingly attributing blame to her, yet he is more critical of himself. The midday banquet of the Shun household is exceedingly grand. Present are Shun Qua, Madame Shun, Shun Xian, grandparents, maternal grandmother, Shun Xian's 3 uncles, Shun Xian, Shun Yao, 2 aunts, an uncle by marriage, and all members of the Shun family's second branch. A lavish spread of 8 cold dishes, 16 hot dishes, and 24 courses is laid out to honor Qian Zijing. Throughout the meal, guests take turns toasting Qian Zijing, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving assistance to Yaoer. Yet, he sits uncomfortably, feeling as if he were on pins and needles. Once the guests have feasted and departed, Qian Zijing finally retreats to his room to rest. He reflects deeply, troubled by the realization that he is unethically positioning himself as Yaoer's benefactor, thereby distorting the truth. He resolves to immediately inform Lord Shun of the entire story. Just as he is about to leave, Yaoer approaches and inquires, "Where are you going?" Qian Zijing, filled with indignation, responds, "I intend to reveal the truth to Lord Shun. I cannot bear the guilt of shamelessly presenting myself as your benefactor." In a fit of anger, Yaoer retorts, "Go ahead, but consider my position. If my father discovers that not only have I lied, but also wagered with you, he will surely punish me severely. You cannot go." With no other option, Qian Zijing shakes his sleeves in resignation. Yaoer then asks, "Does our wager still hold?" Qian Zijing replies, "Of course it does." A faint smile graces Yaoer's lips as she commands, "Very well, I order you to publicly act as my benefactor, while in truth, you shall be my servant. When we are alone, you must obey my every command and follow me wherever I go." Faced with the situation, Qian Zijing can only acquiesce. In the following days, Qian Zijing remains at the Shun residence, engaging in discussions on state affairs with Shun Xian or assuming the role of tutor to Shun Yao, teaching her literature and calligraphy. Shun Yao finds this rather dull, yet her brother insists on visiting Qian Zijing daily, preventing her from taking him out for leisure activities. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, a celebration second only to the Spring Festival in significance. In preparation for the festival, families prepare osmanthus flowers and brew new wine, while shops adorn themselves with festive decorations. The local government erects colorful pavilions for the public to enjoy moon gazing. Among the customs of the festival, families set a table in the courtyard after dinner, placing round mooncakes at the center alongside 2 pots of osmanthus wine. Surrounding them are seasonal fruits, persimmons, red dates, chestnuts, wax apples, and grapes, with pomegranates being indispensable. The most animated participants are the children, who, after feasting on various delicacies, frolic about joyously, creating a lively atmosphere. Young ladies and gentlemen from affluent families are likely to reserve pavilions at the neighboring wine house in advance, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to enjoy the moonlight, listen to the breeze, compose poetry, and toast in merriment. 2 days prior, Yaoer had notified Nian Yin that her brother had already booked a private room at Yong'an Tower, where they and a few friends would gather after reuniting with their families. And she planned to introduce someone to Nian Yin. Since the last time she gifted a guqin, she had not seen Shun Xian. She was reluctant to attend this gathering, fearing that Shun Xian might express her feelings again, leaving her at a loss before the crowd. In the afternoon garden, Nian Yin stood on a stool, reaching to pluck pomegranates, while Mi Ying and Lin Er stood by to catch them. Lin Er lifted the hem of her outer robe as a makeshift pocket, which was already filled with several bright red pomegranates. Nian Yin handed one to Mi Ying, who took it and placed it into Lin Er's pocket, saying, "That's enough, Mississippi. If you pick any more, young master won't be able to carry them." Lin Er chimed in, "Enough, enough, sister. We can't eat so many." Nian Yin glanced at Lin Er, then jumped down from the stool. She clapped her hands and said to Mi Ying, "There are plenty more on the tree. Let's call a few people to finish picking. Choose some of the best to send to brother and the others, claiming they're our own fruits for them to taste. The rest we can mix with mooncakes and other delicacies for tonight, and let the maids and servants come out to enjoy the festivities. Ming turned to summon help. She led Lin Er back to the house, walking lightly in front while Lin Er chased after her, calling, "Sister, sister, help me." Without turning back, Nian Yin replied, "Carry yourself. Didn't you say you are a man? How can a man let a woman help?" Lin Er huffed in annoyance. "If you don't help, then you won't get to eat later." Nian Yin paused, vividly describing to Lin Er, Lin Er at this season, the hairy crabs from Jiangsu and Zhejiang are particularly succulent. When you extract the crab roe and wrap it in a dumpling, it is simply divine. Steamed with ginger slices and dipped in Zhenjiang vinegar, it is a delicacy beyond compare. The most exquisite part is washing the crab and tossing it alive into a wine jar. After 3 days, when you open it, the fragrance of the wine mingles with the freshness of the crab. Oh, what a taste! Nian Yin swallowed hard as she spoke, lamenting, "What a pity! You have been frail since childhood, and father forbids you from eating crabs. Hold on to your pomegranates and savor them slowly." With that, she strode away, leaving Lin Er pouting in place, her mouth twisted in grievance. Teasing Lin Er was one of the few pleasures Nian Yin had at home. Lu Xiao occasionally seized the opportunity to admonish her, but she never sought him out without cause. In contrast, Lin Er was often the target of Nian Yin's playful antics, following her around like a shadow. Her cousin had returned to Suzhou to celebrate the festival with her mother. In the evening, Lu Xiao and Shu Yun came to the West Courtyard to share a reunion dinner with Lu Xing. Naturally, the mid-autumn menu was significantly more lavish, featuring 6 crab dishes alone: braised sea crabs, crab roe buns, crab stuffed in oranges, sea urchin crab meat jelly, crab roe shrimp stuffed tofu, and crab meat vermicelli casserole. Nian Yin devoured the crab roe buns with gusto, while Lin Er, glancing at the crab dishes and then at Nian Yin, began to feel aggrieved again. Lu Xing served him some food, but he refused to eat. Concerned, Lu Xiao asked, "Lin Er, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Er did not respond, merely watching Nian Yin feast. Lu Xiao deduced that Nian Yin had bullied him again and reproached her. "What have you done to him this time? Go and coax him to eat." Suddenly, the little fellow burst into tears. "Lin Er wants to eat crab too." Lu Xiao generously picked up a piece of sea urchin crab meat jelly and placed it in Lin Er's bowl, saying, "Eat whatever you like. Here, this is delicious." Liner continued to weep, and Lu Xiao, at a loss, placed another red braised crab into Liner's bowl, saying, "Brother guesses you would like this." The little one promptly pushed the bowl far away. Nian Yin fetched another bowl, scooped a spoonful of crab roe and shrimp stuffed tofu into it, and said, "Liner, sister knows you crave crab. This dish was specially prepared for you by the kitchen. And there's also this crab meat vermicelli pot, infused with plenty of ginger juice. You can eat it. It won't upset your stomach. Do try it." Liner, skeptical, asked, "Really?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask father." Nian Yin reassured him. Liner turned to his father, who nodded and smiled, saying, "But don't overindulge. Moderation is key." With this encouragement, the little one joyfully began to eat. And Lu Xiao, watching him devour his meal, gently shook his head and smiled. Shu Yin served Nian Yin some vegetables and inquired, "Sister, are you going to meet young Master Shen after dinner?" Nian Yin was taken aback, pondering how her sister-in-law knew her whereabouts so well. Was she perhaps sending someone to monitor her? She forced a smile. "I'm a bit tired from today's activities and don't plan to go." The family had encountered several issues, and her father, aware of her melancholy, hoped she would go out and meet friends, believing it might help her forget her sorrows. "Nian Yin, if your friends are going, you should join them for some merriment. It wouldn't hurt." Nian Yin shot a glare at her father, resembling a traitor. Shu Yin glanced at Lu Xiao and continued, "I know young Master Shun has invited several friends to Yeoman Tower. I visited my parents today, and coincidentally Lady Li was also there. She informed me that Miss Lin Xiang from the Duke's residence will attend as well, with an invitation personally delivered by Lady Shun." That Lady Li again, thought Nian Yin. Does she have nothing better to do than flit about tirelessly? Everyone knows Miss Lin has affections for young Master Shun. I would be remiss to intrude upon them. I shall stay home to play with Liner. Won't I, Liner? The little one, happily eating, looked up with a beaming face and nodded vigorously. Lu Xiao set down his chopsticks and said, "Sister, do not belittle yourself. Although the Duke's residence is prominent, it is merely sustained by the old Duke. Few in the younger generation are remarkable. To speak candidly, in terms of financial resources, they are far inferior to us. If you wish to go, Father, I and your sister-in-law, along with her family, will support you. Today, go boldly and confidently. This time, Lu Zhao's ability to navigate danger was attributed to the meticulous planning of Lord Wang, for which everyone expressed profound gratitude, particularly Lu Xiao, who became increasingly obedient to his father-in-law. The Empress, seeing Wang Ji extricate himself, regarded him with newfound esteem and, as compensation, promoted him. Indeed, sister, our Wang family has gained face before the Empress. Father has already been informally designated to ascend to the position of imperial censor, and the Empress has even entrusted him with the Ministry of Justice. My husband will soon see an elevation in his rank as well. Our Lu family is no longer what it once was, Xu Yun said, her face alight with joy. Nian Yin promptly offered her congratulations. But inwardly she thought, given the circumstances, if I do not attend today, it may cause discontent among them. Yet, I must clarify my stance to prevent them from harboring excessive hopes, lest it lead to complications in the future. She feigned a troubled expression and said, since my brother has spoken, I shall make an appearance. But I assure you, my intentions are not directed towards Shen Xian. I bear him no interest. This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Fate determines our unions. If it is meant to be mine, I cannot evade it. And if it is not, I cannot force it. Can I, father? Nian Yin invoked her father as a mediator. Lu Xing, not wishing to offend his son-in-law or to cause distress to his daughter, sought to ease the tension by suggesting, let us dine, the dishes are growing cold. Chapter 51. The poetry gathering. Nian Yin, accompanied by Miying, took a carriage to Yong'an-Lu, an establishment built by the riverside, rising 3 stories high. The first floor served as a grand hall, while the second and third floors housed various elegant private rooms. As night fell, the restaurant was ablaze with light, bustling with patrons, a testament to its thriving business. Nian Yin instructed Miying to inquire about Shen Xian's whereabouts. Moments later, a young attendant guided Miying and Nian Yin through the hall and along a narrow pathway leading to the restaurant's back garden. This garden featured a pavilion by the water, elevated to a height equal to the riverside railing, accessible by several steps, providing a tranquil escape from the surrounding bustle. Adding a touch of charm, upon seeing servants from the Shun and Duke's residences waiting below, Nian Yin sent Miying to seek out Mei Wan while she ascended the stairs alone. Indeed, Shen Xian, Shen Yao, and Lin Xiang were already present, along with a scholarly young gentleman seated among them. She speculated that this must be the person Yao Er intended to introduce. As Yao Er spotted her, she quickly rose to greet her, and the others also stood. Nian Yin exchanged pleasantries with Shen Xian and Lin Xiang, and the young gentleman politely approached to offer his greetings. Nian Yin glanced at Yao Er and inquired, and who might this be? With great enthusiasm, Yao Er introduced. This is Qian Zijing, a fellow candidate in this year's examinations, currently residing with us. Nian Yin assumed he was merely a friend of Shen Xian and returned the courtesy. Greetings, Master Qian. Yao Er proudly informed Qian Zijing, this is my dear sister, Lu Nian Yin. She is the sister of the esteemed imperial censor, Lu Durin. Qian Zijing bowed once more, and Nian Yin reciprocated. Yao Er found their exchange amusing, stifling a giggle as she pulled Nian Yin to sit beside her, while Lin Xiang positioned herself between Yao Er and Shen Xian. And Qian Zijing settled next to Shen Xian. Nian Yin, having heard that Xiao Ian had returned to the capital the previous day, yet not having encountered him, felt a sense of emptiness. Once seated, she asked Yao Er, will Lord Xiao not be joining us today? Yao Er glanced at her brother, who responded, yesterday. Ian promised to come. Perhaps he has been delayed on the road. Let us enjoy some tea while we await him. With that, Shen Xian, in her role as hostess, poured tea for everyone present. I trust you all have dined. I have requested the establishment to prepare a selection of fruits and teas to cleanse the palate. Shen Xian continued warmly. The crystal jellies here are exceptional, and the newly introduced lychee paste, sour plums, as well as the plum ice cream, bean cakes, and peach blossom pastries are favorites among you young ladies. Paired with the shop's freshly made perilla, and osmanthus drink. Do have a taste. Nian picked up her cup and took a sip. The perilla and osmanthus drink was delightful, fragrant, and refreshing, aiding digestion. Having indulged at dinner, she finished the entire cup in one go. Shun Xian promptly rose to refill her cup, and Nian nodded in gratitude. Lin Xiang gazed at Nian with poise and said, "Miss Nian, it has been quite some time since our parting at the Shun residence. I hope you've been well." Nian hastily set down her cup and returned her a smile. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your concern. I am quite well, indulging myself in eating and sleeping, and I must admit I've gained a bit of weight." The group erupted into laughter, and Shun Xian nudged a crystal soap towards Nian. "Sister Nian, a little weight suits you well. You were too slender to begin with. Do eat more, and do not starve yourself for the sake of a so-called slim waist." Yao Er, noticing her brother's inappropriate comment, quickly interjected, "Brother, it is I who need a slim waist. Nian can eat as much as she likes without gaining weight. It is simply infuriating." Laughter filled the air once more. "I am late, but it seems I have missed quite the merriment," came the voice of Xiao Ian from the staircase. As he ascended to the pavilion, he was followed by another person. Nian focused her gaze and was taken aback to see Fu Yuan Hong. Yao Er's smile instantly faded, revealing her discontent, yet she maintained her composure and remained silent. Xiao Ian waved his sleeve and addressed Fu Yuan Hong. "Miss Fu, please take a seat." Fu Yuan Hong sat beside Nian, while Xiao Ian and Qian Zijing settled down nearby. Nian harbored no fondness for Fu Yuan Hong, particularly since her brother had nearly come to harm due to Fu's machinations, and she turned her face away to avoid looking at her. Shun Xian, acting as the gracious host, engaged Fu Yuan Hong in polite conversation. "Miss Fu, what a surprise to see you here today." Fu Yuan Hong replied nonchalantly. "I came with Ian Xiao." Ian appeared flustered and quickly clarified, "I happened upon Miss Fu on my way here. Upon hearing that I was to meet you, she grew interested and decided to accompany me." Everyone present, except for Qin Zijing, was aware that Fu Yuan Hong was the daughter of the Minister Fu, accustomed to her capricious and domineering ways. The Shun siblings naturally held her in low regard, disdaining her presence, yet they maintained a facade of respect. Shun Xian courteously remarked, "It is truly an honor for this humble pavilion to be graced by your presence today, Miss Fu." He circled around to pour her a cup of tea. Fu Yuan Hong merely acknowledged the gesture with a cursory thank you. As autumn had already set in, Shun Xian was still playing with a folding fan. Xiao Ian, perplexed, inquired, "Why does Shun brothers still use a folding fan when autumn is upon us?" Shun Xian proudly opened the fan and declared, "This was a gift from Sister Nian." Nian felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her, and her face flushed. Nearly choking on the water she had just sipped, she hastily explained, "Yao Er and I chose it together. It is a shared token of our affection." Yao Er, displeased that Nian did not acknowledge her role in the selection, felt a pang of frustration but refrained from expressing it in front of the assembled company. Fu Yuan Hong cast a disdainful glance at Nian, while Xiao Ian's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. Qian Zijing, not fully grasping the situation, remarked, "Isn't this a fan from Zhuyu Zhai, titled the Moonlit Toad, with auspicious connotations? Surely, Shun brother will excel in this year's examinations. Gulme, let's raise our glasses in a toast to Shun brother." Shun Xian lifted his glass. "A toast to you as well, Brother Qian." Glasses were raised and drained, allowing the matter of the fan to fade into the background, and Nian let out a sigh of relief. As Shun Xian observed that everyone had gathered, he began to organize the gathering. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the radiant moon hanging high in the sky. Those present are all well-versed and talented individuals. Let us take the moon as our theme and recite a poem each to enhance the ambience of this moment. I propose an intriguing method. After each person recites, they may designate someone to guess the title of the poem. What do you all think? Qian Zijin, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xiang responded affirmatively. Excellent. Yaoer, still brooding over Fu Yuan Hang, remained silent. Nian, who typically shied away from the spotlight, was adept at blending into the background when in a crowd. Fu Yuan Hang seemed disinterested in participating in their poetic exchange, hence his silence. Shun Xian, confident in his approach, declared, "Then I shall go first to break the ice. And if one fails to guess correctly or misreads the poem, what shall be the penalty?" Yao suddenly interjected, interrupting Shun Xian. After pondering for a moment, Shun Xian replied, "Then let it be a self-imposed cup of wine. I have prepared some exquisite osmanthus wine, which will serve as both a penalty and a reward. Let us indulge in our own merriment without taking it too seriously." Gazing at the full moon over the river, the moonlight illuminated his face, making it appear even more radiant. Lin Xiang's eyes were fixed intently on Shun Xian. Even before he spoke, her gaze was filled with admiration. Amidst the osmanthus blossoms, the moon fills the streets in the festive season. The night is refreshingly cool. The wind stirs, and the bones feel a chill as if one were in a crystal palace. The dragons lie low, observing the towering palaces, and the ethereal music resounds. Frost covers the ground, longing to soar on colorful clouds. I recall last year on this very night, sharing wine by the stream as the pale moon drifted by. The vast rivers and mountains from yesterday's dreams no longer resemble today, and autumn's brilliance has returned. The green bird comes from the west, and Chang'e conveys to me that the auspicious time is near. I sent a message to my companions, urging them not to squander this intoxicating moment in the vast cold. As Shun Xian concluded his recitation, applause erupted from the audience. He pointed to Qian Zijin, inviting him to guess the poem's title. Qian Zijin responded, "This is Nian Nu Jiao, Mid-Autumn Moon, a splendid poem indeed." Nian Nian mused to herself. Shun Xian's recitation truly embodies his essence. The ornate language resembles the finest silk emerging from Lu's shop, yet lacks a man's boldness. Lin Xiang, confident in her own talents, eagerly stood up. "Allow me to recite a poem that complements this moment." With a gaze full of emotion, she began, "The bright moon rises over the sea." At this moment, we shared across the horizon. Lovers lament the distant night, as thoughts of longing arise. Extinguishing the candle, I cherish the full light, donning my robe. I feel the dew's caress. I cannot bear to gift the overflowing cup, yet I must return to dream of our destined meeting. The audience continued to cheer in support, and Lin Xiang turned to Yao, inviting her to guess the title. Yao answered, "This is Wang Yu Huai Yuan by Zhang Juling, is it not?" Nian thought to herself, "This poem conveys longing. Lin Xiang, you should be bolder and let Shun Xian guess directly. I wonder if the person you yearn for feels your sentiments." When it was Xin Yao's turn, she seemed to be contemplating something and said to Qian Zijin, "I wish to go last, starting from you, young Master Qian." Chapter 52. Poetry gathering too, as if commanded. Qian Zijin stood up swiftly, took a few steps, and gazed at the luminous moon over the river. Turning back against a pillar, he began to recite, "A pot of wine among the flowers. I drink alone with no companions. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. The moon does not understand drinking, and the shadow merely follows my form. For now, let the moon accompany my shadow. We must enjoy while spring lasts. I sing as the moon lingers. I dance as my shadow becomes disordered. In moments of wakefulness, we share joy, but in drunkenness, we drift apart. We shall eternally wander without attachments, longing for our reunion in the distant heavens." Qian Zijin's voice was resonant and rhythmic, as if he had transformed into a poetic immortal. Nian observed that Yao gazed at Qian Zijin with sparkling eyes, pondering when this girl had ever looked at anyone in such a manner. Could it be that she has taken a liking to this young gentleman? As he recited a poem renowned for its fame, the audience collectively recognized it as Li Bai's Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Qian Zijin, with a smug smile, declared, "You all have broken the rules. Each of you must take a drink." He then proceeded to pour wine for everyone. After filling the cups of the three young lords, he was about to pour for Fu Yuan Hang when Xiao Ian interjected, gently placing his hand over the cup and suggesting, "Let the ladies have tea instead of wine." Qian Zijing paused, realizing his oversight, and fetched a teapot of perilla tea to serve. Nian thought to herself, recalling the day she had shared wine with him, where he had not stopped her. Indeed, she could not compare herself to his beloved. The group raised their cups and drank heartily. Shun Xian said, "Now, let us continue the game. Ian, it is your turn." Xiao Ian stood, contemplated for a moment, and began to recite. In the courtyard, white trees perch with crows. The cold dew silently moistens the osmanthus flowers. Tonight, the moon is bright, and everyone gazes upon it, unaware of whose autumn thoughts fall where. The crowd praised him, and Xiao Ian invited Shun Xian to respond. After a moment of thought, Shun Xian exclaimed, "This is Viewing the Moon on the 15th Night, dedicated to Du Longzhong, a splendid poem." When it was Fu Yuanhang's turn, she pointed unceremoniously at Nian Yin and declared, "You shall answer this one." She stepped to the railing and began to recite. The radiant orb ascends high as a precious mirror. The celestial sounds are silent among the clouds. The autumn hues are equally divided in a full moon, long accompanying the bright path of 1,000 miles. The cunning hair falls from the bowstring, and the toad should not appear before us. The spirit raft is proposed for a hand-in-hand journey, awaiting the Milky Way to clear completely. As she recited the line about the toad, she intentionally stood behind Nian Yin and kicked her chair. Nian Yin felt displeased, thinking, "This woman is exceedingly rude. Does she imply that I am the toad, obstructing you and your jade rabbit brother?" When she finished, the crowd applauded and cheered. And Fu Yuanhang turned to Nian Yin, asking, "Can you name the poem?" Although Nian Yin did not relish composing poetry, it did not signify her ignorance. After all, she was the sister of the flower champion, and Fu Yuanhang's scheme would certainly fail. With a calm demeanor, Nian Yin replied, "Li Pu's Mid-Autumn Festival." Shun Xian quickly affirmed, "Indeed, Sister Nian Yin is correct." Seeing that Nian Yin was not stumped, Fu Yuanhang felt dissatisfied and was about to sit down when Yao Er suddenly stood up, saying, "Wait a moment, you misread a word." Fu Yuanhang, realizing that Yao Er was deliberately targeting her, felt a surge of indignation. "How could I misread? What was wrong? Tell me." Yao Er, calculatingly, sought to catch her out, confidently asking, in the line "The cunning hair falls from the bowstring, what follows?" Fu Yuanhang repeated, "The toad should not appear before us." Yao Er, with a triumphant smile, corrected her, "Miss, it is toward, not before." Embarrassed, Fu Yuanhang tugged at Xiao Ian's sleeve and said, "Ian, she merely remembered incorrectly. It's just one word." Xiao Ian withdrew her hand, smiling at Fu Yuanhang. "No harm done." Miss Fu recited splendidly. Yao Er, relishing her victory, turned to her brother for confirmation. "According to the rules, does she not owe a drink?" Shun Xian, torn between offending someone and maintaining decorum, found herself in a quandary, ultimately stating, "I shall drink on her behalf." Xiao Ian, while speaking, lifted a cup of osmanthus wine and drained it in one gulp. "It is indeed comforting to have someone to protect you," she thought, her mind drifting to Yuanbao, stirring a sense of melancholy within her. As she pondered, Yao Er noticed her distraction and gently reminded her, "Nian Yin, it's your turn." Nian Yin rose and gazed outside. Yuanbao had been gone for nearly a month, and there had been no news of him. Her eyes seemed to hold countless threads of longing as she declared, "I wish to borrow a poem to send to a friend far away." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ian cast a glance at Nian Yin, her gaze falling dejectedly to the ground. Shun Xian observed Nian Yin, then turned to Xiao Ian, her heart filled with confusion as she absent-mindedly traced patterns on the table. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the vast sky. I know not the celestial palaces above. What year is this evening? I wish to ride the winds homeward, yet fear the cold heights of the jade towers. As I dance and cast my shadow, how can it compare to life on earth? Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate windows, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no resentment. Why does the moon always wax and wane at parting? People have their joys and sorrows, reunions and separations. The moon has its phases of fullness and emptiness, a matter that has been difficult since ancient times. I only wish for longevity, to share the beauty of the moon, even if we are 1,000 miles apart." After reciting the poem, Shun Xian exclaimed, "What a beautiful poem!" Lin Xiang interjected, "Indeed, it is Su Shi Shui Diao Gutu. Nian Yin, your distant friend will surely feel the warmth of your concern at this moment." Xiao Ian silently consumed another cup of wine. Yao Er stood up and glanced at Fu Yuanheng, saying, "This one is for Miss Fu. In childhood, I did not recognize the moon, calling it a white jade plate. I wondered if it was the mirror of the immortal's terrace, flying in the azure clouds. The celestial being dangles its 2 feet. Why does the osmanthus tree bloom in such clusters? The white rabbit pounds the medicine. With whom does it share its meal? The toad eclipses the round shadow. The bright night is already waning. He once shot down 9 suns. Celestial beings remain clear and tranquil. The essence of Een has become muddled. It is not worth observing. How shall I cope with my worries when they tear at my heart? Fu Yuanheng concentrated, seeking to find fault with Yaoer, yet could find none. She disdainfully remarked, "Li Bai's ancient lament of the moon. This is hardly challenging." Nian Yin understood that Yaoer was standing up for her. As Fu Yuanheng had previously likened her to a toad, and now Yaoer had countered by comparing Fu Yuanheng to one as well. Yaya, reveling in her triumph, exchanged a knowing smile with Nian Yin. Qian Zijing seemingly caught on to the underlying meaning, casting a distant smile at Yaoer, reminiscent of a father observing his playful child. As the night deepened, lanterns began to rise along the river. Shun Xian addressed the group. "Someone has already released sky lanterns. I have prepared some below as well. Let us go and release them." The others agreed enthusiastically and descended from the pavilion. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, every household would release a lantern, inscribing it with blessings and hoping for a prosperous and smooth year ahead. Shun Xian's lanterns were hung on the trees, and the servants prepared brushes and ink for everyone to write their wishes. Nian Yin and Yaoer stood together, and Yaoer inquired, "Nian Yin, what will you write?" Nian Yin held up a lantern with one hand and gently wrote the words peace with the other. "All I wish for is the safety of my family." "That is enough." Yaoer frowned, pondering before writing down 3 wishes. Nian Yin chuckled, "Yaoer, you lack nothing but a suitable husband. I believe your ideal partner is not far off. Could it be that man in the azure robe?" Nian Yin cast a glance at Qian Zijing. Yaoer, both shy and bashful, raised her hand to draw a black line across Nian Yin's face, saying, "This is what you get for teasing me." Nian Yin, undeterred, retaliated by marking Yaoer's face as well. The two engaged in a playful chase, much to the dismay of Shun Xian, who called out for them to cease their antics. Observing Shun Yao's demeanor, Qian Zijing couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yin, through the company of Fu Yuanheng and others, watched Nian Yin and Shun Yao, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Perhaps noticing Xiao Yan's gaze on the two, Fu Yuanheng playfully insisted that he assist her. Mi Ying and Sun Mei, upon seeing their young mistress smeared with ink, hurriedly fetched water to cleanse their faces. Yaoer glanced at Fu Yuanheng and remarked to Nian Yin, Look, how pretentious it is. It makes one want to retch." Chapter 53. Yaoer's beloved Nian Yin cautiously turned her head to look in that direction. She saw Xiao Yan patiently instructing Fu Yuanheng in calligraphy, an inexplicable pang of bitterness unfurling within her heart. She reminded herself that such is the nature of couples. There is no need to harbor jealousy. Once everyone had inscribed their lanterns, Shun Yao instructed a servant to light them. Each person held their lantern, silently making wishes before releasing them into the sky. As they watched the lanterns ascend higher and higher, Shun Xian and Qian Zijing shouted in unison, "Success, success, success!" Shun Yao, Lin Xiang, and Nian Yin joined in, echoing their cheer. Xiao Yan chuckled, saying, "May your wishes come true." The lantern release signified that the mid-autumn festivities were drawing to a close, and everyone bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. A few days later, Shun Xian visited a classmate's home. Yaoer, finding herself with some free time, swiftly led Qian Zijing out the door. The day before, several baskets of sweet and tangy tangerines had arrived from her family's nearby estate, which was the perfect season for harvesting. She had long intended to invite Nian Yin to the estate for tangerine picking. Arriving at Nian Yin's home, she instructed Qian Zijing to wait outside while she entered the Lu residence to find Nian Yin. By chance, she encountered Mi Ying at the entrance and proposed, "Let us go to the estate together to pick tangerines." Mi Ying replied that her mistress was unwell due to her monthly cycle and could not venture out today. Yaoer, not wanting to intrude, reminded Mi Ying to take good care of Nian Yin and promised to return for another visit. She then rejoined Qian Zijing in the carriage. Noticing her disinterest and low spirits, Qingqing said, "Miss Shun, if you wish to go, I can accompany you anywhere you desire." Shun Yao's spirits lifted immediately. "Very well. Let's go pick tangerines." Qingqing nodded in agreement. The carriage arrived at the outskirts, where the fields lay. The climate and soil here were ideal, boasting vast expanses of tangerine orchards. Upon reaching the Shun family's garden, the driver halted the carriage and assisted Shun Yao down, with Qingqing following suit. An elderly man tending the garden approached and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Shun Yao replied, "We are from the Shun residence. To pick tangerines today." The old man, noticing Shun Yao's attire was not that of an ordinary maid, respectfully bowed and said, "You must be the young lady of the Shun family. Should you wish for tangerines, just let us know, and we will deliver them to your home. It would be improper for you to exert yourself in coming here." Shun Yao casually admired the pastoral scenery and responded, "No need for such formalities. Please continue with your work. We shall entertain ourselves." The old man, understanding the situation, handed a basket to Qingqing, and Shun Yao led him into the garden. As they gathered and snacked, they took a moment to rest on the ridge. The basket nearly full. With her mouth stuffed with oranges, Shun Yao remarked to Qingqing, "The fruit at the top of the tree is indeed sweeter than that below. I must climb the ladder. You should support it." Qingqing stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. "Let me do it. This ladder is quite unstable. Just hold it steady." Shun Yao insisted as she began to ascend. As she climbed, Shun Yao felt a notable increase in her height, allowing her to reach the fruits perched atop the tree. Joyfully, she plucked several, but as they filled her sleeves, some slipped from her grasp. Just as she reached out to retrieve them, she stumbled, nearly falling. Qingqing rushed to catch her, but in the chaos, they both tumbled to the ground, with him landing atop her. Shun Yao's eyes widened in surprise, while Qingqing hurriedly scrambled off her. Both their faces flushed crimson, and silence enveloped them. Once he regained his composure, Qingqing began to pick up the fallen oranges. Shun Yao, avoiding his gaze, awkwardly said, "The ones that are damaged can be discarded. There's no need to collect them." Qingqing continued gathering. "These are still edible. We must not waste them." Shun Yao settled back on a ridge, resting her chin on her hands as she observed him. Suddenly, she found this tall boy, despite his bookish demeanor, quite endearing. He possessed a pleasing appearance, and most importantly, he was dependable. He strived to meet all her needs, whether reasonable or not. After collecting the oranges, Qingqing placed them in the basket and declared that should suffice. "Let's return." As he prepared to lift the basket, Shun Yao suddenly called out, "Wait, I have something to say." He turned back, and with newfound courage, she asked, "Knowing that I once deliberately troubled you, why are you still so kind to me?" Qingqing smiled awkwardly, "Because I promised to heed your words." Shun Yao hurried ahead of him. "What if I were to say I like you?" He turned around, taking a few steps forward to evade her gaze. With tears glistening in her eyes, she continued, "Throughout that month of waiting, I thought of you countless times, counting the days until I could see you. The moment you arrived at my home, I felt such joy. I wished to see you always, and then I realized I had fallen for you. You may think me unreasonable, but I am not trying to trouble you. Let our month-long agreement end here. You are free to do as you wish, Mr. Qian." Qingqing stood motionless, not turning back to face her. Then his voice broke the silence. "Miss Shun, you are the daughter of a prominent official, and my father is merely a lowly clerk in a county office. We cannot be together." Shun Yao took a few steps closer, speaking softly from behind him. "How can you be certain there is a disparity in our families? My father also rose from humble beginnings in the provincial office. I believe in your talent. Surely you will succeed this time. If not, there will always be another opportunity. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Qingqing turned to face her. It is said that a man seldom sheds tears, yet his eyes glistened with moisture. "On that day, you pushed me into the water. I should have been angry with you, but when I saw you again, I found myself devoid of any resentment. Later, we made a wager, and although I lost, I felt an inexplicable joy, willingly embracing the role of your devoted servant. The mere thought of seeing you every day brought a smile to my lips, and others remarked that I had become foolish, yet I could not discern what had come over me. When you came to the inn to seek me out, you had no idea how elated I was. I had once believed you to be merely the daughter of an ordinary family, only to discover that you were. He felt as if he had been cast into the cold depths of a well by a merciless hand, daring not to hope for anything further. Yaoer gently wiped away his tears and, with a hint of shyness, said, "If you truly like me and wish to be together, let us patiently await the examination results. Should you succeed this time, I will earnestly persuade my father on our behalf." Qian Zijing grasped her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. They stood together for a long time, watching the sun descend beyond the horizon before they exited the garden. The old man at the gate kindly offered them several baskets of tangerines, which they placed onto the carriage. Upon returning to the city, they first visited Nian Yan's home, where they instructed the doorman to carry in a basket of tangerines. Entering Nian Yan's courtyard, she linked her arm with Qian Zijing's, who attempted to release himself several times, only to be caught again. Nian was seated on a stool, enjoying a bowl of ginger and jujube soup prepared by the kitchen. Upon seeing the two of them enter hand in hand, she was so startled that she nearly choked. Quickly setting down her bowl, she exclaimed, "What is this?" Yaoer unabashedly replied, "We have decided to be together and specifically came to inform you. Do we appear well matched?" Ah. Nian was taken aback. With a dry laugh, she remarked, "I am not at all surprised that you could do such a thing. But what will Uncle Shun and Aunt Shen say? Rest assured, the results will be announced in 3 days. I firmly believe Zijing will succeed, and I will beseech my father to support us." Yaoer spoke with unwavering confidence, glancing towards Qian Zijing. Though somewhat naive, he was acutely aware that Nian was Yaoer's closest friend, and he wished to leave a favorable impression. He earnestly assured Nian, "I will strive diligently and guarantee that Miss Shun will not suffer any grievances while with me." Hearing his words, Nian recalled that even Shen Kuo did not regard the Liu family, and she pondered how he could ever hope to unite with a humble scholar. She dismissed his words as premature, saying, "Young Master Qian, perhaps you should save these assurances for Lord Shun." The two joyfully took their leave of Nian and returned home. In the south, it is customary to drink chrysanthemum wine during the Double Ninth Festival. People gather fresh petals when the chrysanthemums bloom, steeping them in wine to be enjoyed the following year. The chrysanthemum wine from Chu Tun Brewery is renowned for its clarity and fragrance, and it sells out well in advance of the festival. To ensure fairness, the brewery has an unwritten rule that each customer may purchase only 1 jar. Nian and Mi Ying accompanied the steward to join in the festivities. After successfully procuring the wine, the steward and the household servants transported it back. With some free time on their hands, Nian and Mi Ying decided to stroll through the streets. By chance, they encountered their cousin, Shanjun, who invited them to the tea house for tea. Chapter 54. The kite maiden cousin Shanjun surveyed her surroundings and said to Nian, "The last time Xiao Air returned to the capital, my mother and I visited your residence and noticed that you were not in high spirits. So I refrained from mentioning this matter." "What matter?" Nian inquired. Cousin covered her face with her hands, feeling quite bashful, and confessed, "I am pregnant again, 3 months along." "Is that true? What about your husband?" Nian asked. "In these past months, my husband has only visited her 7 or 8 times, and each time he did not stay the night. Following your advice, during his first 2 longer visits, I sent someone to summon him back under the pretense of my ill health, and he returned immediately. In subsequent visits, he left without even having a meal. This month, I had him gift each of our children a gold necklace, so he must be financially strained. He merely sent a servant to deliver 20 taels of silver to her without showing his face," Cousin declared with satisfaction. The 2 women began to whisper softly to each other. "That is good. Now you cannot and do not wish to cast aside your husband," Nian discerned. Cousin blushed and explained, "In recent days, I have come to understand that I always emphasize the merits of the Su family, overshadowing him at every turn, forgetting that he is entitled to his own dignity. I have unwittingly pushed him into the arms of another. I intend to treat him well from now on, to respect and empathize with him more." Nian smiled. "Harmonious relationships between you two will bring peace of mind to us relatives. However, that woman still must be dealt with. Now that I have established the image of a gentle and generous wife, and with my growing belly, I cannot afford to engage in conflict with her. Yet, the thought of it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Cousin recalled the woman, her anger ignited. After a moment of contemplation, Nian Nian suggested, I believe the time has come to address this. Leave it to me. I remember you mentioned that you had a property in Dingzhou as part of your dowry, and since the manager's wife has passed away, you had sent someone to offer condolences. I think we can use this estate to send her away. Wouldn't that be too lenient? What if she benefits from it and continues to entangle with Donglang? That shameless woman. Cousin expressed her concerns. Nian Nian reassured her, do not worry. I have my methods. You are currently expecting, so do not trouble yourself with such matters. It is evident that your husband values your little family greatly. In the future, consult with him more and avoid being overly rigid and impatient. In the past, I disdained those who were coy and sycophantic, yet now I find myself resembling them, which is truly shameful. Cousin chuckled sheepishly. How can you compare yourself to those courtesans? You're his legally wedded wife. We must not covet what belongs to others, but rather do everything within our means to protect what is ours. That is the essence of being human. Women are like water. We must understand that gentleness can conquer rigidity. Winning your husband's heart is the key to family harmony, and this can be considered merely a woman's wisdom. As the saying in the scripts goes, human hearts are made of flesh. A little humility and consideration for your husband will yield a life of peace and harmony. Nian Nian imparted the wisdom she had gleaned from her readings. It seems that your years of studying these scripts have not been in vain. You must lend me those books for my perusal someday, Cousin replied. Of course. That would be delightful, Nian Nian smiled. As the results are about to be announced, one cannot help but wonder if the Shun family will soon come to propose to you. My cousin smiled mysteriously. Nian hurriedly denied it, stating that it was merely a childhood jest. There is no need for sisters to feel shy about such matters. Shun Xian possessed remarkable beauty, and your family has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Shun clan. With both the young man and woman unmarried, it is only natural if you harbor any thoughts. After all, we hail from a merchant family and need not be as pretentious as those aristocratic maidens. One should express their intentions and seize the opportunity. Once this chance passes, it may never return. After her words, my cousin bestowed a significant smile upon Nian Nian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nian Nian replied, we must return soon. Let's make haste. She concluded with a reminder, be careful on the way. The following day, Nian Nian dispatched a servant to prepare a carriage and, accompanied by Mi Ying, headed to the residence of her cousin's husband's south concubine in Zhujiaolane. Since she had consented to her cousin's request, she would take on this unpleasant task for her. Disposing of an outside woman was not uncommon in the tale she had read. A packet of sedative, a young servant to fabricate a scene of infidelity, and summon Dongqi to witness it would suffice, regardless of the woman's talents. They would be of no use in such a scenario. Yet, after all she had experienced, she felt deeply for the plight of women. This woman merely sought a means of support, a way to survive. There was no need to make things irreparable. In the past few months, she had learned that this woman was named Chun Yuan, affectionately called Yuan Yang. When Yuan Yang discovered that Dongqi had reneged on a prior agreement, she was understandably displeased. Observing Dongqi's evident concern for his wife, she could not help but feel a surge of anger, and despite her efforts to remain composed, she exchanged a few cold words with him. Their relationship had been born of fleeting passion, but once that passion faded, Dongqi regained his senses and recognized the impropriety of his previous actions. The Dong family appeared prosperous on the surface, but was barely maintaining its affluent facade with assistance from the wife's family. Dongqi had little personal fortune, and he was compelled to allocate a significant portion of it to support Yuan Yang. Gradually, Dongqi began to perceive this once sweet burden as a considerable encumbrance. Not only was she not present, but the monthly allowance he sent to Yuan Yang was dwindling. Yuan Yang, of course, had her own scale of judgment. With a lack of companionship and financial support, how could she afford to waste her time in such a manner? Ming knocked on the door, and an elderly maid answered, displaying a lack of courtesy upon seeing strangers. Who are you looking for? Nian Yin stepped forward politely, madam. We are old friends of Yuan Yang from Suzhou, here to pay her a visit. The maid responded curtly, wait here, and closed the door behind her. After a short while, The maid reopened the door, and a delicate-looking young woman followed her. The young woman glanced at the two at the door, a flicker of wariness crossing her features. "I do not know you." The maid, seeing this, prepared to close the door again. In a moment of urgency, Yin pulled out a land deed from her bosom. "I have come today to propose a transaction with Yuan Yang." Upon seeing the deed, Yuan Yang's eyes sparkled with interest, and she invited the two inside. Yin took a moment to survey the surroundings, noting the modest furnishings and a few inexpensive pastries on the table, likely left over from the Mid-Autumn Festival. It appeared that Dongqi had not invested much thought or effort into her. Yuan Yang remained haughty, as if she regarded the world and all its affairs with disdain. Yin slowly began to speak. "Outsiders may believe that being the concubine of the son of the Dong family is a life of luxury. Yet the reality before me is such that it is even less enviable than that of common folk. It truly evokes one's sympathy." Yuan Yang was quite displeased by the mockery. "Even without your words, I can discern your purpose. You are sent by his wife. My circumstances are of little consequence. What truly matters is that as long as I remain here, she shall be in discomfort, no matter how splendid my attire or sumptuous my meals. I shall feel as if I were sitting on pins and needles." "You are indeed a clever woman, Yuan Yang, and you speak most accurately," Yin replied coldly, leaving Yuan Yang at a loss for words, her eyes fixed on Yin in disbelief. Yin continued, "Now I must inquire of you. Is it more burdensome to be adorned in fine silks and brocades, weighed down by grievances, or to endure the harsh winter without warmth, subsisting on plain fare devoid of meat?" Yuan Yang, filled with indignation, retorted, "These are but temporary hardships. I shall inevitably enter the Dong residence, and then you shall see who suffers more." With a cold laugh, Yin said, "If that is the case, then, my dear, continue to indulge in your grand fantasies. Should you wish to cling to Dongqi and scrape together the meager scraps he offers, you are welcome to do so." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait, you just mentioned wanting to engage in a business transaction with me," Yuan Yang exclaimed, realizing the opportunity was slipping away. Yin paused, and Yuan Yang's demeanor softened noticeably. "Miss, please have a seat." Yin sat down and began to speak slowly. "Indeed, in business, it is essential to cultivate a pleasant atmosphere. I am fully aware of your situation, which is precisely why I have come to your door. I shall refrain from unnecessary words and simply convey 2 points. Firstly, the current prosperity of the Dong family is sustained by the support of Lady Dong and the Su family. Should Dongqi overstep his bounds, the Su family may sever ties with him, and then can the Dong residence truly thrive? Secondly, do you understand why Dongqi made promises to you, yet left you in neglect? To put it plainly, you can never escape the stigma of being a sinner's family member. If he were to take you in, who would not report him? Would that not spell ruin for his future? Men are often fleeting in their affections, particularly for those who come easily, once he tires of you. Even if you could extract 10 or 8 taels from him each month, it would be but a delusion." Yuan Yang remained silent, her thoughts evidently turning. Yin continued, "As women, we depend on our parents in youth, and upon ourselves as adults. By submitting to another, you are merely trading your youth and dignity for sustenance. How could that possibly compare to the freedom of being your own mistress? Would you not agree? Now, do share your asking price. I must ascertain whether you are overvaluing or undervaluing me." Yuan Yang, direct in her approach, seemed unwilling to engage in prolonged discussion. "While the sum may not be substantial, I trust you would not decline this offer." Yin produced the deed to the land. Yuan Yang eagerly snatched it up, her face alight with joy as she examined it. An estate outside of Dingzhou. Yin, however, reclaimed the deed, folding it neatly and tucking it into her sleeve, speaking softly. "This estate can indeed be yours, but not at this moment. Should you obtain the deed and return to Qingqing, will we not find ourselves in a fruitless endeavor? Such a losing transaction is not one I am willing to undertake. That cannot be. With this estate, why would I ever return to Qingqing? Rest assured, I understand these matters well," Yuan Yang replied, her smile ever present. "I have conceived a mutually beneficial scheme that poses no detriment to either of us. Here, I present to you a marriage certificate, my dear." With that, He produced a marriage document from his bosom and handed it to Miss Yuan. The steward Liu of this estate lost his wife 2 years ago. He is merely 3 years your senior, a steadfast and capable man, not lacking in appearance, and thus a suitable match for you. Truly, young lady, your cunning is remarkable. You intend to ensnare me within this estate. Miss Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 55. The marriage of Shun Xianyin feigned calmness and cast a fierce glance at her. If one is to rely on another's fortune, it is prudent to consider whether the lady prefers to dine in comfort or to stand idly by, drinking tepid water. Do you believe, dear lady, that you possess any alternative avenues? Shall you return to serving others or await a fate of destitution? This estate yields over 1,000 taels annually, all of which would be yours as a couple. With such wealth, you would surpass many of the wives of officials in Qingqing in terms of splendor. Miss Yuan still retained a measure of pride. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, fixated on Yin. I am aware of your disdain for me. Women of your affluent class often regard themselves as inherently superior. However, one day, when you find yourself without a grain of rice at home and unable to light a fire, you shall understand that pride is the most worthless of possessions. Yin offered no reply, slowly lowering her gaze. In her heart, she thought, you are mistaken. I am unlike you. Even in death, I would never intrude upon another's life. Miss Yuan was an astute individual. After careful consideration, she recognized that this was indeed the most advantageous choice for her at present. Rather than enduring a life of hardship here, it would be better to go to Dingzhou, where 1,000 taels a year would afford her a life of comfort. Ultimately, she affixed her signature and seal, and Yin arranged for a carriage to escort her out of the city. Dongqi read the letter left by Miss Yuan and, upon learning that she had abandoned him to marry elsewhere, felt melancholy for a few days, but soon resumed his usual activities. The Qingqing examination hall was thronged with people. And Shun Xian, Shun Yao, Qian Zijing, and a host of servants from the Shun residence pushed their way through the crowd to peruse the results. Among the top 3 candidates for the highest degree, Qian Zijing's name prominently appeared in second place. Shun Xian congratulated her brother with an exclamation, her fist clenched tightly, her breath quickening as she continued to search for her own name. Qian Zijing radiated joy, his hands clasped together, grinning widely at Shun Yao. Shun Yao admired him with a smile, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Suddenly, a servant from the Shun household called out, "Young master, your name is here." The crowd turned to look in the direction he indicated, revealing Shun Xian's name in the 27th position among the second-degree candidates. Shun Xian turned to Qian Zijing, relief washing over her as she exclaimed, "I have succeeded. We have both succeeded." The two clasped hands in celebration, their spirits lifted, while Shun Yao beamed with joy nearby. "Quickly return to inform our father and mother of the good news. Both Qian Gongzi and I have triumphed." Shun Xian commanded the servant with enthusiasm. The servant replied affirmatively and dashed away, brimming with cheer. "We must also notify Sister Yin and Uncle Liu, so they may share in our joy," Shun Xian added, pride mingled with a hint of shyness in her voice. Yao turned to Sun Mei and said, "Please visit the Liu residence and inform Yin that both my brother and Qian Gongzi have passed," with Qian Gongzi placing second overall. After a shy exchange with Yao, Xu Mei politely took her leave and set off. The 3 of them chose to walk side by side instead of taking a carriage, while the servants followed behind the horse-drawn cart. Yin, aware that the results of the examination would be announced today, had been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. Noticing that Yao had not sent anyone to inform her, she was about to dispatch a servant to the examination hall when Xu Mei arrived. With great joy, Xu Mei exclaimed to Yin, "Miss, my young lady has sent me to inform you that our eldest son has succeeded, placing in the second tier. If only my memory served me better." She playfully tapped her own head. "How splendid! Master Shun's diligent studies have finally borne fruit." Yin clasped her hands in delight for Shun Xian. Then, recalling Qian Zijing, she inquired, "What about Master Qian? Has he succeeded?" Xu Mei, brimming with excitement, replied, "Yes, indeed. He is placed second in the top tier. I've heard them mention the champion, the second place, and the third place. The second is indeed the runner-up." Yin felt a mixture of astonishment and joy, Pondering, Yaoer certainly has an eye for talent, having chosen such a remarkable individual as her suitor. It seems there is a promising future for her and Qingqing, and I am genuinely happy for Yaoer. Once Xiaomei departed, Nian stood alone by the lotus pond in the garden, her gaze somewhat vacant. With Shun Xian's success, the topic of marriage would inevitably resurface, and she feared an unavoidable storm was brewing. As she kneaded a small piece of fish food in her hands, several koi swam eagerly to the surface, mouths opening and closing in anticipation of a meal. Mai approached, seemingly unaware of the tension, and asked, "Miss, are you contemplating a marriage with Master Shen?" "Ridiculous. When have I ever considered a match with Master Shen?" Nian replied, her annoyance evident. Mai, a bit timid, continued, "But Master Shen expressly stated during his last visit with the Qin that he would come to propose if he succeeded in the examinations." I hurt myself. Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. "It is impossible between us," Nian declared, scattering the fish food with irritation. "Master Shun is a paragon of talent and treats you so well. Why do you refuse him? Could it be that you truly intend to wait for that heartless Yuan Bao?" Mai said, a hint of grievance in her tone. Nian shot her a fierce glare and sighed. "I view him only as a brother. Besides, we are newly arrived in the capital, and Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun have already declared the betrothal null. Have you forgotten?" Mai recalled this and scowled, muttering, "They are truly overstepping. How can they disregard a promise made by our elders?" As Shun Xian and Qian Zijing approached the family home, they spotted Lord Shun, Lady Shun, several relatives, and a host of servants waiting at the entrance. As they drew near, firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. Yaoer covered her ears, hiding behind her brother and Qian Zijing. Once the firecrackers had burned out, the assembled crowd welcomed them. Shun Xian and Qian Zijing bowed respectfully to Lord Shun. Lord Shun, assisting Qian Zijing to his feet, remarked, "Young Master Qian, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. I apologize for my hospitality during your stay. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings." Qian Zijing graciously replied, "Lord Shun, you are too kind. I'm immensely grateful for your and your family's kindness." Lord Shun and the others shared a warm smile. He then patted Shun Xian's arm, saying, "Xianer, you have not disappointed your father. Well done." Once again addressing everyone, he proclaimed, "Today, the entire Shun residence rejoices, and all shall receive rewards." The crowd thronged back to the manor. After lunch, Shun Xian ventured out to share the joyous news with Xiao Ian and several classmates. Upon her return, a servant reported that visitors from the Duke's residence had arrived in the afternoon, and they were being received by Madame Shun. After a lengthy stay, Madame Shun, beaming with joy, accompanied them to the gate. Shun Xian felt a sudden unease and hurried to find her mother. Madame Shun was engaged in a Buddhist prayer of gratitude when a servant announced, "Madam, the young master has arrived." Seeing Shun Xian enter, Madame Shun quickly rose to greet her. Shun Xian spoke, "Mother, I have heard that someone from the Duke's residence visited today. What did they discuss with you?" Madame Shun, her face alight with happiness, replied, "Xianer, Lady Lin from the Duke's residence learned of your success in the imperial examinations and came to discuss your marriage to Lin Xiang. Your father and I have also conferred, and after your official appointment, we shall pay a visit to propose. May the Bodhisattva bless our Shun family. You have excelled in your studies and will soon be connected with the Duke's household. Your father and I have fulfilled our wishes, and we await the joy of grandchildren and a peaceful old age." Shun Xian's expression grew increasingly cold. "Father has agreed as well? Mother, I have told you before that I do not like Lin Xiang. Why did you promise the Lin family without consulting me? I shall go speak with father." With that, Shun Xian dashed out, leaving her anxious mother calling after her, "Xianer, Xianer." Upon reaching the study, she found her father, Lord Shun, engrossed in writing. Noticing her entrance, he set down his brush and inquired, "Xianer, what brings you here?" Shun Xian, her demeanor grave, knelt before him and said, "I have heard from mother that you have promised my hand to Lin Xiang. I do not consent to this marriage. I wish to request your support in proposing to the Liu family for the hand of Miss Nian." "Nonsense!" Lord Shen exclaimed, turning away in irritation. "My heart is set only on Miss Nian. I shall not marry anyone else. In the future, I vow to dutifully care for you and mother. I implore you to grant your approval. Sun Xian bowed deeply before her father. Xin'er, marriage is not a trifling matter. The duke's residence holds great prestige, and Lin Xiang is educated, gentle, and virtuous. She is more than worthy of you. You are still young, and your parents only wish for your happiness. This matter is settled. I hope you will focus on preparing for your official appointment. Lord Shin concluded, sweeping out of the room. Are you so eager for the duke's power that you would sacrifice my happiness for a lifetime? Sun Xian lamented, addressing her father's retreating figure. At the door, Lord Shun halted, incensed by her words. He turned and pointed at her, saying, You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Do you think that just because you have succeeded in your examinations, you can defy your father? In this household, I am still the one in charge. Sun Xian rose, feeling defeated like a drenched rat. With a heavy heart, she declared, If that is the case, then I shall leave this home. As she spoke, she moved toward the door. Lord Shun, infuriated, shouted, Where do you think you are going, you rebellious child? Come back. Noticing that Sun Xian did not halt, he called out, Someone bind the eldest son and bring him back. Chapter 56. Lin Xiang pays a visit. Yaoer received news and came to see her brother. But the two young servants at the entrance barred her entry, forcing her to leave in disappointment and seek out Qian Zijing. Qian Zijing was in a state of distress, wondering what could have transpired. Just that morning, everything seemed fine, yet now his brother was imprisoned. Shun Yao, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, I inquired with my mother, and it appears that my brother is unwilling to marry Lin Xiang. Father, fearing he might flee from home, has confined him. Upon hearing this, Qian Zijing's face clouded with worry. What if Lord Shin disapproves of our union? What are we to do? He began to pace restlessly like an ant on a hot pan. Yaoer shared his concern. I had intended for us to visit Father tonight to discuss this matter. But given the current situation, with Father in such a temper, it may not bode well for us. Perhaps we should delay our approach. Qian Zijing sighed in relief. Very well. We can wait until the Qionglin banquet has passed, and after formally presenting ourselves to the Emperor and Empress, we can then discuss this with Lord Shun. Yet, Yaoer's worries resurfaced. This cannot continue. My brother has cherished his feelings for Nian Yan for quite some time. Forcing him to marry someone he does not love will undoubtedly bring him great sorrow. This is indeed a troublesome predicament. Qian Zijing pondered and suggested, What is Miss Lin's stance on my brother? If she is not adamantly opposed to marrying someone else, perhaps we could persuade her to annul the engagement. Yaoer's expression remained grim. Lin Xiang has shown considerable affection toward my brother. It is evident to anyone with discerning eyes that she has long admired him and would likely refuse to cancel the betrothal. I shall visit my brother first and devise a plan tomorrow. With that, Xin Yao departed. The following evening, a servant reported, Master, the young master has not consumed a single drop of water today, and the food remains untouched. I see. Let us see how long he can endure this. Lord Shun retorted irritably. At that moment, Yaoer entered and overheard her father's words. With a hint of reproach in her eyes, she said, Father, can you bear to see my brother in such a state? He has loved Nian Yan since childhood. You are well aware of this. Why must you deny him his happiness? What a child you are. Do you think we, as parents, do not act in the best interest of our children, but rather wish to harm them? Lord Shin replied, exasperated. Yaoer, perplexed, countered, How could marrying Nian Yan harm him? She is gentle and kind, loyal and affectionate. She is my dearest friend. Furthermore, the Liu family is not inferior to the Duke's household. Uncle Liu has prospered through business for many years, and brother Liu Xia is young and promising, with a bright future ahead. You know this well. Lord Shun took a deep breath. This matter can no longer be reversed. If you wish to persuade him, go and speak with your brother. Tell him that fasting only harms himself and his loved ones without resolving any issues. Your mother spends her days in tears. If he can bear to see her suffer, then let him be. Yaoer realized further discussion would be futile, so she took her leave and headed to her brother's courtyard. He was unwilling to see her, and standing outside the window, she offered a few words of comfort before returning to her room, feeling despondent. During these past few days, Nian Yan had been waiting for either Yao or Sun Xian to visit. Logically, given Shun Xian's recent success, he would surely celebrate with his friends. Yet, it was now the third day, and no one had come to see her. Bored and anxious, Nian Nian sat on a swing, her heart filled with unease. Before long, someone finally arrived, but it was not from the Shun family. It was Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang walked gracefully as usual, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. She greeted Nian Nian, who returned the gesture. Lin Xiang then inquired, "Miss Nian Nian, may I speak with you privately?" Nian Nian dismissed Mi Ying and the others, inviting Lin Xiang to sit with her in the pavilion within the garden. Lin Xiang began softly, "I have come today regarding Shun Xian." Nian Nian was not surprised. It was evident that Lin Xiang had come to discuss Shun Xian, likely due to the difficulties in their engagement, resulting in Shun Xian quarreling with his parents at home. Pretending ignorance, she replied, "What could young Master Shun have to say? I have heard he has successfully passed his examinations, and his family must be celebrating joyously." Lin Xiang, perceiving Nian Nian's reluctance to open her heart, spoke candidly. "I know that you and Shun Xian have been childhood sweethearts. Since your arrival in the capital, he has taken great care of you. Have you not noticed his affections towards you?" Lin Xiang gazed out of the pavilion, her expression clouded with sorrow. She continued, "I remember the Lantern Festival that year. Amidst the flickering lights, adorned in brocade and snow-white attire, a smile that could captivate the world. From that moment, he took residence in my heart. I believe that one day, he will understand my feelings for him. After seeing you at the gathering in the Shun residence, I sent someone to inquire and learned that Shun Xian's heart belongs to you. I have cried, felt anger, and even resentment. I know that your beauty surpasses mine, and thus, I devoted myself to poetry and song, hoping he would see my worth. Yet, he remains oblivious. To be honest, I do not even possess the qualifications to be your rival." As Lin Xiang spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Nian Nian offered her a handkerchief, wishing to comfort her, but felt that any words might only make Lin Xiang view her as a triumphant figure pitying her. Lin Xiang paused before continuing. "I am my grandfather's only granddaughter, cherished since childhood, and my mother cannot bear to see me suffer. She has already spoken with Madame Shun several times. With Shun Xian's recent success, both Lord Shun and Madame Shun have expressed their intentions to propose to my family. Yet, to my astonishment, Shun Xian refuses to marry me and has even attempted to run away from home. He has been locked in his room by Lord Shun and has not eaten or drunk for 2 days." Nian Nian was taken aback, unable to fathom Shun Xian's recklessness. "I was unaware of this situation. Why would young Master Shun act so foolishly?" Lin Xiang approached and took Nian Nian's hand, adopting a posture of humility. With genuine emotion, she said, "I know you are unaware of these matters. It pains me to see him torment himself. My heart feels as though it is being pierced by daggers. Unable to sleep or find joy in food, I have come today to express my intentions to you. If your bond with Shun Xian runs deep, I am willing to step aside and allow you both to fulfill your love." It must be said that Lin Xiang's psychological strategy was masterfully executed. Her tactic of retreating to advance only made Nian Nian feel a great deal of sympathy. Nian Nian had no desire to contend with her. She only wished for a swift resolution to the matter of Lin Xiang and Shun Xian's engagement, relishing the prospect of peace. With sincerity, she addressed Lin Xiang. "Miss Lin Xiang, you have misunderstood. Throughout my life, I have only regarded Shun Xian as an elder brother, devoid of any romantic feelings. Since you have the consent of your parents, it would be proper for me to address you as sister-in-law. Your affection for young Master Shun is profoundly heartfelt, and I find it deeply moving. People are inherently compassionate. If you treat him with sincerity and earnestness, I believe young Master Shun will eventually comprehend your feelings." Upon hearing Nian Nian's words, Lin Xiang felt a surge of hope and was reassured. She earnestly replied, "If Miss Nian Nian holds no feelings for Shun Xian, might I implore you to visit the Shun residence and speak with him directly? It would be beneficial to clarify matters, allowing him to relinquish any lingering thoughts and not continue to suffer." Nian Nian felt quite troubled, given Shun Xian's current state. Both Lord Shun and Lady Shun would undoubtedly be displeased to see her, although this matter does not directly concern her, as it pertains to the Shun and Lin families. It seems to have arisen because of her. To simply dismiss it while witnessing Shan Xian's torment would be excessively cruel. She spoke to Lin Xiang at this moment. It would be unwise for me to visit the Shun household. Rest assured, I cannot bear to see young Master Shun in such distress. I shall devise a way to guide him. Seeing Nian Yin's determination, Lin Xiang expressed her gratitude with a hint of skepticism. Thank you, Miss Nian Yin. In that case, I shall not impose further. After seeing Lin Xiang to the door, Nian Yin noticed the faint redness in her eyes and couldn't help but ask Miss Lin Xiang, "Your status is esteemed. Do you not feel aggrieved to seek me out for Qingqing?" Lin Xiang regarded her with a meaningful gaze. "Miss Nian Yin, one day, when you fall in love, you will understand my sentiments." Nian Yin stood pondering Lin Xiang's parting words for a long while. What does it truly feel like to love someone? Is her affection for Yuan Bao genuine? After bidding farewell to Lin Xiang, Nian Yin contemplated her options. If she were to write a letter and send it, Shun Xian would likely reject it and demand a personal confrontation. It would be better to meet him face to clarify matters. Currently, Shun Xian was confined at home by Lord Shun, and even Yao Er was unable to assist him. Then she thought of Xiao Ian as Shun Xian's close friend and a young master from the Wang family. If he were to visit and invite Shun Xian out, surely Lord Shin would not refuse him. She was reluctant to involve Xiao Ian in her affairs with Shun Xian, but after much deliberation, she realized there was no other option and decided to seek Xiao Ian's assistance. Accompanied by Miying, she took a carriage to the residence of the Jingbei Wang. Upon arrival, the two guards at the entrance recognized her and greeted her warmly. "Miss Liu, you have come to see our young master. I shall inform him immediately." Nian Yin smiled at them, returning their greeting. Before long, Xiao Ian emerged. Nian Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of troubling him again and stammered, "Today, I have another matter I wish to ask of you, Lord Xiao." Xiao Ian slowly revealed a smile. "Miss Liu, please do not hesitate to speak. Could you invite Shun Xian out of the Shun residence?" Nian Yin inquired. Xiao Ian's expression turned to one of surprise, and Nian Yin continued, "Shun Xian has been confined by his father, and I need to speak with him." Xiao Ian softened his demeanor and replied, "Very well, Miss Liu. Please wait a moment while I change my attire." Xiao Ian mounted his horse, while Nian Yin took her carriage, and together they made their way to the gates of the Shun residence. Nian Yin alighted from the vehicle and addressed Xiao Ian, saying, "I find myself in a bit of inconvenience today, so I shall not accompany you inside. When you encounter Shun Xian, please escort him to Zhuizhou and inform him that I shall be awaiting him there." Xiao Ian's expression grew slightly solemn before he smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will bring Shun Xian along." With that, he entered the Shun residence. Nian Yin, accompanied by Miying, proceeded to Zhuizhou. This locale, shaped by the river's gentle embrace, emerged as a verdant oasis flanked by lush reeds. A wooden pathway led to the river's edge, bordered by railings crafted from timber. The area was spacious and seldom traversed by passers-by. Standing by the riverside, with the refreshing breeze caressing her, Nian Yin gazed at the water surface, where mist lingered, and occasionally, waterfowl flitted away, while a few wild ducks frolicked among the reeds. The reeds had blossomed, and as the wind blew, the stalks swayed, causing the reed flowers to dance like delicate snowflakes. Nian Yin stared blankly at the water, while Mi-Ying gathered a handful of reed flowers and waved them vigorously. The tiny, feathery blossoms swirled about, resembling a flurry of white snow. A few of the reed flowers settled in Nian Yin's hair, bestowing upon her an effortless natural beauty. She urged Mi-Ying to cease her antics. Mi-Ying was in the midst of helping Nian Yin clear the reed flowers from her hair when Shun Xian and Xiao Ian arrived. Upon seeing Nian Yin, Shun Xian quickened his pace. Noticing his evident fatigue, a pang of bittersweet emotion surged within Nian Yin. Although she did not harbor romantic feelings for Shun Xian, witnessing someone suffer to the point of starvation for her sake was indeed moving. Xiao Ian and Mi-Ying discreetly positioned themselves behind the reeds, refraining from intruding. Shun Xian, aware of Nian Yin's gaze, gently caressed his face and said, "Sister Nian Yin, I must look dreadful. Have I frightened you?" Nian longed to offer him words of comfort, but felt that it would be inappropriate to speak of the cruel truths that lingered behind such sentiments. With an impassive expression, she remarked, "Young Master Shun, I have heard that you have achieved academic success this autumn, and that your engagement with Miss Lin Xiang of the Duke's residence has also been finalized. Truly, a double celebration. Congratulations are in order." Upon hearing this, Shun Xian's hands gripped the railing tightly, a mix of anger and shame flooding over him. "This engagement is not of my own choosing. My parents pledged to the Lin family without my knowledge. It is not a matter to be taken lightly." Nian spoke earnestly. "I sincerely believe you and Miss Lin Xiang are well matched. She holds deep affections for you. This morning, she visited my residence to pour out her heart. For a young lady of the Duke's family to humbly seek my assistance, expressing her willingness to relinquish your engagement, solely to prevent you from further harming yourself. Young Master Shun, can you not perceive her sincerity? And what am I sincerity?" Shun Xian interjected, turning to face Nian. "I have spent countless sleepless nights, weeping bitterly. Ever since I last saw you on the day of your brother's wedding, I have been unable to let go. I think of you every day, hoping that once I achieve success, I may bring you into my life." As he reached out to grasp Nian's hands, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Shun Xian, bemused by her reaction, said, "I had thought you would empathize with my plight. If we persist, my parents will eventually consent." "You are mistaken, young Master Shun," Nian replied. "You remain perched upon your pedestal, viewing matters solely from your vantage point. Assuming that what you offer is what I must accept. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Nian spoke with piercing words. "You do not understand me at all. You are enamored only with a figment of your imagination, not the true essence of who I am. No, I am certain. What I cherish is you. In all your forms." Shun Xian responded fervently. "I am not the demure and virtuous lady you presume. I am capricious and audacious. Having embarked on many reckless endeavors that would surely draw scorn from your refined circle," Nian declared. Shun Xian stepped forward, grasping her arm, and said, "What of it? From now on, I shall protect you, ensuring you never face danger again." Nian pushed his hand away. "I am sorry, young Master Shun. I never intended to hurt you, but given the circumstances, I must speak the truth. My heart belongs to another." Behind the reeds, Xiao Ian lifted his gaze slightly. Shun Xian felt as though he had been struck, his pride wounded. He recalled the rift with his parents, and all the actions he had taken that now rendered him a mere jester. He weakly inquired, "But is he someone I know?" Nian shook her head. "Then he must be the one to whom your heart yearns from afar." Shun Xian mused, his brow furrowing. Ultimately, he had gleaned but a whisper of this individual during the mid-autumn poetry gathering, knowing not even their name. Behind the reeds, Xiao Ian's eyes gradually fell, as if the one rejected was not Shun Xian, but himself. His once bright gaze dimmed, like stars obscured by tempestuous clouds. Nian nodded silently. Shun Xian, caught between laughter and tears, lamented, "Sister Nian, all our past was merely a farce of my own making. If you hold no feelings for me, why not have severed my hopes sooner?" With that, he turned away with a semblance of a smile and departed the walkway, ignoring Xiao Ian who awaited beside him, mounting his horse and riding off. Once Shun Xian had left, Miying and Xiao Ian emerged from the thicket. Miying, indignant on behalf of her friend, remarked, "Why did you not inform young Master Shun that it was his family who rescinded the engagement first? It seems as if we are the ones ensnaring him." She continued, "What purpose does this serve? Is it not enough that he has caused such a stir in the Shin household? If he could let go and find happiness with Miss Lin, that would suffice." Nian remained serene. Xiao Ian approached her, saying, "Miss Lu, the river breeze is quite strong. You should not linger here. Allow me to escort you home." "Thank you, Lord Xiao, for today as assistance. I can return with Miying," Nian replied, her spirits subdued as she bid farewell to Xiao Ian. "Forgive my impertinence, Miss Lu, but I overheard your earlier conversation. Some encounters, once missed, are best forgotten. Clinging to the past will only lead to further missed opportunities," Xiao Ian said kindly. Nian recognized he spoke of Yuan Bao and sensed his silent sympathy for Shun Xian. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she softly replied, "I must take my leave. Xiao Ian nodded, watching her and Mi Ying recede into the distance. Throughout the journey, Nian Nian remained silent, contemplating. Shen Xian must be heartbroken. I hope he can move on and accept Lin Xiang. Yet, the memory of Xiao Yi's earnest, clear-eyed gaze stirred a pang of sadness within her. With a bittersweet smile, she mused, he must think I am ungrateful. Curiously, Ming inquired, who? Is it the young master of the Shun family? A wave of silence washed over Nian's heart, and with a sudden air of nonchalance, she flicked her sleeve and declared, enough, enough. Life must go on. Shen Xian returned home in a daze, where his father called out to him from a corridor. Xian, you have returned. He merely lifted his gaze to glance at his father, remaining silent. Shen Kuo spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone. Come with me to the study. I have something to discuss with you. Following his father to the study, Shen Kuo instructed the servants to leave, and they closed the door behind them. Did you see Nian Yan? Shen Kuo asked. Shen Xian continued to remain mute. What did she say to you? Shen Kuo pressed on, suspecting that Nian Yan had disclosed the marriage proposal made by Lu Xing that day, which he and his wife had evasively denied. She has already found her affections, and that person is not me, Shen Xian replied, devoid of any longing. Shen Kuo inquired further, what else did she say? Shen Xian shook his head. Surprised, Shen Kuo pondered whether Nian Yan had indeed refrained from mentioning that day's events. He continued, your mother and I have watched Nian Yan grow since childhood. We genuinely cherish her, but a line with the Lu family is not as simple as you think. Shen Xian scoffed derisively. Shen Kuo, with earnest gravity, said, your father hails from humble beginnings. The Shun family possesses no illustrious achievements. I have labored diligently in the political arena, navigating treacherous waters. The path I have tread has been fraught with challenges. Thus, I have a selfish desire to pave a smooth road for you. The Duke of Lin's residence has a lineage of military merit. Enough. Shen Xian interrupted sharply. Father, how ridiculous you are. You lament the injustice of the world, lamenting how talented individuals from humble origins remain unrecognized. Yet you envy the aristocratic families whose legacies are unassailable. Recall that my maternal grandfather also emerged from humble beginnings and achieved the esteemed position of Grand Preceptor through his own efforts. Shen Kuo patted his shoulder. You're still young. Even if there were no Duke's residence, I would not agree to a union with the Lu family. Shen Xian gazed at his father with a mixture of fury and incredulity, exclaiming, and why is that? Is it merely to see me suffer and endure torment? Chapter 58, The Double Ninth Festival Feast. With a sigh, Shen Kuo chose not to pursue the matter further. He spoke slowly. I have remained neutral in court, avoiding factional disputes to ensure the stability of the Shen family. You have witnessed the recent events concerning Lu Xiao. The Empress intends to have Wang Ji and Fu Sheng counterbalance each other. Wang Ji is active in court, recruiting allies, and has attempted to win me over several times, all of which I have rejected. He has actively incited Lu Xiao, seeking to forge an alliance between the Lu family and the Shun family, aiming to drag me into a web of collusion. If I were to consent to your marriage with Nian Yan, it would signify my agreement to align with him. Wang Ji is duplicitous. Should the political landscape shift, the Shen family would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Shen Kuo's heartfelt words stirred a flicker of guilt within Shen Xian. After a moment's contemplation, he despondently remarked, there is no longer any possibility between me and Sister Yu. You need not worry about any repercussions. After a few days of melancholy, Shen Xian ceased his opposition, tacitly consenting to the marriage. Fearing changes in the betrothal, the Shun and Lin families hastened to formalize the engagement as soon as Shen Xian received his official appointment. The marriage date was set for March of the following year. At the engagement banquet, the Shun family hosted a grand feast with 100 tables, and members of the Lu family also attended the joyous occasion. Nian Yan, aware of the awkwardness her presence might bring after recent events, felt a sense of foreboding as she approached the Shun residence. She feigned illness, remaining at home with Lin Er. In the afternoon, everyone returned to the residence. Nian Yan noticed her brother's poor demeanor and contemplated sneaking away. However, upon being discovered by her brother, he sternly commanded, come here, I have questions for you. Trembling with trepidation, Nian Yan entered. fearing her brother had learned of her clandestine meeting with Sun Xian, which she had declined. Just as she was pondering her response, Lu Xiao addressed the assembly, stating, "Today, the womenfolk have been nothing short of gossips, speaking ungraciously. How dare they insinuate that Nian heir has meddled, nearly jeopardizing the marriage between the Shun and Lin families." When it was Sun Xian who sought us out, Shu Yun echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, my lord, do not let their words trouble you. Our Lu family stands upright. Let them speak as they wish." Lu Xing remarked to the gathering, "Let them be. Sun Xian is now betrothed. This matter ends here. Our families have shared decades of camaraderie. We shall not allow a few whispers to drive a wedge between us. Xiao heir, you will still need your Uncle Shun's guidance in the future." Lu Xiao gradually calmed down, while Nian Yin furtively scanned the expressions of those present, hiding in a corner, too fearful to speak. The most infuriating comment came from an old crone, who gossiped about having seen a man scaling the wall to meet with the sister. Shu Yun, incensed, clenched her teeth. "I happened to overhear and nearly upended her table." Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, Nian Yin trembled, discreetly signaling Mi Ying from a distance. "Tell me, has anyone ever scaled the wall to seek you out?" Lu Xiao inquired, directing his gaze at Nian Yin. She glanced at her father, who sat impassively, and hurriedly denied, "No, that is utterly preposterous. You cannot believe such nonsense, brother." Lu Xiao regarded her in silence. Before Nian Yin could respond, he turned to Lu Xing, saying, "Father, it will be best to keep my sister indoors for the time being. The outside world is rife with rumors that are distressing. Let her enjoy some peace at home for a few days. In time, everyone will forget this incident, and it will no longer be mentioned." Lu Xing nodded. Addressing Nian Yin, "Your brother speaks wisely. Remain at home and be prudent." Nian Yin pouted in annoyance. In the southern Jing Palace, following the ancestral rites of the Double Ninth Festival, the queen hosted a banquet, inviting numerous royal relatives and noble youths residing in the capital to gather. Queen Xiefenglan, in her early 40s, sat regally in the main hall, adorned with a phoenix crown. Her keen eyes sparkled with intelligence and decisiveness, exuding an aura of authority without anger. On either side, the queen's kin were seated on one side, while the Shao royal family occupied the other. Minister Fu rose first, raising his cup in a toast. "Today, on the Double Ninth Festival, His Majesty and Her Majesty are united in their thoughts for the world, together honoring our ancestors, praying for favorable weather and peace for the great people of the Jing. We, as subjects, are grateful for their diligence and benevolence. Thus, we offer this humble wine, wishing them eternal blessings and longevity." The assembly rose in unison, proclaiming, "May His Majesty and Her Majesty enjoy eternal blessings and longevity." The queen waved her hand. "Enough, enough. Please be seated. His Majesty has been weary from the ancestral rites today and shall return to his chambers to rest. I am here to host you all. Today is a family gathering, so do not stand on ceremony." In folk tradition, the Double Ninth Festival is marked by the custom of drinking chrysanthemum wine, believed to ward off calamities and illnesses. Today, the palace has prepared chrysanthemum wine to enhance the festive atmosphere. Come, enjoy the chrysanthemum wine. Though the tone was not particularly elevated, it carried an air of solemnity and authority. The maidservants approached and filled each cup at the tables with chrysanthemum wine. The Grand Preceptor drank it in one gulp, savoring it with a hiss, and proclaimed, "What a fine wine, fragrant and mellow. Today, by the gracious favor of Her Majesty, I am fortunate to taste such exquisite brew." A maid beside him quickly refilled his cup. The Grand Preceptor continued, "Recently, the governor of the Eastern Sea reported that a fisherman, while out at night, encountered a magnificent fish glimmering on the surface of the water, shining like countless bright lanterns. Startled, the fisherman nearly fled, only to find that the great fish blocked his escape. It bowed several times towards the northwest, releasing a pearl onto the fisherman's boat before vanishing beneath the waves. Upon inspecting the pearl, which radiated a pure brilliance akin to the full moon, the fisherman surmised it to be the legendary night pearl. Remembering the direction in which the fish had bowed, which was towards Qingqing, he presented the pearl to the governor, who will soon deliver it to Qingqing. The divine fish spitting out a pearl is indeed an auspicious omen. A commendation from the deities for your majesty and the Empress's diligent governance and love for the people. Excellent, excellent. The audience is attentive, the Empress mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. I raise a toast to your majesty, wishing you boundless blessings, health, and everlasting youth, said Xie Yuyan, the daughter of the Empress's younger brother. Minister Xie Yun. Yuyan's words are as sweet as ever. With young ones like you around, I feel rejuvenated myself. Please visit the palace more often and share the novelties from outside with the Crown Prince. The Empress smiled at Crown Prince Xiaorong. He nodded in acknowledgement. We shall comply with your majesty's wishes. Many who do not recognize you would think you are in your early 20s. Xie Yuyan continued to flatter. The Empress chuckled heartily. You certainly know how to please me. Minister Fu exchanged a glance with Fu Yuanhang, who promptly stood and said, I wish my esteemed aunt, the Empress, eternal beauty and longevity. Yuanhang is indeed a clever child. Such eloquence deserves rewards. Once the banquet concludes, you all may come to Yongning Palace to collect your prizes. The Empress responded with a smile. Laughter and merriment filled the hall as music and dance flourished. A maid slowly approached and whispered something into the Empress's ear. Nodding, the Empress rose and raised her cup, saying, Esteemed officials, I must take my leave. Chancellor, please ensure the guests are well entertained. Minister Fu replied, Yes, I will dutifully obey. The Empress, supported by the palace maids, gracefully exited the hall as the crowd rose and bowed, saying, We bid farewell to Her Majesty. Minister Fu raised a toast to everyone, instructing them to relax and enjoy the banquet without formality. Amidst the festivities, several noble women whispered among themselves. I heard that the young lady from the Lin family is betrothed to the eldest son of Minister Shun. Indeed, it seems a match made in heaven, a perfect pairing. I heard there were some complications. For some reason, Master Shun was locked up by his father, and Miss Lin is also making noise about breaking off the engagement. Chapter 59, Rumors. Fu Yuanhang, overhearing their conversation, smirked disdainfully and turned to the women behind her, saying, What else could it be but someone stirring trouble? Indeed, it is said that she is the former beloved of the young master of the Shun family, who has come all the way from Suzhou. Though the woman possesses a coarse and shallow demeanor, she is nonetheless strikingly alluring, which has left Shun Xian in a state of indecision. Upon hearing the words strikingly alluring, the third young master of the Tai family immediately perked up, forgetting the wine in his cup. A woman's voice chimed in, Yes, yes. I have also heard that she's a jealous and ruthless character, an unmarried young lady, yet her cunning is remarkable. She aided the wife of the third master of the Dong family in deceiving a mistress out of the capital, executing the scheme without a hitch. Is that so? There is more to this? The crowd began to murmur. The woman spoke with newfound enthusiasm. This was told to me directly by the wife of the second master of the Dong family, so it must be true. A fresh wave of whispers ensued. Fu Yuanheng, reveling in the gossip, allowed a smirk to grace her lips. Xiao Yian, catching her words, glanced at the speaker with a hint of displeasure before lowering his head to continue drinking. The third young master, seated beside Fu Yuanheng, covertly sought to inquire about this captivating woman. Is she truly as beautiful as rumored? Fu Yuanheng, noticing Xiao Yian's discontent, deliberately raised her voice. She is nothing but a lowly wretch, unworthy even to carry your shoes, cousin. Upon hearing this, the young master's interest waned significantly. Xiao Yian, observing her distorted remarks, shot her an irritated glance and softly cautioned, Miss Fu, the truth of the matter is known only to those involved. Discussing such matters in this setting is quite inappropriate. Fu Yuanheng, incensed, glared at him with wide eyes. Ian Gidge, you have seen her flitting about several men. Could it be that you too have fallen under the spell of that seductress? Speaking in her defense? Ignoring her, Xiao Yian turned his gaze towards the whispering women and rebuked them sternly. Shun Xian is my dear friend. The situation is not as the rumors suggest. I apologize for my boldness, but all present are esteemed royals and nobles. Let us not propagate falsehoods that tarnish our royal dignity. The women fell silent at his admonishment. Fu Yuanheng huffed, but chose not to reply. Xie Yuyan displayed a smirk of malicious delight. Fu Xiang shot a disapproving glance at Fu Yuanheng and addressed Xiao Ian. My daughter has been spoiled by me since childhood, speaking thoughtlessly. I humbly apologize for her offense towards the second young master. Fu Yuanheng playfully protested. Father. Xiao Ian rose and bowed solemnly in response. Fu Xiang regarded him with a hint of surprise, for the usually reserved Xiao Ian had boldly defended his friend, unafraid to offend the powerful assembly, which truly astonished him. The crown prince, noticing Xiao Ian's apparent dissatisfaction with Fu Yuanheng, raised his cup and said, Ian Gidge, allow me to toast to you. After the banquet concluded, as the guests departed, Fu Xiang made a point to escort Fu Yuanheng to bid farewell to the empress. As a trusted confidant of the empress, he had long resolved to see his daughter ascend to the East Palace as the crown princess. Thus he would not miss any opportunity for Fu Yuanheng to shine before the empress. The queen exchanged pleasantries with the father and daughter for a while, bestowing upon Fu Yuanheng a splendid string of pearls before allowing them to kneel in farewell. As they exited the palace, the Fu family's carriage awaited them at the gates. Fu Yuanheng assisted her father into the carriage, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Upon returning home, Fu Xiang escorted her to her chamber, and she slowly raised her head to say, Father, I believe the queen has long chosen a candidate for the crown princess. She surely intends for her own niece, Xie Yuyan, to wed the crown prince. We ought to make our plans early. Oh, Yuanheng, what do you propose? Do share your thoughts with me. Fu Xiang replied with a smile. My heart has long been set on Ian Gidge. I hope you will advocate for me, father. Fu Yuanheng fell to her knees. Fu Xiang glanced around before gently urging Yuanheng rise. She remained on the ground, and her father, with a somewhat pained expression, attempted to assist her. Yuanheng, as a daughter of the Fu family, you are destined to forge a union with the royal family. I have held great hopes for you since childhood. You must marry the crown prince. Do not worry about the queen. The affairs of the court still rely on me, and I believe the queen will honor this favor. Even if you cannot become the crown princess, you will at least be bestowed the title of a concubine. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, I will ensure your position in the palace. The queen's favor will ultimately be yours. Unwilling in her heart, Fu Yuanheng protested. The crown prince is neither as handsome nor as talented as Ian Gidge. I will not marry him. Her face was filled with grievance. Preposterous! How dare you speak such disparagement of the crown prince? You are a daughter of the Fu family. You must consider the honor and disgrace of our clan. Only by marrying the future emperor can our family prosper and endure through generations. Fu Xiang had never shown such anger towards Fu Yuanheng before. Startled into silence, she ceased to speak. The queen will send someone tomorrow to collect your birth date for astrological calculations, and soon arrangements will be made for your education in the palace. This matter is as good as settled. Yuanheng, you are already 18. You are no longer a child. Reflect upon my words. Fu Xiang concluded before leaving in a huff. Lost in thought, Fu Yuanheng wandered outside, standing in the courtyard in a daze. A maid hurried over to announce, Miss, someone from the palace has arrived to see you. Confused by the late visit, she dashed out the door. A carriage from the palace stood before their home, surrounded by several eunuchs. As she emerged, one of the eunuchs lifted the curtain and assisted a figure down from the carriage. It was none other than the crown prince. Fu Yuanheng did not initiate a greeting, but the crown prince, visibly delighted, exclaimed, Yuanheng, you're home so soon. She replied curtly, Your Highness, what brings you here at this late hour? Though already 16, the crown prince retained the innocence of a child, having never known his biological mother, raised solely by the queen, who, though not his birth mother, had showered him with affection. His life had been smooth and uncomplicated. Growing up alongside Fu Yuanheng, the eunuchs around him often benefited from Fu Xiang's favor, whispering in his ear that Fu Yuanheng harbored feelings for him and was destined to be his bride. Every time he encountered Fu Yuanheng, he was filled with joy. The crown prince remarked, I noticed you went to the empress mother's chamber with the prime minister. When I sought you, they informed me you had already departed. At today's royal banquet, you consumed very little. I have specially instructed the palace kitchen to prepare your favorite pomegranate cake. As he spoke, an eunuch approached, presenting a food box to Fu Yuanheng's maid. After being subdued by the prime minister, Fu Yuanheng felt a sense of pity for herself and, seeing the crown prince's concern, also felt a pang of sympathy for him. She replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your thoughtful consideration. What merits do I possess to warrant your personal attention?" The crown prince smiled gently. "It matters not. Seeing you brings me great joy." Fu Yuanhang, reluctant to continue the conversation, urged, "The weather is turning cold. You should not linger outside too long. Be cautious of catching a chill and return to your chambers." The crown prince, buoyed by her concern, responded, "I shall heed your advice and return at once," and cheerfully walked towards his carriage. Fu Yuanhang watched his retreating figure from a distance, her emotions a tangle of complexity. Upon returning to the estate, Xiao Yan stood thoughtfully in the courtyard corridor. Chu Yu approached him, inquiring, "Young master, what occupies your mind?" He replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence." Chu Yu, with a hint of melancholy, continued, "The capital is abuzz with rumors regarding Miss Liu and young Master Shun. Young Master Shun is engaged to Miss Lin, while Miss Liu, a lady of the boudoir, is unjustly burdened by these slanders. I feel great sympathy for her. Today, at the palace banquet, the ladies were abuzz with chatter, and to my astonishment, Fu Yuanhang publicly disparaged Miss Liu in front of the royal family." A flicker of anger glimmered in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Miss Fu has gone too far. Miss Liu has no grievance with her. Why would she act in such a manner?" Chu Yu, equally indignant, reflected aloud, and then, with a sudden realization, cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yan. "During the banquet, I counted her words, and the prime minister appeared somewhat displeased." Xiao Yan spoke in a low tone. Chu Yu, filled with concern, responded, "Young master, will the Fu family make things difficult for you?" Xiao Yan waved his sleeve dismissively, maintaining his calm demeanor. "It is of little consequence, merely a trivial matter. However, it has been some time since I last saw Miss Liu. She must have heard some of the rumors circulating outside, though she presents herself with an air of nonchalance. She possesses a delicate sensibility. I wonder how she is faring now." He mused aloud. "You are not young anymore. It is time to consider a marriage." Chu Yu, a year older than Xiao Yan, spoke with an air of maturity, resembling an elder. Xiao Yan stifled a smile, a trace of melancholy flickering in his gaze. Noticing Xiao Yan's silence, Chu Yu continued, "Are you waiting for Miss Fu to seek the Empress's consent for your union?" Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly. "Do not speak so foolishly. The Prime Minister has already sent a formal proposal to the Easter Palace. The Empress is troubled by the position of the Crown Prince's consort and is caught between the Fu family and the family of the Minister of Rights, unable to make a decision. Though this matter has not been openly declared, it is common knowledge within the palace. Your previous words must not be uttered again, lest they invite unforeseen calamity." Indeed, Chu Yu resembled a child who had committed a misdeed. "My lord, it is getting late. You should rest early," he said, departing in a dejected manner. Xiao Yan returned to his study, where an opened letter lay upon the desk. The king of Jingbei had heeded his counsel and ordered the demobilization of over 100,000 soldiers, significantly reducing the court's expenditures. One might surmise that the queen would harbor less trepidation and wariness towards the king of Jingbei henceforth. In the letter, the king also expressed his intention to petition the court for resignation from his position as General Wei Yuan once the border bandits had been quelled and military affairs properly organized, wishing to return to Qingqing with his family to enjoy a peaceful retirement. The letter further mentioned the advice of the princess, urging him to take care of his lifelong matters and strive to present a grandchild by the time they returned. Xiao Yan picked up the fan that Nian Yan had gifted him, reminiscing about the moment she had bestowed it upon him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. With no lingering worries, he began to contemplate his future earnestly. Nian Yan had not ventured outside for a long time, remaining blissfully unaware of the world beyond her door. Yet, she often found herself thinking of Yuan Bao, who had been gone for 2 months. Perhaps he had long forgotten her. Early in the morning, Yaoer brought Nian Yan delightful news, announcing that her father had consented to her engagement with Qian Zijing. Nian Yan was taken aback by Shun Kuo's swift agreement. It seemed that social standing was not of utmost importance to him. He simply wished to avoid an alliance with the Liu family. Yaoer also mentioned that Fu Yuanhang had been summoned to the palace to learn the proper etiquette, likely to become the crown princess. Upon hearing this, Nian Yin thought of Xiao Ian. The girl he cherished had ultimately forsaken him. He must be heartbroken. In truth, she found herself sharing in his sorrow. Qingqing was indeed a strange place. Just as Yaoer departed, Xiao Ian arrived at the gates of the Lu residence. Upon receiving the news from the doorman, Nian Yin joyfully rushed out. "Lord Xiao, what brings you here? Please come in. I came to see you. Knowing you are well brings me peace." Xiao Ian replied with concern. "I am well. See for yourself." Nian Yin playfully twirled around. "Miss Lu, are you inclined to take a stroll today? I suspect you have been cooped up at home for too long." Xiao Ian invited with a smile. Yes. I feel as if I might mold from boredom." Nian Yin pouted in dismay. Xiao Ian merely smiled down at her. "However, my father and the others do not permit me to go out. If I leave, I shall be scolded," Nian Yin lamented, recalling her brother and father's admonitions. "Do not worry. I have already informed Uncle Lu at the Lu family shop. I must distribute a batch of fabric for the official families, and I specifically requested your guidance." He has agreed. Xiao Ian had already devised a reason for her. Elated, Nian Yin followed Xiao Ian as they shared a carriage. Throughout the journey, she chattered incessantly, recounting how Yaoer had visited her, informing her that Shun Xian had been appointed to an official position and Qian Zijing had been designated as an editor in the Hamlin Academy. Lord Shun has also approved of Yaoer and Qian Zijing's engagement and has sent someone to fetch Qian Zijing's parents to the capital for further discussions. "I'm truly happy for my dear sister," she exclaimed. Xiao Ian listened quietly, pondering that with her demeanor, she was likely unconcerned about the opinions of outsiders. "Where shall we go for our outing?" Nian Yin inquired. Xiao Ian smiled knowingly and said, "If Miss Lu does not mind, you're welcome to visit my residence for a while." Nian Yin thought that as long as she could go out, any place would suffice, and she cheerfully replied, "That sounds wonderful." The two then arrived at the residence of the king of Jingbei, where the grand halls were quite impressive. The estate comprised 5 courtyards arranged around a central area, with Chunhui Hall serving as the king's living quarters. The Shaofu courtyard was reserved for the heir Xiao Yin and his wife during their return to the capital. Xiao Ian resided in Chili Pavilion, which faced west, positioned farthest from the main entrance, and included 2 halls, a study, a master bedroom, and 4 guest rooms. The courtyard was square, surrounded by a long corridor, with a central area paved in green bricks, adorned with various flowers and plants. Jasmine, gardenias, diverse orchids, and bamboo reflected the owner's refined taste. As Nian Yin walked around the corridor, she remarked to Xiao Ian, "Your garden is indeed exquisite, yet it lacks a certain liveliness." Xiao Ian, puzzled, replied, "I would be grateful for your guidance, Miss Lu." Nian Yin, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Peach blossoms should be by the creek, plum blossoms on the islet, and bamboo in the grove. The flowers in your estate are too understated, unlike my family's garden, which features a flowing stream and clusters of peach blossoms, blending elegance with a touch of the mundane, adding a hint of human warmth. I have loved peach blossoms since childhood. My father had a grove planted in our hometown of Suzhou, where we would enjoy the blossoms in March, brew peach blossom wine, and nap amidst the fragrant trees when the petals fell, a delightful experience. In June, as the peaches ripened, children would chase after them, their mouths watering, seeking daily pleasures, which is also a kind of joy." Xiao Ian's eyes sparkled with longing as he responded, "Listening to your words, Miss Lu, the sight of blooming peach and plum trees, sitting on the ground with friends, drinking and singing, seems utterly enchanting." Nian Yin enthusiastically invited, "If the opportunity arises in the future, during the warm and blossoming spring, I would certainly invite you to our peach grove in Suzhou to enjoy the blossoms together." Xiao Ian respectfully replied, "That would be splendid. I shall await your kind invitation with anticipation." Nian Yin glanced around thoughtfully and remarked, "If a pavilion could be constructed in the center of this garden, it would be even more delightful for leisurely chess games, tea drinking, and flower admiring." Xiao Ian smiled down, acknowledging, "You are correct, Miss Lu. I too often feel that something is missing in this garden, and your words have awakened me." Nian Yin humbly replied, "I merely spoke casually. In truth, this garden is simple and elegant, perfectly in line with your character." Suddenly, Xiao Ian looked up, shyly gazing at Nian Yin, and said, "Since my childhood, I have lived apart from my parents, residing alone in the capital, without any connections or wealth, just this simple room and a few books. I hope you do not find it laughable." Nian Nian hurriedly responded, "How could that be? Most young people today are quite restless. Yet you possess a serene grace that many envy, living a life as carefree as that of an immortal." A subtle smile graced Xiao Ian's lips as he said, "Speaking of transcendence, I am reminded of a delightful place. Would you care to accompany me for an outing to the outskirts? Just the two of us?" Nian Nian felt a twinge of unease and cautiously inquired. Chapter 61. Rice Flower Village, just the two of us? Nian Nian felt a twinge of unease and cautiously inquired. Xiao Ian looked at her and asked, "Miss Liu, are you perhaps worried that I might act inappropriately?" Nian Nian hastily waved her hand, saying, No, that is not my intention. There are rumors circulating about my poor reputation, and I fear that others may see us together, which could tarnish your esteemed reputation." Xiao Ian smiled calmly and replied, "I am unafraid, for who among us is free from the whispers of others, as long as one's heart is at peace? What need is there to fear the words of others? I have an old friend residing in a village on the outskirts of the city, a place akin to a hidden paradise. I intend to pay this friend a visit today. Would you care to join me, Miss Liu?" Xiao Ian spoke wisely. Indeed, as long as one's heart is clear, the opinions of others hold little weight. Previously, Xiao Ian had aided her on numerous occasions, and now, feeling downcast, he sought companionship to ease his mind. To decline would be a disservice to their bond. Nian Nian smiled and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ian guided Nian Nian into a carriage, which soon rolled into the verdant fields of the nearby countryside. They alighted from the carriage, surrounded by mountains that enveloped the area like a hidden utopia. Expanses of rice paddies surrounded the village, golden and ripe during the autumn season, with heavy grains bending the stalks. From a distance, the fields appeared to shimmer in the sunlight, the air infused with the fragrant aromas of rice and reeds. Nian Nian inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful!" They exchanged knowing smiles. "I used to visit here often during the harvest season as a child, watching the back-breaking labor of the villagers and playing with the children waiting for their parents," she reminisced. "Come, let me take you to my friend's home." As she spoke, Xiao Ian pointed toward a quaint farmhouse not far away. Upon entering the small courtyard, they encountered a young couple in their 20s busily engaged in their chores. The man, with a slightly tanned complexion and a robust build, was chopping wood, while the woman neatly stacked the cut logs. A little boy, just over 2 years old, played with a twig nearby. "Li Feng," Xiao Ian called to the man. Upon recognizing her, Li Feng dropped his axe, wiped his hands on his garment, and approached with a broad smile, saying, "My lord Xiao, what brings you here?" His wife also set aside her work to take hold of their child. "It has been a long time. I came to see how you are doing," Xiao Ian replied warmly. "Please come in." Li Feng Murja, welcoming them into his home. "Chun Tao, prepare a pot of tea," he instructed his wife. In the courtyard, there was a square table surrounded by several bamboo chairs. Li Feng wiped down 2 chairs with his sleeve, inviting Xiao Ian and Nian Nian to sit. Nian Nian took a moment to observe the courtyard, which featured a main room flanked by 2 side rooms. The square yard was not small, with osmanthus and citrus trees planted along the walls. The osmanthus had long since faded, but there were still some unpicked citrus fruits hanging from the branches. Xiao Ian exchanged pleasantries with Li Feng, saying, "It has been 3 years since we last met. I can hardly believe you are married now, and your child has grown so much." Li Feng chuckled, scratching his head. "As farmers, our simple aspirations are to marry, have children, raise them, and eventually see them married off and have grandchildren. Such is our life." He laughed heartily after speaking. At that moment, his wife approached with a teapot, serving tea to everyone. Li Feng, slightly bashful, introduced her, saying, "This is my wife, Chun Tao, and our little one is named Qingqing." Xiao Ian nodded in acknowledgement, extending her goodwill. Li Feng introduced his wife. "This is Lord Xiao from the Wangfu. He often visits us and is a truly good man." Chun Tao smiled at Xiao Ian, saying, "Lord Xiao, please have some tea." Perhaps feeling shy, she quickly walked away, leading the child to sit under the osmanthus tree in the distance. Li Feng glanced at Nian Nian and remarked, Is this your esteemed wife? Such beauty truly compliments you, my lord. Xiao Ian smiled and looked at Nian Yin, about to speak when Nian Yin hurriedly set down her tea. No, no, I'm just a good friend of Lord Xiao. My surname is Liu. You may call me Nian Yin. Ah, so you're Miss Liu. We are not as refined as those in the city. Please do not scorn us, Li Feng said with a hearty laugh. Nian Yin quickly replied, This place is indeed wonderful, with beautiful scenery resembling a paradise. Haha, Miss Liu certainly has a way with words. I imagine you must be tired of lavish meals. Perhaps you would enjoy trying our rustic dishes. I raised some chickens and ducks, and I've planted a few rows of vegetables. Now that the rice is ripe and the fish are fattening in the fields, I will catch some shrimp and snails for my wife to prepare for you. Li Feng enthusiastically offered. There's no rush. It is still early. I would like to take Miss Liu around for a bit, Xiao Ian suggested. Nian Yin, intrigued by Li Feng's mention of catching fish, said, Brother Li Feng, I heard you mention catching fish and shrimp. Could you take me with you to the fields? Li Feng hesitated, feeling quite troubled. Miss Liu, the fields are muddy and difficult to traverse. You are quite delicate, so perhaps it would be best if you stayed back. I will catch some fish and be back shortly. You can enjoy yourselves in the meantime. Xiao Ian smiled at Nian Yin and then addressed Li Feng. You tend to your tasks. I will take Miss Liu to catch fish. It will be a delightful distraction for her. Please prepare us a fish basket. Seeing the guest's determination, Li Feng reluctantly agreed. Very well. The fields are dirty and I fear for your clothes. If you don't mind, you may borrow some of mine and my wife's. Xiao Ian nodded in agreement. That would be perfect. Li Feng's wife soon emerged with 2 sets of clothes for them to change into. When Nian Yin came out, she saw Xiao Ian already dressed and waiting in the courtyard. She spread her arms and twirled, asking, How do I look? Xiao Ian smiled. Quite well, indeed. You have the appearance of one ready for work. They exchanged smiles, resembling a pair of rural couple. Li Feng handed them a basket, advising them to catch just a few fish and return swiftly, as his wife was already preparing dinner. Xiao Ian took Nian Yin out. With the basket on her back, Nian Yin walked along, her eyes dancing with curiosity at everything around her. She picked a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums, inhaled their fragrance, and turned back to Xiao Ian with a smile, exclaiming, Wow, they smell wonderful. This flower embodies the essence of autumn. With that, she skipped ahead joyfully. In the rice fields, one could see parents diligently harvesting rice while children played nearby. Along the way, an old man hauling a cart full of rice smiled at them, exchanging greetings of abundance, while a woman carrying a basket of fresh fish nodded in acknowledgement. Nian Yin chuckled. My lord, the people here are so warm and welcoming. Xiao Ian smiled back, gently reminding her to watch her step. Xiao Ian led Nian Yin to the edge of Li Feng's rice paddy. As Nian Yin leaned closer, she was delighted to see numerous fish swimming freely in the water. With a sparkle in her eyes, she exclaimed to Xiao Ian, Sir, look, there are so many fish here. At that moment, Xiao Ian had already rolled up his pants and sleeves. He said to Nian Yin, Miss Liu, the water in the field is quite cold. Please wait here while I go down to catch some fish. However, Nian Yin, eager to experience the thrill of fishing, protested. I want to join you. Please take me with you, just for a little while. With that, she set down her basket and began to roll up her sleeves and pants as well. Xiao Ian, with a hint of resignation, nodded, all right. I will go down first and then help you. He deftly descended into the field and assisted Nian Yin down. Standing in the rice paddy for the first time, Nian Yin felt her feet instantly enveloped by the mud. Walking through the paddy proved to be far more challenging than traversing the path. After much effort, she managed to move just a few steps. To mask her predicament, she suggested to Xiao Ian, You stay here, and I'll go over there. How about we have a competition to catch fish? Xiao Ian cautioned her to be careful and not to slip. Moving to the adjacent waterway, Nian Yin observed the fish swimming leisurely beneath the rice ears, undeterred by their presence. She thought to herself, These fish seem far less wary than the ones in my family's pond. I am sure I can catch many today. With determination, she extended her hands towards a plump fish and lunged forward, splashing water everywhere. Yet her hands grasped nothing. Undeterred, she set her sights on another target, concentrating fiercely. But again, she missed. Not one to be discouraged, she made a third attempt. This time, she spotted a few fish clustered together, bent down, and slowly brought her hands toward the water's surface, then struck with lightning speed. To her delight, she managed to catch a fish. "I got one! I got one!" she shouted joyfully. Xiao Ian looked up to see Nian Nian with mud smeared across her face, holding the fish aloft, exuding a charming innocence. He chuckled. "Miss Lu is quite impressive. Quickly place the fish in the basket." "The basket, where is it?" Nian murmured to herself, searching around. She remembered leaving the basket at the edge of the paddy. With the fish held high in her hands, its slippery body wriggled, and she grasped it tighter while slowly making her way toward the edge. Noticing her struggle, Xiao Ian kindly retrieved the basket and brought it to her. Just as Nian was nearing him, she lost her balance and nearly fell into the water. Her grip loosened, and the fish slipped back into the water. Xiao Ian quickly stepped forward and caught her around the waist. Their eyes met, and Nian felt her heart race. She could have sworn she saw a flush on Xiao Ian's cheeks. He steadied her, and once she was stable, he released his hold. Embarrassed, Nian bit her lower lip and glanced away, feeling a twinge of sadness. "Alas, my fish has escaped." Leaning forward, she peered into Xiao Ian's basket, which already contained 4 or 5 fish along with some snails. Filled with admiration, she exclaimed, "You are so skilled. Please teach me how to catch fish." Xiao Yan led her to a crystal-clear body of water, demonstrating the art of fishing. One must coordinate hand and eye, move gently, and act swiftly, avoiding the folly of indiscriminate grabbing that would scare the fish away. Under his guidance, Nian indeed managed to catch a fish, her pride manifesting in jubilant gestures. After she had caught a couple more, Xiao Yan remarked, "The water is chilly in autumn. Miss Lu, do not linger in it too long. We have gathered enough. Let us return to the shore." With that, he extended his arm for her to grasp. Nian washed the mud from her hands in the water before taking hold of his arm. Perhaps her touch was cold, causing a slight shiver to run through him. She sensed his skin subtly quiver. Hastily, she released her grip, and they ascended the bank in single file. By the field, a clear stream awaited, where they cleansed their hands and feet. Nian perched upon a stone by the stream, observing as Xiao Yan changed the water for the fish. Curiously, she inquired, "How did you discover this place?" Xiao Yan, lifting the fish basket, spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "It is a long story. During my time residing in the palace with the Empress Dowager, I often yearned for home, which compelled me to resolve to return to Yizhou. One day, while accompanying the emperor on an outing from the palace, I seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. After exiting the city, I lost my way, wandering aimlessly in the wilderness until darkness fell. Cold and famished, I sought refuge in a dilapidated straw hut. That night, I fell ill with a fever, enduring until morning. In a daze, I emerged from the hut in search of food, only to collapse by the roadside. And then, Nian listened with rapt attention. When I awoke, I found myself in the home of a farmer. It was a deep autumn day, much like today, with the fragrance of rice flowers in the air and golden fields surrounding me. The farmer had a son, Li Feng, who taught me to fish in the fields. We roasted the fish we caught over a fire and lived in this manner for 2 days until the palace guards found me and took me back. Since then, every autumn, I returned to this little village." Xiao Yan concluded. Nian, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at him, surprised to find that the refined and gentle Xiao Yan, who seemed untouched by the world, possessed such a down-to-earth side. She remarked, "The villagers here rise with the sun and rest at dusk, living unaffected by the tumult of the outside world, leading simple yet fulfilling lives. I believe they must be very happy. Indeed, to share a life of such simplicity and beauty with someone beloved is true happiness," Xiao Yan replied. His eyes filled with affection as he looked at Nian. Nian recalled his beloved Miss Fu, who had forsaken him for the lofty branch of the crown prince, and felt a pang of sorrow for him, failing to notice his deep feelings. Observing her lack of response, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze, a hint of melancholy crossing his features, before turning back to her. "Miss Lu, would you like to hear about my experiences after returning to the palace?" Nian rested her chin in her hands, her interest piqued. "Please do tell, Lord Xiao. Upon returning to the palace, my father, concerned that I might feel boredom, especially sent a master from Ezhou to teach me martial arts. My mentor crafted a wooden sword for me, which I cherished deeply. On the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I had intended to perform a sword dance in her honor. However, while practicing in the garden, the crown prince coveted my wooden sword and insisted on seizing it from me. In the past, I had willingly relinquished many possessions to him, but this sword was dear to my heart, and I was reluctant to part with it. During our struggle, the crown prince fell to the ground and injured his head. The empress, in a fit of rage, ordered my wooden sword to be broken and dismissed my master, forbidding me from practicing martial arts henceforth. I felt an unsettling bitterness within me. The crown prince was truly excessive. Throughout my life, I had yielded everything to him. Yet now he sought to claim even the affections of my beloved. You must have felt quite distressed at that moment. Xiao Yan smiled softly. Indeed, it was unfortunate. But fortunately, when I turned 12, His Majesty permitted me to reside in the royal manor, and life has been rather comfortable since. Nian Yin agreed, stating in life, one has happiness is of utmost importance. Some things are lost because heaven has prepared something better for us. The same applies to people. Xiao Yan glanced at her, remaining silent. She had once expressed her fondness for those skilled in martial arts. After much contemplation, he resolved to reveal to her that he too possessed martial skills. Gathering his courage, he began, Chapter 63. An unforeseen calamity. Look over there. That must be the black water lily, Nian Yin exclaimed, rushing towards a cluster of black water lilies growing by the field. In recent days, she had perused numerous medical texts and was now familiar with various medicinal herbs. The black water lily is known for its effects in nourishing the yin, replenishing the kidneys, and cooling the blood, making it a valuable medicinal ingredient. Xiao Yan found words lodged in his throat, unable to continue speaking. After their return, he handed the fish basket to Li Feng. Feeling quite apologetic, Nian Yin remarked, "It was my fault for being playful. I've only just caught the fish, and it seems our meal will be served well into the afternoon." Li Feng chuckled. "No worries. As farmers, we are accustomed to eating at irregular hours." His wife, Chun Tao, said to Nian Yin, "We've already had some pastries. There are more on the table. Please, help yourselves while the meal finishes." With that, the couple busied themselves in the kitchen. Nian noticed the little one, Qingqing, playing alone in the courtyard and joined him. They chased each other. Sometimes she would run after him, and at other times, he would pursue her. She would lift Qingqing to pick tangerines and share them, or entertain him with games involving caterpillars, eliciting delightful laughter from the little boy. Xiao Yan sat on a chair, observing Nian Yin, his eyes filled with hope, and he could not resist joining in the fun with Qingqing. Before long, Li Feng and his wife brought the dishes to the table and called the two over for dinner. The spread included 6 dishes: clear stewed rice flour fish, beggar's chicken, dried bamboo shoots with cured meat, drunken shrimp, ginger and vinegar lotus root salad, and wild vegetable omelette. Li Feng beamed warmly as he invited everyone. "These are just home-cooked dishes. I hope you won't mind. Come, let us eat." After playing all day, Nian Yin was quite hungry. The freshness of the ingredients, coupled with the simplicity of the cooking, imparted a distinct flavor that was both delightful and appetizing. As she ate, she praised each dish, exclaiming, "This rice flour fish is truly exceptional. The fish meat is infused with the fragrance of rice, creating a wonderfully refreshing taste. The beggar's chicken, upon entering the mouth, is tender, succulent, and imbued with its original flavors, truly exquisite. The lotus root is sweet and sour, crisp and refreshing, quite delightful, along with other dishes that are equally delicious. My sister-in-law's culinary skills are remarkable, and today I consider myself fortunate." Li Feng and his wife exchanged joyful smiles, with Li Feng repeatedly telling Nian Yin, "Miss Liu, if you enjoy it, please indulge yourself." Xiao Yan glanced at Nian Yin and remarked, "Miss Liu, you have voiced all that I intended to say, leaving me at a loss for words." Nian smiled. Li Feng hurriedly served dishes to Xiao Yan, saying, "Lord Xiao, please partake as well. It's merely humble fare, not a show of respect." Little Qingqing nestled in his mother's embrace while Li Feng's wife fed him. Nian Yin picked up a piece of egg and fed it to Qingqing, who, delighted, hid his head in his mother's arms, chuckling softly. Nian Yin too smiled with joy. Chun Tao, speaking plainly, said to Nian Yin, Miss Lu, since you adore little ones so much, you and Lord Xiao should certainly have several more in the future. Your children would undoubtedly be beautiful. Nian's face flushed crimson, and she replied shyly, Sister-in-law, we are not like that. We are merely friends. She glanced at Xiao Yan, who turned his head away, seemingly discontent and silent. Li Feng interjected, Chun Tao. Miss Lu and Lord Xiao are not yet wed. Discussing children is rather premature. Ha ha ha. Nian's cheeks deepened in color as she buried her head in her food, falling silent thereafter. After everyone finished their lunch, Xiao Yan turned to Nian and said, Miss Lu, let us change our clothes and return to the city. It is currently the autumn harvest, and brotherly Feng and sister-in-law still have farm work to attend to, so we should not impose. Nian nodded in agreement, and after both had changed, they bid farewell to the couple. Li Feng, reluctant to let them go, urged them to stay a while longer. Xiao Yan assured him they would visit often when time allowed, prompting Li Feng to finally release them. As the carriage rolled away, Li Feng's wife discovered 2 silver ingots tucked beneath her pillow upon returning home. She hurried to show them to Li Feng, who shook his head in response, saying, Lord Xiao is ever so courteous. Next time he visits, I shall have words with him. If he continues to be this polite, he might as well refrain from coming to my home. On the return journey, Nian was evidently less restrained, sharing numerous childhood anecdotes with Xiao Yan. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Xiao Yan inquired, Miss Lu, have you enjoyed yourself today? Nian nodded, Yes, thank you, Lord Xiao, for bringing me out. I had a wonderful time. Then I am relieved. I hope Miss Lu can experience such joy every day, Xiao Yan replied. Nian sweetly smiled back. And you as well. Although Miss Fu has entered the palace, you still have friends like us. We will always be by your side. Xiao Yan gazed at her in confusion, and Nian nodded before alighting from the carriage and returning home. In the following days, Xiao Yan busied himself in the study, drafting plans to renovate the garden. He instructed Chu Yu to find laborers, to which Chu Yu responded with puzzlement, Young master, hasn't our garden been renovated just 3 years ago? Why the need for another renovation? Xiao Yan, with a poetic expression, replied, I have recently discovered that Su-style gardens blend harmoniously with the natural landscape, offering beauty, leisure, and habitation, presenting a unique charm. Chu Yu, lacking an appreciation for such sentiments, remarked, Young master, your preferences do seem to change rather swiftly. Xiao Yan cast him a glance. I am willing. Lu Haoming is to personally deliver a shipment to Qingqing tomorrow, sailing by sea. Lu Xing accompanied him to oversee the loading and has yet to return home. It was late at night when Lu Xing finally came back, appearing somewhat unsteady, as if he had indulged in quite a bit of wine. Upon seeing Nian still waiting in the hall, he drunkenly mistook her for Lin Er. Lin Er, quickly go rest, he urged. Lu Xing has always had a low tolerance for alcohol. Even half a pot would leave him inebriated. Sensing the strong odor of liquor on him, Nian realized he must have consumed far more than half a pot. How could his body endure such excess? She assisted her father to sit down and leaned closer to him, inquiring, Father, who did you drink with today? Lu Xing closed his eyes and raised a hand to gesture. However, father can no longer drink. It is enough. Nian felt a surge of anger. Lu Haoming, fully aware of her father's weakness for alcohol, had still managed to get him into such a state. She resolved to confront him about this indiscretion in the future. Nian helped her father to bed, tucking him in warmly. She noticed some residual ink on his thumb, but chose not to dwell on it, instead taking out a silk cloth to clean it before departing. Days passed without incident, and Lu Xing began to worry about Nian's future marriage, introducing her to several sons of business partners. However, Nian found none of them satisfactory. Lu Xing lamented daily, fearing that his daughter might become an old maid. Unwanted by suitors, Lu Haoming's return from Qingqing was imminent. One day, Lu Xing returned home from the shop with a grim expression. He sat in the pavilion, slumped over like a deflated ball. Nian happened to pass by, saw her father there, and entered the pavilion to sit beside him. It was rare to see her father in such a state, indicating he must be facing some significant trouble. She nudged him with her elbow and asked old Lu, "What has caused you such distress?" Lu Xing did not respond, merely gazing blankly at the trees in the distance. "Who has upset you? Speak, and I shall take vengeance for you," Nian Yin declared, raising her fist. However, Lu Xing remained unmoved by her jest, his face clouded with worry as he said, "Nian, you should go about your business. Let father have some peace." Realizing something was amiss, Nian Yin softly inquired, "Father, what is troubling you?" Lu Xing ignored her and walked away, and despite Nian Yin's persistent questioning, he remained silent. Chapter 64. The movements of Lu Hao Nian hurriedly took Ming with her to the shop to find Uncle Zhong. "Uncle Zhong, has something happened at the shop?" Uncle Zhong was busy sorting through some banknotes, land deeds, and contracts. Upon hearing Nian Yin's question, he paused, sighed, yet remained silent. Confused by the unusual behavior of both her father and Uncle Zhong, who mirrored each other's silence, Nian Yin grew anxious and snatched the items from Uncle Zhong's hands. "What on earth is happening? You must tell me. Together we can think of a solution. Perhaps we can remedy this situation." Uncle Zhong, feeling helpless, replied, "Young lady, do not put me in a difficult position. The master has instructed me not to speak. He said to consider these finances as if they had never been earned." Recalling the red ink mark on her father's thumb from that day, Nian Yin began to piece together the situation. She looked into Uncle Zhong's eyes for confirmation. "Is it Lu Hao?" Uncle Zhong avoided her gaze and remained silent. His lack of denial affirmed her suspicion. "How much did he take?" Nian Yin pressed. Uncle Zhong sighed, stating that the silver coins in the shop remained untouched. Instead, he had borrowed a modest sum of several tens of thousands of taels from several major banks in the capital. But the troubling aspect was that he had also taken out a high-interest loan from an underground moneylender in the name of the master, amounting to a staggering 500,000 taels, accruing a daily interest of 3%. This sum had now ballooned to over 1,000,000 taels. Just moments ago, a group of over 10 men had arrived, threatening the master to repay the debt within 3 days, or they would report him to the authorities. "Who in the capital does not know of Lu Zhao's official position?" Nian Yin inquired anxiously. "Did they mention my brother's name?" "They did," they replied, asserting that precisely because the eldest son served in the court, he should uphold integrity and repay his debts promptly, setting a good example for the common people. Otherwise, if they reported him to the Qingqing prefecture, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, Uncle Zhong lamented. Nian Yin felt suddenly weak and her mind clouded. After a moment, she spoke, "I shall go to Chuanzhou to find him." Uncle Zhong raised his head to offer comforting words. "My lady, do not make a fruitless trip. The master has already interrogated Steward Zhou. Young master how did not board the ship that day, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The master has dispatched several groups to search his usual haunts, but to no avail. They have since sent people back to Suzhou to continue the search. Let's await further news." Nian Yin thought to herself that given such a predicament, her father must be more anxious and distressed than anyone else. Lu Hao had lost his father at a young age and had followed Lu Xing since he was 12, being treated and educated like a son. Just as he was about to assume his responsibilities and share authority, he had plunged the Lu family into peril with his actions. As Nian Yin vacantly stepped out of the shop, she seemed to hear someone calling her. Turning back, she saw Xiao Ian. His eyes crinkled in a smile as he gazed at her. He had designed a sketch of the garden and sought her guidance. Upon hearing that she was at the shop, he had come over. He approached her and said, "Miss Lu, it has been a long time. How'd you been?" A bitter taste filled Nian Yin's heart, yet she could not confide in an outsider. She forced a stiff smile and replied, "All is well. I am occupied today. Let's have tea another day, Lord Xiao." In her distraction, Nian Yin nearly stumbled off the steps. Xiao Ian, quick to react, steadied her, "Say, Miss Lu, be careful." "Thank you, my lord. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave," Nian Yin responded, her face clouded with worry. Chu Yu, feeling indignant for his master, complained, "What is wrong with Miss Lu today? You came specifically to see her, and yet she disregards you." Xiao Ian gazed at Nian Yin's retreating figure, his intuition telling him that something was amiss. He instructed Chu Yu to follow her at a distance to observe her actions. Nian Yin and Ming boarded a carriage, her mind clouded with uncertainty as she prepared to return home. A carriage approached from the opposite direction, and neither party yielded on the narrow road. Hearing the commotion outside, Nian lifted the curtain and inquired, "What is happening?" The coachman replied, "Miss, we arrived first, but they refused to yield." The opposing coachman, with a tone of arrogance, declared, "Our young lady is bound for the Tai Bao's residence to perform. If we miss our appointment, can you bear the consequences? Step aside." The young lady from the opposing carriage also drew back her curtain, the scent of perfume wafting forth, resembling a courtesan from a pleasure house. "Let them pass," Nian instructed her coachman. As the carriage continued its journey, Nian suddenly recalled something and instructed the driver to turn around towards the Rui Pavilion. Her cousin, who resided in her heart, was named June. Nian had previously been curious and inquired about her, discovering that she was indeed a songstress at the Rui Pavilion. Noticing that her cousin showed no intention of redeeming her, Nian paid it little mind. However, upon seeing the performer, she was reminded of June, who might possess information about her cousin's whereabouts, though she wondered if she, like her cousin, had vanished. Upon arriving at the Rui Pavilion, Nian learned that Miss June was currently entertaining guests. She offered her mother a gold ingot, requesting her to invite June for a brief meeting. To her surprise, her mother returned empty-handed. Nian urged her mother to go again, insisting that she would only inquire about one matter, which would not take much time. Yet, when her mother returned, she reported that June had refused to see her. Suspecting that her cousin was hidden there, Nian disregarded her mother's objections and boldly entered the room. With a forceful push, she opened the door, causing June to cease her singing, and musicians to halt as well. However, she did not see Lu Hao's figure. The man seated there looked bewilderedly at Nian. Determined to search thoroughly, Nian began to look around. Her mother followed closely, attempting to intervene. "What are you searching for? Look at how you've disturbed the guests. If you don't leave soon, I shall summon someone to escort you out." After searching in vain, Nian confronted Su Wenjun in the hall, demanding, "Do you know where Lu Hao is?" The young woman replied coolly, "I do not know the man you speak of, so how could I know his whereabouts?" Nian, seeing her indifference, became overwhelmed with anger and, disregarding decorum, accused her in front of everyone. "You lie. I have inquired, and Lu Hao frequents this place, spending at least several thousand taels on you. You must know where he is hiding." The man seated nearby grew agitated. Rising to question Su Wenjun, "Who is Lu Hao? What is your connection to him? Have you not promised to marry me? Yet you consort with another man." Su Wenjun remained unflustered, ignoring his protests. Nian earnestly addressed Su Wenjun. "I was reckless earlier, and I apologize for my rudeness. I am Lu Hao's cousin, and he's gone missing. If you know anything about his whereabouts, I implore you to inform me." With a gentle sigh, Su Wenjun replied sincerely, "Oh, you mean him? Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten about that person altogether. As you can see, I am to marry Mr. Lu, and I have long ceased any association with him. I truly do not know where he is." Seeing no deceit in her demeanor, Nian concluded that pressing her further would be futile. She bowed deeply in apology. "I beg your pardon. If you happen to hear from him, please convey my message. If he does not return, the Lu family is bound to face calamity." Feeling utterly despondent, Nian left the premises. As Mi-ing assisted her to the carriage, a maid called out from behind, "Miss, our Miss Su has sent me to convey a message." The young girl whispered into Nian's ear, saying, "The lady mentioned that young Master Lu has been closely associating with the second son of the Fu family, Fu Lei, for the past couple of months. Young Master Lu even claimed that once his business deal was successful, he would redeem Our Lady and take her away. However, he has suddenly vanished, and Our Lady has not seen him for over a month." After pondering this information, Nian concluded that if the songstress's words were true, Fu Lei must be aware of the situation. Her cousin was rather naive. Could the Fu family ever harbor good intentions? She instructed the coachman to head to the Prime Minister's residence and learned that Fu Lei was at the Ministry of Personnel. As the sky was growing dark, she decided to wait for him outside the office. In Chapter 65, Lu Hao was found. Nian did not recognize Fu Lei, so she inquired with the street vendors for some information. After waiting for about half an hour, Fu Lei emerged from the office, laughing and chatting with his attendants. Appearing to be in good spirits, Nian Yin stepped forward to catch his attention. "Young Master Fu, please wait." Fu Lei turned towards the voice, sizing up Nian Yin with a curious gaze. "Did the young lady call for me?" Nian Yin approached and bowed slightly. "I have a few words I wish to discuss with young Master Fu, if it is not too much trouble." Fu Lei scrutinized her with keen eyes, casually responding, "Whatever the young lady wishes to say can be expressed here." It seemed Fu Lei was not particularly inclined to converse. Taking a deep breath, Nian Yin feigned calmness and ventured, "I apologize for the unannounced visit, but I am Lu Hao's cousin. I often hear my cousin speak of his friendship with you. Today, due to a family emergency, I cannot locate him, so I have come at my father's behest to inquire if you have seen him recently." A flicker of caution crossed Fu Lei's face as he hesitated before nodding. "I am acquainted with your cousin, but we are not close." "Why? Has he not returned home? You should send more people to look for him. Check-ins, tea houses, brothels, and gambling dens. A man tends to frequent such places. If I see him, I will certainly urge him to return home quickly to spare his family any worry." Noticing that he could not meet her gaze, Nian Yin felt he was concealing something and pressed further. "Are you certain you have not seen my cousin?" Fu Lei seemed eager to dismiss her. Growing impatient as he replied, "I truly have not seen him. What purpose would there be in lying about such matters? The day is nearly over. It is unseemly for a young lady to be out alone. You ought to return home." Disheartened, Nian Yin took her leave and returned home. Unable to venture into brothels or gambling houses herself, she sent a servant throughout the city to search for her cousin. Upon entering her home, a maid rushed to her, stating that her father was ill and that she was going to the east courtyard to summon the eldest son and young mistress. Nian Yin went to see her father and informed him that she had learned of the situation and had searched several places without finding Lu Hao. Her father advised her not to disclose this to her brother and sister-in-law, reassuring her that Hao was a sensible child who would not act recklessly, and perhaps he would return in a few days. There was no need to worry about the money. They could repay a portion in 3 days and delay the rest for later. Chu Yu followed Nian Yin and overheard the conversation between Fu Lei and his attendant. The attendant asked Fu Lei, "What if the Lu family finds out? Will they report it to the authorities?" Fu Lei nonchalantly remarked that even if he were aware, what would he do? It was a grave crime that warranted the annihilation of 9 clans, and the Lu family could only endure this silent suffering. After returning to the residence, Chu Yu reported all he had seen and heard to Xiao Ian. Xiao Ian had also inquired about the Lu family's debt collection, and after piecing together the circumstances, he made a bold conjecture. He instructed Chu Yu to closely monitor Fu Lei and to inform him immediately upon discovering Lu Hao's whereabouts. For 3 days, Chu Yu followed Fu Lei, who appeared rather placid, returning home promptly after court without venturing to any notable places. On the night of the 3rd day, Chu Yu observed him stealthily leaving the residence with 2 companions and turning into a courtyard on Shifeng Street. Shortly after, he swaggered out, accompanied by a man sporting a bushy beard. Fu Lei shook his sleeves and stuffed something into his chest, telling the bearded man, "Keep a close watch. This meager amount is hardly sufficient to fill my gaps." The bearded man respectfully acknowledged him. Instead of returning home directly, Fu Lei headed in the opposite direction, whistling cheerfully. Seemingly in good spirits, Chu Yu trailed him until he stopped at the entrance of a secluded alleyway, rolling up his sleeves to knock on the door. Suddenly, a figure rushed from the opposite corner, brandishing a dagger that gleamed ominously in the moonlight. Aiming directly at Fu Lei, the assailant shouted, "Fu Lei, I will kill you." In a panic, Fu Lei dodged, and his 2 companions rushed to protect him. The assailant flailed the dagger wildly, but Fu Lei's men swiftly disarmed him, seizing both of his arms. To Chu Yu's astonishment, the attacker was Lu Hao, his eyes bloodshot, panting heavily as he cursed, "You deceiver, retribution will come for you." Fu Lei picked up the fallen dagger, disdainfully tapping it against Lu Hao's face. With a sneer, he countered, "What have I deceived you about? Do you have any evidence?" Lu Hao, struggling, widened his eyes in disbelief. His face trembled, and with a twisted grimace, he retorted, "You will report me?" The blade slid down Lu Hao's face, stopping against his neck. Fu Lei mocked his 2 companions, saying, "Report me? Release him. Let him go. He will surely drag the entire Lu family down with him." Lu Hao was released, but lost all his earlier bravado, standing there, helpless and despondent. Fu Lei taunted, "Lu Hao, do you ever consider your own worth? Do you think you're fit to challenge me? Depart." With that, Fu Lei strode away with his 2 followers. After taking a few steps, he let the daggers slip from his hand, clattering to the ground. Once Fu Lei had disappeared, Lu Hao sank to the ground, cradling his head, weeping in anger and regret. Chu Yu approached him, covering his face with a cloth. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Hao sprang up in alarm. "Who are you?" Chu Yu struck his neck, and he fell unconscious. Carrying Lu Hao on his back, Chu Yu took him to an inn and settled him there. Meanwhile, Xiao Ian remained in his study, poring over Wu Zhizhang's accounts. In the past 5 years, half of the embezzled funds had been used to purchase paintings and antiques at Woolly Pavilion. It appeared that while Woolly Pavilion presented itself as an antique business, it actually served as a money-laundering front for Fu Lei's faction. If Lu Hao had indeed borrowed high-interest loans from this underground bank, everything would fall into place. Chu Yu returned to report to him about recent observations. Xiao Ian set aside the book he was holding, reflecting thoughtfully before stating, "It seems undeniable that the underground bank in Wuling is under Fu Lei's control, and Shifeng Street is likely their second stronghold. Please send someone to inform the Lu family and bring back Lu Hao, and also attend to another matter for me." When Lu Hao awoke, he found Lu Xing and Nian Nian vigilantly watching over him at the bedside. Ashamed, he turned his face away, wiping the corners of his eyes dry with the blanket. He then threw off the covers and rose, kneeling before Lu Xing. "Uncle, please punish me as you see fit." Lu Xing sighed, bending down to help him up, his eyes slightly moist. "Before your father departed, he entrusted you to my care. Over these years, I have been remiss in my duties as a guardian. I share in the blame. Where have you been these days?" "I was deceived. It was Fu Lei. He harmed me," Lu Hao exclaimed passionately. Nian Nian gasped, realizing Fu Lei's involvement. She clenched her fists in frustration. "Second brother, how could you be so foolish? You've forgotten how Fu Xiang and Wang Bofather were at odds, and their previous attempts to harm brother? How could you still associate with his son? Lu Hao, what has Fu Lei done to you?" Lu Xing inquired further. "It was my own folly. 2 months ago, I encountered him at a gathering hosted by young Master Zhao. He approached me with a drink, claiming to admire me greatly. Initially, I dismissed him, but he insisted that matters between our elders were irrelevant to us younger ones, lamenting that his father favored his elder brother and disregarded him. He expressed his disdain for his father's ways, stating they had fallen out at home," Lu Hao recalled. Chapter 66. Fu Lei's devious scheme as Lu Hao continued to reminisce. He admitted, "I became infatuated with his words and grew familiar with him. One day, I overheard him discussing business dealings with his attendants pertaining to Ningguo. He feigned disinterest in letting me know, but my curiosity only deepened. I spent some silver to gather intel from his servant, learning that Fu Lei's elder brother, Fu Yaoting, often assisted his uncle, General Zhang Shun, in handling obsolete weapons at the Yuzhou garrison. Since Fu Yaoting could not appear publicly, Fu Lei acted as the intermediary, profiting significantly. Recently, a large batch of old military equipment was set to be cleared from the Yuzhou garrison. They estimated that selling it to Ningguo merchants could yield a profit of at least 30% within 3 to 5 days. However, due to a shortage in military funds, payment was required up front to collect the goods, and Fu Lei lacked the necessary capital. He sought to bring young Master Zhao in as a partner. Overcome with excitement, I approached Fu Lei, but he insisted I had no authority within the Lu family and resolutely refused. After pleading 3 times, he finally agreed, proposing we each contribute half, 500,000 taels each. He even introduced me to the Ningguo merchant, which further solidified my trust. I then went to the bank to borrow funds, but without my uncle's backing, they were unyielding. I ran about helplessly, managing to secure only a fraction of the needed amount, with Fu Lei pressing me for answers, feigning the need to seek others. At that point, a clerk from an underground bank approached me, inquiring if I needed to borrow money. They were willing to lend, but require my uncle's name as a guarantee. Seeing a potential solution, I thought that in just a few days, I could recover my principal, discard the interest, and still gain a profit. Thus, I intoxicated my uncle and pressed my fingerprint down as collateral. Fu Lei took me outside the city to meet a man, claiming he was a trusted aide of Fu Yaoting, responsible for the transportation of military supplies. He conveyed that the items were already en route. Fu Lei suggested we hand the silver notes to him, and when the goods arrived in a couple of days, we would collect the payment from that merchant from Ningwa and directly take him to inspect the goods. On the third day, I waited at the inn until nearly noon, yet Fu Lei did not arrive. I sought out the Ministry of Personnel, where I was informed that he might have been delayed on the road and to wait a little longer. I waited for another 2 days, and then his attendant came to inform me that calamity had struck. The batch of military supplies had been stolen, and he had no knowledge of who was responsible. It was then that I realized I had been deceived. When I confronted Fu Lei, he claimed to be a victim as well and ordered me to leave. I attempted to seek testimony from the merchant from Ningwa, but he had already vanished without a trace. I hurried to the military camp in Yuzhou, hoping to question Fu Yaoding. He denied any knowledge of the matter and accused me of trespassing and defamation, leading to my arrest for a full month. Upon my return from the military camp, I was consumed with rage towards Fu Lei, knowing the location of his mistress's residence. I waited for 5 days until I finally saw him. I lamented my own helplessness when I failed to kill him and was instead knocked unconscious by a masked figure. Awakening to find myself here, Nian Yin, filled with fury, clenched her fists. Second brother, after years in the business world. How could you be so naive as to fall into their trap? We must inform elder brother and have him capture Fu Lei to reclaim our silver. Lu Hao remained silent, while Lu Xing merely sighed. Father, please say something, Nian Yin implored, looking toward her father. Lu Xing sighed once more and spoke slowly. Let it go. As long as no one is harmed, everything else is inconsequential. The Lu family had already lost over 100,000 taels of silver and suffered such great humiliation. Nian Yin could not bear it. How can we let this go? If you want tea, I will go to elder brother myself. I said let it go. So it shall be, Lu Xing replied sternly. Lu Hao rose, tightly gripping his hands as he glanced at Nian Yin, his face filled with regret. Sister, trafficking in arms is a capital offense. Even if we involve our elder brother, it would be futile and could implicate the entire Lu family. You're not the only one involved. I doubt they would dare to expose this matter. Nian Yin's eyes burned with anger as she sat down, refusing to look at them. Lu Xing turned to reprimand her. Do you think you can condemn Fu Lei based solely on your words? Can we contend with the Fu family? Today, in front of both of you, I will make it clear. This matter is over. From now on, no one is to mention it again. Nian Yin stood and left. Lu Xing kindly reassured Lu Hao to rest well before he, too, departed. In her wrath, Nian Yin unexpectedly encountered her elder brother, Lu Xiao. He had only heard that Lu Hao had been returned, but was unaware of the events that transpired and was on his way to visit. Seeing Nian Yin's face filled with anger, he asked, What troubles you? It's nothing but father. He has always favored Lu Hao, Nian Yin replied. Lu Xiao comforted her. You are no longer a child. Why do you compete with him daily? With me here, I will always stand by you. Is there anything wrong with Lu Hao's trip to Quingqing? I heard he was carried back by servants. He is fine. He simply indulged in drink all night and is still asleep, she responded dismissively. There is no need for you to check on him. Nian Yin was apprehensive that Lu Xiao might discern some flaw in her demeanor, which prompted her to weave a falsehood. Having returned to the capital, she ought to report her safety to the residents before indulging in such excessive revelry. It was quite unbecoming. Lu Xiao, filled with indignation, was interrupted by the doorman, who hurriedly announced that 2 ladies were seeking Lu Hao. He halted the doorman and inquired, Has young master Hao yet arisen? Do not disturb him. Whose daughters are these? The doorman shook his head in response. I do not recognize them. Take me to see them, Lu Xiao commanded. Nian Yin, intrigued by the visitors, accompanied him outside. To their surprise, the 2 ladies were Su Wenjun and her maid. Upon seeing Nian Yin, Su Wenjun bowed respectfully. Nian Yin reciprocated the courtesy. And who might this be? Lu Xiao asked, aware that her brother disapproved of Lu Hao's frequent visits to establishments of ill repute. Nian Yin felt quite put on the spot. Not knowing how to address the situation, she softly replied, This is Miss Su Wenjun from Rui Pavilion. Lu Xiao's countenance darkened immediately. His round eyes fixed intently on Su Wenjun as he questioned, Might I inquire what brings you to my residence, miss? Su Wenjun, sensing his displeasure, timidly asked Nian Nian. Has Lu Hao returned home? Nian Nian nodded. That is good. Please, Miss Lu, convey to him that I await him at Rui Pavilion. I have matters to discuss with him. Su Wenjun continued in a whisper. Lu Xiao, still fuming, could hardly contain his disdain, exclaiming, Do not return to the Lu residence again. Are you not aware of your own station? It is precisely because Lu Hao associates with individuals of your ilk that he has descended into such disgrace. Su Wenjun's expression faltered, her face falling as she cast a pitiful glance towards Nian Nian, seemingly pleading for her to relay the message. Nian Nian understood that a future between Su Wenjun and Lu Hao was implausible. The Lu family would never permit a woman of her background to enter their household, even as a concubine. Unable to utter any harsh words that might cause further pain, she turned her face away coldly. Su Wenjun said nothing more, bowed once more to Nian Nian and Lu Xiao, and quietly departed. After 2 days of rest, Lu Hao had regained his health. Nian Nian, after much hesitation, decided to inform Lu Hao about Su Wenjun's visit. He feigned indifference, claiming that his connection with Su Wenjun had long ceased. Yet that night, he stealthily visited Rui Pavilion. The matron there informed Lu Hao that Su Wenjun had left with Mr. Lu from Qingqing the previous day. Dejected, Lu Hao returned to the Lu residence. Several troubling events had transpired in Qingqing. First, the censorate unexpectedly discovered the accounts of Wu Zizhong, leading them to investigate Fu Lei. Being the son of a prime minister, Fu Lei could not escape a summons to the censorate, where he endured several forms of punishment. Lu Xiao, thoroughly engrossed in his investigation, was on the verge of bringing Fu Lei to justice, eager to see the Fu family suffer losses. However, his father-in-law, Wang Ji, ordered him to cease the inquiry and close the case. Chapter 67. The Well-Being of Uncle Strangely. The antique shop at Wuliting and 2 residential houses on Shifang Street experienced flooding, resulting in the tragic deaths of 12 individuals. According to reports from the local populace, among the 12 individuals, 3 are employees from Wuliting, 5 are involved with underground moneylenders, and the remaining are accountants and assistants from Hongya Bank. Lu Xiao, accompanied by officials from the censorate, discovered a plethora of fragmented IOUs and some corners of account books amidst the still smoldering ashes. Upon meticulous examination, it became evident that several members of the Xie clan were entangled in this affair, leading him to grasp the underlying reasons. The fire was neither set by the censorate nor by Minister Fu. Whether it was an accident or an act of malice remains uncertain. Nevertheless, henceforth, no one would approach the Lu family to demand usurious loans, which could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Trade between Nanjing and Beijiao flourished, prompting numerous merchants from Nanjing, dealing in grain, oil, tea, and porcelain, to establish their businesses in Beijiao. Lu Xing contemplated setting up several shops in Beijiao as well. Since the incident, Lu Hao had been despondent, and thus took it upon himself to undertake this task, voluntarily heading to Beijiao. The winter days were perpetually rainy. Although Nian despised rainy weather, she relished leaning against the window to listen to the sound of raindrops. Recently, numerous events had transpired at home, which adversely affected her mood. She seldom ventured outside, preferring to lean against the window, engrossed in medical texts. Observing her persistent melancholy, Lu Xing had suggested several times that she take a stroll, only to be met with her refusals. Despite the dreary weather, guests would visit the eastern courtyard of the Lu residence every few days. Lu Xiao sent someone to invite Nian Nian, yet she did not attend even once. It was clear, without any need for guessing, that her brother was seeking a match for her. Yuan Bao had been gone for 4 months, without even a letter, suggesting he had long forgotten her. Yet she could not forget him. He was the first man to capture her heart, and she simply could not let go. She reassured herself to allow a bit more time. Once the peach blossoms faded next year, and she turned 18, she would marry a suitable man. At last, the incessant rain ceased, and the sun pierced through the lingering clouds, casting its rays gently upon the garden. The maidservants of the Lu household were taking out the bedding to sunbathe. Rarely did one encounter such warmth in winter, and the maidservants eagerly spread out the comforters. Nian joined them in basking in the sunlight, picking up a large fallen leaf from the ground and toying with it in her hands. She could not help but recite, The phoenix tree sheds its leaves, the winter sweet blooms, warm sunlight graces the window, and the red stove glows. A young servant arrived to convey a message, stating that Master Lu requested her presence. Nian Nian entered her father's hall, but found no sign of him. From a distance, she spotted a young gentleman in flowing white robes, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he gazed at her. It was Xiao Yan. Nian heir has arrived. Lu Xing greeted with a beaming smile. Father, Lord Xiao. Nian Yan performed a formal bow to her father and then curtsied to Xiao Yan. Greetings, Lord Xiao. Indeed, it has been a while. Miss Lu, Xiao Yan remarked with a hint of joy. Nian Yan, smiling, engaged in pleasantries. Yes, Lord Xiao. You must be quite busy with your affairs. What brings you to our residence today? Xiao Yan replied. My estate is currently undergoing renovations in the garden. I heard of the exquisite beauty of the Lu residence's garden and came specifically to learn from it. Ah, it is merely the praise of outsiders. Zio, the servant, interjected politely. If you do not mind, Lord Xiao, I shall have someone guide you around. Lu Xing chimed in from the side. The father had just taken Lord Xiao to view the humble abode, and to his surprise, it caught Lord Xiao's eye, prompting lavish praises. Indeed, the elegant corridors and winding waters, coupled with the serene mountains and towering bamboos, rendered the Lu family's garden exactly as Miss Lu had described. Every blade of grass and every brick seemed to meld seamlessly into a natural canvas that left one enchanted and entranced. Xiao Yan could not help but silently commend it. Though her heart brimmed with joy, she maintained an air of composure, merely responding with a smile. Earlier, she had heard Uncle Lu mention that the garden was constructed according to Miss Lu's vision. Truly, Miss Lu's ingenuity and wisdom shone through. Our garden has already begun construction. Might I implore Miss Lu to grace us with her presence and offer her esteemed guidance? Nian Nian. Since the news of Fu Yuanheng being a candidate for the crown princess has circulated, it is said that many suitors have approached the Wang residence recently. Perhaps his engagement will be settled soon, and it is wise to avoid any unnecessary suspicions. She pondered for a moment before speaking. I must accompany father in inventory today and cannot spare the time. I truly apologize. Nian Nian, you should accompany Lord Xiao. It is not healthy for you to remain cooped up indoors all day. You ought to get some fresh air. The affairs of the shop can be left to others. Uncle Lu kindly suggested. Nian Nian shot Uncle Lu a reproachful glance, feeling rather embarrassed as she stammered, that may be well. I have heard that there is a market near Lianghe Bridge where they sell exotic goods from the South Seas. Once you finish your tasks, go and have a look. And do bring back a string of fire coral prayer beads for father, Uncle Lu added with a smile. Father, the Wang residence is to the south, while Lianghe Bridge is to the north. It is not on the way. Moreover, the market opens only at night. Do you not fear for my safety out alone after dark? Nian Nian complained. Uncle Lu pointed towards Xiao Yan and remarked, Is this not Lord Xiao's company? With him by your side, what is there to worry about? Lord Xiao is quite busy with official matters. I would not want to impose. Nian Nian retorted with a pout. Not all, Miss Lu. Today I happen to have a day off, and I have no engagements. I have never been to Lianghe Bridge, so it would be an excellent opportunity to accompany you and see it for myself. Xiao Yan responded with a gentle smile. Very well then, Nian Nian replied softly. Uncle Lu cheerfully stated, Go ahead, then I shall trouble Lord Xiao to look after my daughter. Of course, Uncle Lu, you need not worry, Xiao Yan reassured him with a smile. Watching his daughter depart with Xiao Yan, Uncle Lu felt a twinge of loneliness, akin to a father whose daughter was marrying into another family, no longer able to share daily moments together. In the back garden of the Wang residence, the artificial hills, quaint bridges, flowing water, and pavilions had taken on a new appearance compared to before. The craftsmen were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Curiously, Nian Nian inquired, What inspired you to renovate the garden, my lord? Xiao Yan chuckled softly. I was captivated by Miss Lu's description of the charm of Su-style gardens. With some leisure time on my hands, I decided to embark on this transformation. Chuyu interjected from behind. With some renovation, who knows? This garden might soon welcome its lady owner. Xiao Yan turned and shot him a disapproving glance. Mind your words. Though she was already aware of the many suitors approaching the Wang residence lately, Hearing it spoken aloud by Chu Yu inexplicably stirred a bittersweet sensation within her heart, difficult to suppress. After a cursory tour, she felt increasingly uncomfortable and politely remarked, "Everything appears fine, and there is nothing amiss. When spring arrives next year, and the flowers bloom abundantly, it will surely be a splendid sight." With a gaze filled with affection, Xiao Yan smiled contentedly. "As long as Miss Liu does not find it objectionable, I shall invite you to my residence for tea and flower appreciation when spring graces us." Nian Yin forced a smile, replying, "That sounds delightful. Since there are no further matters, we shall not intrude upon your residence." Xiao Yan, in a fluster, asked Miss Liu, "Are we to proceed to Lianghe Bridge? Allow me to inform them and accompany you. In truth, I often traverse the night roads. It is unnecessary to trouble yourself." "Miying and I can go together," Nian Yin said while forcing a chuckle and declining the offer. "I have promised Uncle Liu, and how can I allow you to go alone? Please wait for me. I shall be there shortly." Xiao Yan then instructed the artisans briefly before asking Chu Yu to prepare the carriage. Throughout the journey, Nian Yin's unease was palpable, her demeanor far from cheerful. Miying, startled, reached out to touch her forehead. "You do not have a fever, yet why does your complexion appear so bleak? Are you unwell, miss?" Nian Yin brushed her hand away, asserting, "I am fine." Fortunately, Xiao Yan rode ahead, not sharing the same carriage, for his meticulous nature would surely have discerned her distress. She puffed her cheeks like a toad and let out a resigned breath. Very well, life must go on. Miying, perplexed, pondered what had caused her mistress's unusual behavior that day. Nian Yin reassured herself. Xiao Yan was handsome and loyal, yet such traits should not lead her to covet him. He was of an age to marry, and to feel sorrow over this matter would be rather petty. A cloud of worry lifted from her face, and she managed to muster a strained smile. When the trio arrived at Lianghe Bridge, they found the hours still early, with vendors slowly gathering along the riverbanks. "It seems we have arrived too early," Xiao Yan remarked. "Indeed, it should be bustling at dusk," Nian Yin replied. Nian Yin, a woman's voice, called from afar. Turning toward the sound, Nian Yin saw her cousin, Shan Jun, peering from a carriage, beckoning her. Joyfully, Nian Yin rushed over to greet her cousin. "Cousin, what brings you here?" "The incense at Ling Tai Temple on the mountain is quite popular, and there's a venerable monk, Master Hongyi, who possesses profound knowledge. I came specifically to offer incense, and was just about to return." "What brings you here?" Shanjin inquired. Before Nian Yin could respond, Shanjin glanced at Xiao Yan approaching from a distance. She quickly called to her maid, "Lan Er, assist me in dismounting." Once off the carriage, Shanjin greeted Xiao Yan with a bow. "Uncle, I did not expect to see you here." Xiao Yan took a few steps closer. "What a coincidence to encounter my niece here." "Indeed, quite the coincidence. What brings you and my sister together?" Shanjin asked, glancing between Xiao Yan and Nian Yin. No, I was merely asking Lord Xiao for directions," Nian Yin quickly clarified, realizing the impropriety of appearing too familiar with Xiao Yan in broad daylight. Nian Yin was aware that her cousin had a tendency to speak freely, and fearing that she might divulge information indiscriminately, she opted to feign unfamiliarity. Casting a discreet glance at Xiao, Shanjin enthusiastically pointed towards Xiao Yan, introducing him. "Nian Yin, our household is related to the Jingbei Wangfu, so you should refer to him as cousin uncle. Although he is younger, he is still an elder." Nian Yin nodded earnestly, remembering to greet Xiao Yan with respect. "Cousin uncle, I hope you are well." Chapter 68. Ling Tai Temple. A hint of displeasure crossed Xiao Yan's face, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "Nian Yin, you are headed to Ling Tai Temple. Just follow this road, and you shall arrive swiftly. You must hurry along. There are hardly any visitors left." "I have just finished my prayers and am about to return," her cousin warmly directed her. Yes, cousin, please take care on your way back," Nian Yin reminded her. "Cousin uncle, you enjoy yourself. I must take my leave." Shanjun and Xiao Yan exchanged formal farewells. As they watched Shanjun's carriage disappear into the distance, Nian Yin, feeling somewhat aimless, approached Xiao Yan and suggested, "Cousin uncle, it is still early. Shall we explore Ling Tai Temple together?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan displayed no joy, and instead A trace of awkwardness clouded his expression. He hesitated and said, "Actually, you need not call me cousin uncle as your cousin does. I only celebrated my coming of age in May, and I am merely 2 years and 10 months your senior." Realizing her gaffe, Nian Yin felt embarrassed. She had thought that addressing him as cousin uncle would foster intimacy, unaware of his reluctance to be called so, perhaps feeling it made him seem older. "I did not mean to imply that you are old. Addressing you as sir feels too distant, while calling you and brother seems to take advantage of my cousin. How should I properly address you?" "Simply call me Ian," he replied. Ascending the steps to Ling Tai Temple, an ancient shrine stood resolutely against the elements, enduring the passage of time. The pavilions and towers were adorned with moss-covered blue bricks, while towering ancient trees stood majestically, and a tranquil pond teemed with leisurely fish. An old bridge, polished smooth by the footsteps of passing pilgrims, added to the serene atmosphere. Immersed in this rustic courtyard, Nian Yin gazed at the distant pavilion, while the hanging bells from the eaves evoked a sense of tranquility, allowing her to shed worldly worries. "This is indeed Ling Tai Temple. It is truly extraordinary," Nian Yin remarked. Xiao Ian surveyed his surroundings and stated, "It is ancient and serene, immersing one in tranquility. In my hometown, there is also a centuries-old temple called Yin Shan Temple. Though it has remained unchanged for over a decade, I always feel it is slightly different each time I visit. Though I cannot articulate how," Nian Yin shared with Xiao Ian. "Perhaps this is what they call the heart shaping the perception of the surroundings. Each visit brings a different mindset, leading to varied experiences." Xiao Ian responded thoughtfully. Before Nian Yin could reply, Master Hong, he emerged cheerfully from the Great Hero Hall, exclaiming, "Ba." Nian Yin and Xiao Ian returned the greeting. Master Hong addressed Xiao Ian. "It seems this benefactor possesses a profound understanding of Buddhist principles." "Not at all. I have only perused a few scriptures," Xiao Ian humbly replied. With a warm smile, Master Hong, he said to them, "Please, feel free to explore." After several individuals paid their respects and offered incense, they traversed the ancient corridor adorned with inscriptions, gazed upon the magnificent Puming Pagoda, and ascended the bell tower. As they passed a side hall dedicated to fortune-telling, Ming, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "My dear girl, look! Here, too, they seek fortunes regarding love. Let's take a closer look." Nian Yin, feeling a touch of shyness, shot her a glance, and, wishing to avoid the topic, replied, "Today's journey has been quite extensive. I shall seek out the master for a cup of water." With that, he made his way toward the Great Hero Hall. Upon nearing the Great Hero Hall, he encountered Master Hongi, who stood at the entrance, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked into the distance. Upon noticing Xiao Ian's approach, the master greeted him with a benevolent smile and inquired, "Why has the devotee returned?" Xiao Ian joined his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed, saying, "Forgive my intrusion, master. I seek but a cup of tea." Master Hongi extended an arm in invitation, saying, "Please come this way." He led Xiao Ian to a side hall, where he personally brewed a pot of fragrant tea and presented him with a cup, saying, "Here you are, my dear devotee." Xiao Ian took a sip, savoring the refreshing taste reminiscent of mountain spring water, perfectly complemented by the exquisite early tea, truly delightful. Master Hongi chuckled softly, saying, "You are mistaken, my dear devotee. It is but a pot of well water from the temple, accompanied by humble tea leaves." Xiao Ian took another sip, his mind puzzled. Regardless of the source of the water, the tea was undeniably of the finest quality. Why then did the master insist he was wrong? He surmised that the master must have his reasons and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Master Hongi continued, "The Buddha teaches that not to contend or debate, and to remain unperturbed by what is seen or heard, is the essence of profound practice. Your clarity and openness, detached from worldly concerns, is indeed commendable. Advance further, and you shall reach the Pure Land. Retreat, and you remain among the mundane." Xiao Ian discerned the deeper meaning in the master's words and humbly replied, "Your praise is excessive, master. The Buddha teaches that a heart free from attachments can attain true freedom. I am ashamed that I have not yet achieved a state of utter selflessness. I do have a matter I wish to consult you about." Master Hongi nodded, "Please speak." Xiao Ian set down the teacup, stood, and bowed once more, saying, I am aware that my connection with a certain individual is not a virtuous one. I never intended to intrude, yet I find myself unable to extricate my heart from her presence, longing to remain by her side. Is this not greed, anger, and ignorance? I'm torn as to whether I should grasp this feeling or let it go. Master Hongyi joined his hands in prayer, saying Amitabha. Affection has no inherent good or evil. Such notions reside within the human heart. Whether it is a good or ill fate depends solely on how you choose to engage with it. To grasp or to release, your heart already possesses the answer. In seeking my counsel, you merely seek reassurance. Xiao Ian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Master Hongyi laughed heartily, saying, My dear devotee, I offer you a thought. All bonds of love and affection are impermanent and fleeting. Everything in this world is bound by destiny. Ties may form and dissolve. Connections may arise and fade. Just as spring brings forth blossoms and autumn sees them fall, let your heart remain at ease amidst the ebb and flow of existence. For in silence and stillness, one finds the essence of nature. Xiao Ian, somewhat bewildered, replied, I kindly ask the Master for further clarification. Master Hongyi smiled. The Buddha teaches that some things are beyond words. With your innate wisdom, you shall surely come to understand. Grateful for the enlightenment offered by Master Hongyi, Xiao Ian took his leave. In the eastern seas lie the three kingdoms, Penglai, Yizhou, and Ryukyu, among which Penglai is a vassal state of Nanjing. Ryukyu, situated east of Yizhou, is known for its fierce and cunning inhabitants, who often circumvent Yizhou to harass the coastal populace of Nanjing. Yizhou, fearful of Ryukyu, often turns a blind eye to their transgressions. Yesterday, during the morning court session, the ministers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recent disturbances caused by the Ryukyu naval forces masquerading as pirates, which had led to the abduction of over 30 fishermen from Nanjing in a bay near Yizhou. Grand Minister Wang Ji advocated for an assault on Ryukyu. However, Minister Fu expressed concerns about the East China Sea Fleet's prolonged inactivity, resulting in a disheartened military spirit, and suggested that they first engage in drills before contemplating an attack. Veteran statesman Zhang Liao proposed that, as the captives were within Yizhou's jurisdiction, the immediate course of action should be to dispatch an envoy to Yizhou, seeking the cooperation of its ruler to secure the release of the captives while also gathering intelligence on Ryukyu's military strength and national conditions. The Empress accepted Zhang Liao's counsel and resolved to send the eldest son of the Grand Protector, Xie Bin, along with a delegation to Yizhou for negotiations. Xiao Ian, having previously achieved favorable outcomes in discussions with the Northern Zhao delegation, was also nominated by the Empress to accompany them. The journey to Yizhou was fraught with uncertainty, potentially lasting anywhere from 3 months to a year and a half. He overheard in court that Liu Xiao was arranging a marriage for his sister, and he feared that upon his return, Nian would have wed another. His heart was in turmoil. His intention was to confess his feelings to Nian and ask her to wait for his return. However, he remembered Master Hong Yi's teaching that all things are governed by the natural order, and given the perilous journey ahead, there was no need to burden her with his worries. Anxiously, Xiao Ian returned to the temple where he had sought an oracle. Nian and Miying were already seated on the stone steps outside. Xiao Ian hurried over, saying, I lost track of time while conversing with the monk. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Nian rose and replied, Miying, and I just took a brief rest. What did you discuss with the monk, Sir Xiao? Chapter 69, Duck Blood Vermicelli Soup. Xiao Ian smiled shyly. Oh, nothing of significance, merely inquiring about some Buddhist teachings. Did Miss Liu obtain an oracle? Nian awkwardly chuckled. Ah, well, today I merely sought a safety talisman for my father. At that moment, a sonorous and lingering bell tolled, resonating with a purifying essence that stirred reflections on life, and instantly, silence enveloped them. Once the bell had ceased, Xiao Ian turned to Nian and said, The evening bell has sounded. Let us descend the mountain. As the trio made their way down to Lianghe Bridge, dusk began to settle in. Along both sides of the Liang River, vendors had set up their stalls. The old houses with whitewashed walls and black tiles, along with the shops lining the streets. lit their lanterns, casting a warm glow that danced upon the waters of the river, embodying the vibrant essence of human existence. The streets were now bustling with pedestrians, and the shopkeepers were beginning to call out to customers. The stone-paved pathways were adorned with vendors selling various delicacies, while performers had also begun to display their wares. The three wandered leisurely, and Yin Yin spotted a stall selling imitation flower hairpins. She bent down to pick up a peach blossom hairpin and remarked to me, "Look, it is even more exquisite than those we saw during the Qingqing festival. It looks so lifelike. I wonder who crafted it. They truly possess remarkable skill." The vendor quickly boasted, "Indeed, young lady, you are correct. This design has been passed down from the palace. Said to be produced by a workshop that creates garments for the princesses. It has not been available in past years. You should purchase one. They are only 30 won each." The hairpins that Yin Yin and Yaoer bought during the Qingqing festival were merely 10 won each. This vendor was clearly overcharging, asking 3 times the price. Without a second thought, Yin Yin set the hairpin down. Xiao Yan once again picked up the peach blossom hairpin and said to Yin Yin, "In the winter, when all flowers wilt, this blossom appears vibrant and lifelike. I ought to purchase one to match the season, considering it a token of gratitude from Miss Lu for her guidance in my garden today." As he handed the hairpin to Yin Yin, he reached for a coin to pay the vendor. Yin Yin immediately snatched the coin away and bargained with the vendor. "A few days ago, I purchased a similar one. Do not attempt to deceive me. It is worth 15 won." The vendor, bemused, replied, "My lady, you truly are a master of bargaining. 15 won, take it or leave it." Unfazed, Yin Yin responded, "Well then, 15 when it is. You are quite adept at this, my good sir. Your future husband is indeed fortunate." The vendor, somewhat resigned, muttered under his breath. Yin Yin looked up to see Xiao Yan smiling at her. Initially shy, she lowered her head slightly, then looked up and smiled brightly. "I come from a merchant background. I have been taught the art of negotiation since childhood. It is laughable how I engage in such trivial matters. I find Miss Lu's carefree and unrestrained nature utterly charming," Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. Yin chose not to respond further, placing the hairpin in her hair, and asked me, "Does it look good?" Xiao Yan, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim, "The peach blossoms are radiant, their beauty striking." These lines are derived from the Book of Songs, expressing sentiments typically exchanged between a husband and his wife or lover. She sensed something unusual about Xiao Yan today. Even the way he looked at her felt different from before. Could it be that he has developed feelings for her? Surely not. He is a man of virtue, and Miss Fu has only recently entered the palace. It would be improbable for him to shift his affections so swiftly. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Quietly, she removed the peach blossom hairpin and placed it in her sleeve. Xiao Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Why has Miss Lu removed it again?" Yin Yin smiled awkwardly. "This hairpin is too ostentatious and does not complement my attire today. I shall save it for another occasion." "Thank you, Sir Xiao." After wandering about, they successfully acquired the fire coral prayer beads that Lu Xing desired and were about to bid farewell to Xiao Yan. He looked at her with reluctance and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "I recall that Miss Lu still owes me a meal. Why not settle it today?" Yin Yin remembered their conversation about this during their meal of Sichuan cuisine and was surprised he remembered so clearly. Should she commend his memory or call him stingy? Indeed, if not for Sir Zhao's reminder, she might have forgotten her debt entirely. "What would you like to eat today, Sir Xiao?" "Whatever you prefer, Miss Lu," he replied with a carefree flick of his sleeve. Yin Yin glanced around and spotted an inconspicuous stall with a sign reading duck blood vermicelli soup. She had heard about this delicacy from Qingqing while in Suzhou, and this was the first time she had encountered it for sale. Turning to Xiao Yan, she suggested, "Sir Xiao, let's try that. I have heard it is exceptionally delicious." "Very well," Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Yin Yin beckoned me to find a seat, calling out to the waiter, "3 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, please." Before long, 3 bowls of soup arrived. Ming looked at her bowl and asked, "Miss, is this truly delicious?" Yin Yin smiled and encouraged, "Do try it. This is a famous dish of Qingqing." Xiao Yan, slightly puzzled, asked, "Is this indeed a renowned dish of Qingqing? I've never heard of it before." Before Yin Yin could respond, the waiter wiped his hands with a cloth and tossed it over his shoulder, saying, "Young master, you must be an outsider. This dish is a favorite among the common folk of Qingqing. You can only find it at the market. No one in the restaurant sells it. The dignitaries look down upon it." Nian Yin smiled secretly, and Xiao Yin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I am indeed rather uninformed." The trio began to eat, and Nian Yin asked Xiao Yin, "How does it taste, Lord Xiao?" Xiao Yin was unable to eat duck blood, having had a bad experience with it in his youth, which caused him to break out in hives. Not wanting to dampen Nian Yin's spirits, he replied, "It is indeed fresh and delightful." Nian Yin appeared rather pleased. "Did I not say so? Sometimes one must look beyond the surface. The truly delicious food is hidden in these narrow alleys. My father took me to many places when I was young, and whenever we arrived somewhere, he would always take me to eat at street stalls, saying that this was the quickest way to understand the local customs and traditions. I find that very reasonable." Xiao Yin smiled faintly, rummaging through his bowl without bringing any food to his lips. Nian Yin noticed he was not eating and frowned at him. Dressed in his splendid attire, he seemed out of place in this humble eatery, much like the distinguished son of a royal household would be mismatched with the daughter of a merchant. Wishing not to make him uncomfortable, Nian Yin dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief and asked, "Lord Xiao, once you have finished, shall we be on our way?" Xiao Yin nodded and stood up to accompany her back. The street performers had begun their act, drawing a large crowd. Nian Yin found herself unable to see anything from the back. Xiao Yin lifted her onto a large stone by the bridge so she could watch. Nian Yin was completely captivated by the performance, occasionally clapping her hands in delight at particularly impressive moments. Xiao Yin, preoccupied with his thoughts, clapped along with her. As they walked back along the river, they came across a stage filled with an audience, and they paused to observe from a distance. Curiously, Nian Yin inquired, "I wonder what play they are performing today." Xiao Yin replied, "It is an adaptation of a tale from a previous dynasty, titled Liangzhu." Nian Yin expressed her disappointment. "I have seen this play, but only the beginning. My father was ill at the time, and we could not watch it to the end. I only saw how Shanbo and Ying Tai were classmates, and Shanbo did not know that Ying Tai was a girl. I wonder how it concludes." Xiao Yin gazed into the distance, recounting the story. Later, Ying Tai sent a letter urging his swift return and entrusted a jade pendant as a token to be delivered by his mentor. It was then that Shanbo learned of Ying Tai's true identity. However, by the time he rushed to the Zhu family, Ying Tai had already been promised to Ma Wenkai. In a fit of rage, Shanbo fell ill and soon passed away. Ying Tai, refusing to accept the marriage, donned white mourning garments when a Ma family came to claim her, choosing to follow Shanbo in death. Thus, Liang and Zhu transformed into butterflies, forever united. Nian Yin listened in astonishment. What a profoundly moving tale. Xiao Yin gazed at her with deep affection, saying, "Indeed, to become one in life and death. One only envies the mandarin ducks, not the immortals." He cautiously probed for any sign of positive response, willing to fully open his heart if she offered even the slightest encouragement. Chapter 70. Lotus Silk. These were the words he wished to express to Miss Fu. Yet now they could not be conveyed. Instead, he could only share them with her, a fellow soul adrift in the world. Nian Yin smiled faintly, reflecting on how playwrights often manipulate our emotions. "I do not wish for their demise. Although love is indeed precious, the foremost priority is to live safely." The two exchanged glances, lapsing into silence. After a prolonged pause, Xiao Yin spoke. "Miss Liu, I have come to bid you farewell. I must depart for official business, leaving the capital in 3 days." Nian Yin felt a twinge of surprise. "Where are you going?" "The Empress has summoned me to accompany an envoy to Yizhou. This separation will last no less than 6 months." Xiao Yin's expression grew increasingly cold. Nian Yin's heart tightened, her reluctance evident. "Why must you travel so far? You mentioned we would admire the blossoms and drink tea together come spring. It appears that will not be possible." Xiao Yin suddenly smiled. "I shall return promptly to fulfill my promise to Miss Liu." Nian Yin recalled something and retrieved a talisman from her sleeve, placing it in Xiao Yin's hand. "This was bestowed upon me by my mother while she was alive. Throughout the years, it has brought me fortune and protection. Such a significant item, I cannot accept," Xiao Yin demurred. Nian Yin gazed at him earnestly. I have nothing else to offer you. With this, I will feel at ease. Xiao Yan accepted the talisman, clasping it in his hand, a childlike joy illuminating his face. As the days passed, the Empress's birthday approached. Traditionally, the Liu family would present a gift, typically a collection of treasures and Liu family's exquisite silk. The Empress would accept it as customary, without expressing particular fondness. Nian Yin pondered. This year, I must put extra thought into the Empress's birthday gift. If I can win her favor with a word of praise, it would greatly enhance the reputation of our silk shop and boost sales. It was well known that the Empress held a fondness for lotus flowers, and thus, many families adorned their gifts with lotus motifs, including the Liu family silks. Nian Yin mused. While it is important to cater to her tastes, if everyone adheres to the same pattern, it loses its novelty. Perhaps if we can avoid the lotus embroidery, yet remain connected to it, we might elicit a smile from the Empress with something fresh. On this particular day, Nian Yin did not visit the weaving workshop. After breakfast, she went to her study and began to draw a lotus on paper. As she contemplated the Empress's birthday gift, Ming approached to announce, Miss, the young mistress has sent someone to summon you to the east courtyard. She felt somewhat surprised. Typically, it was her brother who called for her. But this time, it was her sister-in-law. She declined her brother's invitation, knowing he had no recourse. It was rare for her sister-in-law to call upon her, and she could not refuse such a request. She set down her brush and said to Ming, Let us go. Upon arriving at the main hall, before even stepping through the door, Nian Yin caught sight of a young gentleman in blue conversing animatedly with her sister-in-law. She surmised that this was indeed the suitor her sister-in-law had selected for her. Taking a moment to compose herself, she entered with a smile, remarking, It seems we have a distinguished guest today. Upon seeing her, Shu Yin promptly rose to welcome her, and the young gentleman stood as well. Nian Yin discreetly assessed him. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his hair neatly tied up, exuding an air of vigor. His complexion sun-kissed, entirely unlike the frail scholars of the capital. My dear sister, let me introduce you to my cousin from my maternal uncle's family, named Yu Qingqing. He has recently returned from Guilin to the capital and currently serves as a general in the Imperial Guard. After a warm introduction by Shu Yin, Nian Yin slightly bowed in respect to Qingqing. Shu Yin then turned to Yu Qingqing, saying, This is your only sister-in-law's younger sister, Nian Yin. Look at her. I have not deceived you. Is she not extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing even the celestial beings? Yu Qingqing's face blossomed with a bashful yet sincere smile, but he remained silent. Nian Yin, too, chose not to speak. Their sister-in-law's maternal uncle, Lord Yu, serves as the Deputy Minister of Revenue, and Nian Yin often hears her sister-in-law speak of him, mentioning that he has a single son employed elsewhere. Observing the silence between the two, Shu Yun enthusiastically sought to enliven the atmosphere. My cousin has practiced martial arts since childhood. He joined the military at the tender age of 15 or 16. He is exceptionally genuine and possesses remarkable skills, earning the admiration of his superiors. In just a few years, he has ascended to a position within the Imperial Guard, truly a promising future ahead. Nian merely smiled faintly. Yu Qingqing hurriedly interjected, Cousin, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Nian recalled a time when Xiao Yan spoke of his bright prospects during negotiations with the Northern Zhao envoy, responding in a similar modest manner. Amused, she decided to tease him a little. She had recently heard her sister-in-law mention that Lord Yu previously served in Guilin, known for its famous Li Pu taro. She wondered if he might have brought some back. Yu Qingqing, taken aback and somewhat flustered, replied, I regret to say I overlooked that and did not bring any Li Pu taro back. If Miss Liu wishes to have some, I can send someone to fetch it from Guilin right away. Nian, unable to suppress a chuckle at his nervousness, noticed his face turning crimson. He continued earnestly, Guilin is quite remote and lacks fine goods. Upon my return, I only brought a few strands of lotus silk, which is rather rare. If Miss Liu does not mind, I can retrieve it from my residence and have it sent to you. Lotus silk? Nian was intrigued. Yu Qingqing finally gathered the courage to explain. It is a product from Annan, extracted from the lotus stalks and spun into thread. It is said to be exceptionally precious. Guilin is located south of Annan, and it was gifted to me by my subordinates. Shu Yin marveled. In that case, it truly is a rare item. Nian Yan's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely the material she had been contemplating for the Empress's birthday gift. If she could obtain this lotus silk to craft a gown for the Empress, it would undoubtedly be splendid. Energized by this thought, she stood and addressed her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, may I borrow Lord Yu for a moment? Her sister-in-law glanced at Yu Qiuqi, who hurriedly stood up. Confused, they exchanged glances before looking at Nian Yan, their expressions filled with intrigue. Nian Yan cheerfully proposed to Yu Qiuqi, Lord Yu, would you be so kind as to take me to your residence to see the lotus silk you mentioned? Yu Qiuqi, still trying to comprehend her request, appeared momentarily bewildered until his sister-in-law gave him a knowing look. He quickly responded, certainly, then I must trouble Miss Liu to make a short trip. Nian Yan accompanied him to the entrance of the Yu residence, where she remained seated in the carriage without disembarking. Shortly after, Yu Qiuqi emerged holding a brocade box, which he presented to Nian Yan. After expressing her gratitude, she departed. On her way, she opened the box to reveal coils of light beige silk thread within. As she picked up a roll and gently caressed it, she found it to be remarkably soft. Observing the quantity of silk threads, she realized, based on her experience, that the amount of lotus silk was insufficient for crafting clothes. Even making a scarf would prove inadequate. Where could she procure more lotus silk? Since such a material existed in the world, there must surely be books documenting it. Nian Yan made her way to the Hongwen Hall, where the guards recognized her and allowed her entry. She diligently searched through the books and eventually discovered a reference to lotus silk in a tome entitled Records of Extraordinary Techniques of Dahua. The text described a highly precious fabric from Annan, derived from the roots of the lotus plant, spun into threads and woven into cloth. Fabric made from lotus silk was softer and possessed superior elasticity compared to silk from silkworms, rendering it almost weightless when worn. However, the production of such fabric was no simple task. It required exceptionally skilled artisans to undertake 14 meticulous processes. Lotus silk was prone to breakage, necessitating utmost care at each step. To extract enough silk for a single scarf, a proficient worker would need 2 months to complete the task. Only the women from a few villages in Annan possessed the skill to extract this silk, meaning that it could only be sourced from Annan itself. Nian Yan shared her thoughts with her father, who agreed and encouraged her to give it a try. If it did not succeed, they could still prepare the yun brocade, as they had in previous years. The challenge, however, was that the Empress Dowager's birthday was less than 2 months away, and the Liu family had no commercial establishment in Guilin, let alone in Annan. Nian Yan pondered that Yu Qiuqi might be able to assist her. She learned that he was currently practicing in the training grounds, so she waited at a distance with Miying. Although they stood far away, they could still discern the scene within. Yu Qiuqi wielded his sword, practicing with the soldiers, his movements agile and graceful, exuding the aura of a heroic figure. She found herself captivated, momentarily forgetting about Yuan Bao. After Yu Qiuqi completed his training and finished his duty, he stepped out and spotted Nian Yan and Ming waiting for him outside. He greeted Nian Yan joyfully. Miss Liu, what a coincidence. Nian thought to herself, what a simpleton who would casually wander around such a restricted area. She composed herself and, with a warm demeanor, addressed Yu Qiuqi, Lord Yu. I specifically came to find you. Do you have a moment? I would like to take you somewhere. Yu Qiuqi glanced at the sky, noting that it was still early, and replied cheerfully, sure. Where are we headed, Miss Liu? Nian Yan smiled mysteriously. Come, you'll find out when we arrive. Yu Qiuqi rode alongside Nian Yan's carriage until they reached the Liu family's weaving workshop. She led him inside, where workers were busily dyeing, weaving, embroidering, and transporting, each diligently fulfilling their roles. They greeted Nian warmly. The young lady has arrived. Stopping before a loom, she presented a square piece of fabric made from the lotus silk he had gifted her. Lord Yu, this is woven from the lotus silk you sent me. He touched it and exclaimed, it is indeed incredibly soft. Nian Yan smiled gently. Yes, I sought you out today to ask for your assistance. He looked up, surprise evident on his face. Miss Liu, what do you need help with? As the Empress's birthday approached, it was well known that she had a fondness for lotus flowers. One day, Upon encountering this exquisite lotus silk, I was inspired to craft a garment from it as a gift for the Empress. However, I learned that this silk is produced in Annan, and acquiring it may necessitate the assistance of locals from Gillen. I am certain that we would offer substantial rewards for their help, and I wonder, might you be able to assist me in this endeavor, esteemed sir? Nian Nian spoke eloquently. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This matter is not particularly difficult. I shall draft a letter and send someone post-haste to an old colleague in Gillen, requesting their assistance in procuring it. However, I cannot guarantee success, Miss Liu. As this is an Annan product, and with the year-end approaching, it will be prudent for you to prepare alternative arrangements to avoid any mishaps." Nian Nian nodded appreciatively. "Then I thank you, esteemed sir. There is no need for concern, should we fail to procure it. We can prepare the customary cloud brocade, as we have in years past." As the minor new year drew near, Yu Qiuqi visited Nian Nian to inform her that he had received a response. The letter stated that inquiries had been made at fabric shops and silk stores in Annan, but none had been found selling the lotus silk. A small quantity had been procured from several farming households in the region, which would be sent to Qingqing via merchant ship in half a month. The Plum Blossom Festival heralded the new year, and the Liu family was particularly lively this year. Brothers, sisters-in-law, and young nephews visited the western courtyard daily. Relatives and friends from the capital came and went, exchanging New Year greetings, keeping the household bustling until the 8th day of the new year. During this time, Yu Qiuqi paid 2 visits, one of which he brought the matriarch of the Yu family along. Upon seeing Nian Nian, the matriarch was overjoyed. After the Lantern Festival, Yu Qiuqi had a box carried over. When everyone opened it, they found it contained several rolls of light beige silk threads. Nian Nian assessed the quantity of silk and conferred with the weavers. It was evident that the amount was insufficient to create a complete outfit, but ample for a scarf. She resolved to weave a scarf from these threads, yet the weavers encountered difficulties during the process. The lotus silk was exceedingly fragile, and any broken strands became unusable, leaving them with a quantity that seemed inadequate for even a scarf. Unwilling to abandon the lotus silk, Nian Nian instructed the weavers to blend in silk, using a ratio of 30% silk to 70% lotus silk. To her delight, the resulting fabric was not only soft but also possessed greater resilience. However, the weavers found themselves troubled by the outcome. The fabric made from lotus silk appeared rather plain, resembling coarse burlap, and they doubted its ability to catch the Empress's eye. One worker suggested dyeing the fabric to enhance its appearance, but Nian Nian insisted on leaving it undyed, allowing only the most skilled embroiderers to decorate it with a few vividly embroidered lotus flowers. On the eve of the Empress's birthday, the Liu family sent their gift to the palace. While inspecting the offerings, Li Gongong, a eunuch by the Empress's side, discovered the lotus silk scarf. At first glance, it appeared to be a piece of coarse burlap adorned with a few embroidered petals. Infuriated, he took the gift before the Empress. "Your Majesty, please look at this," he exclaimed. Upon seeing the embroidered burlap within the ornate box, the Empress slightly closed her eyes, clearly vexed, and slowly inquired, "Whose family has sent this?" Li Gongong spoke with irritation. "It is the silk merchant Liu family, daring beyond measure, sending a piece of tattered burlap. Let me tear it to shreds." As he spoke, he pulled out a scarf, preparing to rip it apart. However, his hand that gripped the scarf trembled suddenly, and his expression became intriguingly contemplative. He held the scarf tightly, gripping it repeatedly, and exclaimed with surprise to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, this is not burlap." The Empress Dowager, not particularly concerned, replied, "Bring it here for me to see." Li Gongong carefully folded the scarf again and presented the ornate box containing it to the Empress Dowager. She took the scarf in her hands and found it as soft as clouds. Noticing a letter beneath the box, she extracted it and handed it to Li Gongong, saying, "Read it aloud." Li Gongong raised his voice and read, "Long live your Majesty." Upon seeing the first side of the scarf, you might think it is merely an ordinary piece of burlap, but in truth, this scarf is anything but ordinary. It is woven from lotus silk. What is lotus silk, you may ask? It is spun from the fresh stems of lotus flowers, needing to be transformed into thread within a day. This particular scarf has utilized over 9,000 lotus stems and a skilled silk processor would require 2 months to complete it. Lotus silk is as soft as clouds but lacks resilience. Therefore, silk from silkworms has been added. It could have been dyed in vibrant colors to accentuate its beauty. But the humble maid believes that the purest heart is the rarest of treasures. Your Majesty, having traversed the world as splendor, no ornate hue could truly complement your grace. Akin to your beloved lotus, fragrant and pure, standing tall and unblemished. Lu Yin from the Lu Silk House. A smile gradually appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. This Lu family's daughter indeed possesses a delicate heart, crafting such a peculiar item. Lotus silk? In all my years, I have never heard of such a thing. After tomorrow's birthday banquet, summon this Lu girl. I wish to inquire further. The Lu family's cloud brocade has always been commendable as well. Let's keep it all. The envoy dispatched to Izhou had been at sea for nearly a month, and the journey had been fraught with unrest. Chapter 72. Xiao Ian in peril. The envoy to Izhou arrived at the island nation of Izhou in the East China Sea after more than a month of travel. The journey had been tumultuous, as Ryukyu had dispatched 3 warships to trail the envoy's vessel, maintaining a careful distance. Fortunately, they arrived safely in Izhou. The nation's ruler sent representatives to receive the envoy, accommodating them at an inn, and promised to dispatch troops to the bay to rescue the fishermen of Nanjing. However, 2 days later, they excused themselves, citing busy state affairs, allowing the Nanjing envoy to remain at the inn while postponing discussions regarding the rescue of the hostages. The officials of Izhou treated the envoy with relative courtesy, providing them with fine food and drink daily. The group had no choice but to patiently await their summons. Xie Bin and his followers, already displeased with Xiao Ian, found solace in the delay. Hearing that Izhou had a national passion for Go, a game he also enjoyed, he requested the local officials at the inn to procure a Go manual from a local master, engaging in daily practice and study. One day, Xie Bin learned from outside sources that Ryukyu had also sent an envoy, receiving warm hospitality from the ruler of Izhou 3 days prior. His anger intensified, believing the ruler of Izhou was deliberately avoiding them. He cursed daily, and his attendants echoed his grievances with similar frustration. On the occasion of the Lantern Festival, the station master had thoughtfully arranged for the delegation to enjoy an elaborate meal, accompanied by aged wine. Xie Bin gathered the members of the delegation to dine together. After the feast, Xie Bin and several officials loyal to him lingered, consuming every drop of wine, and summoned a minor clerk from the relay station to procure more. By this hour, the night was deep, and the clerk informed them that the taverns had closed for the evening and that they could procure more wine the following day. Fueled by liquor, Xie Bin and his companions vented their pent-up frustrations, hurling insults at the ruler of Izhou, declaring him unworthy even to hold their shoes, and expressing their indignation at the disrespect shown to them. The clerk, in defense of his sovereign, uttered a few words, only to be struck by Xie Bin. When Xiao Ian, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate, the troublemakers were already subdued and restrained by Izhou soldiers. Xiao Ian hurriedly inquired of the station master, "What is the meaning of this?" The station master, with a stern countenance, replied, "These individuals have insulted the sovereign and assaulted a station officer. Their actions are a grave affront." Xie Bin shouted at Xiao Ian, "Xiao Cheng, send word to the empress immediately. Let the ruler of Izhou dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall unleash the full might of the southern Jing navy upon him." Provoked by Xie Bin's outburst, the station master commanded, "Take these men away and await the sovereign's decision." As Xiao Ian watched the men being led away, a sense of dread engulfed him, and he closed his eyes in despair. Xie Bin, undeterred, called out, "Xiao Cheng, find a way to save me." Shortly after Xie Bin's capture, the main gate of the relay station was secured by a detachment of soldiers, causing an uproar among the remaining members of the delegation, who were filled with trepidation. Someone remarked, "If the ruler of Izhou reaches an accord with the Ryukyu envoy, it will surely lead to enmity with our southern Jing. In that event, we shall all become hostages. What shall we do?" Another lamented, "Should that day come, one wonders if the court will seek a ransom to rescue us or wage war against them." Xiao Ian pondered for a moment before addressing the group. "The diminutive nation of Ryukyu dares to provoke our southern Jing. Pray tell, if a thief were to invade your home, would you offer him a stick or a purse of silver? Surely, One would strike him with a stick, came the response. We are but fish upon the butcher's block. Yet a true man fears not death. It is better to strike while the outcome remains uncertain, Qingqing asserted. But we are but 20-odd men. How can we stand against a nation? Someone questioned. Qingqing reflected before responding. The ruler of Ezhou hesitates to meet with us, weighing the pros and cons. Ezhou is merely a small nation caught between two powers. He wishes to offend neither southern Jing nor Ryukyu. Our only recourse is to sever his hopes, leaving him no avenue for retreat, compelling him to align with us. Another inquired, how do we sever his escape route? With determination, Qingqing declared, we must eliminate the Ryukyu delegation. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who will join me? Qingqing asked. A profound silence ensued until, after a lengthy pause, a voice emerged. I, Pei Haoqing of the Ministry of Personnel, am willing to accompany you. The assembly turned to see a man in his 30s, his demeanor exuding righteousness. In any case, death awaits us. I shall risk it. Another voice joined in. I shall go as well. Gradually, more voices joined the call. Qingqing and the group then devised their plan. Under the cloak of night, the guards at the post were subdued, allowing entry to the residence of the Ryukyu envoys. In their slumber, the lives of several envoys were extinguished. Before departing, a fire was kindled, leaving the place in ashes, and quietly, the assailant returned to the post. The following day, the sovereign of the forenation indeed sent emissaries to summon the delegation. Upon arrival at the palace, they were escorted by guards to a side hall where a fragrant cypress chessboard was laid out, accompanied by a sandalwood chess box and pieces of black and white jade. A grand chessboard adorned the wall, with duck egg-sized pieces affixed upon it. During their wait, a servant brought tea. An esteemed attendant entered and addressed the assembly. The sovereign has decreed that any skilled chess player among you may challenge me. Those who best my master, Qingqing, shall be granted an audience with the sovereign. Where's your master? Why does he not come forth to meet us? Inquired Pei Haoqing. You must first best me to earn the right to confront my master, replied the attendant, taking a seat beside the chessboard. Qingqing observed his companions, and Pei Haoqing, brimming with confidence, nodded in affirmation. The first match concluded, revealing Pei Haoqing was no match for the young man. 3 other dignitaries stepped forward, only to be defeated as well, and soon no one else dared to challenge. Qingqing, acutely aware of the young man's prowess, pondered a strategy to prevail. He reflected, in the contest of black and white, the stronger prevails. When strength is equal, the resolute triumphs. When resolve is equal, the steady-minded wins. Convinced of his superior skill, he recognized that to win, he must first forget the desire to win, freeing his mind from distractions. The young chess player resumed his seat, and Qingqing took his place opposite him. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, closing his eyes for a moment to center himself before completing the game with ease. When the final count was made, he surprisingly triumphed by 2.5 points. The young man rose and bowed, saying, Sir, please follow me inside. Qingqing was led into the inner chamber, where a remarkably handsome man sat drinking tea. This was Qingqing. Upon seeing Qingqing approach, he smiled gently, exclaiming, It has been many years since anyone has entered my inner hall. Please take a seat. Qingqing positioned himself at one side of the chessboard, while Qingqing settled at the opposite side, both bowing and greeting. Qingqing played with the black pieces, while Qingqing took the white. Qingqing's movements were light and humble, whereas Qingqing played with the intensity of a warrior, each piece placed with the force of a sword strike, creating an atmosphere akin to battle. Under the pressure he exerted, the average player would feel an acute sense of life and death, unwittingly losing themselves to the opponent's influence. His disciple, while possessing a commanding presence, had only grasped a fraction of Qingqing's skill. Qingqing felt a tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, and he tightly closed his eyes. Hands pressed to his forehead in an effort to calm himself. He recalled the sweet smile of Nian Nian as she softly reminded him, Do not forget our pact. He remembered the words of Master Hongyi from Lingtai Temple, Let all things unfold as they may. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bell tolled, its ancient and lingering tone clearing his mind. Taking a deep breath, he resumed play with a renewed spirit, allowing his instincts to guide him. As the game concluded, Qingqing rose and bowed, to which Xiao Yan reciprocated, saying, "I am grateful for your guidance." Qingqing replied, "You have not merely allowed me to win. Victory is victory. Loss is loss. Even if by a mere half point, you may accompany me to meet the sovereign." Qingqing escorted Xiao Yi into the main hall, where the ruler of Yizhou, an elderly man with graying hair and beard, exuded an air of arrogance akin to Qingqing's. From his elevated position, the ruler inquired, "You are the ones who murdered the Ryukyu envoy, are you not?" Chapter 73. Entering the palace, Xiao Yi feigned an expression of innocence, replying, "The foreign envoy remains unaware. This morning, I heard that the residence of the Ryukyu envoy was engulfed in flames, which is indeed astonishing. Such a conflagration is likely to cause considerable trouble for your majesty. Even if you do not admit it, I am aware that defeating Qingqing is no ordinary feat. Are you the head of the delegation?" The ruler probed. "I am not the head of the delegation," Xiao Yan responded. "Then where is your delegation leader?" The ruler pressed further. "The delegation leader, Xie Bin, is the very one whom your majesty has imprisoned." Xiao Yan replied somewhat awkwardly, with a hint of irritation. The ruler retorted, "I have heard that Nanjing prides itself on its etiquette, yet your delegation leader has insulted me and assaulted the courier. Is this your notion of courtesy?" Xiao Yan stood his ground, asserting, "Your majesty, our great nation of Nanjing values reciprocity in relationships. One must give a peach to receive a plum in return. It is illogical for your majesty to promise the release of hostages and then disregard it, while also avoiding my envoys. Several of my officials may have acted inappropriately under the influence of alcohol, but their actions were not without cause." The ruler's composure faltered slightly. "As you say, my own actions were also driven by reason. However, I now intend to forge an alliance with Nanjing. Speak, what terms can you offer?" Xiao Yan presented a document, delineating the treaty established by Zhang Liao and the other ministers prior to their departure. The ruler examined the document meticulously before setting it aside, revealing a satisfied smile. "I hold you in high regard. It is a pity that someone of your caliber serves under such a ruler as yours in Nanjing, who evidently lacks the discernment to recognize talent." Xiao Yan promptly replied, "Your Majesty, have you not heard the saying, 'Every inch has its advantages, every foot its shortcomings'? In chess, each piece holds equal status. However, the timing and placement of each piece can alter its value dramatically, and the same applies to people. I merely seek to establish a connection between our two nations. I implore you to expedite the release of my delegation leader, Xie Bin, so that we may engage in detailed discussions." The ruler nodded slightly. "I will release your delegation leader, but I shall not negotiate with him. You may return." When the group returned to the relay station, Xie Bin and several others had already been released. Following his day of imprisonment, Xie Bin's arrogance had somewhat diminished. Upon learning that the ruler of Yizhou was unwilling to negotiate with him, he heeded his subordinate's advice and instructed Xiao Yan to engage in discussions with the ruler, after which he would finalize the treaty. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Yan visited the palace to play chess with the ruler, during which they finalized the treaty's terms. The ruler of Yizhou promptly dispatched troops to the bay to rescue the hostages. He then hosted a grand banquet in the palace, welcoming the members of the delegation, and the two nations signed a treaty of neighborly friendship. This news soon reached Nanjing, but what was reported was that Xie Bin had received high praise from the ruler of Yizhou, and that the discussions had been amiable, leading to a successful negotiation. Xiao Yan triumphed over Yizhou's foremost Go player and spent 3 days playing chess with the ruler. Following the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations, Nian Yin was summoned into the palace by the eunuchs. Before entering the palace, the Liu family had repeatedly advised Liu Nianyin to be cautious in her words and actions. For every gesture she made would reflect upon the family. She must not act impulsively or disrespectfully, as it was her first time in the imperial palace. She felt a twinge of nervousness while waiting. However, the fragrant scent of plum blossoms wafting from the Empress Dowager's quarters helped her relax somewhat. She glanced around and noticed a vase of red plums on the table beneath the window, a perfect complement to the opulence of the palace. "The Empress Dowager has arrived," called out the eunuch. Liu Nianyin quickly knelt down, saying, "I am the commoner Liu Nianyin, here to wish the Empress Dowager health and longevity. You may rise. Please take a seat, the Empress Dowager replied. Lun Yinyin slightly lifted her head to glance at the Empress Dowager, who appeared to be in her 70s with graying hair. A countenance that was kind, yet bore an air of authority. Are you the girl who weaves lotus silk? The Empress Dowager inquired. You possess quite a lovely appearance. Come closer, let me have a better look. Yes, Lun Yinyin stepped forward to stand beside the Empress Dowager. What is your name? The Empress Dowager seemed to have missed her introduction due to her age and hearing difficulties, prompting her to ask again. Lun Yinyin raised her voice. I am Lun Yinyin. The Empress Dowager nodded, taking her hand to examine it. What delicate hands you have. How did you come to think of extracting silk from lotus leaves? In response to the Empress Dowager, I chanced upon the idea in a book, Lun Yinyin answered. What book is that? The Empress Dowager asked. It is titled Records of Remarkable Techniques of Great Hua, Lun Yinyin replied. The Empress Dowager appeared somewhat surprised and nodded. Ah, the Lu family girl is well read. Splendid. Most women of our dynasty study the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry, and prose. It seems the Lu family excels in educating their daughters. In response to the Empress Dowager, it is often said that within books lie golden houses and beautiful faces. My mother used to say that reading cultivates wisdom, allowing one to learn from the past and understand oneself and others. I believe that reading need not be confined to poetry. Any beneficial book that brings joy is worthy of study. Lun Yinyin quoted a saying from Xiao Yan. Well said. I have a grandson who has cherished reading since childhood. When he was appointed, he chose a certain position. What was it, oh, little Li? The Empress Dowager turned to Eunuch Li. It seemed she was not only hard of hearing, but also somewhat forgetful. Eunuch Li replied, in response to the Empress Dowager. The young master was previously a secretary and has since been promoted to the Honglu Temple. He has now been dispatched by the Empress to serve as an envoy to Yizhou. The Empress Dowager chuckled to herself. Look at my memory. The Lu family girl is as well-behaved and gentle as my grandson. Perhaps you too will find much in common. As Lun Yinyin thought of Xiao Yan's grandmother, her nervousness began to dissipate. To be candid with the Empress Dowager, I am acquainted with Lord Xiao. One might even call us friends. Lord Xiao is indeed a learned and graceful individual, praised by all. Oh, you're a friend of Chen. The Empress Dowager had not finished speaking when she began to cough, followed by labored breathing. Eunuch Li hurriedly stepped forward to assist, offering a cup of water to her lips. Empress Dowager, you have not felt well for a few days. This year's weather is colder than usual. You must have caught a chill. I will summon the imperial physician to examine you. The Empress Dowager took a few sips of water. Feeling somewhat alleviated, it is of no consequence. Strangely enough, I have felt quite breathless since I arrived in this main hall these past couple of days. After speaking, she began to breathe heavily again. Perhaps the handmaidens were concerned about the cold air entering, for the doors and windows were tightly shut. Eunuch Li was gently massaging the Empress Dowager's back, yet her breath became even more labored. Nian Yin bowed and said, Your Majesty, allow me to assist you with some acupressure on Fengmin and Higu. It may provide some relief. How audacious! How could the Empress Dowager be subjected to your whims? Eunuch Li retorted, somewhat emboldened by his position. Let her give it a try. The Empress Dowager replied amiably, as if Eunuch Li were the one in charge. Nian Yin stepped forward to apply pressure on the Empress Dowager's acupoints, and her breathing eased slightly. Nian Yin inquired, Your Majesty, do you find that your breathlessness worsens each spring as the flowers bloom? The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it seems to flare up more severely every spring. Your cough may possibly be related to that plum blossom. We might consider moving it outside, Nian Yin suggested, glancing at the plum blossoms on the windowsill and continuing her ministrations. What connection could there be? The Empress Dowager asked, slightly puzzled. The flowers produce pollen, which can cause discomfort when inhaled, varying from person to person, Nian Yin replied. Come, remove that plum blossom. The Empress Dowager commanded the waiting handmaidens. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. Was it not yesterday that we celebrated your birthday? I ordered the flower room to trim these red plums for added cheer, truly unaware of the consequences. Eunuch Li quickly knelt to apologize. Rise, it is not your fault, the Empress Dowager reassured him. Nian Nian's hands grew clammy as she pulled out a silk handkerchief to wipe them, inadvertently revealing a small rabbit figure. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she realized she had been nervously folding the handkerchief into shapes along the way, forgetting to unfold it. She hastily undid the silk and wiped her palms. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in surprise as she recalled the time when Qingqing had visited her, bringing along a silk handkerchief shaped like a little rabbit. Having learned the craft from a friend, perhaps it was from her, Nian Nian, observing the elderly woman with silver hair, couldn't help but think of her own grandmother. Had she still been alive, she too would have been a venerable old lady with white hair. "May I give your shoulders a massage, Your Majesty?" My grandmother often suffered from shoulder pain after sitting for long periods and would call upon me for relief, Nian Nian offered, her voice imbued with filial piety. Such a dutiful child. Very well, the Empress Dowager agreed. As Nian Nian began to massage her shoulders, the Empress Dowager felt significantly more relaxed, her breathing becoming more even. Indeed, removing that flower has made a difference. Young lady from the Liu family. How did you come to know this? I once encountered an old physician of great skill who traveled for 8 years, documenting all the peculiar and challenging ailments he encountered. I learned from him. Nian Nian recounted candidly. The Empress Dowager, pleased with her response, remarked, "You are quite perceptive. Has a marriage been arranged for you yet?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but I have yet to be betrothed," Nian Nian replied. The Empress Dowager, eyes closed as if savoring the young girl's devotion, mused, "Let me contemplate this thoroughly. I shall find you a suitable match." Chapter 74. The third son's forceful marriage. Nian Nian had always known the weight of royal words. Fearing the Empress Dowager might meddle in matchmaking, she hurriedly replied, "The daughter of a common family still has a younger brother to care for and has no intention of marrying. So I fear I might disappoint the Empress Dowager's kind intentions." "Very well. Let us conclude our conversation for today. I, too, am feeling weary. Here, take this." With that, the Empress Dowager removed a jade ring from her finger. Nian Nian felt a surge of unease. "Your Majesty, this is far too precious." The Empress Dowager took Nian Nian's hand and placed the jade ring in her palm, saying, "Take it. I can see that you appreciate it." After expressing her gratitude, Nian Nian added, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Do not catch a chill in the winter, avoid prolonged stays outside in the spring, and maintain a light diet, steering clear of strong tea." In that moment, she momentarily forgot that the elderly figure before her was the current Empress Dowager, speaking with the meticulousness one would reserve for a beloved grandmother. "Look at this girl. How considerate she is," the Empress Dowager chuckled warmly. A eunuch escorted Nian Nian out of the palace, where the Liu family's carriage awaited. As she walked along the path leading to the palace gates, a figure approached. Nian Nian caught a glimpse of a familiar rotund silhouette from afar. Before she could discern more, the guiding eunuch hurriedly bowed, addressing him as third young master. Nian Nian discreetly raised her head to take a look, and a shiver ran down her spine. It was indeed the third young master of the Taibao residence. She hastily lowered her head, wishing she could cover her face with her garments. The two brushed past each other, and fortunately, the third young master did not recognize her. She breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear a voice call out from behind, "Wait." Nian Nian instantly froze. The third young master, leisurely toying with a string of beads, stepped in front of her and inquired of the eunuch, "Who is this?" The eunuch respectfully replied, "The daughter of the silk merchant from the Liu family, just emerged from the Empress Dowager as presents." "You are the Liu family girl?" The third young master took a step closer. Nian Nian retreated slightly, merely nodding in silence, her mind racing with the thought that falling into the hands of this third young master might bode ill for her. Noticing her silence, the third young master stepped closer with a teasing grin. "Lift your head. Let me see what you look like. To have earned my sister Yuanheng's ire as a seductress." Nian Nian ignored him, keeping her gaze lowered. The third young master approached her, lifting her chin with one hand and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Suddenly, he appeared taken aback. "Why do you look so familiar? Have I seen you somewhere before?" He shook her hand in surprise and quickly released it, saying, "I remember now. You were one of those involved with the scoundrel who abducted Xiao Yan." Feigning calm, Nian Nian shot him a glare. "What Xiao Yan? What scoundrel? Have we met before, sir?" He leaned closer, his voice harsh. It's definitely you. I remember your face all too well. Only someone like you could have deceived me. Enough of this. Nian Nian replied sternly. I do not know you at all. I am a guest invited by the Empress Dowager. What do you intend to do within the palace? The third young master grinned mischievously. What do I intend to do? You previously abducted my concubine, causing me disgrace, and now you bully my sister Yuaning. What do you think I should do? Seeing his attitude soften a little, Nian contemplated trying to plead with him. She gazed at the third young master with sorrowful yet clear eyes, expressing, as a delicate lady of the boudoir, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken. How could I possibly engage in such heinous acts? You must have mistaken me for someone else, perhaps due to a resemblance to that other woman. Though we have not met before, I have heard much about you. The esteemed third young master of the Duke's residence possesses both courage and intellect, with abilities that surpass the ordinary. The people of Nanjing rely heavily on individuals of your stature, who would not bow before your formidable presence. The third young master, flattered by her praise, felt a surge of delight upon beholding this fragile beauty, awakening a sense of cherishing the delicate. He cheerfully remarked, at this juncture, whether you're innocent or not is of no concern to me. Our immediate rapport serves as a testament to our fateful connection. Nian nodded in agreement, uncertain how to respond to his words. The Liu family. Well, very well. You may leave. He gestured to signal the eunuch to escort Nian away. Surprised by how effortlessly he allowed her to depart, she speculated that perhaps his leniency stemmed from her brother and Uncle Wang's influence. With a sigh of relief, she hastily exited the palace gates. Lu Xiao and Shu Yun, aware that Yu Qiuqi had procured lotus silk for Nian, specially hosted a banquet at the Lu residence to honor him, with both Lu Xing and Nian in attendance. The atmosphere was jubilant, particularly for Lu Xiao and Shu Yun, whose delight was evident. During the conversation, they treated Yu Qiuqi as if he were already a son-in-law of the Lu family. Only Lu Xing regarded Nian with contemplative glances. News soon spread throughout the capital that the young lady of the Lu family had been summoned by the Empress Dowager and awarded a jade ring. The praises of the Liu family's brocade quickly circulated, reaching both high-ranking nobles and common folk alike, who flocked to the Liu silk shop to select their festive garments. The Liu family's establishment flourished, drawing crowds and generating remarkable business. No one dared to spread rumors about Nian any longer. The servants of the Liu household stepped out with bright smiles, feeling a renewed sense of pride. However, as the saying goes, misfortune often lurks behind fortune. The Liu family's days of bliss were soon to be interrupted by an unexpected predicament. One day, while Nian was accompanying Lu Xing in the study, examining fabrics and embroidery samples, the steward, Ma Kuei, rushed in with urgency. Master, you must come out at once. What has happened? Lu Xing inquired, setting aside the cloth. The steward Zhou from the third young master's residence has arrived, accompanied by a dozen men carrying items, claiming to propose marriage to our family, Ma Kuei replied, both embarrassed and furious. What? Lu Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Let us go see. Nian, aware that the third young master was there for her, promptly instructed a young servant to fetch her brother. As Nian and her father entered the main hall, they indeed found several boxes laid out. Steward Zhou, with a fawning smile, congratulated Lu Xing, saying, Congratulations, Master Lu. Our third young master has taken a liking to your daughter and has come to propose, wishing to take her as a 10th concubine. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nearly choked with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou and scolding, What nonsense are you speaking? Take your belongings and leave. Nian quickly moved to support her father and addressed Steward Zhou. Our family has no dealings with the third young master's household. We appreciate his kind intentions, but we, the Liu family, are of humble means and cannot aspire to such a union. This must be the young lady of the Liu family, Zhou remarked with a beaming smile. The third young master has stated that if you were to marry into the Duke's residence, we would all be one family, and past matters can be easily discussed. Nian was acutely aware that the third young master was threatening her, and she gritted her teeth, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Steward Zhou made his grand entrance, which was a surprise indeed. Today, he had the time to visit my residence. I wonder what brings him here. Lu Xiao and Shu Yun hurriedly approached. Lord Lu is also here today. I come bearing great news. Your sister, with her exquisite beauty, and our young master, with his remarkable charm, truly make for a match made in heaven. Our young master has fallen head over heels for your sister, and he has commissioned me to propose marriage. After the new year, we can select an auspicious date to celebrate this union, uniting our families in joyous kinship. How delightful that would be, Steward Zhou shamelessly proclaimed. Lu Xiao appeared to be mentally prepared for this encounter and replied, without a flicker of emotion, Steward Zhou, please take a seat. Such a heartfelt intention from the third young master should not go unacknowledged. However, regrettably, my sister is already promised to another. A woman cannot be married to two men. Steward Zhou, who had just settled into his seat, immediately sprang up, astonished, and exclaimed, when did your sister become betrothed? To whom is she promised? Chapter 75. Shan Xian's marriage. Lu Xiao cast a glance at Shu Yun, feeling a newfound sense of assurance, and responded. This occurred a month ago. She is betrothed to the son of the Yu family from the Ministry of Revenue, thus intertwining our families even further. Is that truly the case? Steward Zhou questioned skeptically, for he had already inquired thoroughly and felt emboldened to openly propose. Lu Xiao firmly declared, marriage is a significant matter. How could I speak falsely? You may certainly inquire with the Yu family. Seeing Lu Xiao's resolute assurance, Steward Zhou realized that further discussion would be futile. He hurried back to report to the third young master. He clasped his hands in salute and said, if that is the case, we shall take our leave. Please, have the items carried out. The Lu family watched as Steward Zhou and his entourage departed, and the doorkeeper hastily locked the door, fearing they might reconsider. Lu Xing's expression was grim. He did not relax for a moment. He turned to Lu Xiao and said, Xiao, your strategy may have worked for now, but once they investigate further, they will surely return to cause trouble. Why did you have to provoke this calamity? Nian Yin stood by, her hands clenched painfully, knowing she was in the wrong and dared not speak. Father, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Our only option now is to forge an alliance with the Yu family. We must turn this pretense into reality. Xiu Qi is quite fond of Nian Yin, and both Lord and Lady Yu do not oppose this union. I believe we should finalize this marriage. Lu Xiao and Shu Yun exchanged glances, then looked at their father and then at Nian Yin. Lu Xing exhaled deeply and turned to the silent Nian Yin. Nian Yin, what are your thoughts? Perhaps you should step out for a while. In a year or two, the third young master will likely lose interest and cease his pursuits. Where could I possibly hide? If the third young master wishes to find someone, it would be a trivial task. Lu Xiao interjected, clearly disagreeing. We could go north to find Howard and stay there for a year or so before returning, Lu Xing proposed. Lu Xiao retorted angrily. My sister is of the age for marriage. She must return eventually. Why must we take such unnecessary measures? Nian Yin understood that evasion was futile. If she were to hide, the third young master would not hesitate to create trouble for the Lu family. Her father was aging and in poor health. How could she bear to leave him behind? Should she hide for a year or two? If anything were to happen to her father, she would be filled with regret for the rest of her life. Is forming an alliance with the Yu family truly a foolproof plan? She hesitated, expressing her fears. I am afraid that even if I marry into the Yu family, the third young master will not let me go. Dear sister, you are overthinking. Reassured Shu Yun, for my uncle shares a long-standing friendship with the esteemed Grand Tutor. Once you become his daughter-in-law, the third young master will dare not act recklessly. In light of this, let us seek the counsel of our parents. At this juncture, what other options do we have? Nian Yin lowered her head heavily. A glimmer of hope illuminated Lu Xiao's face, and he joyfully declared to everyone, very well. The first anniversary of the Yu family patriarch's passing concludes in early February. Let us finalize this matter between our families, and in March, we shall formally engage in the betrothal ceremony. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiao and Shu Yun, Lu Xing made a special visit to Nian Yin's chamber. Lu Xia was in the process of removing her hairpins when she noticed Lu Xing's arrival and discreetly exited. Nian Yin remained seated, casting a glance at Lu Xing as she said, Father, what brings you here? I was about to take a nap. Lu Xing took a seat beside her. Picking up a comb to gently tend to her hair, his eyes glistening with moisture. He spoke softly. "My dear daughter has grown up. It feels like only yesterday you were the infant I held in my arms. Time truly is relentless. Father, what troubles you today?" Nian Yin gazed at her father in confusion. Lu Xing wiped his eyes and slowly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this young Master Yu?" Nian Yin replied calmly, "Young Master Yu is reliable, kind-hearted, and ambitious. He is indeed a dependable individual. Moreover, as the only son in his family, future social interactions will be more manageable." "And what of Lord Xiao? I have observed your frequent interactions with him." Lu Xing pressed eagerly. It is said that no one knows a child better than their parent. Although Lu Xing had never inquired about her affairs, he could discern from her demeanor that her feelings towards Xiao Ian were of a different nature. Nian Yin fell silent, lost in thought as she stared at the hairpin in her hand, and after a pause, she finally said, "He is merely a friend to me." Upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of emotion swell within her, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "What of young Master Yuanbao? Is he not coming?" Lu Xing asked. "The journey to Huangzhou takes merely 10 days, and I have waited for him for half a year. Not only has he not arrived, but I have also received no correspondence from him. It is time to let go." Nian Yin took a deep breath, resolute in her decision to move on from Yuanbao. "Father, in your heart, you are not in a hurry for me to marry. Every day spent with you is a treasure. When the day comes that I must wed, I hope it will be to someone I truly cherish," Lu Xing said, his gaze dropping, concealing a fleeting shadow, fearing she would be unable to hold back her tears. Nian Yin gently urged her father towards the door. "Young master, you possess remarkable martial skills. I witnessed his impressive prowess during training the other day. I aspire to find a husband who excels in both literature and martial arts, so naturally, I am pleased to have young Master Yu as a potential spouse. Please do not worry. Father, go and rest." After seeing her father off, Nian Yin closed the door. Leaning against it, she found herself puzzled by her own emotions. What should be a moment of joy felt like a profound ache in her heart, with tears cascading down her cheeks. Resolutely, she wiped her tears away. Soon, she would become another man's bride. All the unrelated people and events from the past, including those who could never belong to her, must be forgotten. The South Jing envoy has completed its preparations and is ready to depart from Izhou. The ruler of Izhou specially dispatched several ships laden with soldiers to escort them. The Ryukyu vessel followed for several nautical miles, but, finding it rather tedious, turned back. With the alliance between South Jing and Izhou now established, they dared not act rashly. Once the festive season had passed, February quietly arrived. The snow in the north had melted, and the willows in the south began to sprout tender buds, while the grass peered timidly from the earth. The first blossom of spring had also unfurled. In this season of warmth and blooming flowers, Shun Xian's marriage was approaching. The Shun and Lin families had begun their preparations since February, and naturally, this wedding, renowned throughout Qingqing, was to be conducted with great grandeur. Since the last rejection, Shun Xian had not seen Nian Yin again. Apart from official matters and the occasional meeting with friends, he had sequestered himself in his room with books. Occasionally, gazing at the moonlight, he would think of Nian Yin. He had heard some whispers regarding Nian Yin and the son of the Yu family, and aware that there was no longer any possibility for him in Nian Yin, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. Yao Er delivered an invitation to Shun Xian's wedding to the Lu family, taking care to send a separate one to Nian Yin. As a good friend, she hoped Nian Yin would attend, yet from Nian Yin's perspective, she feared it might place her in a difficult position. To everyone's surprise, Nian Yin agreed to attend in person. Lu Xiao, knowing Nian Yin would be present at Shun Xian's wedding, worried she might be burdened by rumors, and took the time to offer her counsel. Nian Yin responded, "Shun Gu is also a friend of mine. I have no reason not to attend his wedding. If I were to stay away, wouldn't that give those onlookers grounds to believe I am guilty and bring up past matters? Furthermore, should I attend, Shin Gu will see my openness and naturally set aside any lingering feelings to live happily with Miss Lin." Observing her resolute determination, Lu Xiao chose not to press further. On the 10th of March, the news spread throughout the capital that the envoy sent to Izhou had landed along the South Jing coastline and would soon return to Qingqing. 2 days before Shun Xian's wedding, the members of the envoy returned to the capital. The empress bestowed great rewards upon Xiebin, yet made no mention of Xiao Yian's contributions. After court, Pei Haoqing voiced his discontent regarding this to Xiao Yian calmly. Xiao Yian responded that the greatest reward had already been granted in ensuring their safe return to Qingqing. Pei Haoqing held Xiao Yian in high regard. Through this shared experience, they became friends. On the day of Shan Xian's marriage to Lin Xiang, the Shun residence was adorned with red, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. Nian Yan's family arrived at the Shun residence, where Minister Shun and Shan Xian greeted them at the entrance, and everyone exchanged warm wishes and congratulations. Shan Xian looked towards Nian Yan, who presented him with a brocade box in front of the assembled guests. Upon opening it, Shan Xian discovered a jade ruby. Nian Yan clasped her hands in salute and said, "Shun Gu, this is my gift to you and your wife. Wishing you a harmonious union, every wish fulfilled, and an early arrival of an heir." Shan Xian replied, "Thank you, Sister Nian Yan." He smiled gently at her, feeling a sense of relief. The Liu family was ushered inside by a servant, and Nian Yan caught sight of Xiao Yian standing in the courtyard, clad in a light blue robe, pristine and tranquil like a still lake. Xiao Yian also noticed Nian Yan, and the two exchanged a distant yet knowing smile. Liu Xiao was observing and spoke to Nian Yan. "Nian heir, let us depart. Qiu Qi is eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chapter 76. Has Ziyu made promises to the Yu family? Nian Yan nodded and followed the crowd inside. Upon seeing Nian Yan, Yao Er joyfully came out to greet her. She took Nian Yan's hand and led her to a table in the room, offering her a handful of festive candies, peanuts, and longing to enjoy. The two exchanged a few whispered words. Suddenly, a group of maids entered, trailing behind a magnificently dressed young lady. Nian Yan focused her gaze and recognized Fu Yuanhang, who, it was said, had been residing in the palace with Xie Yuyin and several other young ladies from noble families to learn proper etiquette. For reasons unknown, she had come today as well. As the guests arrived, Yao Er warmly welcomed her without formality. "Miss Fu, please take a seat." Nian Yan also rose to greet her. But Fu Yuanhang chose not to sit in the space Yao Er had indicated, instead positioning herself right next to Nian Yan. Casting a disdainful glance at Nian Yan, she remarked, "You are here as well." Nian Yan merely smiled in response. "Your audacity is truly remarkable. Had I been in your place, I would have found a crevice to hide myself." Fu Yuanhang spoke bitterly. Nian Yan recognized Fu Yuanhang's rudeness, yet felt a twinge of discomfort from her open mockery. She replied, "I came here openly upon receiving an invitation. Compared to those who rely on their elders' prestige, I do not dare consider myself shameless." Fu Yuanhang's eyes widened in fury. Just then, the children began to cheer, exclaiming, "The bride has arrived! The bride has arrived!" Shun Xian and the bride, holding a flower ball crafted from red satin, approached the main hall, with the crowd bustling to follow. At that moment, Lord Shun and Madame Shun had already taken their seats of honor. The steward of the Shun residence bellowed, "The auspicious time has come. The newlyweds shall pay their respects to heaven and earth." Fu Yuanhang, uninterested in the festivities, attempted to leave as everyone else surged inside. After the couple performed their rites, Nian Yan exited the main hall and fortuitously encountered Yu Qiuqi. He approached her with a smile. "Sister Liu, I have searched for you everywhere. How fortunate to find you here. Brother Yu, the banquet is about to commence. You should hurry to your seat, and we shall converse more after the feast." Nian Yan replied with a smile. The banquet in the garden had also begun, and Yao Er pulled Nian Yan to join the festivities. At the table, several unfamiliar young ladies and matrons greeted Nian Yan, introducing themselves and their families. One young lady remarked, "I have heard of Miss Liu's name long before. Seeing her today, she is poised and gracious, far from what the rumors suggest." Another matron added, "Even the Empress Dowager has praised Miss Liu. How could there be any error? It must be the envious who have concocted such tales. Time reveals true character, and familiarity breeds trust. Miss Liu should present herself more often. Her true nature shall be recognized by all." Nian Yan smiled and raised her cup to toast, saying, "Come on this joyous day. Let us rejoice and let all other matters dissolve into the ether." The gathering enjoyed their meal amidst laughter and conversation. Nian Yin sought out her father. Her sister-in-law and Lin Er had finished their meal and were heading out. Yu Qiuqi accompanied Lu Xiao as they exited. Just as they were about to leave, at the gate of the Shen residence, her brother and sister-in-law encountered acquaintances and paused for a chat, while her father took Lin Er to the restroom. Nian Yin and Yu Qiuqi exchanged a few idle words, standing at the corner, kicking the tiles beneath her feet in boredom. When she lifted her head, she found Xiao Yan gazing at her with a smile. Like a joyful bird, she darted towards him, and Yu Qiuqi followed suit. Lord Xiao, I trust all is well on your journey, Nian Yin inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. Everything is well. Miss Lu, do not worry. That is a relief, Nian Yin replied. Not recognizing Xiao Yan, Yu Qiuqi asked Nian Yin, Sister Lu, who is this young gentleman? Nian Yin hastily introduced. You have been away from the capital for some time, so you may not know him. He is the second son of the Jingbei Wangfu, Xiao Yan. After finishing, she smiled politely. Yu Qiuqi warmly greeted Xiao Yan. Lord Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yu Qiuqi, the right commander of the Imperial Guard. My father is the Minister of Revenue, Yu Jing. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and it is indeed a privilege to meet you today. Xiao Yan returned the courtesy with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Yu. Brother Ian, I have been searching for you everywhere. Fu Yuanheng approached Xiao Yan. Upon seeing Nian Yin, she disdainfully remarked, What are you doing here? Yu Qiuqi, well aware of Fu Yuanheng's spoiled nature, worried for Nian Yin. He bowed to Fu Yuanheng and gently placed a hand on Nian Yin's shoulder, saying, Let us be off. My uncle and cousin are waiting. Nian Yin bid farewell. Lord Xiao, I take my leave. Xiao Yan watched the two depart, sensing that the relationship between Yu Qiuqi and Nian Yin was far from ordinary. A wave of uncontrollable panic surged within him. He was oblivious to the events of the past few months. His heart had been filled with joy upon returning to see Nian Yin, but this sense of dislocation left him feeling unwell. Fu Yuanheng seized his arm, but he shrugged her off, irritably stating, Miss Fu, please conduct yourself with decorum. Fu Yuanheng bit her lip. Ian, are you still harboring resentment over my selection for the palace? The Empress has shown a preference for Xie Yin and would never choose me. My feelings for you have never wavered. Xiao Yan's expression turned solemn. I have already found someone I care for. With gritted teeth, Fu Yuanheng pointed towards the direction where Nian Yin had left. Do you truly have feelings for her? Xiao Yan's smile vanished. Miss Fu, Miss Lu has never harbored ill will toward you. Please do not trouble her further. Fu Yuanheng's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. In your heart, she is the pure and virtuous saint, while I am deemed a villain. I have been sincere to you, yet you remain oblivious. She, Nian Yin, toys with Shan Xian and associates with unsavory characters, yet still attempts to seduce you. What virtue does such a woman possess? Her fists clenched, her face a mask of fury. I know well what kind of person she is. You have a bright future ahead. Why must you be so self-destructive? Xiao Yan said before turning away. Fu Yuanheng, filled with resentment, grasped his arm again. You saw it for yourself. She is already at the point of discussing marriage with the Yu family. Even if you like her, it is of no consequence now. Xiao Yan felt as though struck by lightning at her words. His spirit shattered as he stumbled away, oblivious to whatever else Fu Yuanheng might have said. The garden of the Jingbei Wangfu had been restored. A square pavilion stands resolutely beside the rockery and pond, its form perfectly geometric. As dusk descends, a solitary figure leans against the railing within, exuding an aura of profound loneliness. Xiao Yan clutches the amulet given to him by Nian Yin, as if it were the last tenuous link between them. Xu Yu approaches and drapes a cloak over his shoulders, saying, My lord, you have been standing here for half an hour. The night is growing chilly. It would be wise to return. I understand. You may go ahead, Xiao Yan replies softly, his lips parting slightly. As Xu Yu turns to leave the pavilion, Xiao Yan calls out, Wait, what is it, my lord? Xu Yu turns back, with a furrowed brow. Xiao Yan inquires, What kind of person do you believe I am? Scratching his head, Xu Yu responds, My lord, you are undoubtedly admirable, young, accomplished, and possessing beauty that rivals that of Pan. But how do I compare to General Yu of the Imperial Guards? Before Xu Yu can finish, Xiao Yan unconsciously interjects. Realizing the source of his master's distress, Chu Yu, having heard of the impending engagement between the Liu and Yu families, refrains from disclosing this information, fearing it would further upset Xiao Ian. However, upon discovering that Xiao Ian is already aware, he states, as for General Yu, in terms of appearance, talent, and lineage, he pales in comparison to you, my lord. Xiao Ian's voice drops to a barely audible whisper. Why did she choose him? Noticing his master's turmoil, Chu Yu adopts a serious tone. In matters of love, it often comes down to who takes the initiative. Sometimes a little bravery can lead to destiny. Indeed, I should have confessed my feelings to her sooner. Now it may be too late, Xiao Ian laments, his voice scarcely a murmur. As long as there is no marriage, there remains a chance for redemption. I sense that Miss Liu harbors feelings for you. To simply watch her become another's bride would surely lead to regret. Chu Yu expresses his concern for his master. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ian instructs Chu Yu, I need you to do something for me. Chapter 77. A final meeting. Nian Yin plays the guqin in her room when Mi Ying enters, saying, Miss, the young mistress has sent someone to inform you that the Yu family has scheduled the betrothal ceremony for the 25th of this month. Understood, Nian Yin replies calmly. She resolves to fulfill her duties as a bride, honoring her in-laws, caring for her husband, managing household affairs, and ensuring the continuation of their lineage. She envisions a life spent hand in hand with Yu Qioqi Mi Ying, aware of her mistress's thoughts and her steadfast resolve, recognizes the underlying sense of helplessness in her situation. However, with the engagement to the Yu family confirmed, it seems she has found a suitable future. Not wishing to say more, she discreetly exits the room. With only 2 days remaining until the Yu family comes to formally propose, Nian Yin receives an invitation from Xiao Ian to visit the newly completed garden of the Wang residence for tea and to admire the scenery. Although it is inconvenient for her to meet Xiao Ian at this time, she feels compelled to retrieve her amulet still in his possession. The tea invitation had been arranged earlier. A brief visit to enjoy a cup would not constitute a breach of promise. In the afternoon, Nian Yin sets out with Mi Ying. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, the guards usher them inside. Nian Yin walks slowly through the moon-shaped archway, arriving at the pavilion, yet finds Xiao Ian absent. As Nian Yin stepped into the pavilion, she found a pot of fragrant tea, several cups resembling white jade, a plate of peach blossom cakes, and an assortment of fruits adorning the table. Her gaze lingered on the peach blossom cakes, evoking fond memories of her days spent studying with Xiao Ian in the Hongwen Hall. Though their time together was brief, it remained vividly etched in her mind. Xiao Ian approached, and Nian Yin, lost in her myriad thoughts, remained unaware of his presence. Chu Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Mi Ying, signaling her to depart. And Mi Ying, understanding the cue, quietly left. Miss Liu, you have arrived. Xiao Ian's voice broke through a reverie. Nian Yin turned to him, offering a radiant smile. Miss Liu, how have you been lately? He inquired. With a gentle smile, Nian Yin replied, I am quite well, thank you. Noticing his silence, she continued. Did you encounter anything remarkable during your journey to Yizhou, Lord Xiao? Xiao Ian's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded. Indeed, my travels to Yizhou have been filled with fascinating experiences. Yizhou differs significantly from our great Jing in language, culture, cuisine, and governance. I find the character of the Yizhou people particularly intriguing. They possess an inherent combative spirit, yet exhibit remarkable gentleness, harboring a sense of pride while treating others with utmost courtesy. They revere strength, yet are drawn to the beauty of fragility. It is a striking harmony of seemingly opposing extremes. How truly captivating. I must confess, I envy you, Lord Xiao, for having the opportunity to witness such a diverse world. Nian Yin exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. I have heard that the people of Yizhou are particularly fond of cherry blossoms, with these flowers adorning their streets and temples. Are the cherry blossoms truly as beautiful as they say? Xiao Ian nodded. Indeed, while cherry blossoms originally hail from Ningguo, they have been embraced by Yizhou and have become their national flower, cherished by the populace. Each year, during the cherry blossom season, people gather to admire them. Just as you previously mentioned, sitting on the ground with friends, reveling in their beauty. However, The Izhou people cherish not only the blossoms in full bloom, but also the beauty of their falling petals, finding a poignant elegance in their descent. What a peculiar preference. While cherry blossoms are undeniably beautiful, I find myself more enamored with peach blossoms, for when they fall, they bear fruit. By early summer, one can indulge in the sweet, juicy peaches Nian animatedly shared, nearly salivating at the thought. Xiao Yan looked at her affectionately and smiled. Speaking of peaches, I heard an intriguing tale about them during my time in Izhou. Allow me to share it with you. Yes, please do, she urged eagerly. It is the story of an elderly couple who lived their lives without children. The old man made a living by chopping wood, and though their existence was humble, it was peaceful. One day, the old woman went to the riverbank to wash clothes, and a large peach floated downstream. She brought it home, and upon cutting it open, discovered a delightful little boy hidden inside. The couple was overjoyed by this unexpected gift and named the child Momoder. The old woman nurtured him with sweet rice dumplings, and he grew rapidly into a brave young lad. Momoder, skilled in martial arts and imbued with a strong sense of justice, learned of a devil living on a nearby island that preyed upon the villagers. Determined to vanquish this menace, he faced numerous challenges along the way, but ultimately succeeded, restoring peace to the people. Nian rested her chin on her hands, utterly captivated by the tale. Finally, she asked, Lord Xiao, I imagine you were once a courageous young man with a noble heart in your youth, were you not? In our youth, who has not harbored dreams of wandering the world with a sword. Yet, the vicissitudes of life often leave us helpless, and we find ourselves unable to act as we wish. Xiao Yan frequently reflects on his life, deeming it excessively timid and fraught with regrets. With a touch of self-deprecation, he remarked before reaching for the teapot. Nian comforted him, saying, Lord Xiao, you are remarkable in my eyes, valiant and talented, far superior to many. Xiao Yan offered a faint smile as he poured a cup of tea for Nian, saying, I am aware that Miss Lu is trying to console me. It seems such opportunities to receive comfort from her are rare. He handed the teacup to Nian. She accepted the cup, replying, How could that be? We reside in the same capital. We will see each other again. Nian did not grasp the full meaning behind his words. Upon hearing that Miss Lu was to become betrothed to Lord Yu, Xiao Yan raised his eyes. The words, when spoken, carried a tinge of melancholy, leaving Nian momentarily saddened as she silently set down her cup, lost for words. Xiao Yan's voice bore a hint of sorrow as he quietly stated, Then I wish Miss Lu a union with her beloved. Nian nodded, responding, Thank you, Lord Xiao. A pang of bitterness welled in Xiao Yan's heart as he blurted out, Do you truly care for him? Nian was taken aback by his question and slowly replied, Of course I do. An alliance with the Yu family pleases my brother and sister-in-law, and my father is at ease. Lord Yu is devoted to me. He is a man I can rely upon. Must you so readily sacrifice your own desires for the satisfaction of others? How well do you truly know him? How can you be certain he is worthy of your trust? Xiao Yan's tone was laced with indignation, punctuated by 3 pressing questions. His unusual demeanor left Nian at a loss. Silence enveloped them for a moment. It is no great hardship. Every woman of a certain age must marry. Lord Xiao, you too are destined to take a wife, Nian retorted, somewhat aggrieved, as she bit into a peach blossom cake. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and replied slowly, As far as I know, Lord Yu has already established a household in Guilin and has a child. He has surely kept this from you. Nian was taken aback, nearly choking in disbelief. Xiao Yan hurriedly poured her some water. After she drank, she slowly replied, Without evidence, how can you speak such words? Seeing her skepticism, Xiao Yan lowered his head in dismay, then turned to call out to Chu Yu in the distance. Chu Yu, bring me what I asked for. Chapter 78. Lord Yu has a child? Chu Yu scampered over, producing a letter and a silver bracelet for a child from his bosom, and handing them to Nian. He spoke gently. Lord Yu Qiuqi has made a private vow of lifelong commitment with a minor official's daughter in Guilin. That woman, along with their child, who has just turned 1, is awaiting his return. As Nian caressed the bracelet, a wave of humiliation from feeling deceived washed over her. Resolutely, she opened the letter, And the words Dear Qi Lang immediately caught her eye. Trembling, she read through the letter, which expressed deep longing, the hardships of raising their child, and the hope for her husband's swift return for their family's reunion. Her heart felt constricted, heavy with discomfort, and she stood up, gazing at Xiao Ian with a flicker of anger. You must find me quite pitiable, though I remain unaware of how Lord Xiao acquired these two items. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your kind intentions. She grasped the two objects and proceeded outside. Xiao Yan wished to convey something further, yet the words remained unspoken. Miss Lu. Throughout the journey, Nian Yin composed various phrases in her mind, contemplating the necessity of berating Yu Qiuqi thoroughly. However, upon encountering him, she felt a sense of release. She had never harbored any feelings for him, nor were they betrothed. The man before her was merely someone else's husband and father. With everyone parting amicably, what need had she to cause a scene? She spoke softly. Lord Yu, would you accompany me to the Lu residence? There are matters that require your consultation. Naturally, Yu Qiuqi followed Nian Yin with delight. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Nian Yin summoned her brother and sister-in-law to her father's courtyard. Lu Xiao, quite perplexed, inquired, Sister, you are to be betrothed to Qiuqi in 2 days. The Yu household is undoubtedly busy. Why have you called him here? Nian Yin surveyed the gathered company and slowly replied, This engagement shall not proceed. The assembly reacted with astonishment. Xu Yun, upon hearing this, stood up excitedly. Sister, could it be that Qiuqi has done something to upset you? Confide in me, and I shall scold him on your behalf. Yu Qiuqi wore a rather aggrieved expression, hastily explaining, No, upon meeting Miss Lu, she brought me here without much conversation. Lu Xing, showing concern, addressed her. Niner, you are a sensible child. Speak your mind boldly, and your father will stand by you. Lu Xiao had always believed their father overly favored and indulged his sister, allowing her to become unruly. Hearing their father's words, he refrained from expressing his frustration in front of others, merely rising to glare at both his father and Nian Yin. Nian Yin retrieved a letter and a bracelet from her bosom, presenting them to Yu Qiuqi. I have 2 items here. Do you recognize them, Lord Yu? Yu Qiuqi's countenance shifted to one of distress, alternating between red and pale. Trembling, he took the items, glanced at the letter, and immediately clutched it in his hand. He bowed to Nian Yin, stating, Since you are already aware of this matter, I shall no longer conceal it.